WSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
We're tied at 6. 3-0, the pitch, slow and away, ball 4, and that's the game. A walk-off walk, Michael Taylor, the man who earns it. And the Twins win 7-6 in 13 innings. They erase a 5-run deficit, and they take 3 of 4 from the Rangers.
And that is how we start the live Monday edition of Sean, RJ, and we were supposed to have someone else here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Paid Pay and Ryan, they're here. They're in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Oh, but I got a text message at 5:51 p.m. last night. I'll be there for the 5:30 start since it's such a big Cowboys news day.
Oh, well, it's 5:30.
Did I text you that or?
You didn't.
Okay.
I didn't get that either.
Ryan didn't text that to me. I even got a phone call filled with excitement. And then you did get this text at 5:29.
This morning?
This morning.
I did. Yeah, I did get that one at 5:29.
You can go ahead and read that.
Let's see. I blanking overslept. Gosh dang it. He said a different word, though.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm on my way. Okay, well, I mean,
One day, he tries to be on time, in with us early with the reaction to the Trey Lance trade, and can't even do that.
no, he didn't want. He didn't want to talk about the Rangers finishing their game. And by the way,
just finished.
It did. By the way, Sandler was mistaken on that one. He said Michael Taylor earned that walk. He didn't earn blank. There wasn't a pitch close to the strike zone. Okay, that was 4 pitches that they waved. They waved as they crossed home, as they went by the batter. They waved.
You talking about Anderson or Aroldis, who started off his work with 6 straight balls?
Yeah.
Which one are you talking about there? As we're gonna get to Trey Lance. I've been waiting 2.5 days to talk about this. We did have a fight breakout on our group text yesterday over Dak Prescott being alerted and told about this. You can guess which one thinks that it was criminal not to tell Dak. So we're going to have some Cowboy explosions today as we get closer and closer to the start of the regular season. But that was freaking torture yesterday.
Yeah.
We're all sitting there texting each other. I got Chris Navarro on the other side. He's like, just end it. You know they're going to lose. We know.
He was texting you too?
I could just run down his text and we could have the entire first segment. This is the most miserable. I've been watching a good team. This is absolute torture. Make this move. We knew that they were going to lose. Just when were they going to lose? And they did, as you heard right here on the Fan.
The Twins manager should be committed. They had 2 chances to win this game. And they refused to advance the runner. Refused. What? And then, Jankowski's up there. He takes I think he swung at the first pitch. And then he tries to bunt in an 0-1 and a 1-1 count. What world am I in? What is going on?
I think I said Grant Anderson. Jonathan Hernandez walked 3 batters.
Yeah. In the 13th or whatever it is.
The Twins win without a hit in that inning.
Right. I mean, it was a disgusting baseball
Season
game.
high 10 walks. Amanda comes out. She's like, this is still on. It was torture. I was just on and on. How long did that game go?
I'll tell you right now.
Did that start at 1 or 2?
It started
1:10.
at 1.
I know.
And it was 5, right? It was after 5 o'clock.
It was 4 hours, 10 minutes. Yeah, it was after, because I was supposed to have the kids up at 5. And I eventually just said, all right, screw it, kids, we're leaving. We're gonna drive home. I'm gonna take you home. And I had the game in the car on my phone. I was just like, I need to get these kids out. They had to get them back. They got school tomorrow. It just took forever.
It was a 5-0 lead this time. And then they hit a grand slam off of Stratton.
Yeah.
So Stratton served up an absolute meatball. And then
Stratton stinks. Smith stinks. Spore stinks.
So that's improvement.
Hernandez stinks. Chapman can't close a game out. When they go to the bullpen, just pick next day's starter or a guy. Whoever's on their bullpen day, whatever starting pitcher has their bullpen day that day, that's when they go. They just go into the game. Enough with the bullpen. Whoever the starting pitcher is, 3 days from now, they're coming into relief.
Aroldis 6 straight balls, then the balk, then the single that tied it. then another walk. Then Spores was actually clean. You get the benefit of Joey Gallo getting picked off a second base on a foul ball down the first base line. Burke came in with his wild pitch. Don't forget about him. And then 3 straight 2-out walks by Jonathan Hernandez. He was literally tripping over himself. I don't know if anyone else saw that.
I noticed that.
On the second to final pitch, he fell over himself. And then when I was watching the replay of the one that wasn't even close, none of them are close, he tripped over himself again. So Minnesota continues the absolute misery for the Texas Rangers. They got to win on Saturday. With Max Scherzer on the mound. But now we are 1 game back of the Seattle Mariners. Seattle with a 1-game lead over us and the Armpit, who got a 17-4 W yesterday. Free fall.
It might be over. We might be in for an early October. And by early October, I mean we might not even watch it. We might not even get there. We'll be sitting there with the Royals and the White Sox and the Yankees and the Red Sox just watching October fly by.
Pepe, were you getting worked up? Were you getting frustrated watching this?
I was listening to it on the radio on my way to Korean barbecue last night, and just disgustingly, like Mike McCarthy says. I mean, it was I was listening to him like, why am I even listening to this? I mean, I know what's going to happen. Like you said, we know the outcome. I saw a tweet last night, and someone had said, oh, it's one of the worst, meltdowns in August. And I'm like, man, did we not start this month 12-2, 12-1? We're the only team in baseball to have an 8-game winning streak in a month and an 8-game losing streak in the same month. It's insane.
Is it 9-10? They've dropped 9-10, and here's the future schedule for the West. We are in New York to take on the Mets. Houston still playing Boston, and Oakland is at Seattle. So the Mariners with an opportunity here to do something that we haven't done throughout the year, which is pad the lead against the A's. So Seattle will get that opportunity. We take on the Mets with Scherzer's former team, and the Astros and the Massholes.
Yeah, and look, the Mets are not. They've kind of packed it in, but they're still not a team that you really want to go up against. They're not the A's. They're much better than that. They're barely worse than Minnesota, and Minnesota just worked you. So this is shaping up to be a 2-3 game deficit here by the middle of the week.
All right. We have a Ranger giveaway.
All right.
We've been saying that We've been saying that for weeks with our chest out, going crotch first, but we'll give it away during the Expressway. It's a fan outing. We're all going to right field, section 133. So the 133 tickets will be the Expressway giveaway at 7:20 moving forward. We have Darren Woodson at 8 o'clock. We have Nick Eatman at 9:20. The 5 reasons why the Trey Lance trade is a good thing. We got to San Francisco for a guest to figure out where it all went wrong with the QB, but I'm ready. I'm ready to talk about this deal. This thing exploded on Friday out of nowhere, and then bam, took over.
Oh, and look, I love it. I love it. And there's a lot of reasons to like this deal, but this is the one you've been itching to talk about all weekend.
Let's start getting into it. And we need you on the truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. We got star up, star down. We got roster cuts getting trimmed down. Of course, we're getting closer to Jerry Jones and Mike McCarthy with their weekly appearances and interviews here on the morning show. But let's start diving into the Trey Lance trade whenever Bobby decides to show up, since he wanted to come in as the Cowboy Insider to start off things on a Monday. That didn't happen. We'll enjoy his absence for a few minutes more after this.
Coming up in the next...
trade on your home of America's team. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy with you on DFW Sports Station. A 4th-round pick for Trey Lance, as last week we were talking about him becoming 3rd string in San Francisco behind Sam Darnold. We did not have any discussions over the Cowboys trading for him.
No.
The Cowboys have kind of brainwashed us that it's going to be the likes of Cooper Rush and lesser QBs for those backup spots. They go and pull off a move that takes over the headlines. What do you think?
I like it. I like it a lot. It's a low risk, high reward move. It's, well, here's the thing. He's never gonna. This is the other thing. He's never gonna play a single down here. Like that. There's one thing I don't understand about this is that they're not gonna pick up his option, right? He's never going to play a single snap here. That's
what they're hoping.
Their hope,
which means Dak Prescott is balling,
which means he's healthy. He means he's healthy, right?
Healthy.
Because he's not a threat to Dak. I don't believe this move had anything to do with the quarterback.
I totally agree.
This is just hey, look, we have a chance to get a quarterback. Let's get a quarterback. It's the most precious commodity in sports, quarterback. And this is the kind of backup that you want. Backups, I don't like to.
And he's not even the backup.
Right, he's the 3rd string.
He's not number 2. Cooper Rush is the 2.
Yeah, most backups have 0 upside.
Right.
This guy has a lot of upside. That's what you want. So yeah, I think the process here is fantastic. I hope they thought of this and it didn't fall in their lap. Because if it just fell in their lap, then their thought process necessarily hasn't changed.
Well, they said that they've been wanting to draft a quarterback for the past few years, and then when the 4th round. Steven said this on TV during the game, and then when the 4th round comes around, there's no quarterbacks left that they actually want to take. It did fall in their lap because Trey Lance got named 3rd string, and Jerry Jones said when they got San Fran on the phone, they did not want to hang up. They're like, let's just do this, and let's do it right now. I like it as well. I'm a fan of it. Number 1, it's exciting, and number 2, why not? Now, did you overpay? San Francisco is trying to say that you overpaid a little bit. I hate all of San Francisco.
Yeah.
I never was impressed
California, very bad place.
I know. When we went, I wasn't that impressed with the city. I hate the people. I hate the media members. And now I'm starting to hate John Lynch. A little snide, you got the Darren Woodson thing. Darren's going to join us at 8 o'clock this morning. But just these little snide comments. And the suggestion of, we're really surprised that Jerry. That's the way it's coming across. We're really surprised the Cowboys gave a 4th. No one else was even really close. So they wanted to give off the impression, after you committed maybe the worst draft trade of all time, you're still sitting there being snide and sarcastic over what the Cowboys possibly overpaid. But look, here are the facts of everything. Trey Lance is the number 3. Cooper Rush is the 2. This is no threat whatsoever, and it's no leverage. That's the first thing we'll fight about with Bobby. This is no contract leverage for Dak Prescott. It just isn't. Not one time are they going to say to Dak's agent, well, we got this kid over here that San Francisco just got rid of. He couldn't even beat out Sam Darnold, so you may want to take a little bit less. If they do that, I'm just laughing if I'm Dak and his agent. I'm like, okay, good try. Now just give me what the hell I asked for from the very beginning. Now, how could Trey Lance ever work out here? Well, it would have to be. You remember Charlie Whitehurst?
Oh yeah, Seattle.
Matt Flynn. There was a series of quarterbacks who flashed for a game or two, and the rest of the league bit. So, if you have a preseason game. Will Grier. If Trey Lance has a Will Grier game in a preseason, or for some reason you have all your quarterbacks wiped out like San Francisco did last year, and Trey Lance goes in and has the half of his life or the game of his life, sometimes that has been enough in the National Football League
to get you paid.
To not only get you paid, to get someone else to give you something. That's the way that this would work. Now, do I have hope and belief that Mike McCarthy is going to develop a quarterback better than the whiz kid Kyle Shanahan? I do not. But this has been a McCarthy pattern in Green Bay, right? And they always said, we just feel like we should draft one every year.
Yeah.
We should draft one every year. You hit on one. I think Matt Flynn was in Green Bay.
Yeah, Matt Flynn was there. They had the kid from UCLA, Hundley. He was there for a flash.
Yeah.
I mean, they had some decent guys.
All a quarterback prospect with Trey Lance's talent and hype has to do is flash for a little bit, have a Will Grier preseason game, and all the topics and all the shows will say, oh, is this worth a second-round pick? Oh, is this worth a gamble? Is this worth a flyer? So go ahead and develop him and see what happens.
There's nothing not to like about it. Again, he's not going to play. They're not going to re-sign him, and they're not going to be able to use it as leverage against Dak because there's not. Like that's not what this is. This is, hey, look, there's a chance to get a quarterback for basically nothing. They got the 3rd overall pick for a 4th rounder. And maybe in a year you can flip him for a 2.
Yep.
That's the hope. That's all they're going to do. Because somebody out there, let's just say he plays, let's say they use him in a Taysom Hill kind of role.
Yeah, this is also the wrong offense for him.
Of course.
It doesn't fit offensively. Kyle Shanahan was going to put him on the move and all the little things. Like, he has to run.
Mm-hmm. Let's just say that Dak gets hurt, because Dak always gets hurt. Because he gets hurt now. Like, he just gets hurt, whatever. For whatever reason, he has freak injuries. Let's just say he gets hurt, and they have to use him. Because Cooper Rush will be the main guy, but they'll have packages for Trey Lance, and he does okay. He flashes. Someone will pick up his 5th year. Someone will trade for him to pick up his option.
Jerry Jones talking to the media. Why make this trade right now?
Well, I didn't want another moment to go by because they said we want to trade him, and we said done. That's like that, almost just like that, but it was might a little more than that. But we didn't. but my point is, we didn't want him to hang up. We wanted him.
Yeah, so that was Jerry saying we didn't want to waste any more time. What does the Trey Lance move mean for this year and the years moving forward?
Well, he gives us an opportunity to do what we would always like to be doing. It would be ideal with Dak to have a young, prospective, developing quarterback that could just be in the room, but be on the team with him. Because this gives him not only an opportunity to take, I'm talking Trace, not only Trey, what he got in San Francisco, but he can take, in my mind, one of the finest quarterback rooms there is because Dak Prescott's in it. Dak Prescott's finest quality for me is how he takes what he does in the classroom and takes it to the practice field. So this really was in our mind very much that he was going to be coming into this situation with Dak. Again, we didn't waste any time. The minute that we knew that they were serious about trading him, then we didn't want the phone to hang up.
He's got higher upside. He's got more upside than Cooper Rush. I mean, let's be fair. He's got more upside than Dak because we don't know what he is. I mean, Dak's already reached his upside. There may be a little bit of another bump that he can get, but Lance has got. He's barely played at all. Like he has got upside beyond belief. So I mean, there's a lot of things to like about this, and and for those who have said, well, what does this do for Dak's psyche? If this bothers Dak Prescott, he ain't the guy.
I agree.
This is the same thing we said about Carson Wentz. If Carson Wentz can get spooked by a backup quarterback, he ain't the guy, man.
Yeah.
So, let him go.
I agree. We're going to get into this with Bobby. He was beside himself that Dak was not told. I was beside myself. McCarthy wasn't told. That's who matters. Mike McCarthy wasn't consulted very much. Are they exaggerating that? Bobby has some reporting to bring us when the 6 a.m. club starts. Dak Prescott doesn't need to be told because it's not a threat. And if you're that insecure that they don't need to tell you who the third string quarterback is. They don't need to tell you and consult with you.
It's courtesy given to all the quarterbacks.
he's not Peyton Manning. He's not Tom Brady. He can do something here first before they run every move by him. If it was another quarterback with more experience and more of a legitimate threat to be a starter, fine. Okay. Trey Lance is a 3. 3. Dak Prescott doesn't need to be told. All right, this isn't Luka Doncic getting consulted over Kyrie Irving. It's not the same thing. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean and RJ.
Let's see. All this just to cover up the Jimmy Johnson Ring of Honor talk. This gives team leverage. Let number 4 at the open market or next year. What's the going rate for a 10th-year, 32-year-old quarterback with 2 playoff wins? Lance's upside is higher than Rush. Lance, the 3rd overall pick, has hardly played. He could still be really, really good. You brought a quarterback in with high upside who's a better quarterback than the one you have on paper if you look at it from drafting scout's eye.
Yeah, well...
Okay, yeah, you're okay. They're talking about Dak. I get it.
Yeah, but, I mean, on paper because, yeah, he went top 3, but so what? Yeah, he probably has a better arm. He's probably a better athlete. He has no game reps. He has no experience, and he gets hurt. Talk about Dak getting hurt. That's been the book on Trey Lance early on. And John Lynch said, this is what he needs. He'll get practice reps. He's getting the same amount of practice reps here that he's getting in San Francisco. Right. He ain't getting no reps here.
No.
He's not getting any reps here more than he got in San Fran because he's behind Cooper Rush, at least for this year.
Is Dak worth $60 million in 2024 currently? Is he, let's see, love the trade, gave it the 4th round pick for the Niners playbook.
Yeah. That's what a lot of Tolos would say. Let's go ahead and just get that playbook. So hit us up throughout the entire show. We're absolutely loaded. We have a Rangers Section 133 giveaway during the Expressway. Darren Woodson will join us at 8 o'clock to talk about this move. We got a San Fran insider and Nick Eatman in the final hour of the show. Let's see if we're joined by our Cowboys insider for the roster decisions with star up, star down from the final preseason game. And when will our first QB fight happen for the Monday edition of Sean and RJ? Just getting started on the Fan.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
First and goal at the 3, only one wide receiver. Play fake to Lipke, bootleg to the right. Greer can keep it if he wants. Tucks, gets to the goal line, runs it in. Touchdown, Will Greer. Attaboy, Will.
Brad Sham with the call. Takes a lot of balls for you to fist pump right now.
Hump day.
Really does. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Mr. Cowboy Insider, all enthusiastic to start the show. He's going to grace us with his presence at 5:30. Bobby Belt finally makes it into the room. Welcome.
Hi. Yeah, I have a good excuse. I was gathering intel on Trey Lance. I had a meeting with Cowboys people this morning. It just kept me a little long. So that's what I was doing. I was doing work for the show.
Did you forget to change the alarm time?
No, I've got the alarm time on. Now here's where I screwed up. You can see it right here. It's the 4:20 a.m. one. And I shut it off. It went off. I shut it off. And I remember waking up to it. And then I put my head back down and fell right back asleep. So I didn't have two alarms. I had one. And the one went off. And then I got up. It was 5:27, 5:28. And I got up and screamed several expletives and woke up the youngest and Kristen. So
it's a bad running joke, Bob.
Yeah.
So the second alarm was not set. And you just woke up naturally.
Yeah. Thank God, because I would have missed 6 if I wouldn't have woken up.
Yeah, because you look like you could lay back down and go to sleep. So you must have. I mean, that was a fast drive.
Yeah, part of it was I was just staring at the ceiling. I went to sleep at like 12:30, and so that was the problem. I laid down at a decent hour. I laid down at like 10:30. I was just staring at the ceiling, thinking of all. I was really stressed about
tried
all
melatonin?
No, I can't. It when I've done it before, it knocks me out too long.
Edibles?
No.
Knocks you out too long.
Yes. But I was sitting there, I was laying in bed at 10:30, laying awake for 3 hours just thinking of all the fights we were going to have this morning, and it was stressing me out, and so.
How you're probably taking too much melatonin then if it's knocking you out too long. Like you could take it just.
You could take a half.
Take it.
I take 5 grams.
Take 3 milligrams.
Try it.
I don't remember how much
Give it a shot. You're probably taking 10, and you wake up with no muscle movement. Like you're like your body is just asleep.
All right, so Bobby is with us. Get all the cracks in and the insults. He dishes out so much of it, so you can dish it out to him.
Say stuff about my mom, whatever you want to do.
Truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. We talked about Trey Lance at 5:40, so let's knock out this game, roster decisions, and all the things that come along with it. Man, Will Greer was told before the game, yeah, you're not going to be here. What tough circumstances. And you said Dak Prescott was affected by it afterwards.
Yeah, he was cold towards us in post game, and we were all trying to figure it out at the time. You know, as soon as his media availability breaks, which I'm stunned, honestly, the Cowboys put him up there to talk after the game.
Well, he was the play caller.
He was, but Kellen Moore wouldn't normally stand up there and talk to us after the final preseason game. So it was a little. We were surprised that he stood up there to talk. We were all kind of sitting around going like, who are we even going to get in locker today? And so when he went to the wall, it was a mad dash. A lot of the photogs were in the press conference room shooting McCarthy because they didn't think there was going to be anything big in the locker. But Dak speaking in the locker room, he was cold was probably the best word, or chilly. Maybe not full on cold, but chilly. And we were trying to figure out, like, is this he's upset about Lance? Is this something else?
Upset for Greer?
It's mainly he was upset for Will Greer. And he referenced it a couple times. He would stop down and say, he said, I'm hurting for that guy over there. And he like pointed to the corner and he's like, that dude works his ass off. That's the guy you want in your locker room. Talked about, he said, I hope 31 other teams were taking notes tonight of what he was doing out there. I think it was special for them. They are very close. Will Greer and Dak Prescott are very close.
Really?
And yeah, Will was out in the
Dak pharmacist. I hope not.
Mm-hmm. Will was out in the Dak yard at the same time every rep this summer. And so they were working out. He's been at Dak's house. They're close. They're good friends. Will Greer was very emotional about it. So I think it was just, if there's one thing that locker room was a little maybe upset about with the Trey Lance trade, it's not getting Trey Lance. It's nothing else. There's one thing they're upset about. I think they all felt like we're all kind of put on display and exposed to displaying working through the emotions of a guy we're really close with, just got let go. Normally, cut down day happens on a Tuesday. We're not back in front of the media for 3 days. we're basically having to stand up here and process losing one of our friends in front of everyone.
Dak on Will Greer's performance that he helped through the headset.
As I said, man, just played his ass off. That's who Will is. That's who Will's been from the time that he's been here. And it was awesome that he got to go out there and put that performance on display. And hope the rest of the world, the rest of the league saw that and took notice.
What a game. 305 yards, 29 of 35 passing, 2 touchdown passes, 2 rushing touchdowns. Mike McCarthy said it was the best preseason performance of a quarterback he has been around since coaching Matt Hasselbeck in 1999. And Dak was on the headset for the offense, putting up 457 yards and 28 first downs. But you did have some Tolos, of course, coming in with some Will Grier regret. Like, oh, we really want to let him go now? Why is Trey Lance better than Will Grier? Why are we going to go ahead? Perfect Cowboys timing. Will Grier balls out. Now you're getting a bum who's already a bust as a draft pick. So there was some Will Grier remorse from the Tolos.
Well, I mean, look, he had a really good game. There's no, I mean, he had a really good game, and obviously, knowing what was going to happen going in, they called the plays to showcase him. They weren't going to go out there and just have, run the ball 38 times and go. No, they were going to showcase Will Grier.
Yeah.
And they did a good job of that. I mean, you could not have put him in a better position to succeed and to get a job today, tomorrow, whenever, than what happened over the weekend.
Which I will say, that's the cool aspect of this. The fact that Dak is calling the offense, and Dak is clearly very close with Will Grier and knows this is sort of a final audition for Will Grier. I'm sure Dak went in there going like, all right, we're gonna light it up.
Right.
And Dak said after the game, he said people were trying to go, hey, what about you calling plays? Put up 31. And he's like, they were showing us 3 coverages all night. We didn't just win the Super Bowl, guys. It was pretty easy to call against. But he knows they're running 3 coverages, and he's going, all right, we're going to draw this up a specific way for Will to have success and for Will to push the ball downfield and do different things. I did think it was funny, though, that we're hearing, oh, Dak's going to call plays. And then the very first play of the game, Will Grier checks out at the line of scrimmage.
Yes, that was hilarious. Now, let's talk about that for just a second. I had some Tolos not happy that Dak was doing this. Oh, we're about fun and games now? Oh, well, Mike McCarthy just has it so down pat that he can just pass along, the headset to someone else. We're out here doing stunts. Anyone have that thought go through their mind? As McCarthy does make it a consistent thing, every year in the final preseason game, he hands off these responsibilities to an assistant. I absolutely loved that he had Dak Prescott do this. To me, it's only beneficial.
Yeah, it allows Dak to understand the playbook more, the play calls more,
and get a sense and a feel. Maybe McCarthy goes, oh, maybe he has something.
Yeah.
Maybe Dak Prescott should, call more of these plays.
Yeah, this is what you should do. Like all starting quarterbacks, I think, should call the plays in the final preseason game.
I love it.
Just because I think all quarterbacks should call the game. I don't want to see the OC calling the game. I want to see the quarterback calling the plays. That's my preference. Like, the goal should be to groom your quarterback to the point where you just hand it over to them.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the discussion of should Dak get preseason reps in and things like that. This is probably McCarthy's view of this is him getting preseason reps in for the regular season because we want him to call the game at the line of scrimmage. Like, he's going to have it'll be a tighter play sheet, obviously. He'll have a few calls that he can go to, but pre-snap, he's going to be calling the game, and he's going to be trying to identify these things and go forward. So, in a way, this is him getting in the most important part. They want him to get polished before the regular season, which is calling plays, preparing the game, and that's what he's going to be asked to do a lot of once the regular season begins.
The other things I wrote down from this awful, awful event, Tom Brady out there talking a little smack, saying go ruin their night to Garoppolo and the Raiders coming out of the locker room. Schoonmaker with a touchdown. Brandon Aubrey, misses from 59. Then he makes 59. I wrote down Kelvin Joseph offside somehow.
Yeah, it was.
And then Mozzie, question mark. What else do we need to know, Bobby, before we get to the cuts?
So first off, on the Aubrey thing, the 59-yarder miss and the 59-yarder make. One, I love that they went for those 2 kicks. I'm glad we got to see that in game.
Yeah.
But I also love that on the miss, it was wide. Like, the fact that it was wide, it wasn't short. He banged it through, and this next one went through with enough leg. And so that's something that Broadus and I had talked about that we hadn't seen. I didn't feel like we were seeing like a booming leg out at camp when he was out there. Like, when he was missing, there were times he was missing short. And so I thought that had been a little bit of a concern of mine. So I actually feel better about the kicking situation today than I did on Tuesday, because I've seen him really, hit the ball now with good power. So that's a big positive. And yeah, you mentioned the Kelvin Joseph thing there, the offsides. I do not remember the last time a cornerback lined up offsides in the NFL. That's, to me, as bad as the Jalen Tolbert being lined up offsides in overtime against Green Bay.
I thought you were going to say Randy Gregory defensive
holding.
holding.
Stop it. Maybe worse. It might be worse. But, man, that's just an example of the type of, keep your head in the game, dude. Focus. Do not be distracted by this. One other note I will say, I do think there was a little bit of a message sent that Sam Williams had to play in this game. I think the Cowboys were saying everybody else was on ice. Sam Williams had to play. And I think that was them saying, just so you know, do not get too comfortable.
Yeah. Now, are you saying that Michael Gelkin is reporting something about Kelvin?
So Michael Gelkin, who doesn't just willy-nilly throw around takes about the roster and things like that, he will usually, if he's saying something, he's got a pretty good sense of what the thought process is. And he had said yesterday that it's a high likelihood that if Kelvin Joseph and Jabril Cox, two of their picks from the 2021 draft, he said it is a high likelihood that if they are not traded by Tuesday, they're cut. And so It sounds like more likely than not, those two are gone. In fact, he said before Josh Ball got hurt, Josh Ball had a hip injury. By the way, he's out for the next 2 months, it sounds like. He'll avoid surgery, but he'll need to be kept on the roster for a day if they want to IR him and then keep him for an extended period of time. But Josh Ball, Simi Fehoko, Quinton Bohanna, Israel Mukwamu, Matt Farniak, Kelvin Joseph, Jabril Cox. He said there was a potential all of those guys from the 21 class could be gone on cutdown day. He said Mukwamu was the most solid, but Farniak could go, Bohanna. In fact, he said Gallimore, it looks like, has edged out Bohanna. So if they decide they just want to run lighter at defensive tackle, Quinton Bohanna's probably out, according to Michael Gelkin. But he said there is a high likelihood that both Kelvin Joseph and Jabril Cox are cut on Tuesday.
Ooh, so there it is.
It's a big failure.
Yeah, big failure. Hey, Jabril went in what round?
Fourth, top of the fourth. And I mean, think about the other picks.
Could have been Trey Lance, man.
I mean,
Never know.
The other picks after that, I mean, Chauncey Golston. I was chatting with somebody on Saturday. They were like, what is Chauncey? Chauncey's been a disappointment. Chauncey Golston's been a disappointment. Nashawn Wright's not been healthy. And when he's been healthy, he's not been good.
Yeah.
That draft class has been a problem so far.
Inside the Star, part 1. Part 2 is coming up, along with an excruciating, a torturous Texas Rangers ending to their series in Minnesota, and we'll get Bobby's first thoughts on the Trey Lance deal after this.
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast. 1.2 million downloads and counting. Love of
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free today or call 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
1. Swing, and that one is hammered to center field, slicing away from Tavares. He turns and watches. That ball's out of here. Onto the grass beyond the center field wall. It's a grand slam for Royce Lewis. And just like that, a 5-0 Rangers lead is 5-4.
Jared Sandler with the call yesterday on your home for Rangers baseball. They blow a 5-0 lead. They lose in 13 to Minnesota. They have lost 9 of 10, and they have lost the lead in the American League West. The Mariners are up 1 on us and the armpit. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club here on DFW Sports Station, and this was water torture. That's what this was.
Awful. It was awful. The
Drip
game
by
was
drip.
awful. Yeah, the game was awful. Oh, they lost in all this is the fact that they blew the lead.
Yes.
We have completely forgot about that.
5-run lead.
By the time this game was over, 6.5 hours later, we had forgot, at least I had, that they had a 5-0 lead in this game.
Are you embarrassed?
Yeah, I am, Corey. Matter of fact, I am embarrassed. It's an embarrassing bullpen. The fact that, and I'll tell you, the most embarrassing thing is not even the Rangers in this game.
It isn't?
The fact that nobody in Major League Baseball has figured out extra innings yet. Like that can we just for a second understand how criminal it is to have a man on second with nobody out in the bottom of an inning after the other team didn't score and you not be able to get a run, not once, but twice. Like you inability just to advance. Neither team advanced a runner to third in the first 2 innings of extra innings. Like neither team.
Yeah.
What happened?
Got a rake.
What is going on here? Like
Bunts for wusses.
Listen, bunting is stupid. But if you are the home team and you hold them in the top of the inning, it's such an easy win. Just bunt the guy over and get him in.
Yeah.
Like what world are we in?
What year is this that Dallas Keuchel is pitching 5 shutout innings?
In relief,
and keeping you from scoring for 5 innings with his 81 mile per hour fastball or whatever the hell he throws. This is bad. I'm curious, Chop. We're talking about it on Saturday night at AT&T Stadium. We were all kind of huddled around watching the Rangers game, seeing if they were going to blow it. And we were going like, if this hits 10 games, like how does RJ Choppy feel knowing that he got engaged and they lose 10 straight games? Like, were you breathing a sigh of relief on Saturday night knowing, okay, they finally got one, finally got this out of the way. I can stay engaged.
Yeah, it was tough, man. I have to say, I haven't given it a single second of thought. I am a superstitious guy. I really, really am. But that never dawned on me.
The other things you were going off about this, I wrote down Montgomery too long, bunt, base running lineup, extra inning problem. I guess you covered the extra inning problem with the bunting, but Montgomery, base running.
Yeah, the base. Well, look, Ezekiel Duran should be sent down to high A ball. Okay, send him to high A ball.
Just don't send him to play third.
Yeah, they call it instructional league this time of year in the fall. They joke and they call it destructs because some people think it's actually bad for the players. He needs a base running clinic. The fact that he did not tag up, I mean, I don't know, what was it, 7th inning, whatever, didn't even tag up on the fly ball to left from second to third. That he clearly, and even if the ball drops that he tags and he just gets to third, you've got bases loaded with Seager up and nobody out. Like, you've got to get over there.
This has been such a bizarre run of streaks and just up and down in the second half of the season. Because they come right out of the gate, they win their first 2 series, sweep Cleveland, sweep Tampa. They go, 6-0 to start the second half. Then they go 2-7. Then they win, 12 out of 14. Now they're 1-9 in their last 10. It's just, there's no consistency right now with this lineup. The bullpen is consistently awful. Like just what it is, okay, Chapman looks great in the 8th inning, or, you've got Chris Stratton looks great in this certain situation or whatever else. But when it comes down to big moment, high leverage moments for this bullpen, it does not matter. Like, you can just roulette wheel, pick somebody. They're going to blow it, is what we've learned about this team this year.
And Aroldis is a total wild card.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
He comes across as a nut job.
Keyword wild.
Yeah, he's wild.
Right. Yeah.
Like, he was pissed off at Jonah yesterday too. Jonah called a timeout, and Aroldis was furious. You could tell he was like, turned his back, cussing to himself. Then he called Heim out to the mound, but he started off, don't let him off any hook. He started off with 6 straight walks, and then the balk, and then he gave up the single, and then another walk. After that, he's not anything close to lockdown.
No, he's not.
And I was hoping he would be. I wanted him in the ninth to close. Wrong so far.
Yeah, he's been wild all year. He's been wild for his career for the most part. I mean, he's had some times where he's been not as wild, but last few years, like his walks have been a little bit high. More high than you like. And I was initially like, maybe they kept Montgomery in there too long, but then I'm like, man, who are they going to go to?
No.
Well, what are you going to do? Because like they did, like he was clearly losing it. But then again, it's like the other side is like, yeah, where are they going to go? And you mentioned the lineup too. Like that was a lineup that was not. That's not a competitive lineup. When Robbie Grossman's hitting 5th, you're not putting a lineup together that you expect to win that game. That's a day game after a night game lineup. We're giving Adolis a day off. That's what that lineup was. We're giving guys days off because when you have Robbie Grossman, I mean, even Jonah Heim would have been better as a 5 hole. At least he got some power. Robbie, I mean, has he had a home run since April?
I think it was like the second game of the season, something like that. That was the last one, probably the one against the Phillies, when I was like, there he is, MVP Robbie Grossman, just like I told you guys. But what's interesting? I was just looking at this. This is obviously not the fault of Jonah Heim because there's a lot of problems with this team right now. But I was just curious. I was looking over some stuff after Jonah Heim didn't get the start on Saturday. He got benched in that game, and they win on Saturday. And so I just happened to look through the game log. In his last 15 games that he started and finished, or he's played the majority of the game, so not including the game where he got injured early, the Rangers are 2-13 in Jonah Heim's last 15 games he's played.
Wow. That is not good. And neither is losing the lead in the AL West. They're at the Mets, who's last place in the National League East. Houston against Boston. Oakland at Seattle, and you have some disappointment with the massholes, with the fans there.
Yeah.
I was surprised over this as well.
Mookie Betts went back to Fenway. Now remember, the Red Sox reportedly offered him a 10-year, $300 million deal. 10 for $300. Not chump change. He winds up signing. He demands a trade. He wants out. He wants out. He had no intention of ever re-signing there. 10 for $300. He winds up signing a 12 for $365, which is basically the same thing. It's 10 for $300, essentially. So, with LA. And the Red Sox fans. Supposed to be a hardcore fan base.
Yes.
What did they do when Mookie comes back? Were they booing? No, they were mooing. Moo. Boston, Simp City right there.
I was pretty stunned.
This guy left you. He didn't want you. He didn't want to be in your city and play for your team. And you're going to cheer that? Soft. With a W.
There's clearly more cheering and some mook in there, but there's got to be at least a smattering of those were indeed boos.
I was just about to say, do we have the expert ear to tell the difference between moo and boo?
No, because this doesn't help my argument if those are boos. Okay, so I'm not going to allow that.
You have to see if they were standing up. They did give him love. I was watching it. They did give him love.
I mean, it's just another weird return this week of love given. Did you see Justin Verlander getting showered with praise pitching in Detroit this weekend?
No.
Where it's like, you've been gone for a long time. You've come back several times. Why is this like a reunion? I mean, I know it's a reunion. You just went back to Houston. But this is weird. But yeah, Mookie, it's Boston sports fans. It's not what they once were.
All right, Bobby, let's get into it. The Cowboys trade a 4th-round pick for Trey Lance, making the deal with San Fran. Your initial thoughts, Cowboy Insider?
My initial thoughts when it happened were I was massively confused and didn't have any. Because it was just, when you get information like that and it breaks like that, and there's no inkling that they could make the move. I had not even thought of the possibility of them trading for Trey Lance, to be honest. And that's not to say that it wasn't brought up to me, Sean Sharif. I haven't even told you this off the air yet. But because
we did not talk about this last week. Normally you throw it out there like, hey, should the Cowboys throw out a fourth? Should they try to go get Trey Lance?
And someone usually, like I get tip-offs all the time about from people who are just, random listeners or whatever else that say, hey, I saw this guy in the barbershop doing this. And Sean, if you'll walk around the setup here, I'm going to hand you my phone.
Oh, great.
Without saying the name here. There was a blogger who, when did this trade happen? Friday?
Blog.
Thursday at
Nerd.
11:50 a.m. I got that. And I saw it at the time. And you can read the text.
This is from Jesse. Bobby, true that Dallas is in on T. Lance? ? On Thursday.
And I immediately searched Twitter to look, are there people saying, because this has got to be just a fan-sided blog or something like that has said this.
Next time you could have thrown me the phone.
And somebody, because I didn't want to break it. I didn't want to break it. Theater of the mind,
Trust
Sean.
my hands.
Okay, theater of the mind. Anyway, I immediately searched Twitter and I was like, there's nobody talking about Trey Lance to Dallas. So I had assumed, okay, this guy heard it as a rumor and he was trying to see like, hey, is this true? I heard this rumor. Ignored it, didn't think anything of it. I'm in the bathroom shaving on Friday night and my phone's off. I just go in there when I'm done and I pick up my phone and it vibrates like I have missed notifications and I hit it and it says 8 missed texts and 5 missed calls. And I hadn't had my phone for 10 minutes. And so I thought, okay, great. Kristen's pissed about something. She's not here and I'm getting yelled at. And then I saw the news and it was just tough processing to try and figure out, okay, what's the angle here? Here's the thought after talking to several people. This is partly about they liked his skill set a lot. And
even though they had him as a second round grade, look at the difference in judgment with San Fran picking him 3 and the Cowboys had him as a second rounder.
Yeah. And look, a lot of times they've told you before they have, maybe 16, 17 first round grades. I think 21 was a year where they told us they had 16 or 17. So if that's the case, that means if he's at the very top of the second round, he was a top 20 player to them and he plays the quarterback position. There's a lot of unknown with him. So for them, I think they feel like we haven't seen him do it at the NFL level yet. So we're just going to trust our evaluation. We're going to trust our pre-draft evaluation. We think highly of him. We will give up what we think is going to be a back end of the 4th rounder, essentially a comp pick in the 4th or an early 5th rounder is how they're going to think of it. And it's for a lotto ticket. It's for insurance where they can say, look, we've needed quarterback help for a little while now. We had to tap into our quarterback depth the last several years Dak's been here. We need to have this here. But another part of this is leverage. This is the Cowboys. Joel Corey came on here with us a couple weeks ago, you remember, and he said, Dak has the Cowboys. There's nothing the Cowboys can do. His cap number's huge. What is it? This is at least, they say, look, this is somebody we've evaluated really highly. This is 3rd overall pick from a couple years ago. If you're going to try and hold us by the throat here, we've got another option. It's not necessarily one that's better than you or that we like better, but we're not just sitting here with Cooper Rush, where we are sitting here with somebody who has top of the level talent.
Well, that's laughable leverage. And Dak and his agent shouldn't lose a half a wink up. Shouldn't lose Bobby's sleep this morning on it. That's a joke. And it might be, I don't even think it's so funny. It's so hysterical. It's not even insulting. If they try to use that against them, it'd be hilarious.
They're not going to use it against him because they're not going to pick up his option.
No, but here's the thing. It doesn't seem like the Cowboys are going into negotiations right now. So what they're doing is Trey Lance will have an opportunity to sit here, practice. They can start leaking things if they like about, boy, Trey Lance looking really good at practice.
Oh, yeah, in the 3 throws that he gets.
But San Fran did that. Remember? The Trey Lance throw.
Oh,
Trey Lance off season.
He's going to simulate all the mobile quarterbacks. Every week they're playing Jalen Hurts, Trey Lance. That's when you might hear some chatter. Oh, when he simulated Jalen Hurts this week, he looks so good in practice.
All right, let's continue this. Your thoughts as part of the 6 a.m. club and the voice of the Cowboys versus a member of the G-Bag Nation. The audio that may be a little uncomfortable next.
But we get you over to
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Hurry into Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine for once-a-year Labor Day savings. Over 400 Silverados with their best offers of the year. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not miss your chance to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Trey Lance total review so far in the first hour of the show. Would you say overwhelmingly positive?
Yes. Oh, no. Yeah. I have not seen many people who dislike this. Now, some are saying that you can't pay Dak $50 million when you've got Trey Lance. Well, okay. No. That's not the case.
Yeah, of course you can, and they will.
What?
They will pay Dak Prescott $50 million.
Right, because Trey Lance is not leverage.
No.
Yeah, if you want to have leverage against Dak, you could. They have it. They have it already.
Is there a difference between leverage and insurance for you? Like insurance and negotiations versus leverage. Like, is there a difference between here's an insurance policy we have versus here's a leverage point we can bring up in the negotiation talks? Because I think some people
he's
maybe
not insurance either.
I think that he's at least
he's not insurance in the sense that they'll say.
Let me say this to be very clear. Only in this city, on the home of the Cowboys, we hype up a third quarterback this much. He is a 3. He is not going to touch the field this year. He's not going to beat out Cooper Rush unless they get wiped out injury-wise. He's a third quarterback who right now is an absolute bust. And Kyle Shanahan, maybe the best offensive mind in the NFL who can win with anyone, couldn't get him to beat out Sam Darnold. So the likelihood of Mike McCarthy and Brian Schottenheimer doing it, common sense would tell you that's not going to happen.
That may have been more fit, though, I think, with Darnold.
He's a worse fit here. Trey Lance is a worse fit here for this offense than in San Francisco.
Right, but I think this team, I think McCarthy is more willing to change his scheme to fit the quarterback than Shanahan is. Shanahan's too arrogant to do that. He's too arrogant. My scheme is my scheme, and we're not changing our scheme for anybody.
I will say, Sean, to your point, Kyle Shanahan's an offensive genius, but isn't Shanahan's not a quarterback guru. That's not the thought with him, right? It's more just he has a system and a scheme that offenses fit well into, and generally what he wants is, hey, I want accuracy, I want this. We've talked about it several times.
His success has come with pure drop-back passers. Matt Schaub, Cousins, Matt Ryan, Garoppolo, Purdy. The exception is RG3.
So it puts him in a little bit of it puts Trey Lance in a little bit of a box, or it requires Kyle Shanahan to start adjusting things about his system that are really strong.
And he's too much of an egomaniac to do that.
But even when he did, it's then a learning process, right? Trey Lance, part of what was, Brian read his scouting report last night when we were doing Love the Star on Trey Lance. And he had said that when he watched him, there were some Dak Prescott-like traits to Trey Lance when he saw him. And he said one of the big pluses for him when he was coming out was how well he threw on the run, moving outside the pocket, throwing, challenging the defense that way. That's not what he was going to be doing in San Francisco. So I will just say that he's 2 seasons. He's played 2 seasons. He's still 23 years old. This is somebody that the league evaluated as a top 10 pick a couple years ago. I think it's at least a wild card that's of greater concern than saying Cooper Rush is your insurance.
Yeah, well, Cooper Rush has no upside. Cooper Rush is no threat to Dak. And Trey Lance not a threat to Dak either, but Trey Lance still could be a really good player.
It is nothing that will affect Dak's negotiation. 0.
Right. Dak's play on the field.
Not 2%.
Dak's ability to win a playoff game will affect his
Nothing will affect it. Nothing will cause a hesitation. 0. Not 1%. It's 0. And you'll see, because you can't say it with a straight face. Jerry and Steven can't say with a straight face over the phone to Dak or his agent, well, we did just make a deal for Lance. Go ahead. Be my guest.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Be my guest and watch what happens.
Yeah, I'm not saying
insurance. I like that word.
It's not a legitimate. It's not a legitimate. You can argue whether this is a legitimate leverage point or not. A lot of the fans would say no. Most of them say you're saying no. I understand that. That doesn't necessarily change the fact that for the Cowboys in their mind, they view it as something they can use. And even if it's just a modicum of it, there is something, if they were to, in a negotiation, there is something more significant to, if they were to walk in back and go, look, we got Cooper Rush here. the guy that nobody else wanted to sign this offseason and that we paid $3 million to even after going 4-1 for America's team. Like, that wasn't enough to drum up any interest. There's more validity to then saying, we do have the guy that went 3rd overall 2 years ago.
Sure.
And so, yeah. I mean, whether or not it's a strong talking point or not, it carries more power there. Now, look, like you guys said, he could never see the field. He could be a chip. Steven said it outright in the hall after. And Peyton, I don't know if I don't know if you've got the cut specifically there, but Peyton or Stephen Jones said it in the hallway where he said sometimes these things work out in a way where he's just really good and somebody else in the league values him and will give you a whole bunch for him. And so Steven was already talking about the possibility of trading Trey Lance on Saturday night, like bringing up that could happen.
All right. So on Saturday on the Dallas Cowboys radio network,
well,
Choppy, this argument is for you.
All right.
You have Brad Sham versus Eric Chiafalo.
I support all Italians, so I'm already biased here.
Yes, even though
he's a fake Italian.
And he put ice cubes in his red wine at my house. Analytics was the topic. Chiafalo leaning towards RJ Choppy's side. Brad Sham, not.
Brad, happy game day, my friend.
Thank you very much. I am most intrigued of everything I've heard today. About 2.5 hours ago, your comment that you were really geeked about all the new analytics people the Cowboys have.
Yes, sir.
And that you're fired up about that, and there are some really solid logistics selections. Did I quote you correctly?
I think you nailed it. I think you absolutely nailed it.
Why are you excited about that?
Well, in the G-Bag Nation, I'm at least the one guy. Numbers. I'm the one guy who likes the advanced metrics. I appreciate, obviously, the eye in the sky don't lie, with Krusty always keeping me accountable. But I like to give the other perspective on it. And so, I mean, I thought that was a pretty big situation this offseason where it feels like, Brad, they revamped the analytics department.
Well, you got to be on the airplane sometime. They take up about 2 full sections.
These calculators.
I don't know. No, just the people. There's so many. I don't know what the hell they're doing. and I do think there's a great place for all that analytical study during the week.
Yep.
But I would hate to think that Mike McCarthy's going to be standing down there getting ready to call a play, waiting for someone to tell him the analytic benefit of running versus passing. People are playing the game.
Right.
You, the likes of you're trying to baseballize football. Settle down. It's human beings.
No, for sure. It's human beings.
Stop it right there. That's round 1. Uh-oh.
I don't want to say something that's going to, you know what, screw it.
It's too late for that.
More information.
After training camp.
More information is good. More information is good. If I was on the sideline here and the previous play just finished and you had 40 seconds to figure out your next play, and I told the head coach that a pass in this situation historically has a 60% success rate and a run has a 44% success rate, you would be operating under malpractice to not at least allow that information to influence or use it to make your more informed decision on the next play call. And if you don't think that that is valuable information, you don't belong anywhere near a football team, including in a booth.
Whoa. Now Brad's counter is, that's all fine during the course of the prep and the build up. But look,
that's part of the prep, right? That's
but during the games, I mean, the rate they get analytical feedback, 4th down and distance. Mm-hmm. You need to have those things unless you're some math genius in the moment, which most of us are not.
John Park, the new analytics director, at least during the preseason, he's had a headset on. And I've seen he's been in the booth with Dan Quinn. So he's in the coach's booth. He has a headset. That is a change from Tom Robinson, who was their previous analytics director. He was never in the booth with a headset.
All right, let's go. Part 2, Chiafalo and Sham.
It's human beings.
No, for sure. It's human beings, but you want all the information you can get.
Beforehand.
Right? Beforehand.
Right.
Okay, so you want everything beforehand, but in real time when things are happening, if there's new information, you don't want it?
What new information are we going to get during the game?
Well, I think in real time they might say, "Hey, Mike, you didn't know before the game you were going to be in this situation,
if
so
the
I'd
head
like to let you know
coach
right
and the
now."
play caller doesn't anticipate every possibility of a down and distance and score situation, then I'm not sure he's earning his money.
Well, last week, one of your favorite things is last week has never met this week. So how can you really know exactly what you're heading into until it happens? You don't know what time, score, timeouts, who's injured, who's not.
But you want to help me?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I was just going to talk to you about the Scouts game. That's what I was going to talk about.
Okay, this is another subject. We'll do this another time.
All right, I look forward to it.
He sat on that for 2.5 hours. Hey, 2.5 hours ago, I heard you say this. Let's talk.
Good job by Chiafalo standing up for it. Sometimes the crusties, I don't know how Broadus is all the time on G-Bag, but it's very hard. I tell myself this all the time. I'm like, what am I going to hang on to as I get older? And I'm just not going to evolve. And I'm not going to say, this is a good evolution. I ask myself that sometimes, but good job by Chiafalo standing in there. Brad, try to make it a tag team.
Yeah, look, it's not, and that's the thing, like, when someone uses analytics and it doesn't work, they say, well, see, the analytics was wrong. But, it wasn't, because if I say that this play call works 60% of the time, that's still 40% that it's not going to work. Yeah. You're just saying that, 60%, if I were to run this play 100 times, that it works 60, versus if I run the other play 100 times and it works 45, like, or whatever the number is. You're just, in each individual instance, it could completely fail. That doesn't mean it was the wrong thing to do. And this is just old people being old people. And, the only time old people ever seem to, never mind. I'm not, okay, like, we've got old people running. I mean, look at the damn debate last week. They were all 75 years old.
Did the Cowboys disrespect Dak Prescott by not telling him about the Trey Lance deal and a Rangers Section 133 ticket giveaway, if y'all still want them, next?
But let's get you some.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Chapman with the 2-2 pinch. And that's lined into center. It's a base hit. Taylor hits the bag at third. Leone up with it, but no throw home. Taylor scores. Donovan Solano with the RBI single to tie this game at 5.
5-0, gone. Just like that, they ultimately lose their 9th out of 10 games. Minnesota wins 7-6, and the Rangers, along with the Astros, are looking up. First time all season long. 1 game back of the Seattle Mariners. That was Hicksy with the call right here on 105.3 The Fan.
No one's dying.
Yeah, that's exactly what Jason Kidd would say. A perfect drop, as the bullpen was disastrous for a 4-hour and 10-minute game.
Yeah, disastrous is the right way to put it. 4-hour and 10-minute is a disaster in its own. I will lament and I will continue to just be beside myself on teams' inability to score runs in extra innings or even advance a runner. I don't know what the hell Joey Gallo was doing for Minnesota.
Holy crap.
I mean, my goodness, Joe. I know what he was doing. He learned base running from the same person who taught Ezekiel Duran how to run bases. Okay, here with the Rangers. I mean, Ezekiel Duran, was a horrible no tag. What was the 7th inning? Horrible no tag on that play. You have to get to third base. At the very least, even if you go to tag and the ball drops and you just get to third, base is juiced, Seager's up, nobody out. Okay, yeah, I'll take that any day of the week.
9-18 in 1-run games now, 2-6 in extra innings for the Rangers this year. That's been a huge problem for them. And you're going to lose these close when we talk about, the sustainability of losing these 1-run games. And, how does this happen? How does something like this occur? Is it fluky? It doesn't feel fluky with this team given the back end of the bullpen problems they have. Yeah, if you're up by a run and your closer blows that save and loses the game, you're probably going to lose by a run.
Let me spin this a tiny bit.
Oh, boy, here we go. Put those glasses on.
You got 30 games left. At least this is not happening with 20, 15, or 10 left. Get this out of your system. Have all these topics and have all the world is ending discussions right now. Better than with 10 games left, because it can't get worse. It can't get worse, I don't believe.
Hold my beer.
It can only get better. Nathan Eovaldi, where's Eovaldi? Nathan Eovaldi is supposed to be throwing a bullpen session tomorrow, but I'm waiting. To see him back out there on the mound. It cannot get worse, and that means that it will get better, and you got 30 games left.
Yeah, and initially I was a little bit, I thought they left Montgomery in a little bit too long. He was clearly showing signs that he was losing it. Hindsight, they don't got a damn person to go to.
Yeah, you don't need hindsight. Foresight is, what are you going to replace him with?
I mean, look, if your guy's cooked, he's cooked, right? If he lost it, it looked like he lost it. But I mean, what was it? 2 pitches later?
Yeah,
tie game? Or not tie game, but a granny?
Yeah, this has been, I mean, they've tried. They've tried solutions here. They made the deal for Chapman. They made the deal for Stratton. They, worked on Leclerc. They, started the year with Leclerc, moved Smith in, have recently tried, it seems like, to put Chapman in there. They're trying every combination they can. They just can't do anything about it. And when you look back at, what was it? It was 39 days ago. Seattle was 10 games back. And they are a game up on you now in the AL West. And in that time, you've had a 10-game or 8-game winning streak, won 12 out of 14. This is bad.
So that's improvement.
That's true, man. You did. They were 39 days ago. They were 10 out. You still won 12 of 14, and they still caught you.
5:30 pregame, first pitch, 6 o'clock in New York against Scherzer's former team.
And the Mets are not they're not good, but I mean they're like Minnesota. They could easily go and beat you 2 out of 3. It's gonna be tough, They're not a great team, but who are the Rangers? Who do you really feel good about them beating right now? Oakland.
Man, they've lost 3 to Oakland this year, so I don't know.
Rangers ticket giveaway, section 133 during the Expressway. That is coming up when we go commercial free from 7:20 on. And then Darren Woodson will join us at 8 this morning to talk about the Dallas Cowboys upcoming season and their brand new quarterback, Trey Lance, for a 4th-round selection. And, of course, this news took over as San Francisco said, no, we're done. We're not going to do this anymore. And Trey Lance, the former number 3 pick who the Cowboys had graded as a 2nd-rounder, is now going to be backing up Cooper Rush.
Yeah, and I think that's the loss in all this is that you could have 2 teams whose evaluation is so grossly different pre-draft. A 2nd-rounder versus the 3rd overall pick. Now, granted, you don't get picked necessarily where they're graded.
I was about to say, do not underestimate a team window dressing their board. San Francisco could have had Trey Lance as a mid-first rounder or something like that, and they could have potentially taken him.
Sure. I still like the move. I think the move is very, very smart. Love the process of it, of just buying low, which this is low risk, high reward. I mean, we know nothing about him.
Right.
He's never played hardly, and when he has, he's gotten hurt.
Mike McCarthy on the move.
Well, I just think like all these decisions, there's history, there's evaluation, and there's value that you place on it, and all the feedback was extremely positive. So, and then also when you do get in these spots, especially for a player as young as he is, I think it's important to trust your grades, trust your evaluation process.
So there's McCarthy, who Jerry said was not told until after the move was done. Let's get the San Fran perspective with John Lynch on 49ers TV.
Yeah, really hard day. Such a wonderful young man. We took a shot and it didn't work out. We own that. We take accountability for it. But I think, as I think you guys do, his story is still very much unwritten. And I'm excited for Trey. Dallas stepped up and really wanted him, and they came after him, and I think it's going to be a great landing spot for him. I could tell everybody it wasn't for lack of effort on Trey's part or on our part that it didn't work. Circumstances took hold, and he struggled through injuries, and this team's ready to win. And we like our quarterback room. We like Brock Purdy a lot. We like Sam Darnold, and we like Brandon Allen. So we wish Trey all the best in Dallas, and we'll always care about that young man and admire his work ethic and the person that he is.
848 days, Choppy. That has been the NFL career. 848. He played in the 2nd fewest games, 8, and had the 3rd fewest pass attempts and 4th fewest passing yards among quarterbacks taken in the top 5 during the Common Era. Since 1967, through their first 2 seasons, again, 3rd fewest pass attempts, 4th fewest passing yards, and 132 in-game passes over 3 seasons.
Wow.
132. That is it. Since high school, Trey Lance has thrown 420 competitive passes.
Yeah, I mean, he's been injured. It's the easiest way to put it.
Yes.
He's not played. Nobody has really seen anything from. This has only been a projection. And, look, he could still hit. He could still be really good. But this is the problem that teams are running into when they evaluate quarterbacks. Teams are still evaluating quarterbacks with size, arm strength, all that stuff. The only thing that matters is decision making. You could throw, I don't care if a quarterback spins the ball well. I don't care if he throws ducks. Is he on time with his throws and they go to the right spot? Does he make the right read? That's the important thing. And it's really hard to figure out if a guy does that when he doesn't play. And he hasn't played.
Jerry Jones was asked if, and this was the fight on our group text yesterday, did you tell Dak or anybody else?
No. We didn't tell anybody until we did it, period. There was nobody that knew it. We told Mike after we'd done it. But my point is, we just wanted to get it done.
Yeah. So that caused a little spark and debate with Bobby not happy that his guy was not told. I'm more happy that if it's true, McCarthy wasn't told. That's what I'm unhappy about.
Oh, yeah, unhappy. Yeah.
Unhappy about it.
Oh, yeah, I don't care if
Are you kidding me?
Told. It's a courtesy. It's not an expectation.
Yeah.
They don't have to tell you. If maybe they thought.
And the deal was right there in the moment. The way that they're telling it, the phone call happened, and they didn't want to let him off the phone.
Right.
So what am I supposed to put you on hold and text or call Dak Prescott or somebody else? No. He doesn't earn that right to be told about the number 3 quarterback. He doesn't need to be told about the number 3 quarterback. And Dak, who was pretty disappointed afterwards that his really good friend Will Grier was basically being let go, he was asked if he expected a heads up.
I mean, I can't say that I necessarily expected it, no. I understand that as business. I understand that they're probably on a timeline. They need to get something done. And as I said, he felt like that strengthened his team. And, as I said, we're ready to welcome him. And, I mean, what is this? We knowing the strength of the quarterback room that we have, honestly, right now, I mean, my heart and my mind's with Will. And so it's a tough situation, honestly. Love that guy to death over there. Plays his ass off, comes in, prepares the right way each and every day. And I mean, as I said, we're gonna welcome Trey, and that's what you do for a teammate. I mean, we're excited. I'm excited. I'm always there to help somebody, help a teammate. Very selfless person, so that's not going to change by any means. But my heart's with that guy over there right now.
Look, I mean, it would have been nice if they told him, sure, but they didn't have to. And look, maybe they were worried. Were they worried about his psyche? No, I don't think so.
I just don't think. I think they were on the phone.
They were on the phone,
getting the deal done in the moment.
And if this bothers, like, if getting Trey Lance in here screws with Dak, then Dak ain't the guy. If he can't play because of this, then he ain't the guy. Like, it's very, very simple.
It'd be one thing if it was like a really good number 2. You know, if you're trading for Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, okay, that's different. Even if it's a wide receiver, like a starting wide receiver.
Yeah.
That to me is more important.
I agree.
This, this is like, Bobby had said, well, what if when he came on the show, they didn't tell us about it? When Bobby joined the show. It's completely different.
Completely different.
This is as if
this is a no offense. This is getting a board operator
for the G-Bag Nation. Not for us.
Right.
It's not for us.
Yeah, they don't consult us with who's running the fan cam. That's what Trey Lance is.
Sorry, Ryan, you're very important.
So, Ryan, I give you props. I give you props, but that station analogy, it does not work.
No, they'll tell us 2 days after Ryan decides he wants to leave and do something else. They'll tell us 2 days later.
Yes.
If they tell us at all.
Well, we were anticipating a Bobby argument, but apparently he's got to do work for other radio stations instead of this one all the time. So he shows up late and doing phone calls with other stations downstairs. So that's where we are. I think we're all excited about the story and intrigued by the upside.
It's great. It's not going to manifest itself on the field, I don't believe. And if it does, that means Dak got hurt. This is not leverage, it's insurance. Sure, I'll buy the insurance argument. It's not leverage, though. Like, they're not going to be able to leverage Dak here. The leverage for Dak is, whether or not they think Dak is the guy or not. Like, that's the leverage for Dak. This is I like Bobby said, this is insurance.
In a minute, Bobby, Dak not being told. Explain our text message battles yesterday.
So I just think it's courtesy to go ahead and tell the guy, but less than courtesy, give him a heads up. The guy who's going to have to take all these questions about is Dak Prescott. He is going to take more questions than anybody else. It's not your normal third quarterback acquisition. Arizona did not hold a press conference before their last game, an impromptu press conference with ownership to talk about trading for Josh Dobbs. Like, this is a more significant thing. Dak is the one who's going to have to take all the outside noise from it. Whenever they talk about block out the noise, you've created a lot more noise for him now. And so I think it's nice to tell him before the deal goes through.
Can you buy that they were on the phone? The way Jerry is spinning it is the phone call was made and we did not want to hang the phone up. So obviously you're not going to tell people. Well, you should feel more worked up over McCarthy not being told.
I think both are silly. Now look, I understand if they're crunched for time, that's one thing. But I will say, when was this deal finalized? Friday night? So I did get that message Thursday morning saying, were they in on him? So that sounds like it was quicker, or it lasted longer than 30 minutes where you didn't have time. And my bigger issue is, once the deal was done, why had 24 hours passed and you still hadn't talked to your quarterback? Because as of Saturday night, Jerry said he hadn't talked to him.
Best and worst of the weekend. Tell us what y'all did. 877-881-1053. 881-1053. We have to talk about RJ's fiance getting ripped off. We have Peyton's tongue, and we got pool parties as well, plus a fantasy draft already gone wrong, plus a Rangers ticket giveaway, Expressway, commercial free, right after this.
Let's get you over to
The Rangers and New York Mets begin a 3-game series tonight at Citi Field. Hi, everybody. This is Matt Hicks inviting you to join Jared Sandler, Mike Peasley, and me. Our coverage of tonight's game gets underway at 5:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
What'd y'all get into? Hit us up. 877-881-1053. Best and worst of the weekend. Every Monday here with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got Bobby Belt, Peyton, and Ryan in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We are commercial free from right now for the next 40 minutes. Darren Woodson at 8 o'clock this morning and a Rangers ticket giveaway to sit in section 133 with the Fan and the Fan take over in right field. That is all coming up, but you're 0 for 1 already with one of your fantasy drafts?
Yeah, I had a draft over the weekend, and it was my big league, the big league, right? This is one that always does the cool punishments and such.
And like the contest to see your draft order.
Yeah, so we had a poker game.
Okay.
All right. We've done archery, we've done adult sandboxing, we've done football, whatever. We did batting cages, top golf, all that stuff.
Axe
throwing, yeah. This was a poker game, and it got down to the final 3. I was in it, and we had kept going around, and we were all about even. We said, let's just chop the pot up. So we each took home we each won money, and then
this is a legal game. Sounds like.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no
Totally
house
above
rake.
board.
There's no house rake. So we each won $200.
If there's no house rake, you can play poker.
You can play poker, yeah. There's no house. If the house doesn't keep money,
right,
then you can play. Yeah, you can. So what we did was then we just flipped cards over. High card gets their choice of pick, then the next high card gets their choice of pick. So I got third in that one. All right.
This is a keeper league.
Keeper league. So the guy who won said he wanted the 12th pick. Then the next guy said I wanted the first pick, and then I had it, and I picked second. So I decided to get the second pick. My keeper was Jamar Chase in the second round. So, McCaffrey was a lot of guys were already gone. Jefferson was available. I had Jefferson and Chase last year.
Oh.
On my team. Jefferson went first, so I took Kelsey with the second pick. But this year, we're not doing a kicker. No kicker. You get an extra flex play. So, in the third round, I took George Kittle. So, I got Kelsey and Kittle. I'm going to start them both every game.
Wow.
Man, got the best tight end in the NFL.
Kelsey, Chase, Kittle. And from there, way downhill.
Really?
Oh, so bad.
I swear, if you tell me you drafted Dak Prescott and you're talking about you going downhill, I'm going to lose my mind, Chop.
No, I did not draft Dak Prescott.
He's out on Dak. He finally came around.
No.
That's what I mean. For him to say it went downhill, I had to take Dak Prescott of all people.
He wouldn't even draft him. Didn't matter how dire the circumstances were.
No, I did not.
That was old Mike, round and pound, coming in here. Brian Schottenheimer.
Yeah, I didn't draft Dak. I have Justin Herbert as my quarterback. I got Jahmyr Gibbs, Miles Sanders, Tyler Lockett, Brandon Cooks, Stafford's my backup. I mean, it's I got Jalen Hyatt. I got him. Make sure I got him.
So this is about to be retirement for you.
This is it. I'm done. I'm done with fantasy football after this year. It's my last year that I'm in. I'm going to do the fan league, Carter's little cute thing. I'm going to go out with the number 1 pick in the draft. And I think, when you get the number 1 pick in the draft, you've earned it. That's what Peyton Manning always said. You get the number 1 pick, you really earned the number 1 pick.
You didn't even know the league was going on. I was so upset.
It's time for you to get kicked out, I think. You're terrible. And
I'm a really good drafter, and then I'm done.
You thought you got left out. You didn't even check your email. You tried to blame people, but you tried to get on Carter. It's time for you to get replaced, I think. Time for one of the young bucks.
What if you let
time has come.
What if you let me be your GM?
So I think what I'm going to do is.
Are you allowed to do that?
If I'm not winning the money or anything else, I can pick his players and do stuff like that.
How about I draft and you just run the league the rest of the year, and we'll split the winnings.
That sounds like so much. Well, I can't have the winnings. Can't
NFL Network.
But
NFL Network.
Yeah.
So what's the punishment?
This year, I think the punishment is for me, if I get it, is that one of the guys is a dentist. And if I lose, he's going to come in the show. He's going to shoot me up with Novocaine. I'll do the show with Novocaine.
Goodness.
Please get last.
That would be amazing. That would be incredible.
Are they allowed to just do that?
No.
Are dentists allowed to just come in and give you their Novocaine?
Absolutely not. So we're not going to tell them.
What's the Seinfeld dentist?
It was Oh no, that was the Velvet Fog. It was Mel Torme when Kramer was doing.
No, the guy who was converted to Judaism for the jokes.
It was
Heisenberg.
Watley, Tim Watley.
Tim Watley, yes, not Heisenberg.
I think that's his name.
Wrong one. Oh, so 0 for 1. The fantasy football retirement of RJ Choppy sounds like it is on the horizon.
Yeah, the horizon. Yeah, look, I mean, it's a keeper league, so a lot of guys. I have to go back and remember, like literally, Kelsey was the best available player by a lot.
Yeah,
it was either take him or like the 11th ranked player in the draft at number 2, and Kelsey was so high. So,
any trends that you can pass along to the other Tolos before we all have our drafts? And the station one as well.
You know, quarterbacks went really, really high.
Running back, did you see the running back fall off?
Plummet. The amount now, like there's not a lot of great running backs anyway.
Right.
Like Bijan, I think went. He was like the 5th or 6th overall player taken. That wasn't a keeper.
Damn right.
You know, so like, and I think he was rated as like the 8th best player anyway.
And then got to give a little warning in case this scam comes for you. Got a little public service announcement.
Yeah, so
public shopping announcement.
When I was on vacation, I got a phone call from my credit card company that says, "Hey, your credit card's been compromised. Did you make this purchase, this one, this?" I'm like, "No, I didn't." So now I've got to change all my accounts, right? Well, over the weekend, and this was our own fault. We wake up on Sunday, and Sarah's on her phone, and she's looking, and she goes, "Ooh, look at this! You get Vans, the shoes at Dick's for like 75% off." And I was like, "Well, all right, let's do it." We're looking at them. I'm like, "Ooh, I like those. I like
75 off.
Yeah, they were like $18.
Heck of a deal.
$17.85 or whatever. So she's like, "We're gonna do it," and she's like, "Here, she puts her credit card information in, sends it, immediately scam, and she had to cancel her credit card.
Oh,
she had to cancel it, and now she gotta get a new one.
Yeah,
scam. She scammed it. Some they're fake. They're fake shoes like Hong Kong or something like that. Wasn't coming from Dick's and Keller, or it's coming from Dick's in Hong Kong.
She bought the Maury's.
Kristen's got to get a new credit card too because I lost hers Thursday, I think. I was like, "Hey, give me your credit card. I need it real quick." So I was like putting it in because she pays for everything, of course. So I had to get her credit card, and I was putting it in, and I thought I just literally dropped her card on the bed, which is dumb in the first place. But now she's like, "I can't find the card in her room. I can't find it in my wallet. You've lost my credit card now." So that's on me. We're gonna have to go through that.
I thought it was
Daddy does work, and you just do housework.
Not well enough if she hasn't found the card.
Wow. Is Dick's the retail store you sent? What was going on there?
Yeah. So they're blaming, and it's not so much of a blame. I mean, it is what it is, but they've seen their profit drop 25% despite a 3% increase in sales. And they're blaming organized retail crime. If you've seen like
organized retail crime,
have you seen people like, because and Hagelin's talked about this, like they're not allowed to go after you anymore. Like loss prevention isn't allowed to try to stop you.
Right,
people are just going in, shoplifting, and leaving. And most states have a prosecutorial law of like under a certain amount of money, they don't even bother going after you. So it's a free for all.
Unethical life hack.
You need North Face. Yeah.
That's it.
Find somewhere where loss prevention doesn't stop you.
Right, and then just go in there, take your North Face jacket or whatever, and then leave. But then you got to find a way to get those things off, those ink blot.
Yeah. And then Bobby, somewhat of a station outing on Friday night.
Yeah, we went to Bent Distilling on Friday night in Louisville. By the way, the number 5 there is fantastic. Really good stuff there. But it was for, hold on, marketing consultant Cody. His birthday was going on.
Right.
So
you got to get his proper title.
Yes, I had to get that correct. I had to reference back to it. Didn't want to get an email. But no, it was myself. It was Peyton, Zach, Eric, Will Chambers came out there. Several of Cody's friends. Kristen came along, and so we were starting out at Bent Distilling. I was already trying to lay the groundwork early in the day for after Bent. Like we're gonna leave there and we're gonna go to a bar or something else, and we're gonna get Peyton set up. We're gonna see Peyton in action. And I was telling them, I was like
to Baby Dolls or a little lesser.
No. Like get him. Like honestly, my first thought was this: go to Twin Peaks, eat, drink, scenic views. Take him there first. Where, I mean, honestly, It's kind of the waitress's job to engage in your flirting. Let him get a few reps in.
Yeah.
And then go next door to a bar, and then
Peyton's the Will Greer of dating.
Exactly. let him put up those 300 yards and 4 touchdowns against 3 coverages.
Bobby's calling the plays in the headset, and Peyton knows what's happening, before the interaction even starts, but he goes out there and gets the reps.
Yeah, just like Will Greer, Peyton would probably check out of my call and it would end in disaster. But no, so I was already trying to lay the groundwork because some people were like, hey, we got to keep going, yada. So we go to Bent. It's a good time. I'll let Peyton tell his half of it. We'll see if he's correct in the way that he tried.
Because you thought that Peyton is in a bad mood or didn't want to talk about this yesterday.
Yeah, because his emails, what you said it last week, I think, or 2 weeks ago, you're like, Peyton's emails every week for best and worst of the weekend. He's always got super detailed stuff, and he's talking about all this stuff he did. I'm going to read his exact email to everyone. Friday, went out to Louisville.
God, look on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. He's doing the Bobby.
Is that me?
He's doing the Bobby tongue.
He's single, ladies.
Man.
Hey, okay, that was a
good job, Ryan.
It hurt my feelings.
Good job, Ryan.
He goes, Friday, went out to Louisville for Cody's birthday with Bobby, Eric, Zach, and Will. Sunday, went to Korean barbecue with friends for dinner. That was all he said. So I had to reply. I had to reply.
Weekend, man. I don't know how you're living.
What was the timestamp on that?
How are you even standing up right now?
That was 3:23 p.m.
Yeah, so I think that was when Aroldis just gave up the game tying run. So I will blame the Rangers for that one. No, I mean, I understand I was short with those texts. I didn't mean to be like that, but I was trying to get ready for Korean barbecue. I had to go out there.
You went to Korean barbecue last night.
Yeah, a friend of mine was in town. He works in the Dominican Republic, so he's back for a week. And yesterday was the only time we could see him for the next couple months. So we all decided to go up there to Carrollton at 5:30, 6 o'clock, and hang out for the night.
You went is that the central? Do you have other people who live in Sherman? I mean, is that the central location?
Halfway. Yes, that is like and it's like a big Korean town there, so lots of kimchi and stuff to get to. But yeah, that's like a halfway point where Korean barbecue's at. There's not a Korean barbecue like Irving that everyone can just meet to.
Remember, Spittle told him to go to Carrollton.
Yeah, I gotta figure. You all may need a map. I don't know. Like Carrollton is in the middle of anything that you guys are going to.
So I replied to his email and I said, "Okay, so you have no note then. You're not going to put any bullet points in here about the fact that at Bent Distilling, you asked the bartender out as we were leaving."
Whoa!
I did.
That's what I like to hear, young Peyton.
Now, before we talk about his success or lack thereof, we'll talk about his success rate. I would like to point out that there was some discussion among the group when Peyton was going, I think I'm going to ask her to come with us to the next spot. And I was like, absolutely, do it. I was like, even if she says no, just go up there, do it. Like, this is what you're meant to do. And as he was walking over there was some discussion where they were like, I don't know if Peyton's her type or anyone like Peyton would be her type, was the question, if you know what I'm saying.
Okay.
So that was their thought.
Like mustaches?
No. And so that was their talk. And Peyton went over there, and I guess Kristen and Will Chambers, they're like hiding behind a ficus, trying to like listen to what game he was spitting. And Peyton, how did it go exactly?
Yeah, well, so it started with I'd gone to the bar a couple times to get drinks, and she immediately had like that sarcasm and a little bit of potty mouth, which was kind of intriguing to me. Yeah, I kind of like that stuff. And, because I was over there ordering like, I was trying to get a single shot or a single whiskey Coke, and she was like, single, that's it? That's all you got? And I was like, all right, make it a double then. I got money. I'll make it a double. I can handle my alcohol.
What a salesman.
So I went back a couple times up there. We talked a little bit, and then I'd go back to hang out with the group. And then I went up there the third time. This was like at 9:55, and they closed at 10. So we were all about to leave. I knew they were about to get off. And I said this, I said, I know you guys close at 10, but what time do you really get off? Like, what time do you really get to leave here?
And then he winked.
The innuendo.
There you go. I like it.
And she said, oh, well, I can get out of here around 10:30, 10:40, at the latest. I was like, okay, well, you've been really cool all night. If you want to come, me and my friends that I've been hanging out with, we're going down the street to a bar.
Twin Peaks.
Not too far away. It's like a couple miles. And then if you want to hang out with us for the rest of the night, have a drink or two, you can do that. And she was like, I do work 3 jobs, blah, blah, blah. And I said, look, I'll text you the address. And that was my way of like trying to get the number there. And she said, oh, well, I know where that place is. So I took that as a big, So, and I didn't want to be like, oh, well, what's your number? I'll still text you. And I sound desperate then. So
that's why you say we're going over here. Not sure which bar we're going to land at yet. I'll text you where we're at.
Well, at the very end, I said, I'll see you there. And I walked out.
and you never saw her there.
Never saw her
Tried to
again.
speak it into existence.
But I'll go back to Louisville today to see her.
Yeah, I bet you will.
Do it.
No, he's like sitting there, very inebriated at the next spot.
I was a little upset.
We went to Chill in Louisville, not the one in Grapevine. We went to Chill in Louisville, and he's like looking at the receipt he got, and he's like, "Well, I got her name. I got her. It's Mary." He's like, I have her the first letter of her middle initial too. I think it's B because it said Mary. I was like, I think that's actually her last name. She's Mary B. I don't think they just stopped at her middle initial
name.
and didn't want to give you anything else. But here's the thing where it turned. It did not end up the way I wanted to in terms of being able to see him get in his preseason reps. It was a full Dak Prescott put him in bubble wrap night, and I blame myself because I made Kristen mad while we were at Chill, very early at being at Chill.
Why? What'd you do?
So this is also Zach Wolchuk's fault. Not that I got in a fight, but it's Zach Wolchuk's fault that when we got there, he got there first. He went and got a patio table outside where no one was. Everyone was inside listening to live music and running around the bar. And I was like, why are we outside? We were supposed to be inside for Peyton to be part of the crowd. That was the idea. So we end up outside, and Kristen was like, even if this waitress shows up, she's not going to see us when we're tucked back here on the back part of the patio.
Yeah.
And so, but I was standing.
Zach doesn't like air conditioning?
And I don't know what
He
it
likes
was.
to fart in bed.
He likes that.
That's what it is. That's what it is. He wants to break wind and be able to go outside.
Have a get lost outside.
Everyone told me at the same time, they're like, Bobby, move. The waitress is trying to get through. So I was standing there. I stepped closer to Kristen as she was pulling me over, like, grab my arm, and then immediately as soon as I move, everybody goes, Bobby, move, and the waitress goes, hey, excuse me, and she's behind me now. I was like, I thought I just moved out of her way. Why am I here? And so I moved again, and I was annoyed, and I looked at Chris. I was like, what am I getting pulled over for, to get pulled out of the way of a waitress who I wasn't in the way of till I got pulled over? And she took that as like, oh, okay. Like you get upset even when I'm just trying to hold your arm and pull you close. Okay, I see. Because she was saying she wasn't trying to move me. She was just grabbing my arm to hold me close.
This is the dumbest thing.
It's what I did.
I think you guys just love bickering.
Yeah.
Like, I think you guys just love bickering with each other.
But it was still, it ended up causing a thing. Like, I was like, okay, well, she's mad now. And so this has ruined my vibe. And we're outside already. And so I was like, I'm just ready to go home. But Peyton stayed out past when I was there. He stayed out with Wolchuk, I guess, for a while.
Yeah, it was Wolchuk and his girlfriend Myra. So we were out there, and then Wolchuk, man, I experienced drunk, emotional Wolchuk.
Oh, he's a lot of he.
What
will
happened?
Come out.
Oh, no. Man, he just started. Well, he was like going off, and it was funny. I'm not going to get into details. I don't think.
I love you, man.
Like his girlfriend, a couple times were like, well, I don't think we need to talk about that. And I was like, oh no, keep going, Zach. So I kept intriguing him because I was drinking too, and I was like, oh, this could get really good. I mean, I swear he talked for 15 to 20 minutes straight, and then he stopped, and I think I was
don't
like,
get to talk on G-Bag like that.
No.
I was like, oh well, maybe I'll take over, and I had nothing. I was like, oh no, we'll keep going on, like I'm listening, and then he went on for another 5 or 10 minutes, so we were probably there another 30-35 minutes after everyone left.
He is the most lovey-dovey drunk you'll ever meet. Oh, I forgot to tell you. He goes, come get a shot of vodka with me before we go. Ugh. And I said, well, Kristen was drinking. I was designated driver, so I can't have anything now. And so he goes, well, then just come to the bar with me. Like, just come stand there with me. I was like, okay. So we ordered 2 shots, and I just took the second, and I poured it in there for him. We go outside, and his body said, not today, Zach. We're not doing this today. He throws the shot back, holds it in his mouth, and then choke spits it all over me. All over me, dude.
Choppy, a choke spit? Is
like,
that been in the repertoire for you?
It is not. I've vomit burped. I've burped.
It's
never choke spat.
have you ever, so the choke spit is when you're like throwing back the shot and your throat just closes up and goes, nope, not taking this one down. Oh my God. So that's what happened. He couldn't like do it. And so he just ends out spitting it out. And I mean, projectile, it was Exorcist-like all over my shirt.
Ew!
It got on my shirt. Gross. I had to walk over and like wipe it off of my face. I was driving home. I was like, this is great. Like if I get pulled over for speeding or something, they're going to come over and be like, why do you just reek of vodka right now? And it's secondhand spit vodka from Zach Wolchuk.
Yeah, I'm trying to think like, can you smell vodka that bad off of clothes? Doesn't have the odor that
initially you can't. I think fresh, like the fact that I was just about to get in the car, you could.
Like an hour later
You couldn't. Right. I mean, I couldn't smell the beer that you remember. Kristen spilled that beer on my hat at your house that night.
Yeah,
you can't smell the beer on it now.
Best and worst of the weekend. Let us know what you did at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. And our Rangers ticket giveaway is coming up before Darren Woodson.
Yeah, this was a worst, good and bad for the weekend for the 214. Worst of the weekend update, signed my divorce papers. We were together for 20 years and married for 15 years. My wife had an affair with 2 different guys. But good news, I'm getting full custody of our 15-year-old daughter.
It's great news.
Yeah, making her pay child support. What a win. What a win for men that is.
I would, I've told Kristen before, I was like, yeah, if you ever went out and ran around, then I would just I'd be like, you could worry about full custody of Jacob, but I'll get full custody of the girls and stick it to you that way. I'll come for them.
I don't know what's going on with the Tolos, but apparently they are all waking up and experiencing reptiles and animals. Emilio, one of our top Tolos, said, this is how I'm starting off my day. Almost getting bit by this thing on my neck. What is that?
Right now.
What is that? What are you taking a picture of my computer?
My
Google
computer
Lens.
career.
It tells you exactly what kind of spider it is.
What?
It's called Google. When you go to your Google thing,
yeah,
it's got a little. There's a little picture on the side.
This is how he identifies all these animals, reptiles, snakes. So that was from Emilio, and now I got Too Tall Stegall sitting here with this snake on the door. What type of snake is that there?
Jeez.
Crocodile hunter.
That's just a common Western rat snake.
Common Western rat snake.
No big deal.
And there's another snake on here from another Tolo, so I don't know what's going on. All
I
right.
sent you a picture of Orlovsky.
It could have been the rain yesterday.
Oh my God, we didn't talk about the rain.
Yeah, that. A lot of times when it rains, they'll come out.
I didn't get any.
I thought I was getting a Bassick black. The other one's Matt Arnold. Came face to face with this yesterday morning.
Oh, it's copperhead. Stay away from those.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
that'll
not good.
ruin your day.
Look at that.
Yeah, that'll ruin your day. That's a big one too. They're usually pretty small. You could see copperheads about the size of a pen.
Yeah.
They can curl up on the side, but that's a big one.
But apparently some people got rain yesterday. I had a blackout warning. The lights were blinking slowly on and off. And I was like, here we go. I'm about to experience the Bassick. But I got lucky. The power stayed on. But apparently some people got rain.
Yeah, we got a lot of rain. It started I thought it was gonna miss us. Sarah's like, I'm gonna get in the pool. I'm like, bro, I just saw a thing lightning 5 miles away. You're gonna get in the pool now? She's like, yeah. So she's in the pool, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not getting in. There's a lightning storm coming out, and she's a real man in the house. And all of a sudden, here comes the rain. She left her phone outside.
Oh, and now she doesn't have a credit card to pay for it.
And she doesn't have a credit card to pay for it. She wakes up this morning. She goes, how wet did my phone get? I'm like, bro, pretty damn wet. It was outside the rain. We had that Forrest Gump rain, that big old fat rain. And it won't charge. She's like, it's at 12%. It's not charging. And I was like, just blow in it. Like that, get all the.
You got to put it in rice.
Yeah, I don't know. Does that still work? I assume it still works, right?
I don't think it does.
I don't think the blowing like a Nintendo game.
I don't think either one works. It does work for the Nintendo game. I don't care what anybody says. It absolutely does. But yeah,
get a blow dryer. Just blow dry it out, right?
I take and Kristen told me yesterday I was wrong, but I do take issue with the picture you shared. And I was gonna mention it to Sarah that I take issue with the photo you shared. That's not a matching swimsuit. It's pink top, black bottom.
Hit the button for the giveaway.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see your Texas Rangers take on the Houston Astros next Wednesday, September 6th. And not only will you be sitting in the world-famous Section 133 for the big rivalry game, but it's also Texas Chili Company Dollar Hot Dog Day at the ballpark. Get tickets and information now at rangers.com/tickets. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, Darren Woodson, the hopeful future Hall of Famer, will be joining us at 8 o'clock this morning. But Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, with and he'll join us at 9:20. The 5 reasons to like this Trey Lance trade from Nick. Number 1, anytime you can steal value, go for it. 23, athletic, young quarterback with tons of potential and upside. With so many athletic quarterbacks on the schedule, he could give the defense a good look on the scout team as he continues to learn the new offense and develop. Number 2, and this has been passed down from Al Davis and Tex Schramm, Bill Parcells, Jerry Jones subscribes. Some team thought very highly of the player. It didn't work out. It doesn't mean it won't work here. Mark Colombo, Ken Hamlin, Rolando McClain, Malik Hooker did not work out with their first teams. So go ahead and try it here. Now, on the other side, you got Pac-Man Jones and Demetrius Underwood and Tack McKinley, first-round picks that did not exactly succeed, but another attempt just because it didn't work in San Francisco.
Yeah, it's take a chance. There is something to be said for fit. Generally, the quarterback overcomes that if they're elite, but if your skill set completely mismatches from the offense that you're asked to run, and they don't change it for you, I give you a pass on that.
Number 3, fourth-round picks are so hit and miss anyway. Remember who the Cowboys drafted in the 4th round ahead of Dak that same year. Does anybody remember?
I mean, I do. I also have the article open, but I do remember who it was.
D lineman, Choppy.
The same year they picked Dak. So Dak was the second 4th-round pick?
Yes. It's something you would do to a keg.
Charles Tapper.
Good job. Never would have gotten that without the clue, right?
No, not a chance.
Charles Tapper, I zero recollection.
Zero instincts. That was his problem.
The last 4 franchise tags given up by the Cowboys have been to 4th-rounders. Dak twice, Dalton Schultz, and Tony Pollard, but they've also drafted Josh Ball, Jake Ferguson, Jabril Cox, Baez, Dorrance Armstrong, Reggie Robinson, Junior Fehoko, and B.W. Webb.
Man, that's a decent hit rate on 4th-rounders, man.
Yeah, if you've used the tag 4 times on 4th-rounders, that's pretty impressive.
And then, read those names again?
That was a lot of names.
It was Ball, Ferguson, Cox, Biotish, Armstrong, Robinson, Fehoko, Webb.
That's like 50% right there that are hits.
Well, and there's no in the middle. That's either like a big-time contributor or somebody who was an absolute bust.
Don't forget, number 4, the Cowboys would have probably drafted a quarterback in the mid-rounds anyway. I don't think Cowboys, I don't think they will be moving on from Dak. Probably looking to rework his deal and give him an extension, but they were looking to draft someone like this anyway, according to Nick Eatman. Jerry and Steven also said that. Number 5, if for some reason things don't work out too well with Dak, either he struggles on the field or they just can't agree on a new deal or extension, getting a player like Lance is a little bit of a safety net. So this is Nick Eatman. 5 reasons why this is a trade to like. He'll join us at 9:20 this morning.
If you don't like the trade, fine.
Are we all okay with a 4th?
Yeah.
Or are you like, it should have been a 5th?
I mean, they don't have a 5th.
They don't have a 5th or 6th, do they?
I'm trying to remember. I think they may have traded away the 6th too. They're going to get some comp picks back, but that's the problem is that your capital that was probably competitive was a 4th. There wasn't anything like if other teams are offering a 5th and you're going above, but you don't have the 5th to deal, then a 4th makes sense because they traded that 5th for Eric Scott to go up and get Eric Scott this year.
Yeah, I mean, and then what they would have done? They would have done a 5th 2 years from now, and that doesn't match. This is fine.
Steven, on why you make this move for a quarterback who hasn't played many snaps in the league.
And this is a quarterback-driven league, and we grade quarterbacks every year, and Mike's encouraged, and we're all for it. Been wanting to draft a quarterback for the last 3 drafts. The problem is we put 3rd and 4th round grades on guys and think they're all gone by halfway through the 2nd round, and so you just. People get these guys. This was a great opportunity, we think, value-wise, to get a guy who's, has a bright future. I mean, we believe in our scouts, as y'all well know. We believe in our boards, and this guy was way up our board when he came out and, hadn't gotten to play a lot. I mean, he was injured last year, and he was a rookie the first year. And so, at the end of the day, we're really trusting exactly what we thought of him coming out.
I love this question for Jerry. Was there anything that Trey Lance did on the field? Are there any highlights that you have liked with his time in San Fran?
He played pretty good in the rain in Chicago, so he handled a wet ball pretty good. I saw where there might have been some criticism of that, but we looked at it differently. So we saw that. That's information that I got after we had consummated this deal. But fundamentally, we could make this decision based on what we saw in the draft, based on feeling good about his injuries, and based upon, frankly, he's been in a positive situation there in San Francisco. We think that that's been good exposure for him to be at San Francisco. And then it's certainly based upon the fact that we've got, with Dak Prescott, we've got one of the finest rooms, for lack of a better way to say it, but we've got one of the finest places for a young, aspiring quarterback to basically
cut it
learn from and evolve from.
All right, I know Jerry was on with the video. Choppy's face when he first mentioned the Bears game. RJ made this face. I cannot stop.
I remember this game because they scored 10 points. The Niners scored 10 points. I'm thinking to myself, is this the game they opened from last year?
You know that game when they got shut out?
I thought he did really well in that game in Chicago. I was like, I'm sorry, what? 13 of 28, 164, a 31 QBR.
No, he handled the wet ball well. He didn't say he played well. Sean,
but still, that's the thing you referenced. That was one of the games that people pointed to and laughed at when it came to I'm crying. RJ's face was like, ooh, did he mention that? Oh, let me.
He did run the ball well.
So that's improvement.
He did. 13 for 54. 13 for 54. He did run the ball well.
You sent me a text yesterday, Sean, where you said,
"See you at 5:30."
No, you said I have so much Lance prep it's semi-embarrassing. In your prep anywhere, did you have how Trey Lance handled a wet ball in Chicago?
I did.
Was that? And he was acting like, look, I know there's been a lot of criticism about how he handled the wet ball. You guys have been talking a lot about
it. Especially for our stadium, you really need that.
Yeah, you need that. Yeah, you never know. Well, because has he handled the sun? That's all I want to know. Has he handled the sun?
The future Hall of Famer and the best, nicest athlete that I've ever met in DFW, the great Darren Woodson, has a little announcement with Troy Aikman and Pudge Rodriguez. Woody joins us next.
Let's get you over to Zerez. Get your car.
in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour on DFW Sports Station. Thank you, announcer guy. This is your home of Dallas Cowboys football, and we have a special guest that Choppy was able to line up. He is in the Cowboys Ring of Honor, hopefully potential future Hall of Famer, the nicest athlete I've ever met in DFW. Certainly the best smile that you see on billboards. Real estate mogul and top golf partner, Darren Woodson on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. Good morning.
Well, good morning, man. That was a hell of an introduction.
We tried
that one.
Yeah.
Keep you next to me, Chop. Yeah.
Well, I'm Sean, but
that's Sean. I'm sorry. Sean.
I'm here, and I appreciate you saying that, so that's good.
yes. You know, Choppy not going to come up with something that detailed and intricate, you know.
Or polite.
No, that's true. True. Hey, Sean, you are so true. That's my mistake. I know Choppy ain't that damn smart to come up with that.
What are your thoughts on this big quarterback trade? Trey Lance for a 4th rounder with the news breaking over the weekend.
I was surprised, honestly, guys. I mean, I just, look, I thought they were, strong at the position, still had, Dak and then, Cooper Rush. And we just saw what Will Greer just did this past week. I didn't know a lot about, being honest, not a lot about Greer at all. But thought, Cooper Rush came in last year and played extremely well. And I thought they solidified the position as far as the backup role was concerned. So bringing in Trey Lance it came out of nowhere. Matter of fact, I was at my son's flag football game practice, and someone walked up and made mention of it. I just couldn't believe it. But, evidently that experiment in San Francisco didn't work out for Trey Lance with John Lynch and Shanahan, and it was time to move on. So, look, I think there's added depth there. I'm not sure if this is a complete roster spot. Again, I'm so fresh into this. Like, is this a roster spot that they're going to hold during the season for 3 quarterbacks? But that's going to be, a lot of depth there. But, again, it's going to hurt you somewhere else in that lineup as far as having an open roster spot.
How's it work? Because, Dak was not informed about this. How does the lines of communication – he was, until what?
He was
24 hours later?
He found out through the news, I believe.
Yeah. Like, how is the lines of communication with team, especially like quarterbacks, are they kind of looped in on most?
Yeah, you would think, especially as a backup quarterback that's coming in. Yeah, you would think that there'd be some type of conversation between Stephen Jones and Dak or his representation, just to calm him down, to think, okay, hey, look, this is not, we're making this decision based on, added depth, not to compete for the position, just for comfortability sakes. But, again, listen, I've heard other things in the past on other teams and making decisions that were similar to this, and the starting quarterback wasn't informed. But just knowing the Jones family and how they do communicate with their stars, that's a surprise to me. That's very surprising to me.
Darren, you guys dealt a little bit. Obviously, it's a different position group, but you were in the safety position group in '92 when they made the Thomas Everett trade, and you've got Thomas Everett and Ray Horton and yourself and James Washington. When you have all that talent or more talent, guys who think they should be on the field consistently, does that just spur competitiveness, or can it spur bad feelings, or what is it?
Yes. Yeah, and I can tell you when, that year when they brought in Thomas Everett, it was my rookie year with the Cowboys. And again, you just mentioned it, James Washington, Ray Horton, Robert Williams. They had a number of safeties at the position. And now and I was a young guy and I wanted to play. At the same time, there was no communication. And of course, Jimmy could care less how you felt about anything. Like, he was going to bring in the guys that he wanted to bring in. But they made the trade, and it really, and again, Kenny Gant, you guys remember the Shark? He was another one that was bidding for that position as well. So we were extremely deep at that position. And now you bring in Thomas Everett, and it fueled a ton of competition. Let me tell you, I know James Washington wasn't happy. I know Ray Horton wasn't happy, and guys were extremely sensitive about. I was so young, I was young and dumb. I just wanted to play. But it did, and it was extremely competitive week in and week out. And I remember Jimmy coming in saying, "Hey, whoever plays best is going to play this weekend, and those three were James Washington, Ray Horton, and then Thomas Everett. But it was very competitive and made it actually the competition really lifted the room because guys played at a high level.
We're talking here with Darren Woodson, Cowboys Ring of Honor member. Darren, when you talk about, you mentioned that competitiveness is something that helped. Specifically, though, when James Washington was upset about that, and we talk about where we're just wondering, okay, is Dak upset that he wasn't given a heads up? Or even as Jerry told us on Saturday night, it was 24 hours later, Jerry said he still hadn't even talked to Dak about it. Is that something that, how quick do those types of hurt feelings, if they exist, go away? Is that something that tends to linger in locker rooms, or do guys generally get mad, get over it?
No, I think it just depends on the player. Look, I mean, myself, I probably initially would probably been sensitive, being a captain, being a leader of the defense, or being a captain or leader of the offense. I'm sure Dak is probably initially, he's human. He's going to see this as, okay, I'm sensitive by the decision that's being made. Of course, you start to question so many things that go along with that. But at the same time, this guy's a competitor, man. He's had to deal with so much over the last few years that this is not – he's probably going to say, okay, look, I'm looking at this as they're adding depth for a reason. I'm going to go out and do my thing. Like, he is that competitive and that confident in who he is that he's going to be able to get over this. Like, I think it's, again, initial, it's a punch, and then after that, he's going to move forward, man. This dude has so much dog in him and so much heart and so much want to, and he is clear and head and shoulders above the leader of that offense and defense, the entire team. He's the guy, and he's going to rely on that and that confidence to move forward. But again, look, it is a little odd that he wasn't communicated with. You would think you would go to your franchise quarterback and say, hey, look, this is the move we're going to make at your position. But in the end, he's got to get over this and move forward. This happens all the time in the NFL. It just so happened at the quarterback position this time around.
Darren, is there any reason to have a different feeling about this year's team, or is it same old, nice regular season, first round, maybe second round exit? Do you feel any differently about this team compared to the past few seasons?
I felt the same as I felt last year. Expectations are high. Look, I think the best signing they had this year was Dan Quinn. By far. I think that was the best signing that this organization had, was keeping Dan Quinn as the coordinator and then continuing to build around it. Then they went out and got Stephon Gilmore and added to the pieces. My expectation of this team is it's a Super Bowl built team. This team is built to go to the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl. That's my expectation. Not sure about everybody else, but I just think this team, with the veterans that they have at the skill at certain positions, specifically at the quarterback position, and now you got Brandon Cooks, and now you got Stephon Gilmore, veterans that have come in and filled some roles, and they have a lot of young talent across the board, a lot of good athletes. Look, how much depth, I always look at teams and say the depth will tell the story of the season, because you're going to have injuries, you're going to have, guys go down. Can they backfill those roles? Look, the safety position has had depth for the last couple of years, and they're becoming veteran players that will lead that defense. The D line has gotten stronger and deeper. The offensive line has gotten the same, and the skill positions now. I just feel like this is the team right now that's got so much depth and so much know-how and want to. They got to that second round of the playoffs. Now it's the next line. Now it's the next line of defense, and that's getting to the Super Bowl and winning it.
What's the ceiling for this defense? Micah's talking, we want to be the Ravens. We want to be the Legion of Boom. We want to be San Francisco. Do you see that as a defensive ceiling for how great the defense can be?
Yeah, look, I like Micah Parsons. I think Micah Parsons.
What a great start to an answer.
Look, I love the attitude, man. I really do. Like, I want my guys talking like that, and I think they have the talent and the skill set to do that. And if you look at them on paper, I feel like, look, man, I think there's players in this league that are transcendent players. You just talked about, well, Michael Parsons is a transcendent player. We're going to go down in history. He will go down in history as probably one of the greatest Dallas Cowboy football players. This is my opinion, to ever play this game. And across the board in the NFL, I think he's that transcendent of a football player. And I like it when my players, the Deion Sanders, the Michael Irvins, who were transcendent players, the Troy Aikman, talk that talk, because they'll back it up. I think Michael Parsons and this group, they have the talent to do so. Now they got to go out every weekend and prove it. Like, it's one thing to talk about it. It's another to go out there and prove it week in and week out.
You mentioned there, talking about Micah Parsons, there's been some discussion about, him rushing versus playing linebacker, in coverage, spot, like just doing all these different things instead of committing to just one position. I know that was something you dealt with a lot in your career, where you were asked to play linebacker, you were asked to play nickel, corner, safety, like you were playing a lot of different spots. What would you prefer if you were, a decision maker here? Would you say, hey, Michael, let's just focus on rushing the quarterback, or would you want to use him in a variety of different ways?
Man, it just depends on who you're talking to. I guess, in my opinion, I look at it as, and I've had other arguments in other aspects of it that are, justifiable. But, I think his greatest strength and how he affects the game the most is when he has his hand in the dirt and he's rushing the passer. That's when, things are different. Like, he really has an effect on the game. He's rushing the quarterback, he's getting one-on-one situations, or even double teams. He's beating those double teams, get to the quarterback. And this guy's not just sacking the quarterback. He's stripping the ball. He's like a turnover machine. He's doing all those things. So his impact, his greatest impact, is when he is absolutely going after the quarterback. Now, there's the other argument when he's playing linebacker, he's sideline to sideline. I understand that part of it, but he's not turning the ball over in that aspect. I think he's a turnover machine when he's rushing the passer. And, your great players in the past, the ones that are winning the defensive MVPs, are like the Bosa's. They're the guys that have their hand in the dirt all the time because they continuously affect the game. And you always have to figure out what side of where they are, where they're lined up. Do I need to keep it back in to chip them? How do I double him? Do I slide my protection his way? There's so many ways to affect the game mentally, being a pass rusher. So in my opinion, him rushing the passer is where I want to see him every play.
Darren Woodson joined us here on 105.3 The Fan, thanks to Choctaw Casino and Resorts. I think it's criminal that you're not in the Hall of Fame. Have they given you any feedback as to what's taking so long? Like, you and Jimmy in the Ring of Honor. Like, Jimmy got to get in the Ring of Honor, you got to get in the Hall of Fame. I don't know what's taking so long. Have they given you feedback?
No, not at all. I mean, it's just, hey, you didn't make it. And look, I think that's one of the things, the luxuries of playing in the NFL for so long, is that you can handle criticism. And, which is, for me, it's, my expectation is, yes, I want to be in the Hall of Fame. But at the same time, there's folks that are saying that I don't meet that, I haven't met that capability to get in, and it is what it is. And I'm going to have to wait to see what happens. I've watched Drew Pearson for years go through this, for years. And I didn't know the emotional side of it, but, now I'm on that side of it, and I definitely feel like I'm deserving of it, but, and hopefully it happens, but I can't control it, guys. I mean, Sean, I can't control that decision, but it's something I definitely want to happen here in the near future.
What are you doing with Choctaw Casino Resort? You're with Pudge and with Troy Aikman. What are you guys doing?
Oh, man, this has been – look, I have had great relationships with Choctaw for the last 6 years, and I'm the guy that in 2021, Choctaw built that $600 million tower, and it was phenomenal at the time. I took my kids out there. We were in the pool. We went to the concerts there. I mean, the venues, the steakhouse there is just phenomenal. And it's a 60-minute drive up Central to Choctaw. So that's been fun. We have myself, Troy Aikman, Pudge Rodriguez, we're doing Where the Players Play. And you'll see it's a campaign that they're going to roll out and have us doing commercials, which I am I'm by far the best talent they have on this deal, right? By far, man. My commercials are going to blow Troy's and Pudge's away. But no, we're going to roll out some great commercials here, soon here. But it's the first time that Choctaw has partnered with former athletes to run these type of campaigns. But man, I can't tell you about the relationships. And if you guys haven't been up to Choctaw, I have some phenomenal relationships. I'll hook you up, Sean. Maybe not you, Chop, but I'll hook you up.
Yeah, baby, there you go.
Get you on in there. But they have always rolled out the red carpet, and it's only a 60-minute drive from my house there. So it's always a good time, having a good time at the casino and the resort.
You're the man. We always love having you on. Thank you so much as always, and we'll be catching up with you as the season gets kicked off. Thank you, Woody.
All right, sounds good, guys. Have a good one.
The great Darren Woodson here on Sean and RJ. Thanks to Tony Faye PR for setting that up as well. All right, we got two GOATs. They're saying this is the most recognizable athlete in America. I think Bobby's head may explode. And did the greatest host of all time just pass away? Next on The Fan. But first, it's time.
Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-333-3233 or go to truckwreck.com.
College football! Hey, we had some college football game action.
Yes, sir.
Taking place.
2 teams in the top 25 played over the weekend, one of which features the reigning Heisman Trophy winner, Caleb Williams. They took on San Jose State. He and his number 6 ranked USC Trojans. They get the 56-28 victory, and Caleb Williams looked like the Heisman Trophy winner.
So he probably has his Heisman moment where he fumbles around with the snap, dropping it, picking it back up. And I was like, how far did that ball go in the air?
He YOLO balled that. He just went,
I was like, did I, the arm strength? I wasn't not totally aware that he had that in him. And I was like, whoa, he chunked that thing.
Man, he's still got room to grow. Like to be really good, like to be better than he is, because his mechanics, even still, his lower body mechanics, when you watch him, he does have a tendency to do kind of what you saw there. He's falling backwards and just throwing it up. Or a lot of times even when he has time, he's throwing it off of one leg. He's doing like what Dak used to do, that whip out the back leg and lean forward on your front leg. Like, he doesn't have like a super sturdy base. Like, he's going to get mechanics tweaked. He's going to get better. He's really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, that thing off his back foot was, it was only a 76-yard. They were 76 yards away at the snap. It probably went only 40 yards in the air, but it looked like it traveled like crazy. That was
off balance and all
off
that.
balance. I mean,
look,
he
threw Dak into a Caleb Williams.
I know.
Number one.
It was a criticism.
The next thing.
It was a criticism. I said he had bad mechanics like Dak used to. That's what I said.
I love shoehorning Peyton Manning in any conversation I can get, so I see what you're doing here.
It was a criticism. I was trolling him.
But, for example, Caleb Williams, Arizona Cardinals, whoever has the first pick, that's the guy. That's the guy. Now, he may not win the Heisman because there's a different standard for winning your second Heisman than your first. But you've got a threshold, that you have. They are going to nitpick the hell out of him.
But Caleb Williams was not my or Bobby's number one highlight from this game. I'm watching this, and I was like, what is that? Just flashing and blurring around the TV screen up and down the field.
Zachariah Branch, all 5'10" of him out of Bishop Gorman. And Zachariah Branch I believe he's the number 7 recruit in the country. Mm-hmm. But man, there was a lot of buzz about him coming into USC. He enrolled in the spring. He was named the team's 3rd receiver this year, so a lot of people had kind of cooled on it. We're like, oh, okay, I guess we shouldn't expect too much out of him. That is over and done with after he scores on that screen pass and that kick return he had for a touchdown. This dude is blinding fast. The chatter about him is that in the USC weight room this year, he ran 26 miles per hour on their treadmill, that's roughly Usain Bolt speed.
Wow.
And so, this is like Tyreek Hill type of player. 5'10".
Like Tyreek.
5'10".
True freshman.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and so you got to wait 3 years for him.
3 years.
Yeah, you're going to have to before he can declare for the NFL. We won't see him for 3 years, and he'll be in there just in time to replace Tyreek Hill after he retires.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah, it'll be perfect.
Sam Zaddy. Sexy Sammy Hartman. My guy. Boy, he just oozes sex appeal, man. He is
the 40-year-old.
He's like 40. He transferred from Wake Forest to Notre Dame. Now, look, Caleb Williams is going to be the number 1 pick. He deserves it. Drake Maye's probably going to be the 2 pick. I think Sam Hartman is like the undercover potential best pro.
Maybe. He could be solid. It just depends. He is so old.
He is. And he's never been surrounded by great talent. Like at Notre Dame, he'll have better talent than he did at Wake Forest.
Yeah.
Wake, he basically dragged Wake to 8 wins. They were a top 10 team, I think his junior year there. But he's a really good player. He had a big day, 4 TD passes against Navy in Notre Dame's win. And obviously, you're high profile. When you're the quarterback of Notre Dame, you're very, very high profile. I think he's a good bet for a Heisman. If you wanted to take a little bit of a value bet there, because Caleb's not going to give you any value, and neither is Drake Maye from your Heisman odds. Those are the 2 big winners. 2 big winners from this weekend was Caleb Williams and Sam Hartman. Sexy Sammy, Sam Zaddy.
Which I didn't see the game. I didn't watch the Notre Dame game, but that was the game that was played in Ireland. So they actually put Notre Dame out there in Dublin to play.
Meanwhile, some very, very major statements, some big, heavy statements are being made about this guy.
Keeps it on his left, of course. Oh, what a ball to Kamaski! Oh! And to Messi! He could not leave New York without a goal. Number 11 in Miami, and his first official Major League Soccer goal.
That was Messi. In his MLS debut.
Yeah, it was. MLS debut.
Keep up, Sean. Come on.
Because that was the League's Cup that he played in before. The League's Cup, Sean.
Yeah, come on, Sean. Don't you know anything?
Dude.
Not the MLS.
I am trying. I have tried. I have freaking tried with this damn sport. And they buy into this craze, and I'm sitting there pirating it and TikTok views, and I'm following along, and I'm trying to bring it on the morning show like Gavin Dawson's 60 Seconds of Soccer. I'm getting ready to quit this because I cannot keep track. It's probably my stupidity. It probably most definitely. I'm reading the headlines. Messi makes his MLS debut. Messi scores an assist at MLS. I've seen that pink Miami jersey already.
Yes.
I have watched it. I've seen it. What is going on?
Think of it like golf.
I thought FC Dallas was eliminated.
What are we Dan talking about?
What are we Dan talking about?
Yeah, so think of it like golf, right?
Okay.
You've got your regular PGA Tour schedule. You also have the World Golf Club, the WGC. That's not affiliated with the PGA Tour, right?
Okay.
It's different. Then you have your majors, which are not affiliated with the PGA Tour. And then you have the FedEx Cup playoffs, which is affiliated with the PGA Tour, but it's the playoffs for it. Right? It's just like that, right? There's a lot of different... It's just a way to have games year-round. Like, there's no... Here's my question. When is the soccer off-season? It seems like the Premier League or the Premier League, whatever the hell they call it,
Premier.
goes from regular league to Champions League back to regular league, and there's no off-season. And then it goes right into the Euro or the World Cup or the Gold Cup or whatever. Like, there is no off-season. That is the one question. When is the off-season for soccer?
Now, people are making some pretty bold statements. That's the word I was looking for. After this was broadcast in Times Square.
This was broadcast in Times Square on one of those big, they do it, they have the scroll and they got TVs everywhere. They put this on the big board in Times Square. They don't do that for anybody.
Yeah, they do it for Good Morning America.
Good Morning America, sure.
Yeah.
This is the biggest draw in American sports.
Ever or right now
right
or what?
Right now.
Well, no, I mean, you think he's a bigger draw than like the Super Bowl?
No. From an individual player.
Individual player, okay.
Yeah, no. Obviously,
right
Super
now,
Bowl,
probably.
Yeah, Super Bowl for sure. But they don't even put the Super Bowl on the Times Square board. 7 degrees
Biggest
outside.
draw, what do you mean? Like, are you going to watch this? Are you...
I can't watch it. I don't have Apple TV. Yeah. I don't. I don't even have Netflix anymore. I lost that over the weekend. Thanks, guys. But like there were thousands of people huddled around this thing in Times Square to watch this. They're not stopping for anybody else in sports currently.
So, yeah, are we talking about from a broadcast draw? Are we talking about from a ticket demand? Because, I mean, like, a lot of people would probably argue Shohei had been a big draw.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, I mean, Messi right now, just the cost of these tickets, the newness of it, he's probably the biggest individual draw at the moment.
And it'll stop. It'll peter.
Yeah, it will. And it's part of it is the newness and the freshness. Yeah. Look, I'll be honest. As much as I like to troll, even though I am an expert in the old checkered ball.
Checkered ball.
It's so fascinating seeing how dominant he is and how it looks like he's playing a video game on easy mode that I am interested to see what did he do. Am I going to sit there and watch a whole Inter Miami game? No. But I am going to check in, see did he score? I'm going to go look up highlights, stuff like that. I will say I did annoy Joe Trahan, Cowboys PR, big soccer guy, because he was just walking around the press box and I stopped him and was like, hey, I've been meaning to talk to you. Have you seen this guy? The guy that's playing for Inter Miami? I saw him. He's pretty good. And he's like, shut up. And I texted him like the next day a clip. I was like, this is that guy I was telling you about in the press box yesterday. He's like, seriously, stop.
That's great.
That is good.
That's really good.
So there it is. I guess it was the MLS debut for Messi and Miami.
Which he's in trouble, apparently, because he didn't fulfill his MLS media obligations. He did not speak with reporters after. So now he's in trouble with the old MLS media. They're gonna write a strongly worded letter.
Does he speak English? I've not heard. I have no idea.
I don't know.
I mean, he does everything else well. I'm sure he can.
We have we move from one GOAT to another with the legend passing away.
You like that, old man? You want a piece of me? I don't want a piece of you. I want the whole thing.
The great Bob Barker passing away.
This was stunning to see. Not stunning. He was 99. I thought he was dead. I wasn't sure if he was actually alive anymore. Anyway, but this was very sad to see. This is Bob Barker. This is my childhood. Every day, every single day, because I was staying with my grandparents as a kid. Both my parents were like working at the time.
Okay.
So I would go to my grandparents, and they would have every day. They would have on this
Same thing,
and that would go right into the soaps.
The soaps, baby.
And the soaps were the worst.
Oh, I loved them.
Oh, they were so
Young and the Restless, Bold and the Beautiful, As the World Turns, and Guiding Light. Both grandmothers.
General Hospital, all that crap. And I couldn't stand them, but like I was bored out of my mind. But this, I love this. And I don't think Peyton knows about this show. He doesn't know about Bob Barker.
Yes.
Do you know about Bob Barker?
Yes. Now, when I watched The Price is Right, I only saw Drew Carey.
Now, where is this for game shows or Bob as a host compared to Trebek, Sajak, Power Rank, the all-time legends? Well, Sajak is 3 for me.
Sajak is 3.
He doesn't do anything.
3. Bob, I think, is 1, and Alex is 2. For me.
Yeah, I go Bob, Alex.
Well, I mean, he had the very small, thin, long microphone.
Yes.
He would hold it with like 2 fingers, and then he would do the Ryan, I'm standing, sir. He would get up there, and he always did the arm move where he would be and that's coming up next. And he would punch his own face right there.
And image-wise, that Happy Gilmore did change him. It always put in the back of my mind, I'm like, is Bob Barker a secret badass? Yeah. I don't know. I know it's a movie, but it is in the back of my mind. I'm like, is this guy a boss?
Yeah, he is a boss, man.
With that tan?
He's a bad boss right there. And have your pet spayed and neutered.
I always he died on National Pet Day or National Dog Day.
That's the way to go.
That's fitting. And then somebody else, I saw one of the best tweets this week was, man, it's fitting Bob Barker getting as close to 100 without going over.
Yeah.
Like that. That's the
fantastic.
Perfect. But I'll tell you what,
somebody stole it like 30 minutes
He
later.
was always so good with the putting green. Remember they'd have the putting game, and every time, just cool as a cucumber, he'd walk up and he'd sit there and go like, let me show you an example. And he would sink the putt every time. They ran the show tight. They record it live to tape. So Bob Barker would always say, we're running the show in an hour. We're not stopping now. This is not going to be a 3-hour shoot. So Bob would run it as those 3-minute breaks were 3-minute breaks before they were back on. And so they're really unique in game show circles with that.
And I love the music. This is better. I think this is better than Jeopardy music.
Ooh,
because
Final Jeopardy
music, it's different. Final Jeopardy is like great for like it's great to put like if you have a timer on something. This is just like very chipper and upbeat and super happy. I just want to dance. It reminds me of my grandparents.
Bobby says there's some type of surprise coming up, a major surprise in Below the Belt on your home of the Cowboys. A San Francisco insider on what went wrong with Trey Lance. What can we expect? We'll talk to him at 9, Nick Eamon 9:20, but a Below the Belt surprise apparently after this.
After we get you over to Platinum.
Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Hurry into Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine for once a year Labor Day savings. Over 400 Silverados with their best offers of the year. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not miss your chance to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
We're tied at 6. 3-0, the pitch, slow and away, ball 4, and that's the game. A walk-off walk, Michael Taylor, the man who earns it, and the Twins win 7-6 in 13 innings. They erase a 5-run deficit, and they take 3 of 4 from the Rangers.
The trade that shook up DFW sports was a mistake. No, not Trey Lance. Max Scherzer.
Oh.
Or maybe it's not. We'll discuss it here in a sec. Rangers lose this one again. They finally break the losing streak thanks to Max Scherzer, who had a solid performance. Man, he gave up that home run though in whatever was the 6th.
Hang on one sec. What are his like 18 job titles? What are some of them? Bobby's.
Roberts. Let's see. He is
curator of fun.
No, he is a podcast host.
Yep.
He's got he's an insider
for
Dallas Cowboys.
It says Dallas Cowboys inside.
Dallas Cowboys.
This is below the belt.
Belt.
What are you doing?
I'm the Texas Rangers insider as well.
Oh,
look.
Wow.
I know.
Shot fired. Jared Sandler.
Look. Corey Majors has long been threatened by my baseball knowledge. Refuses to let me talk about it so much so that KNC won't even have me on to talk about football because they're concerned I'll deviate.
But you're going Rangers and below the belt today.
Look, we've been so Cowboys intensive today, and this was an upsetting weekend for Rangers fans. It's been an upsetting stretch for Rangers fans in general. And we've got a serious problem with the bullpen, obviously. But before we discuss the bullpen issue, because Max Scherzer, I feel like, is the least of your concerns right now, or very low.
Helped stop the losing on Saturday, 10 strikeouts.
He stopped the bleeding. He continues to look good. But here's the question is that if this team is in collapse mode, if they're falling apart like we're concerned with, did you mess up in giving up a blue chip prospect like Luis Angel Acuna for a stretch run that's proving to be potentially meaningless?
No.
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to use the hindsight of losing 9 of 10.
There you go.
Right, but when you acquired him, you were struggling. Like, there were some struggles going on. People were wondering.
And they went on an 8-game winning streak.
Right. And it's proved to be good. But I'm saying you were struggling at the time. Things are worse now than the struggles when you first acquired him. And while he's been solid, is there any sort of a question in your mind that, hey, we gave up something that would either be a nice trade piece to use in the future because we were really focused on this year,
right,
or like, the fact that he could have come up? Like your question, why is Ezekiel Duran falling off so hard?
Well, the other reason I have zero regret is for next year. You're not gonna have Jacob deGrom.
Right.
You're not gonna have Jacob deGrom for the first half at least.
Meat of the schedule, though.
Meat of the schedule, yeah. You won't see DeGrom next year. If they were smart, you wouldn't see him next year.
But man, how fun would Scherzer DeGrom be before the playoffs? But now you have your ace for next year.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, look.
Get Nathan Eovaldi back ever.
We've said that, like, at least I don't like to judge trades after a few weeks go by. The only time I judge it is at the time of the move. With the information that you had, was the move right? And with the information that you had at the time, then it was the right move. And I'm okay with that. I think that's how GM should approach it.
Is the house burning down tomorrow?
I buy a house today. I get a great deal on it. It burns down tomorrow. It was still a good deal yesterday to buy it. It just happened to burn down.
Yeah, well, and see, that Yeah, I don't understand them. That's why I tried to blow by it as fast as I could. I don't even know what those are. I live in a hut, and so the thing here is that I don't think you're evaluating obviously the player. Like, normally I agree. A few weeks after trade, you can't make an evaluation on a player. But look, this is not when the Scherzer deal was made. You both know this. We've heard it. Like, there's been concern simmering from Rangers HQ. It feels like. Quietly that, hey, this is a little concerning how we're playing right now. That it didn't feel like
Fisher
just
website?
a little bump. Yeah, that's what it is. That there feels like there's a little bit of it felt like more than a bump. It seemed like to them, even in the way that they talked about things very carefully. And so, look, I agree. I would still do the Max Scherzer trade. I'm just asking, does it cause you to reevaluate things at all? especially when what you're evaluating is not how Scherzer's pitched. Because just on how he's pitched, it's been a success.
Right.
He's been good. He's been everything you would have wanted him to be. Jordan Montgomery's been everything you would have wanted him to be. Stratton, for the most part, up until recently, had been what you wanted him to be. But it does make you just say, okay, did you misevaluate your team? Is where you erred is in your own evaluation of what you had and how they were going to be able to finish.
Did they buy too soon? Are you saying, did they buy into the team that they had? Did they...
They made the Cliff Lee trade in 2010. They didn't make the Cliff Lee trade in 2009.
Yeah, look, this team was they arrived a little early. They did. And that's okay. It's okay to arrive a little early. The problem is was that?
A little premature.
Yeah, but the problem is that were we the New York Giants this year and knew we were playing above our heads and knew this wasn't, reality yet, is that the case? Now, look, you can have that discussion, but I don't think any of us were looking at this like when they got Max Scherzer, like, this is too early.
Timeout, 20-second timeout with
They don't have those in baseball.
A thank you to the great Kristen Belt, who just brought us in breakfast, Bobby's wife, with the breakfast taco deliveries. What an angel. What a sweetheart.
Yeah, she handed them to me, and she was like, here, go give give the guys these as an apology for being late.
Yeah, he was supposed to be in here at 5:30 for the big football day.
Yeah.
Overslept. I now have Kristen over to my house without Bobby.
Yeah.
That's how much I love Kristen.
The way it was described, yeah.
Well, she was there on Saturday. She was over at my house Saturday, and Bobby was not there.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so that's the way we roll.
You know what I've found?
And she brought brownies.
You know what I found?
Not pot.
And I thought about it yesterday. I thought about it yesterday before I sent it to you.
Fucking brownies.
I'll be in there at 5:30. I was like, from now on, I'm not going to say when I'm going to be in at 5:30. If I
Surprise
plan
us.
on being on at 5:30, I'm going to show up.
Awesome.
I'm just going to show up and not say it.
Yeah.
Because now I've created an expectation that I then ruin. Speaking of expectations that have been ruined, the Rangers bullpen, man, it feels like a lifetime ago that we were talking about the first 3 weeks of the season where it was like, holy cow, are they ever going to give up a run? They've been so great. They just,
Bochy's a bullpen master.
Yeah.
So I went and looked it up. I was curious.
And the Aroldis excitement.
Yeah.
Remember the first, 5 appearances?
Until 5 days ago, we still felt pretty good about Aroldis. It was just recently. But this is something that I decided to go look, and I'm going to have to look through other specific blocks and blocks of time because I'm curious. But I just picked Game 61. Since Game 61, how has the bullpen performed?
Very arbitrary number.
No, it's 61 because that is 40 and 20 was their peak before DeGrom went on the IL and things started changing. So I was just curious, from then, how reliable has the bullpen been? So since Game 61, when they are now 4 or 5 games under 500 during that stretch, for most of this, most of the season, basically, they've played under 500 baseball, or about half the season they played under 500 baseball. But I went and looked it up. As a collective group, your bullpen has a 5 flat ERA for the last 3 months, essentially. The fielding independent pitching is 4.72.
Oh.
They are under a strikeout per inning. The whip is well over a 1 per inning, and so the bullpen has essentially completely fallen apart.
Stinks.
The ERAs are bad. In this same time span, Grant Anderson has pitched the most innings of anybody in the bullpen, and his ERA is 5.23. You've given 31 innings to a guy with a 5.23 ERA. During that same time, no, it's not. During that same time span, since Game 61, here's some of the ERAs in the bullpen. Grant Anderson, 5.23. Josh Spores is a 5.27. Will Smith is a 5.47. John King had a 5.25. Martin Perez, in the little bit he's thrown in the bullpen, he's 5.79. You've had Glenn Otto come out some. He's a 10.8.
Oh
yeah.
God.
So this has been an absolutely brutal stretch for the Rangers bullpen, and I can't totally blame Chris Young or anybody. They've done everything they can.
Yeah, some of their ERAs are approaching Sean and I's SAT score. But this is, and it's bad. Remember, just the replay is on of the game yesterday. And Jonathan Hernandez, he's not even close to the damn plate. It's bad. Joey Gallo, who loves to swing and miss at everything, didn't even think about swinging in his at-bat. Okay? He didn't even come close to getting to even registering in his pea brain to swing. It's bad right now. And,
without a hit. They won the game the 13th without a hit.
It's like the bullpen. This is not a bullpen that can win you a series, let alone a World Series. They're gonna have to get 8 innings out of their starters and rake. Like, they're going to have to score 8 a game.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is something where right now, given the rotation, who's the odd man out if you get into a playoff series? Is it Heaney, you'd say?
For me,
Montgomery, Scherzer, Dunning, Gray.
Yeah, and pending Eovaldi.
Yeah, I mean, pending Eovaldi. So, I mean, it could be Gray or Dunning that's out.
Yeah, and so I wonder if what you end up having happen is you will get the starters to go if they make it to the playoffs, because, I mean, right now it's not a certainty. They are a game out of first place now. When you get through this stretch and you've got the 4 starters in there, do you just try and pitch them as deep as you can, going against typically that's unconventional wisdom for playoff baseball? Do you pitch your starters as deep in the game as you can, and your first call to the bullpen in these games, regardless of if it's the 7th or whatever else, is Gray Heaney or Dunning Heaney?
I'll tell you this. Go back to, and I know this sounds sacrilegious based on the year he's had, but go back to 2018. Nathan Eovaldi was a master out of the bullpen in the playoffs.
Really? Huh.
I think it was game 7. He pitched like 4 innings out of the pen. Like, he saved. I mean, it was the biggest 4 innings of the year. Like, I'm not saying do it, but like, if they have bullpen problems in a playoff series, I mean, you know, Montgomery's pitching well, Scherzer pitched well. Like, it would not, if he truly has something wrong with his arm, I would not hate it.
Only one Tolo complaint about Bobby hijacking below the belt with baseball on the home of the Rangers. 806 says, stick to football, Bobby. So that's a compliment on your football acumen. Otherwise, the Corey Majors hate did not come through.
I think it's lesser of the two evils for them, probably. It sounds like for that individual. But here's one of the interesting notes I did check from Game 61, because who was the most maligned and criticized person in the bullpen the first month of the season?
Leclerc.
It was Jose Leclerc. People were going, he's broken, he's whatever else. He is essentially, other than the strikeouts, which I know is a big factor, but since Game 61, while Aroldis Chapman has been here, Leclerc's numbers are almost exactly the same as Chapman's. They've pitched almost the same amount of innings. They have the same amount of home runs allowed, the same amount of walks. Aroldis Chapman has about 10 strikeouts more than Leclerc, but Leclerc has gone back to being a really good pitcher. His ERA over the last 2.5 months or so, he's got a 2.28.
Below the belt with a little change up, pun intended, here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station. They're back in action against the Mets. 5:30 pregame, first pitch at 6 o'clock. We're going all football, final hour. Let's figure out what went wrong with Trey Lance in San Fran and why it could actually work here. A 49ers insider from the Bay to kick off the final hour next.
Let's get your carpet.
it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on your home of the Dallas Cowboys and Texas Rangers. 105.3 The Fan. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, will join us at 9:20. We'll crosstalk with KMC at 9:40, but we wanted some San Francisco perspective on the Trey Lance deal. Cowboys give up a fourth rounder for right now their third string quarterback, and the guy to go to NBC television, KNBR in San Fran, Matt Mayoko here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Good morning, Matt. Thanks for joining us.
To talk about today, isn't there?
There is a lot to talk about today. Your initial reaction and just overall thoughts on the deal when you heard it.
Well, the initial reaction was it was just shocking to me that even though he had fallen one spot down the depth chart, actually two spots. Remember, a year ago, Trey Lance was the starting quarterback for a team that thought it had, the Super Bowl roster. And they had decided that, okay, it was time to see what the guy could do. And Jimmy Garoppolo was kind of on the side, and, he was up and his status was in limbo, and everybody felt good about Trey Lance. And, on the practice field, it wasn't always great, wasn't always sharp. In fact, this year he's actually been better on the practice field than he was a year ago, and better by a pretty wide margin. So I guess, my shock came from not necessarily that Sam Darnold beat him out for number 2, because Brock Purdy, as soon as Brock Purdy was cleared, he was the number 1 guy. But it just take a step back and look at it. Trey Lance, the 49ers had a pick. They traded up to number 3. They gave away 2 future first-round draft picks and a future third-round draft pick. And still, Trey Lance is 23 years old. He's halfway through the 4-year contract. He's played in 8 games. He's started 4. He's finished 3. And they gave up on him. And to me, that's the shocking part, just that they never really let him have an opportunity to show what he could do. He needs to play football. And that's the number one thing. He needs experience. He needs to play. And, 49ers decided he wasn't going to get it here because he was going to be the number 3, which means you don't even practice, really. So, I think Trey thought that it was best for him to get a fresh start, and the 49ers agreed with him, and here comes his fresh start, and all the 49ers get in return is a 4th-round draft pick.
Oh, okay, because John Lynch was talking like the Cowboys overpaid, like no one else even came close. What did you make of that, discussing the compensation?
Yeah, that was kind of odd. I mean, he did say, we're not exactly doing cartwheels over this trade, but he was, it sure sounded, and I don't know the specifics, but I think you're probably talking about 7th and 6th round picks that other teams were offering. And then he was like, well, the Cowboys really came strong. And it's hard to say that a 4th round draft pick for a guy who was picked number 3 overall just a couple of years earlier. And it's still, an unproven commodity. We don't know really good or bad what he's all about. It's crazy to think that, the Cowboys offer just stood out from the rest. But, John Lynch was quite honest. I don't know if he meant to say that or wanted to say that, but he definitely did say that.
Matt Mayoko, San Fran, joined us here at 105.3 The Fan. What went wrong?
Health. I mean, I really think that he was so young. I mean, I guess there's 2 ways to look at this. One is 49ers were taking a tremendous gamble in picking him number 3, because this was a guy who had spent 3 years, I should say, at the North Dakota State University. His first year, he was behind Easton Stick, who was a stud there and won a lot of football games, won national championships. His second year, his redshirt freshman year, he was awesome. They were undefeated, 28 touchdown passes, no interceptions. And then the third year, when the big schools were playing football in the fall, the smaller D1 schools decided to push their season to the spring, and so he was robbed of that experience of playing football. But the 49ers saw enough on tape that they liked him. They liked the kid. They liked the family. They just liked his mindset. They loved everything about him. They knew he wasn't the most accurate passer in the world, but they're like, well, they can play 11-on-11 football because he's a threat running. And so, I don't think the idea was ever for him to start as a rookie, but the idea was for them to integrate him into situations where he could succeed. The problem is in the final preseason game, he fractured a bone at the tip of his index finger on his throwing hand. And so he was that first year, and it didn't heal properly. So the first year, he was never really able to grip the ball and spin it the way he wanted to. And then that carried over until the next training camp. But at least he was going to get a lot of playing time, a lot of experience. He was going to be, the plan was at the end of 17 games, the 49ers would have a pretty good idea of what he was all about. Well, last season ended. The first game was in a driving rainstorm in Chicago. In the second game, he fractured his ankle in the first quarter. So you ask what happened, and it's basically he never got an opportunity to play because of injuries, and never able to really show what he could do. And by the time that he was healthy and got healthy in the off season, the job had already belonged to Brock Purdy, based on how Brock Purdy played when he came in late in the season and played winning football. The only time the 49ers lost while Purdy was on the field was that game in the NFC Championship game when he sustained the UCL tear and rarely played and couldn't even throw the football when he got back in there. So it was just bad circumstances. And, I don't know if anybody's to blame. It's just the way it worked out, but it's just crazy how it worked out the way it did.
You mentioned obviously that he ends up falling behind Sam Darnold. He's behind Brock Purdy, third on the depth chart. He feels like he needs a fresh start, and that health has been a big issue for him. But if the 49ers didn't have Brock Purdy, they didn't have Sam Darnold and they had Trey Lance, and they just had to go forward for the next couple of years, were there still people within the 49ers that were confident he could become what they had originally projected, or had they lost all faith in their initial draft evaluation of him?
Yeah, I think that I do believe there are people. Kyle Shanahan told me something in the offseason. He said he felt like if Lance had the opportunity of playing, 8 consecutive starts, or of course their plan was for 17 and then the playoffs, he felt that Lance could have done the same things that Purdy did. I mean, the styles would have certainly been different, but he felt like he's good enough to play winning football, and that he was only going to get better. I mean, I mentioned his age earlier, but let's repeat, 23 years old. He was still the youngest guy on the 49ers roster, even though they drafted Brock Purdy the year after. So there was a thought that all he needs is to play, and he's going to make mistakes, but he's going to learn from them. And he had a very rough preseason opener against the Raiders. And a lot of it was, I was talking to Alex Smith about this like 2 days later. He's like, I was the same way as a rookie. I was the same way, but I got better. You have to play. You have to experience it. I mean, this is a kid. I think his final year of high school was 2017, the fall of 2017. Since then, he's attempted in games 420 passes. I mean, that's shocking when you think about it. I mean, there are guys, who attempt that many in a season, and he just simply hasn't played football. So, the problem is going to Dallas or wherever he's going to go. He's not going to be the number one, obviously. I don't think there's a situation where he's the number 2. So depending on how a team divides their practice game, their practice reps, there's still not the opportunity for him to see it and go through it and just practice it. So that'll be the challenge, I think, for the Cowboys, is to find a way to get him on the field and practice without taking any reps away from Cooper Rush, and just kind of seeing what they got and seeing how he improves.
Matt Mayoko from Sam Frank, KMBR, NBC Television here on Sean and RJ. Reset for our audience and for us, Matt, what his skill set is, his game, and is he a good kid?
Oh, he's a great kid. Like, That was the one thing that, I mean, nobody in the organization has anything bad to say about him. I mean, it's just, I haven't heard a peep, anything that's not football related. Work ethic, smarts, leadership, just a locker room guy, all those things. The bad things that I could say are the things that in his limited sample size that need to be worked on: the accuracy, which is kind of a big deal, obviously, and the quick twitch decision making. I think those can come. The accuracy is something that he's worked on. He worked with Jeff Christensen, private quarterbacks coach, in the area there. I think Fort Worth area. I think at TCU, in fact. And he's improved. Like he kind of, I wouldn't say overhauled his mechanics, but certainly tightened them up. He just looked better. So he's strong arm. He can run. He was a big time runner at North Dakota State. So he'll always have that element of, when they drafted him, they talked a lot about 11-on-11 football. The defense is going to have to account for the quarterback in the running game. And, one of his injuries, the big injury, was on a read option, just a basic read option that you see at every level of football. And he got caught in between sliding and staying up. And then he did kind of a late slide kind of thing, and just is very awkward, and like an oncoming linebacker kind of pinned his leg underneath him and fractured the ankle. And that was it for the season. As it turns out, that was the end of it for his 49ers career too.
Great recap. Is Brock Purdy for real?
Well, I hesitate to say it just because, that sample size isn't there. And let's face it, when you're the 262nd pick out of 262, the 32 teams, including the team that picked you, don't think that you're all that. But he just has like these intangibles and the poise and the decision making and, kind of the fly by the seat of your pants gene, not in a bad way, a very good way. I mean, there were guys he was finding last season in the end zone who weren't even in the progression. And, so he has that element of just kind of getting it in sandlot football. And, the 49ers have proved they can win with him. I mean, they won 2 playoff games with Brock Purdy, and he, the passer rating and everything else was off the charts. He has a tremendous advantage in that he has Christian McCaffrey lining up behind him. He has George Kittle. He has Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk, and a really good defense. So he knows that he doesn't have to do it all by himself. And maybe he tried to do that a lot at Iowa State. The other thing that he had, I mentioned earlier that Trey Lance, 28 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. That's a good thing, right? Well, I almost think for the transition to the pros, maybe it's not a good thing, because you need to experience failure. You need to know what that feels like, and then know what it feels like to bounce back from that. And one of the interesting things that George Kittle said last year was what he liked about Brock Purdy was that he played a lot of football. 4-year starter at Iowa State. He said he played in some big games. He won some. He lost some. He made some plays to help win games. He made some plays to help lose games. And so he experienced it all. And so even though it was at a completely different level, when he got to the NFL, he was already kind of battle tested and already had kind of built that callus that quarterbacks need to build, because, if you went to Ohio State and you went to Alabama, you probably didn't experience a whole lot of failure during your college career. You were always surrounded by the best players. You were, rarely faced adversity. And so I think, it makes sense that a quarterback who didn't go to, a team that expects to be playing in the middle of January, it makes sense that a guy like that is maybe more set up, at least from the shoulders up, than some of the other quarterbacks that were coming out in last year's draft.
Matt, thank you so much for the great education and the time. We appreciate it. And tell all the 49er fans there we said F them. Thank you.
I will do that. And if you want to know a little bit more about Brock Purdy, we did we did a story, a 30-minute documentary on, you can find it on YouTube, called The Choice, Trey Lance. Of course, it hasn't aged well, but gives you a little background on his upbringing and what makes the guy tick.
Matt, just yes or no. Did Kyle Shanahan want Mac Jones instead?
Well, initially he did.
Okay.
Initially, that when the trade was made, he looked at Mac Jones and said, "Okay, I will take Mac Jones number 3." So the trade was made, and then it's like, okay, let's see who else is out there.
Right.
But it's a great question, and it's fun to play revisionist history and what would have happened. But I will say that as I understand it, the reason the trade was made was because he felt comfortable taking Mac Jones at number 3. And then when they got into the process, the guy who stood out to them and became the front runner was Trey Lance.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Matt. Fantastic. Nick Eatman, for the Cowboys' perspective, 5 reasons to like this deal with Nick Eatman next.
Let's get you over to a number 1 air. Super Summer.
lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks at DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free today or call 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Cropper in the slot left comes in motion to the right. Greer with Davis on his left in the shotgun. Back. They stun. He runs up the middle to the 5 and he walks the dog. Oh, good for you, Will Greer. 2 touchdown passes, 2 touchdowns rushing.
And Dak Prescott making it all happen, calling plays as the offensive coordinator on Saturday. Will Greer put up the big-time numbers, 29 to 35, 2 touchdowns, 2 rushing touchdowns for Dak's offense, 457 and 28 first downs. He said, look, they played 3 coverages. It's preseason football. We didn't win the Super Bowl or anything. But it was still fun to watch, in my opinion, as the Cowboys get the W to close out the preseason. Let's talk about it with Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Before we get to the trade, what else are you taking from this game, or is it just Will Greer?
Well, I think Will Greer was the star of the show, and I thought he had a much better game afterwards. Once the game was over, that's when I realized what he was dealing with. That's when I thought it was a much better performance than what it was. Obviously, that kind of emotion in the locker room, and holding back tears, and really didn't hold them back. Obviously, if you're playing with that kind, you're harboring those feelings all game, all day. To go out and play like that, it kind of shows a little bit more about what he's made of. So I thought that was impressive there. He was the star of it, and some of the other guys did good. I mean, Hunter Lipke, I thought was he solidified to me his spot on the practice squad, but maybe more than that. Who knows what they're going to do with some of these positions? But I thought for the most part, it came down to the quarterback, and everything else was kind of looked like a final preseason game.
All right, give us some of the big roster decisions, the back and forth in your mind, or anything that you're hearing.
Kickers where it starts to me, and I could have mentioned Aubrey there. I was glad that he, McCarthy gave him those opportunities to kick that, 59-yarders, because I think it's kind of a win-win situation. As long as you get it there. No one's going to really hold it against you for not making it. But if you're going to try a few of them, then you need to make some. And so he did make 50% of the 59-yarders, and he shows off the leg. And, I still want to see a 44-yarder, something like that. And I think that's the key. But we're not going to see that, and they're going to have to make the decision. And I think they keep them. And so – it's going to be tough. You're going to go into New York probably with him, and you're going to have a field goal. I would imagine right off the bat we're going to find out real quick what he's made of. But they never, and I don't even know if you would have given him kicks in the preseason if that really is going to show what he's got. So at some point, every kicker that's ever played in this league has been thrown out there, and everyone's been kind of saying, let's see what he can do. So we're probably going to find out what he can do.
Nick, you and I were both here when Bill was here, Parcells. That seemed to be the era of you have no idea how many roster spots there are available. How many truly are up for grabs?
I would say 5 to 6. That might even be too many. But the roster is so different now too, because you have a 16-person practice squad to play with, and they can easily be used on game day. So that is a completely different dynamic than it ever was in the past. And so roster manipulation is at its highest form now. So I say 5 or 6. I mean, it's probably more than that, because I just mentioned a Hunter Lipke, and even a Brandon Aubrey. He might be a guy that they put on the practice squad, or and then move up for game days. For kickoff specialists or long field goal attempts if they sign another guy. I mean, there's just a lot of different things you can do. So I say a handful, but there's probably 10 to 12 guys that are in their mind factoring in on being on the roster, on game day roster in the first month of the season.
Nick Eatman here on 105.3 The Fan. Michael Gelkin, in Bobby's interpretation, seems to be thinking that Kelvin Joseph and Jabril Cox are closer to being out than making it. Would you agree?
Yes. I would agree that they are closer to being out than making it. Jabril Cox, I didn't see anything. I mean, no one did. No one saw much from him this year.
Right.
I mean, and linebacker, again, not the easiest spot to wow people in practice, but you can do more with. He could have done a little bit more, I think, and he didn't. The only thing that makes you think that they would, there's two reasons why you could see them hanging on to him. Number one, he is a draft pick and one that got hurt early in his career, and so he's still kind of working through. I'm not saying working through injuries, but still trying to learn how to play and how to be an NFL player. And then also, it's just such a thin position, anyway. I do remember him having some success on special teams in the preseason 2 years ago, and that's where he would play some. So if he does stay, it's to give him more opportunity to develop and also see what he could do on special teams from linebacker position. But if there's a better guy out there, I could see that happening. And then as for Joseph, I just don't know what he does well. I mean, he's a special teams gunner, but you can't use him on defense. He's lining up off sides on defense. I mean, I don't know what else you can do. I mean, they don't want to play him at corner. So I think that, I would not be surprised if they moved on.
Nick, I was reading an article this morning. It was called 5 Reasons to Like This Trey Lance Trade by a guy named Nick Eatman. And I was checking that out. But the Trey Lance trade in general, it's a great piece you got up over on DallasCowboys.com. And I think you frame it the right way. You would try to dissuade, and I don't think there's a large groundswell saying this, but you would try to dissuade someone who would say Trey Lance is being brought in here to, in the near future, compete for the starting quarterback position for the Cowboys.
I don't think that would be your number one reason to bring him in. I don't think that's it, but I think you're covering all of your bases here. And it's not just to compete with Dak for the job if they're both good. And it's not just because for contract leverages. It could be a guy gets hurt, whatever it is. I mean, they've done this in the past. Other teams do this as well. They draft quarterbacks in the mid rounds to do that. I mean, Tony Romo was playing at an all world level, in their mind in 2007 and 2008, and they still drafted Stephen McGee in the 4th round in 2009. I mean, just to do that. That's what they feel like when the opportunity hits. And in this case, it's like a 4th round pick next year. Going to cost a lot more money than a 4th round pick. I understand that, but I think the goal for him is to be the backup next year. I think that's the plan. And if you can do that, if he can develop this year for $1 million and be the backup next year at 4.5, Cooper Rush is probably not here, then I think they're okay with that scenario. But I don't think this is a compete with Dak long term.
Because they're not picking up his option, right?
Yeah, they will. Yeah, I mean, they haven't said that Jerry was asked about it. They do not have an opportunity until next year, but you pick up the option even if you're going to deal him because the trading team would want the option on it. That's cheaper than.
But then they're stuck with him if nobody trades for him.
I don't think you're stuck with a quarterback at any value on a 5th-year option. The Giants wish they would have picked up Daniel Jones. Generally, you pick up the 5th-year option on a quarterback.
I think more than anything, you just see kind of what you have. And I mean, you can evaluate this. You could argue any side of this. You could say, well, at some point, these teams thought he was going to be a high pick and a face of the franchise. You can also say, well, this great coaching staff in San Francisco has already decided that they can't do anything with him.
Right.
And so you could argue either way here. I don't hate this move. I think the 4th round pick is the most risk reward round of any spot in the draft. And you can find some great players. You can find some guys that were, absolute busts, and you actually can find it in the same draft in the same round in 2016. I mean, that's just the way it was. You found a franchise quarterback and a guy, Charles Tapper, who just didn't ever really contribute, both in the 4th round. So that's a risk reward spot, and this is kind of what you're getting here with this quarterback.
Nick, Dak was, I would describe it as chilly with us a little bit. I mean, he wasn't rude, but a little chilly. If you're going to break up the pie there, chilliness over the acquisition of Trey Lance versus just being upset for Will Grier?
I think it was Will Grier. I think it was just, and also you got to remember, like calling the plays for him throughout the game, and being the guy in his ear and watching him play like that, knowing that what he's dealing with all game long, and for him to play like that, and then knowing that that's it, and that's the swan song, and he's gonna move on. And I think it was that. I don't think it was anything else. I mean, about getting notified beforehand or any of that.
Where do you stand on that? Because that's the big national controversy. Yeah. You've been around this a long time. What are your thoughts?
This is tricky. This is tricky because you could come out there and say, hey, you're the GM. I mean, Jerry's the GM and the owner. He can do what he wants. He doesn't have to consult with players. That's fine. If you're going to take that stance, that's fine. Where I come in, this is where it gets weird to me, is then why is he evaluating quarterbacks receivers before the draft? Why is he calling a Jalen Tolbert? Why is he looking at that? Why is he calling plays? Like you're giving him coach and scout like
power
responsibilities in other times. And so again, but I do understand. And I'm not trying to talk out of both sides of my mouth. If you're trying to make a trade and he says, they don't want to hang up the phone, they want to get this done, he doesn't have to consult with anyone. That's totally fine. It's a game day. It's a lot happening. I get it. But to say that you don't ever consult and you don't do that with Dak I don't know if that's the case, because they do lean on him in other areas. This particular one, fast moving trade, that's probably what happened. But let's don't act like they don't ask Dak for his opinion in other ways. And so it probably is just one of those things where just it happened, and hopefully he's good with it. If he's not, deal with it. Worry about the Giants. That's what you got to worry about.
Preach. Nick Eatman on fire this morning. Thank you, brother. We'll talk to you on Wednesday. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. All
Nick
right,
Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Crosstalk. Mike Bassick seems a little Ranger fired up. Let's unleash Mikey and Crosstalk next. But you're a little bit fired up because one thing went wrong this weekend.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Hurry into Classic Chevrolet for once-a-year Labor Day savings. Over 400 Silverados with their best offers of the year. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not miss your chance to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
0-1. Swing, and that one is hammered to center field, slicing away from Tavares. He turns and watches. That ball's out of here. Onto the grass beyond the center field wall. It's a grand slam for Royce Lewis. And just like that, a 5-0 Rangers lead is 5-4.
Kevin, did I call you up, not even on Sunday, but before Sunday, go, hey, this Royce Lewis guy looks like the real deal.
Yeah. And unfortunately, he is.
Thanks for picking my phone call yesterday.
Oh.
Well, I called you earlier and you didn't answer me. So
Today? I did answer you.
No. During the weekend.
Oh.
But
you did?
This is a tough one. I wonder this. I know that I'm taking over a little bit, Sean, but I'll give it back to you. That was Stratton who gave up the grand slam on the second pitch. I talked about this on Friday, I believe. I remember Mike Scioscia pushing his starters too much because the bullpen was struggling so much. This is like around 2012 through 2014. The Angels were still a pretty solid team. They had fallen off because the Rangers had taken over the division, and then Oakland started becoming good again, and the Angels didn't have very good bullpen work. And so he's like, screw it. Like in that situation, Scioscia was just like, I got to ride Montgomery. I can't ask my bullpen to get 11 outs. They're just probably not going to get 11 outs and hold the lead. So I'm going to push my starter as like past his workload to see if I can steal another inning away from the bullpen. And I wonder when Boch, we're getting close to like, it's almost over. There's 30-something games left. There's plenty of time. But when do you go, I'm not taking Montgomery out with the bases loaded. I am going to push him through 6 innings. You are a better option tired than having to use 5 bullpen pieces today. Yeah. And I'm just wondering when you have to make that Mike Scioscia tough decision. Now, Mike Scioscia's tough decision didn't work out for him either because they were complaining, why are you leaving guys in at pitch 104 when you know they're tired and they're out of gas?
Did you have a problem? So Stratton threw the slider, and he threw a slider the previous pitch.
Mm-hmm.
Same location. Did you have a problem that he didn't change eye level at all?
So here's the deal about Stratton. I don't know a lot about him yet. I don't know the confidence in his fastball location. I don't know, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you start to learn more about a guy the more and more you watch him pitch. And with him, I think I hate saying this, I'm not trying to take anything away from him. He's probably going to get like a 2 or 3 year deal at about $5 million per year in the offseason. But I think that he's a guy. He's a major league bullpen piece.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. Is he a guy that you should trust in the 7th, 8th inning to push the game to the 9th? And I know yesterday it wasn't the 7th or 8th inning, but that was a big situation with the bases loaded. You're up 5-0, but big situation. I'm trying to get out of this with it being 5-1 or 5-2 at the end of this inning. And so I think for him, I think he has solid stuff, but I don't think he has anything dominant. He doesn't have a dominant fastball. He doesn't have a dominant breaking ball. And so that's why you see him kind of like, dude, he's a major league bullpen guy. But do I want that stuff facing guys in the 7th or 8th inning to put that 100%? I need a 0 on the board to push this thing to my closer. And I just don't know if he ultimately has that type of quality stuff that I'm like, yeah, he should have gone to his fastball there, or what you're talking about, change location. I'm just not sure what Stratton has that is dominant, but he is a nice piece. I'm not trying to take any. Yeah. He's a guy. He's a. All 30 teams would want Stratton in their bullpen. But I think most teams that are pushing here to make the playoffs, if you're in a playoff game, you'd say, I want him pitching more 5th, 6th inning roles.
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, at 10:20, University of Texas AD Chris Del Conte joins us to tell us how Mike's daughter's doing at college, I'm assuming. And then at 11:20, it's Wanker of the Weekend. Plus, did we fix the Rangers?
No, we did not.
Do you remember on Friday when...
Can we fix the Rangers?
Corey, do you remember on Friday when everybody, not everybody, a lot of people are texting in, give Martin Perez the ball more?
Yeah.
Really?
Remember on Friday when
Yes,
all week last
that
week
really
when we
did
were
happen.
I
asking?
don't know if there's one person, I don't follow the text line, but...
Remember when we were asking, though, for Jonathan Hernandez to pitch, though, Mike?
Yep.
Whoops.
The big Trey Lance national topic is Dak not being notified. So I want to go around the room because we had a morning show big text fight yesterday.
Oh.
I think you can guess who thought Dak should have been notified.
Oh, no. See, I thought, Bobby, we were going to be on the same side because I heard Jack Wagon Orlovsky this morning. He's like, I can't even believe you wouldn't tell somebody.
Yeah, you and Dan are the same.
Wow,
I know, and they're doing the tongue
besties.
thing. They're like
He's
merging together.
copying me. Let's be clear about that. But no, here's the thing. I think the quarterback is the one who's it's not going to be McCarthy. It's not going to be Jerry. It's not going to be Steven. The one who's going to take the most heat of this and have to deal with the most noise from it is your quarterback. Not ask him like, hey, are you going to be cool with this? But just a heads up of, hey, you're going to be standing up there in front of the media tomorrow and just want to let you know to prepare yourself. They're going to ask you about this. Like, there's just that. That's one step of it. The more egregious aspect of it is 24 hours later when Jerry's standing up there in front of us, 24 hours after the announcement, and he says, yeah, I haven't talked to Dak still. The first time he talked to Dak about it at all was on the field when he went up to talk to Tom Brady. And I think that's ridiculous. I think it's ridiculous he didn't talk to Mike McCarthy about it.
That's ridiculous. The Dak, I don't care whatsoever.
Did he make a trade for a third string quarterback?
Yeah.
Why does he need to talk to the head coach about that?
Yeah, that's what it
Well,
is. Trey Lance is like your normal third string quarterback. Like, no, he's not Josh Dobbs.
You should talk to your coach about
all the players.
I'm going to ask this question.
The players on the team. Are you
like the GM should have full? Yeah.
Who cares? Like, seriously, he's a guy. He's a backup who flamed out. If we that soft that we have to talk to our quarterback and our head coach and be like, hey, I just wanted to give you a heads up. The media might ask you a tough question.
The head coach.
I agree with you on the Dak part 100%.
The head
coach should know about personnel.
The head coach should have an idea of who he's coaching.
Why? We swap. Who he's coaching? The hell does that mean? Do you think Trey Lance is going to be out there playing football in week 1?
No, it's going to be it's a roster spot. The head coach is out. Listen, I totally think that the GM should have full autonomy over the roster. All right.
He just needs to tell Mike McCarthy, hey, you can't do anything about this, but I'm going to make this move. Okay, I could live with that.
Yeah, like just let him know you're the head coach. Like this is, hey, by the way, we're going to trade we're cutting your third. I'm cutting your third string quarterback because we're bringing somebody else in.
Or what about just like, did you like Trey Lance? What would you think? Would someone? What if McCarthy's like, I had him graded as a 6th-rounder.
But don't they
stupid question.
Yeah, that is stupid. No, but they already said they had him as a 2nd-rounder, so they're going to go off of their own scouting department, not the Mike McCarthy scouting department.
But I mean, Mike McCarthy was here during the Trey Lance evaluation, so they have all of McCarthy's notes and everything. And so I think they probably view it as he hasn't even really played in San Francisco for 2 years, so there's nothing professionally for him to weigh in on because there's no tape from that. So we already know what Mike thinks through the draft process. I still think they should tell him and they should talk to him about it. Yeah, not Mike Bassick.
Mike McCarthy.
Mike McCarthy, it's one of those things where I think they said, you've already made your voice heard on this 2 years ago. We have the reports. We know what you thought of the guy. But
make your point, or
Here's
mine
my
will
point.
probably be better. So if you want to respond to mine, I wanted to ask you, notification when you played and they're talking about bringing in.
For me, they're notifying me that I'm the guy going down.
Yeah,
I'm Will Gruyere cheese in this situation.
But just in general, where's the status? Where's the cutoff point of that guy's important enough? We're going to tell him versus, we made this move. Y'all are finding out about it.
I think they did tell him. I think Jerry's telling the truth. But Jerry's not the general manager here. Jerry barely knows who Trey Lance is. You think Jerry studied anything on Trey Lance and is like, I'm pulling the trigger on Trey Lance. I think that Trey Lance maybe has something in his tank.
Hey,
He's
grandson,
barely played.
Did you watch San Fran on that red zone last year?
Yeah. What if, and I don't know this, my what if is I do believe McCarthy was at least told very quickly about this, but it was by the general manager, Will McClay. And so I don't know this for a fact, but my opinion is I think Jerry's telling the truth, but I also think through this process of trading for a quarterback, and I get he's going to be your 3rd stringer, probably back up next year, is I do think that they were notified. They weren't notified by Jerry. So Jerry's telling the media the truth. But Will McClay's the real general manager. Will McClay's the one who went back and looked at Trey Lance and really has the scouting report on him through. He's the guy doing all the dirty work on this stuff. Jerry's not watching a second of Trey Lance stuff. And so I get where the conversation's going. I think it's a fun conversation to have, and we want to have that conversation from 10 to 2 today too. But I'll pass to you.
105.3 The Lance.
I will pass to you, Sean, that I do think that not before, I think right after the trade was made, the person who runs personnel did notify the head coach and probably did notify Dak Prescott.
Because I totally agree with you. It's like, it's the 3rd string. If you traded for Matt Stafford, okay, I get it.
Sure.
Or someone whose arm isn't falling off. And then this whole thing about leverage, negotiating ploy, Dak's agent would spit out his coffee laughing over Jerry and Steven going, well, we got this Lance kid if you don't want to take a discount.
My response to that leverage would be like, well, you can't franchise tag me and you're not going to get rid of me in the next 2
trade.
years. Exactly. So fine, you can let me go for nothing. That's great.
But I still like the move.
I was told
I do like the move.
I was told by somebody in the organization that was effing clickbait. So
what was?
The Dak stuff. The leverage part of it all. Yeah. That's what I was told. But I mean, and I trust that person.
Our new Cowboys insider, along with Kevin and Mike, are next. 105. Yeah, maybe you would
being at 5:30.
Yeah, being at 5:30.
No way.
Bobby said, "I'm so excited for all the
told
football.
them already.
I'm going to come in at 5:30."
That's what time G-Bag Nation ends at today.
Does it?
Yeah, because the Rangers are in New York.
He overslept his alarm.
Who did?
I didn't oversleep it. It woke me up, and then I hit it off and fell back asleep.
Hold on, John, just real quick.
Yeah.
Because we all think we're going to get it back together and wake up once we put the snooze button. You're like, no. Next time I'll be ready. Even though you know in your heart you won't.
Right. I just don't get why.
He's a big Dez Bryant fan. He's just doing the Dez.
Oh, my God.
Oh, and a personal shot, his favorite player.
I'm not going to let Loudy Dez slander.
You? What do you care?
Man, his kids on my kids' football team.
Mr. Moneybag!
Hang on.
Mr. Choppy
Is
Money!
that kid showing up on time before practice starts?
Guess who is at every practice at 5 a.m. on the sideline watching practice?
Dez?
Yep.
Why don't you get him on the show?
Talks to the team every day.
Good point.
He does?
Yeah.
And now you're just telling us this at the end of Crosstalk.
I told you that last week that he was on the same team.
Not on the show. KMC next on The Fan.
studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's going to be a fun show today, despite some of these sports concerns around the Metroplex. 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation. Then coming up at 10:22, we will talk with University of Texas Athletic Director Chris Del Conte. I believe Mike set this up so he could check in on how his daughter is doing.
That's smart.
School.
That's smart.
Is that accurate?
Just ask him the whole time. How's Mary Grace doing?
How's your fine arts department? We really have invested quite a bit in your fine arts department at your school.
I did real quick, Mike. I didn't get to ask you. Does she have classes that are all like right next to each other, or are they all spread? Like, do you know how far her classes
that's
are?
It's going to be tough on that campus.
She said one of them. A lot of her classes are art. So they're in similar buildings or close buildings. She does have one class that's like from the art building about an 8 to 10 minute walk.
Ooh.
So
not too bad at all.
She's lucky enough. She had 36 hours going in. So she's pretty much done with all her basics through high school. So she's already kind of into her kind of major.
There you go. That's the way to do it right there, by the way. If you're in high school right now and you're on your way to school, you're late. But the other part is get all your stuff done as quickly as you can to be prepared. Like because college, you want to do the fun stuff. You don't want to be doing, senior high school math. You want to be done with all that stuff.
Are you insinuating that people go to college and they're not thinking, man, I can't wait for my trig class?
Yeah, no,
or
not
can't
at all.
Wait for my ethics
Not a
class.
single person wants to do that stuff.
I will say this about the University of Texas, and I'm not taking shots at athletes. I guess I am, but
no, that turns so fast.
When my wife went to orientation, I was working, so she went and took her down there for orientation. A lot of the head of the University of Texas said, look, most kids here, because we only take the top 6% of high school students, we don't really mess with anybody else. We really don't have basic classes. Now, they do for the athletes because they are on a different standard at University of Texas than if you're trying to get into the University of Texas as a non-athlete. So they still do have to have whatever you want to call it, your 101 classes, but they say a lot of those classes are primarily based off of the athletic department needing those classes, not a lot of what you'd consider the other colleges that you're applying to at University of Texas.
So I wanted to ask you guys a question, and Mike and I were talking about it this weekend. Corey, just from a value perspective, do you like the Trey Lance deal? Because what we went and did was over the last decade, I jotted down all the fourth-round picks for the Cowboys.
Okay.
And I wanted to see if you're like, ooh, I might prefer this player at their peak. Like maybe some of them don't stand up right now.
Well, because and there is a kind of a look on the Cowboys in the second round specifically. They will take a high risk player in the second round. And I'm not quite sure what their typical MO is in the fourth round, but it always feels like third round's pretty stout for them. Anyway,
fourth round, not too bad for the Cowboys at all.
When it comes to, I do trust their scouting department. I mean, I'm looking at the way they built this roster over the last few years now. It's better than it has been for years, dude. Sure. And so I do trust the guys that are watching the guys and saying, I think that the guy can play football. And so when I look at this also, Will Grier, you got off waivers. He was a third round pick, and you got him off waivers. I probably would have liked to give up a fifth or sixth. I probably would have liked that. But a fourth for a guy that was the number 3 overall pick and could have been top, first round or second round pick or kind of guy, I'm feeling like you are looking at a young player that you can develop over time. I'm not hating it. And at a position where most people are giving up lots of big picks to get that position for the future. Like you're trying to get quarterbacks because you're thinking that guy's going to be the guy for the future, and you're willing to give up multiple first-round picks for that guy.
All right, so we're going to run through the
exercise. Do you have a fifth-round pick? Didn't you trade that last year?
Yeah, because you got rid of 2, right?
Stephon Gilmore.
Yeah, and then obviously Brandon Cooks. All right, I'm going to go through this exercise. You vote, do you like Trey, or would you have preferred the fourth-round pick approximation? All right?
Okay.
So the last 10 years, we start in 2013. B.W. Webb.
He wasn't good.
He was no spud.
That is true. It gets a little tougher.
That was 2004?
2013.
Oh, 13.
How
Okay.
long ago do you think 10 years was?
What's your deal?
I don't know.
Okay.
I was thinking about Reggie's question while you were saying the words you were saying. All right, 2014 then. All right.
Anthony Hitchens. Would you prefer the rookie approximation of that or Trey Lance?
He was a Super Bowl linebacker for the Kansas City Chiefs, but not for this team. He was good here.
Solid player.
He was solid while he was
absolutely.
there. For a quarterback, I'm pushing on that one.
Wasn't he the guy that did a great job of holding the Detroit Lions guy that they threw a flag on in the playoffs?
Ooh,
and
that's
then
a
they
good point.
pulled the flag back because they wanted the Cowboys to make it to the second
There was
round?
also a face mask or something, Mike. Yeah, I'll say I prefer the quarterback still.
Okay. Damian Wilson in 2015.
Damian Wilson. I prefer the quarterback.
Charles Tapper. Remember him?
Yeah, your OU guy.
Dude, listen, bro.
But also in 2016, you did get Dak Prescott.
Oh.
So I feel like that's score one
I'll
for the
take Dak.
fourth round pick.
Yeah, that evens out, right?
I guess we'll find out in 2 years.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Relax, everybody.
No, we'll find out next year.
Ryan Switzer.
Yeah, he lasted 30 seconds.
Yeah, dude.
So Team Trey on that. 2018, we did a hell of a job in the fourth round. Dorrance Armstrong and Dalton Schultz.
All right.
Is that double team fourth rounder?
That would be very tough to say right now trade Dorrance Armstrong on a rookie deal or trade Dalton Schultz on a rookie deal. But I understand.
That's good.
The hits kept on coming in 2019. Tony Pollard was your fourth round pick. Score another one.
You're paying him $10 million this year, right?
Yeah, but at the time, I got to pay him like
nothing.
$50. 2020, Reggie Robinson. Remember him?
Oops.
And Tyler Biotish.
That's good.
I still take the quarterback.
So we're about
over both?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
What did Reggie Robinson do?
No,
Who is
Reggie
he?
Robinson I get. I meant for Biotish.
I understand it's your center, but he's he's subpar compared to Travis Frederick.
It might be Ramil Robinson's son.
Nobody's
Michigan
running
point
around
guard.
saying that Biotic is the number 5 center in the league right now.
That is fair. Last three for you. You might be about to see these two leave the team. In 2021, we had two picks, Jabril Cox and Josh Ball.
Yeah, I'd rather have Trey Lance. Nothing against those guys. I hope Jabril Cox works out.
Jabril Cox's best friend is Trey Lance, so that's kind of a weird thing too. They play Call of Duty together.
Oh, and didn't they play at college together?
Yeah, they played. Well, yes, they did. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so
you know what? He's back in. No, I'm just kidding. And then the last one is one that I think I would rather have the player than Trey Lance. Jake Ferguson was your pick last year. I think at least as of right now, he's probably going to be
who's your pick this year in the fourth round? Do you remember?
I did not jot that one down because I was like, we don't know. Oh yeah, it's Fehoko, right?
Okay, all right. So
it's like a 50-50 type of deal, right?
Well, actually, based on y'all's votes, 9 for Trey Lance, 5 would rather have the fourth round pick. So just the only thing that I saw that I could not believe was I did see some people, if you don't like the deal because you just don't like the deal, fair enough. But I saw, because you're like, we don't need a quarterback. We're all set. This is stupid. But I saw people like, I can't believe you gave up that much. And I was like, is that what you think about your fourth round picks every year? And to be fair, there are some really, really good ones in there, like Pollard, Armstrong, Schultz. But then you also have, Switzer, Webb, Cox, Ball. Like, don't forget, we drafted them in the same round in the same year. That's a weird deal that I wish I hadn't said like that. But, there's a lot of regrettable choices in there, is my point.
I'm okay with this trade. I like it. It's tough to say I love it because really the goal is that Dak plays so well this year and the Cowboys do so great this year that you're just looking at Trey Lance being your backup quarterback next year. Like maybe at some point he takes over for Cooper Rush this year. I find that hard to believe that he had no training camp with you. It's going to take him at least probably 5 to 6 weeks to try to figure out what the Cowboys somewhat system is. So I look at it and go, I'm okay with trading for a guy that's a very unknown in the NFL right now that has a lot of talent. Obviously questionable talent. The Cowboys won the bidding war.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to, how did the Cowboys get Trey Lance? Why'd they offer a fourth? Well, probably because 2 or 3 other teams at least were offering a fifth. And so they went above and beyond the other offers to make sure that they got Trey Lance. So I think you get a talented quarterback, the most important position. I shouldn't say talented quarterback. You have a potentially talented quarterback. So I'm definitely okay with this. I think there is a percentage that he is your starting quarterback in 2025, but it's 10 to 20%. It's not a very high percentage. Last time I said that number, everybody thought that Dak's foot was totally done when I said 10 to 20%. So I'm saying 10 to 20% that he's your starting quarterback in 2025. Not adding a zero to it's 100 to 200%. So I think it's a small percentage that they might have traded for their Dak replacement in 2 years.
Yeah, right now, I'm not even thinking about him replacing Dak.
Okay.
Dak and him are so far separated in talent and knowledge and understanding of the game right now that it can't be week 4. Trey Lance walks in and goes, "Guys, I got this." It's just not there yet. But it is an opportunity because you're looking at Cooper Rush and you're going, look, maybe we can win 5 games. All right. Maybe we can do that. We've seen he went 4-1. We know all that, but we did have to smoke and mirrors a little bit of that. And he is what he is. There's no future progression for him beyond this.
Can I ask you a question?
But Trey Lance has low end areas of can he get better? Maybe.
Would you have any interest? I'm guessing maybe not here because he doesn't know the playbook at all, but Todd Archer had brought up that the Bengals were one of the teams that was interested in signing Cooper Rush.
Yeah.
They missed out in free agency on maybe finding a better backup. Would you have any interest in potentially dealing Cooper Rush? Or do you think that is just not something you feel comfortable with?
Is Will Grier going to be your backup then? Trey Lance isn't your backup this year.
Okay.
So in my mind, Trey Lance is not, he's still, his camp was miserable. It was not good. But he can learn this. Mike just said he's going to take time to learn the system. You need to develop him. I would go, if you're going to do that, I would go with Grier as my 2 for the majority of the season.
I would not. I do think Trey Lance has the talent to be the backup, but I would wait 4 weeks because if Dak breaks his finger in week 1 or week 2 or week 3, I do want to go with Cooper Rush to keep this season alive. But I do think after 4 weeks, if you know you're not signing Cooper Rush back, and I would say through this trade, you're pretty sure that Trey Lance is going to be your backup quarterback next year.
Yeah.
So I would go after 4 weeks. If I feel like Trey Lance is picking things up enough that I have some design plays for him, I can definitely do some sort of, I'm not trying to take a shot here at Lamar Jackson or Hurts, you're kind of maybe more running type quarterbacks. We can put in some sort of system that makes it preferable for him, give him easier reads, the easiest reads we can possibly give. I would say, yeah. So I'm after it because you're going to lose Cooper Rush for nothing in the offseason.
He's got a 2-year deal.
Okay. Well, I'd still look to possibly trade him if I feel like after 4 or 5 weeks, Trey Lance is really what I think is more of a backup quarterback. But that's up to the coaching staff to inform Will McClay, hey, we're loving what Trey Lance is doing. We're not loving him to replace Dak, but we're loving him enough that we might feel like he gives us more opportunities in a different way than Cooper Rush.
And Kevin, there is an opportunity down the road to go, this is the direction we would like to go. I understand the way the contracts all look right now. It's not favorable to the Cowboys. This isn't leverage for them, but there is an opportunity to look down the road and say, we would rather go with a younger quarterback than what we've seen from Dak Prescott over, Mike just pointed out, 7 years, and it hasn't been any better. Jerry Jones was walking into those meetings before he signed that big contract, asking every single, Broad has said this multiple times, asking every single person, are you sure this is the guy? Are you sure this is the quarterback we're about to go give this money to? And they said yes. And then they've also been saying they know they have to build a better team around him because he's not this guy.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with University of Texas Athletic Director Chris Del Conte right here on 105 through the Fan.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Bacon Plumbing. It's brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-0817-333-3333.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan. Right now, it is University of Texas Athletic Director Chris Del Conte. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you, fellas?
We're doing well, and I think the first thing we need to get to is our co-host, Mike. His daughter just started at the University of Texas. Can you give us a breakdown on their fine arts department and what we should look forward to there?
I see that. Wise choice, Mikey. Wise choice.
We are very
changes the world. Good job.
We are very happy with her, and she's loving UT a week into school.
Fantastic. Go out. The first week here is always like schools are optional. It seems like, you know. Every bar in town is filled, so she probably has a fake ID. If I was you, I'd be checking her wallet.
Why are you telling him that already?
Right,
He's going to panic.
Chris, I have checked her Venmo, and she Venmo'd somebody for pizza and coffee at midnight, and I'm like, I can believe the pizza thing. I don't know if you were having coffee with your pizza at midnight.
If you get Uber Eats at Uber at 3:30, and it's for Uber Eats, you for sure know that it was not. She took a ride. You know,
this is not how I expected that first part to go. Fantastic!
I love it. I think it's great.
Well, I appreciate it, Mikey. I have two daughters here, so I'm letting you know. When they told me, Dad, I had pizza and coffee, I'm like, hold on a minute. Is it Boone's Farm?
Yeah. Yeah. That would be a great name for a bar, pizza and coffee.
Yep.
And so people will just think, yeah, that's what I paid for. And you're like, no, this is a bar.
Yeah, exactly right. When I was in school, we had a bar called the Library. And my old man finally caught on when he showed up. He goes, "What is that?" That's the library, Dad.
Look at all the books.
Right.
One of the things that I love that you said in the last week is you walked through the embrace the hate mantra. As somebody who also ascribes to that same philosophy, can you explain that for people who maybe aren't familiar with the movings and shakings of conference realignment and y'all's future next year and everything like that?
Well, and I think the issue is just that when you are we know it's the last year of us in the Big 12, and that's always going to be be contentious, and we have to understand that we're going to get already at the University of Texas. It's the biggest game, and we're going to be going into hostile environments, and we just got to understand. Hey, get ready for that environment. You're going to get everyone's best shot on the way out. Be prepared for that moment. Even though I know when Texas comes into someone's house, it's their biggest game. And we know that. It's just added on top of that is that this is our last year in the conference. So we're mainly just embracing that, embrace the opportunity that you have, enjoy this opportunity, know that you're going to get a level of intensity that is higher than usual on our farewell tour.
You guys have a number of high-profile quarterbacks on campus, and I just how much different is the vibe whenever you have a Quinn Ewers, when you have an Arch Manning stepping through campus, or is it just like, no, this is just a typical day at Texas?
I think like anything else, they're great human beings, both of them. But Malik as well. Malik was highly recruited. I think it just speaks volumes of the program and the expectations that we have of all of our programs. I was having lunch yesterday. We've won back-to-back Directors' Cups, and this past year finished second in the director for the overall best athletic programs in the country. So we won 12, 13 conference championships, and a dozen in the last 3 years, almost more than that, 15 national championships. When you're in that cafeteria, you just see Olympians. You see All-Americans, you see national champions. It's an amazing place to reside. You ought to come down at noon. You'll just sit there and go, my gosh, look at the talent that this place attracts. And no different, Mikey, than your daughter come to the University of Texas. Congratulations to her. She's the top 6% of her high school. Yep. So they're going to attract the very best. in that cafeteria, you just look around the room, you just have nothing but winners. And the quarterback room or the linebacker room or the swimming and diving or the tennis, they're just extensions of that expectation that we have for ourselves at this institution.
So I recently got done reading the Coach K book, and he talked about he really wanted his basketball team, his student athletes, to also be part of the student process. He didn't want them to maybe be secluded from the other college students. And he was talking about eating in kind of the places that, this is open to all of the students. We're not just going to have just a basketball place for us to eat and just this or just that. What's kind of the thought about UT with that? I'm not saying Coach K was right. It was interesting to me that he really wanted his Duke kids to be part of Duke. And so how is that with when we're talking about very popular players on your team?
Well, and I think that they all live in the dorms on campus. That's one thing that every student athlete comes in, they live on the dorm. We don't have like an athletic dorm, or we don't do like a basketball-only dorm. I think a school like Duke that's only 8,000 students, it's really small. TCU, I think, is like 7,000 undergraduate students. It's pretty small. So everyone knows everybody. At Texas, we're 52,000 students. So we do have all of our kids live on campus their first year. They live in West Campus their second year. And the one thing that we really do well, and it's a credit to our president, is even coming out of COVID, we're only like about 5% online. We are in classroom. We have the finest professors in the country, and we want our student athletes to be taught by the finest professors, and it's in classroom, so 20 kids per class. So we're heavily focused on them getting an unbelievable educational experience and a living experience on campus, which then will tell you that what starts here changes the world is our mantra that we fully believe in, and it's because we're immersed as one.
Talking with Chris Del Conte right here on 105.3 The Fan. I was hoping you could tell us about the new tailgating service that y'all are rolling out there, Revel XP. You can check it out at revelxp.com. We hear about tailgating all the time. What do you think is the appeal of this service?
Well, one of the things you look at for us more than anything else is that we are an urban campus. If you've been down to Austin, it's just different. We don't have massive parking lots surrounding our stadium. So we have Bevo Boulevard, we have Smokies Midway, we have all the areas that congregate in terms of providing an incredible all-day experience for our fans. Yet we have a lot of parking garages. So what we looked at was, let's find an incredible space that we can then, right in the middle of an urban campus, that if you just want to stop in, park your car and walk, and they do all the barbecue for you. They do all the pregame, tailgate setup. You just tell them what you want. It's kind of like going to a grocery store and then you just order over the phone. They show up to your house.
I like it.
It's same. They come here, soup to nuts. It's done, baby. You just got to show up and get after it.
That's a fantastic experience for something like that. I've always been kind of curious the way NIL has evolved in your eyes and how it's going now versus how it started and what you kind of foresee in the future of it. How quickly did it take, or how long did it take you guys to kind of organize things and say, okay, this is the structure we would like to work within?
Well, and I think for me specifically, I think what gets lost in all this is that the educational component. We're talking about a $1 trillion student debt, and they're saying we got to forgive that student debt. I'm like, wait a minute. I chose to take that loan out to get that education. Why should it be forgiven? What's getting lost is in intercollegiate athletics, majority of almost all of our student athletes graduate college with no debt. It's the largest free education program in the country outside of the GI Bill. Largest. We provide opportunities for every student athlete across walks of life to get a free education while performing athletics. And only 2% of those student athletes will go pro, and we seem to focus on that. So it boggles my mind that we forget that, especially in a time and place when we're talking about forgiveness of a debt that I voluntarily chose. I had $53,000 in student loan. It took me 17 years to pay it off, and I enjoyed paying it off every single month because it knew it changed my life. And I was going to work my tail off to pay that loan off. So I think what gets lost is that. Now, NIL, is if there's an opportunity I think everyone has the right to say this is my name, image, and likeness, and we should look at what opportunities I have with my name, image, and likeness. And being in the city of Austin, it's just absolutely growing by leaps and bounds.
Yeah.
The tech companies that are leaving California and coming here, and the growth of our city, and the opportunity for young people in our Forever Texas program to change their life through NIL and through their degree from the University of Texas is second to none, and that's why I'm embracing these opportunities for everybody.
Is it? And I totally hear what you're saying about the student loan forgiveness. Is it tough though? Because like sometimes I have to admit I roll my eyes when I hear the term student athlete because I feel like the NCAA uses that as a cover for the billions of dollars that they're also making off of these people.
Well, I don't think they're making anything if you look at that regard. We spend – if you look at I have 20 sports. I only have 2 that are profitable, football and men's basketball. 18 are completely dependent on those 2 sports to operate. My wait staff, my training staff, my nutritionist, my medical staff, academic staff, tutors, and then you go every single sport is dependent on those 2 sports to have an athletic program. And of those 2 sports, only 2% of them are going to go pro. Yet I have Scotty Scheffler that played on our golf team. Right, we have Olympians that were here. We have you see the student athletes come through Texas that are going to go out and do great things in their particular endeavor. But while they're in school, the finances are set up, so it's not like, oh my God, there's this massive profit center. No, that money pours back into the operation of all 20 sports so that we can provide a well-rounded academic opportunity for everybody. At the same time, there's institutional needs that we also work closely with our campus. So it's a little misnomer that's being said, and I get that, but it's not like I'm an NFL team or a men's basketball or an NBA team. We're a college athletic program made up of 21 sports.
So, Chris, I'm
different.
Oh, sorry about that, Chris.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
Okay, I'm a baseball guy, and so is my father, and my son's a freshman in high school. He's going to play college baseball, and it's interesting as we kind of talk about, the going to college. And I signed out of high school, and I really want him to play college baseball if possible. And I look at the way the transfer portal is now. LSU, who you're about to join in the SEC, they won the national championship, and their head baseball coach didn't really want to celebrate the championship too much. He wanted to immediately in his press conference say, hey, enter the transfer portal, come here to a national championship team. So he wants your UT kid to say, I want to go to LSU. He wants the A&M kid to say, well, LSU's better. I'm a starter at A&M, but I want to go to LSU for that year. Do you see that changing? Because I look at my son and say, it might be better your freshman year to go to Texas State or to go to Abilene Christian and then transfer into UT when you're a sophomore or junior, or then transfer into A&M when you're a sophomore or junior. Do you see that 5 years from now as still being the same thing? Just take the best D1 players at maybe not the national championship team and all those best players then just transfer to the 5 best schools?
Well, and I think it all depends on who the parent is and what the kid wants out of school. I mean, if you're going to really go to get an education and change your life, then you're going to go to the very best school you can get into, play sport, and get the very best degree you can. That's the most important thing. And if you think, oh, no, I want to go somewhere for 1 year, well, what's your fallback plan 10 years from now? What's your fallback 3 years from now? So I look at it and say it's an ever-changing landscape, and I get it. And you're going to have kids that go to smaller schools are always going to look to transfer up, and that happens now. And that's the oddity of the way the transfer portal is working today. Ironically, we then lose anybody through we had lost some kids that said, I'm just not playing the left. But we're a destination for transfer portal kids. But when I was in school, JC was big. Mm. You went to JC to help shore up your roster if you lost people through graduation just because they're older. I think the unintended consequence of the portal is that there's 2 cracks at it, which makes it really difficult for coaches to have a roster. You know what I mean? That's just a tough part of it. But, it is a new landscape. And at a place like Texas, we know that More often than not, we're going to be the beneficiary of that. But I do worry that I understand the sitting out for a year. That's what it was when I was in school. And if it was intra-conference, it was 2 years. So I just look at that and say, right now, it's just I'm going to go somewhere for 6 months and bounce, or somewhere for 6 months. It's hard to do your roster that way, and I feel bad for the coach. I feel bad for the institution. And someone's in the kids' ear thinking that's a good opportunity for them, and they lose sight of the fact that last year there was almost 15,000 people in the portal, and only like 2,200 got picked up. That means 13,000 people lost their scholarship. Because once you enter the portal, the coaches, your scholarships are relinquished from that school. So I want you to think through what message we're being sent. Then the portal is also affecting high school, because coaches are no longer recruiting high school kids to try to develop them. They're going to try to get an older kid in the portal. So it's just an interesting time in our industry.
Yeah, it's something we talk about constantly on this show, specifically trying to figure out exactly what the landscape's going to look like in the future. I have a fantasy draft this weekend. How high should I take Bijan Robinson?
Hey, buddy, there's no gaming in Bushwood.
Smart. Well, we appreciate the time very much. RevelXP.com, and I really hope that you invite the Big 12 commissioner to tailgate with you before the Texas Tech game, if you can make that happen.
I appreciate that and look forward to the Rice football game this weekend.
Awesome. Thank you very much, good sir. Appreciate the time.
Thanks.
Appreciate you, fellas.
There you go. University of Texas Athletic Director Chris Del Conte right here on 105.3 The Fan. Mike, I'm going to leave this up to you. Do you want to do baseball nuggets next, or do you want to switch it because it's going to be a shorter segment and do wanker of the weekend?
You can do wanker, and then at 11, let's dive into the Rangers.
Oh, man.
Because they make us sad. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
I'm Pete Thompson with a consumer team.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Hurry into Classic Chevrolet for a once-a-year Labor Day savings. They've got over 400 Silverados with their best offers of the year. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com and don't miss your chance to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. We're going to shift baseball nuggets to 11:20, and right now, roll through some, unless you want to run a short baseball nuggets, Mike. I feel like we're helping you out here. It's time for some wanker of the weekend. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend? I want to take you to an audio clip that you might think this has been doctored. It has not been doctored. This was from SmackDown on Friday night, but it has nothing to do with wrestling. This is the wrestling announcer trying to get you hyped.
Samantha Irvin?
No, it's Corey Graves. Trying to get you hyped about this Colorado football game coming up. Get ready for what he says and how difficult it is.
Deion Sanders, Coach Prime, is coming to the biggest season opening college football has seen in years. It is Colorado Buffaloes face 17th ranked TCU. Big noon Saturday on Fox starts September 2nd. You're all choked up over this game, aren't you? I'm sorry. I'm so excited I can barely breathe.
All right.
Oh, my gosh.
I feel like there are a lot of words he missed.
Yeah.
That's at least partially on him. But it's also partially on the copywriter there who said TCU, Colorado, was one of the biggest college football opening games in years.
How's it not?
One of them is not ranked, and the other is
Which
ranked
one's not
17, Colorado.
They should be ranked 6 just on Deion alone.
Because Deion?
I mean, like, that's entertainment right there. That's what the value is, the entertainment value ranking.
Okay.
Yeah, they should add the entertainment value ranking.
It's a great jersey matchup. You
The
can't
EVR,
deny.
yeah. That is true, too. That is true as well.
I feel like not enough consideration is given for that.
Yeah. We got the win-will factor and the EVR.
Whoa.
Now the entertainment value ranking.
Colorado at TCU?
Baby.
Everything's bigger in Texas, Kevin.
Is that right? Is that that's
I'm not
the
sure
first
who
game?
the home team is.
I'm just wondering how many people are going to have like cramps happening in the third and fourth quarter. Like that's going to be a 7-hour game.
It is at Amon G. Carter. Yes.
Yeah, so that's like I think this is a great week. It's only going to be like 96 to 98 this week.
But Saturday.
Yeah.
Bring your jackets. But I believe by Saturday it's still supposed to get back up to like 101, and I'm just assuming that game is kind of like a 2 o'clock.
It's at 11. That was their thing.
Big noon kickoff.
The big noon kickoff. So
Okay.
Eastern time, it's at noon.
Low of 76 on Saturday. High of 101, Mike. So,
And you know what's crazy
by
about
mid-game,
Amon G
you'll have
and
to be
all
jacking
the other
up.
stadiums is like the visiting sideline. They'll usually put a thermometer down there, and it gets crazy hot on the visiting sideline that's out in the sun. They are going to be sweltering.
But like, that's not even the biggest game this weekend, and it's
Says
not
you.
even close. Yes.
what do you think the people
What's
of
bigger
TCU
than a
think?
buffalo, Kevin?
Yeah. What do you think the
An
people of
elephant.
TCU think? Do you
I
think they think it's a big
even
deal?
the people at TCU are probably like, that LSU Florida State game's a bigger deal
What?
than this,
Who
right?
cares about LSU?
Nobody's called the Elephants.
That is technically correct, Kevin.
Like out of all
There's
these,
no
the
college?
buffaloes, you know,
Not
the
the elephants?
bisons, you just think of. I've never heard of anybody being called the Elephants. There's no pro team called the Elephants. Because you're like, what's bigger than a buffalo? Immediately, I'm like, an elephant's
Yeah.
bigger than a buffalo. But there's no such thing as an elephant team.
But Bama has a mascot that's an elephant.
But they're the Crimson Tide.
But they're the Crimson Tide. But they do have an elephant mascot.
That's like Stanford with the tree.
The Cardinal.
Yeah, like I
Like,
get
oh,
it,
what's happening
but
here?
yeah, there should be more elephants, condors. Like, let's vary it. You know what? They
Condors?
Yeah, they really need to do that at the high school level because if your school goes by the moniker of the Wildcats,
Tigers,
Bulldogs.
yes, you should at least consider.
Eagles.
Should we change this?
Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, how many times, Kevin, did we roll up to a high school football game and it was a pairing of the same? And you're like, how am I supposed to pick the winner for this? Nobody knows. Two Wildcats fight. Like, what's going
Wildcats,
to happen here?
Jaguars, Panthers,
Yeah.
all the big cats.
Now let's go from that to I'm conflicted on this because I don't know if I want to consider them a wanker of the weekend because I like that they were giving my guy extra credit. Did you see on the Notre Dame broadcast they put Joe Montana down as a 5-time Super Bowl champion? He only won 4. I wonder if they just credit him with that last Steve Young one. They're like, come on, dude. Like, So I don't know if I want to call them a wanker of the weekend because
I always thought he won 5.
Oh yeah, he only won 4.
Joe Montana. Wow. All right. Yeah. I guess in my mind, I just always credited him with that. Yeah.
I think you should continue to do so.
What's happening? Like, hold on. Was this just? Did
But at
they
least he
say?
won all his fair and square?
Did they say out loud 5 times, or was
No,
it just on the?
It was just like with Joe Thomas when it said first offensive
Yeah,
lineman on the
graphics.
graphic. Yeah, it said Joe Montana, 5-time Super Bowl champion.
Graphics are struggling lately, man. There's not as much. No, I think this is a reality. I don't think there's as much committed to graphics as there used to be.
I looked right at our graphic on the Twitch just to make sure
Get
we're
involved with
squared
the
away.
show. Yeah,
All
I mean,
we're
usually, like, there used to be a time where it was one person, maybe 3, that were committed to graphics alone and all the information that had to go in it. And now it's like that producer has to be the person in charge of the graphics too, and they got all that other stuff going on in their mind, dude.
And from the 808, I don't know if this is one person. Yeah, it's just one person. They were like, "Don't you hate Deion Sanders?" I definitely do not hate Deion Sanders. I didn't like what he tried. I know we had that interview. I hated what he was trying to do with his faux educational system.
Yeah.
Just very reminiscent of we just were talking about BS High off the air about Bishop Sycamore.
Gotta watch.
If you get the chance to watch it, it's amazing. That's pretty much what Prime Prep was. BS High.
Okay.
He's
It was a little bit better than that.
a little, not a lot, but a little.
They actually had a school.
They did.
Bishop
So-
Sycamore didn't even have a school.
That is true. That
Who
is
says
true.
a 21-year-old man can't play
Yeah.
high school football?
Rule book.
The Ohio State
God,
High School
that was
Athletic
amazing.
Association.
Well, here's our book.
And then, do you count as the wanker of the weekend if you get a face tattoo, but you already have multiple face tattoos? Like
what?
Okay.
Why does that make you a wanker?
No, that's what I'm asking.
Okay.
So Sean O'Malley, who's now a UFC champion, he already had, I believe, at least 3 face tattoos. He got another one. Are you like, that's fine? You get to celebrate. You won the UFC title however the heck you want.
Yes.
Or do you get to a point where it doesn't matter how many face tattoos you have? Like once you get one, are you like the face tattoo person?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not
Yes.
saying you're like. Let's look at Post Malone, right?
Mhm.
Like we always looked at his mustache and thought it was 2 Scottish Terriers kissing, right? Like that was a real thing for a while.
Huh.
And then he said, "I'm going to get this tattoo here," and then all of a sudden his whole face was covered in tattoos.
You know, he's been in this studio, interviewed by 105.3 The Fan.
I did know that.
Yes. Did you interviewed him, right?
Yeah.
How did that go?
It was great. He was opening up. He was really excited because at that moment, he was opening up for Justin Bieber. Like, you know, you think of Post
that's
Malone
huge.
now, like that was,
Yeah,
his
sure.
break was Justin Bieber liked him and said, "I want you to go on tour with me and I want you to be my opening act."
Because you wouldn't necessarily think, like at the time, exactly the same style of music or
No,
anything.
you
but
wouldn't.
Yeah, that would be a huge opportunity. Clearly,
sure.
Post Malone's doing just fine.
Yeah. So I think you're okay no matter how many face tattoos you want to get.
Yeah, whatever social response you get from any face tattoo, I think you get for having a face full of tattoos. So once you decide that is the landscape
So
that you're
once you
willing to
hit
put
one,
a tattoo, it's
okay.
fine. Do whatever you
You're
want.
not going to run into people who are like, I don't know, 3 face tattoos?
I am kind of thinking though, is one face tattoo, it's kind of intimidating. But then you get to see the dude with more face tattoos and you're like, I don't want to mess with that guy.
Yeah, but he's also the UFC champion for his weight class. I would think like
I'm not messing with that dude.
that would be good enough.
Yeah.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Somebody wants a team's mascot to be the roly-polies. Coming up next, keeping
The
track
Doodlebugs.
of the Cowboys roster cuts, plus our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You are officially
Through the Fan right now, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, fellas. How's it going?
Great. Can Trey Lance be ready?
Oh, my
God.
Who's getting cut this week?
He maybe can be ready by 2024.
Okay.
Is that good enough for you? Does that make you feel better,
I
Kevin?
am not the person who said he's
that
going
was for Mike, right?
No, I wonder this, and not talking about starting. I just wonder, football, there's so many things to know as a quarterback. You have no training camp with this team. Like, does it take 6 weeks to have a knowledge of the offense you are now in? I don't know.
Well, even with the knowledge, this guy hasn't played. He's hardly played any football.
Yeah.
Think about it. He started 1 year in high school. He goes to North Dakota State, redshirts his freshman year, has a great second season. His third season's COVID, and he played one game, and then they basically canceled the season they were going to play in the spring. And he decided, nah, I don't want to do that. I'm coming out. And he comes out, and San Francisco basically gives up their future drafts, 3 firsts and a third, to draft him with the 3rd pick, right? And then he only gets in 6 games, and he's playing with a broken finger that he couldn't straighten out the whole season. And then the second year, he wins the starting job, gets hurt in the second game, and basically doesn't play the rest of the year. So this kid has not played any football. I don't know, did San Francisco panic and say, well, we got to win now, and we're going to keep 3 quarterbacks that, or 2 quarterbacks that can play, Purdy and Sam Darnold, and you're going to be the 3rd. And he's like, well, I don't know if I like that. And so they up and trade him. I saw an interesting note. Since high school, he's only thrown 420 passes in competitive real games.
Wow.
And that includes college and with San Francisco. So, somebody should get charged with quarterback abuse on this one. He's still only 23. You realize when he got drafted, he wasn't 21 yet? So he just hasn't played football. And I always look at guys in college that don't play at least 3 years, if not 4, and they come out, they're not ready. They haven't seen enough. And certainly this guy hasn't seen enough. And now how do you get him ready when the preseason's over with and you're the 3rd quarterback, and at best in practice you're going to get maybe scout team reps, and that's it. So to me, this is a year-long project to see, just how fast they can bring him along, and do they have the time to do it in season to get him ready at some point if they absolutely need the 3rd quarterback.
Now, speaking of the 3rd quarterback, I have to admit I have not been a huge proponent of Will Grier, but given his performance under the circumstances, man, that's a heck of a good tape. That's some good tape to put out for the rest of the league if you're going to need a job.
No, absolutely, and especially from a mental standpoint, knowing that you're doing this because you ain't going to be here, right?
Yeah.
But knowing that, well, everybody else is going to see this tape, and maybe they need a backup quarterback, and let me put this out there. Now, he's doing it against a bunch of guys playing defense that probably aren't going to be on a 53-man roster. I get it. But he's playing with a bunch of guys that aren't going to be on the 53-man roster, yet he performed that well. So you got to give him a big check mark for mental stability and to just go out and say, okay, I'm going to play. And, good for him. And, you got to be hoping that somebody will pick him up on a roster and maybe give him a chance to be the backup quarterback.
Were there any receivers in this game that you thought, man, that made a difference for me, for their future here or for their future in the NFL?
From receivers, I don't know if Simi Fehoko did enough.
Yeah, that was
get on the 53. I think there were some guys that said, hey, I belong on the practice squad. I think the guy that did the most to give himself a chance on the 53 was Hunter Lipke.
Yes.
Right?
I was going to ask you about him.
I would consider him.
He had 108. Was it 118 yards total?
Well, with between rushing and receptions and just the way he played. And now think about this: he would be one of those guys, kind of fullback, one back, special teams guy, right? That can go down and cover, and he's willing. Maybe keep him as the third running back. What do you think? Or four? Or I guess 1, 2, 3. Yeah, because Rico Dowdle's going to back up, I would think, Tony Pollard.
As long as you're not getting rid of Deuce Vaughn, I can support this plan.
And then you got Deuce. So the fourth guy, instead of Malik Davis, I think you got to kind of consider, Hunter as a guy that's kind of a special teams guy that can help you out a little bit, in some offensive situations, because certainly he's willing to bang it in there. Now you're going to have to go short somewhere else. So, Deuce didn't play, so he's on. He's your third. And then you got to, decide, do you want 4 tight ends? Can you keep 4 running backs? Maybe you go short on the offensive line. And if you need somebody, you got 3 call-ups if indeed you need another backup. So, they got tough decisions between how they sort that out, along with how they sort out the secondary and defensive line.
I was curious, now that it looks like he's good to go, how does Jordan Lewis, how does he fit into the roster?
I don't know, because do you want to put him on the 53 and knowing he's going to need, 2 to 3 weeks to get ready to actually play?
Yeah.
Or do you say, well, we leave him on PUP, he'll be out 4 weeks, but when guys are on that, I believe, you can start practicing after 2 weeks or after 2 games. So they might try doing that so they can keep an extra young guy. And then we'll see some guys cut, veteran guys that, they'll say, hey, you don't have to go through waivers, CJ Goodwin, and then we'll sign you a day later. So we can keep somebody on the roster to put them on injured reserve. I think maybe the injury to Josh Ball gets him you have to keep him. If you want to keep him keep him active the rest of the season, you can, put him on IR after 24 hours. So there's some, manipulation that they're going to have to do here to get everybody they want to get. And, face it, it's kind of a good thing that, the cuts are, at least in your mind, are very difficult.
One of the positions that's kind of light is linebacker. However, I am kind of curious on Jabril Cox's role now that kind of things have settled a little bit, and what Marquise Bell did. Like, does that make any difference for Cox?
Well, it depends on how you're going to judge Marquise Bell.
Yeah.
Is he a true linebacker, or is he a DB/linebacker?
Right.
And they're kind of short on linebacker. Now, are you going to count Micah Parsons a linebacker?
Sometimes no.
Okay.
I guess not really.
Yeah.
So then look at it this way. And if you got an injury there between Leighton Vander Esch and Damone Clark, and if you're always in basically 2 linebackers, you could always say, okay, well, Parsons got to play linebacker now, right?
Yeah.
So if you count it, that's 3. Well, you probably need 2 more, if not 3. Is it Cox and Harper, or do you say Malik Jefferson? They were giving him an opportunity as a linebacker / special teams guy, but then he gets hurt. So I'm not sure where they're at there, but they're kind of, if you're not counting Parsons a linebacker, they're very thin at linebacker, and they're going to have to keep their eyes open. And I think they got to keep their eyes open for, an offensive lineman that might have a little experience, because I don't know that Chuma Edoga has done anything to suggest that, he deserves, and being injured, a roster spot. that they're going to have to decide there because I don't know what you guys thought of him, but what I saw, I don't know. And if you look at the contract he signed, it was a 1-year veteran exception, and I think they gave him maybe $150,000 signing bonus. That's like moving expense.
He's the guy who I was most hopeful in training camp would show up and show everybody what he could do. And so we would all feel better about the depth and flexibility across the offensive line. But yet here we are. So,
but and a guy like that, at least for me, I follow the money, and they didn't, spend a lot to get him. And so that means hardly anybody else was after him too, right? When you get a veteran exception, you get paid a little bit more on your base salary, but it doesn't count as much on the salary cap. So basically, he's a $1 million guy, and it's not guaranteed. So, heck, you probably could release him and put him on the practice squad if you wanted to.
Mickey was making $1 million back in '97, Corey. So don't even bother him.
Well, let's keep it in context.
Sure,
right?
no, I get it.
You understand. And another thing on the Trey Lance thing, I think it's pretty interesting. They get a quarterback of that supposed quality because everybody, they basically had a second-round grade on him for a fourth. And I started looking at the Cowboys' history with quarterbacks. They got Dak with the second fourth, right?
Yep.
Stephen McGee was a fourth. Going way back, they had used fourths on quarterbacks previously, and this isn't the first time that they've had two possible quality quarterbacks on the team at the same time. Oh, I know what it was. They traded a fourth for Steve Berline in 1991 from the Raiders, right? And in '89, not only did they draft Troy Aikman,
Steve Walsh.
They drafted Steve Walsh in the supplemental draft, which cost them the first pick in the 1990 draft, but they turned him into 3 draft choices. They flipped him, right? Got a first, second, and a third, and the second ended up with multiple picks from New Orleans. So, they've had a history of doing this, stacking quarterbacks, and we can go back all the way to the 60s when they've had starting quarterback like Don Meredith and drafted Craig Morton in the first round.
All right, let me ask you this then. Do you think it's more likely that Trey Lance will end up being one of the commentators on Monday Night Football or that we'll be able to trade him for a first, a second, and a third?
I think there's a there's a possibility if he gets the opportunity, and you probably don't want the opportunity because that means Dak's hurt, right? To flip him for maybe a second instead of you get kind of dividends on your fourth round pick. I think, they're looking at him for the future. Jerry said he's not counting on him, wishing for him to play this year. So a quarterback, to me, you can develop him more so in the offseason, training camp, and preseason than you can sitting, on the bench as the third guy during the regular season because you barely have enough snaps for the backup guy. He would have to be spectacular in practice to beat out Cooper Rush because your backup quarterback rarely gets many snaps during the regular season. And it's got to be relying on your experience to be able to get through if they, say, okay, at the drop of a hat, you got to go in and play. And, I had about 6 snaps this week in practice, right?
Yep.
So that's kind of the situation they're in, and it's almost like they need a separate quarterback coach just to work with this guy because he has no experience whatsoever.
Appreciate all the info, Mick. Obviously, tomorrow we'll have a lot more with you.
We should, right?
Absolutely.
All right. Talk to you then.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Remember, tomorrow by 3 p.m. Central, NFL rosters have to be cut down to 53. Coming up next, we've had to move it because of time constraints. Now it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
I feel like there's a movie quote right here that says, pressure's a mother effer. Next.
Oh.
They are 3.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, that's soda, and is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
Chapman with the 2-2 pitch, and that's lined into center. It's a base hit. Taylor hits the bag at third. Leote up with it, but no throw home. Taylor scores. Donovan Solano with the RBI single to tie this game at 5.
KNC Masterpiece, they would go on to lose, but I bet you probably already knew that. Right now, It's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Baczek.
Everything's going to be okay. Everything's going to be okay.
That's the spirit.
Everything's going to be okay. Just keep saying that to yourself. Everything's going to be okay.
It's hard to live in a winning season when you're losing. Like, it's very difficult to like enjoy this season in this small amount of time where everything's just bad.
So let's just go to the 9th inning. You do have a 1-run lead. You are giving the ball to your new closer, Aroldis Chapman, and he walks the 9-hole hitter on 4 pitches.
Dude. And
then he balks him to second.
It's not just the walk, right? It's who the walk was to that's particularly
right. If it was Carlos Correa, Royce Lewis, I get it. Like the kind of heart of their lineup, the guys you're worried about hitting a solo shot, and I get it. their 9-hole hitter, Taylor, did hit 2 home runs in one game. I think that was Thursday. Thursday and Friday run into each other. Friday, we had our catcher Hedges have to pitch in the game. So
always a good sign.
That's where we were at in that one. But you just look at yesterday's game, and there were so many opportunities to win. Jonah Heim has a huge grand slam home run. You're up 5-0. Montgomery's having a pretty good game. He's not dominating, but he's putting zeros on the board. Unfortunately, up 5-0, 2 runners on. He walks Carlos Correa. I think there was 1 out, if I have that correct. I don't have the box score pulled up, but then second pitch, Royce Lewis hits a grand slam, and it's 5-4 off of Stratton. And look, you don't want to walk Carlos Correa there. You don't want to give them free base runners. Obviously, in a way, the Rangers lost multiple ways, but one of the major reasons they lost that game was because of walks. You're up 5-0. You walk Carlos Correa to load the bases. Now it's a grand slam home run. You'd much rather. And it was a 2-2 count. I'm not saying Jordan Montgomery tried to walk him or tried to throw a ball on 3-2. He just didn't execute a pitch and got taken out of the game, and then grand slam home run. And then you look at Aroldis Chapman. Why did Aroldis Chapman blow the save? Because of a walk. Hey, the guy got a hit. He threw a pitch down the middle. Guy got a base hit to center field. But you make them get 3 of those hits. If they get 3 of those hits, they tie the game. But when you walk a guy and then you balk him because he forgot how many times he picked over to first base or how many times he disengaged from the rubber, right? Yep. Because it wasn't that he threw the ball over there 3 times. He had 3 disengagements of the – and I think that's the first time I've seen that this year. Can you guys recall, and I'm sure there was.
Not for the Rangers.
I cannot recall the Rangers picking over 3 times or stepping off the rubber 3 times in one at bat to then balk the guy to the next base.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I haven't seen it happen with the Rangers this season. I think I saw it happen with one other team, maybe 2 other teams.
Yeah, I'm sure it's happened.
And I think we saw it in spring training.
Yeah.
But, man, Mike, it just seems like there's so many opportunities with a runner on to mess with the pitcher in those situations, to force them to do stuff like that and to be in those awkward situations that allow you to pick up a base.
So where was the game lost? It was lost, and then obviously the walks in the 13th inning where you walked 4 guys in the inning, right? Is that how many he walked? Maybe it was 3.
I thought it was
4.
3.
Look at the box score and see if he walked.
3 walks.
3 walks in the inning.
2 strikeouts.
Yep, but he just couldn't get the last out and couldn't. And it was a 4-pitch walk, too.
Yeah.
That's the tough part, is it didn't get to 3-2, and the guy battled 2 foul balls, and then on this 8th pitch or 9th pitch of the at-bat, you're like, dude, that was a hell of an at-bat. Because if it was the opposite way, we'd be saying, like, that was Jankowski or something. We'd be like, that was a hell of an at-bat.
Yeah.
To work it to 3-2, to foul off 2 3-2 pitches, and to draw that walk and win the game. But when you're like, just stood there for 4 pitches and then the game ended.
Yeah.
That's just really tough. But here's where I felt like the Rangers had given the Twins the opportunity to win the game, and it is the top of the 7th inning.
Which I want to stop there for just 1 second, because people frequently just think the end of the game or the closing situation, but this is the spot where you're like, we could have opened it up at least
Watching
a little
the
bit
game
more.
with friends that were over, I said, this could cost the Rangers, and this is the moment where they gave the Twins the opportunity to win this game. It's 5-4, top of the 7th inning. Ezekiel Duran has a good at-bat, line drive up the middle, base hit. Leody Taveras has a really good at-bat and singles to left field. You have first and second, nobody out, and you now have your 2 best hitters coming up, Simeon and Seager. Well, Simeon, the ball gets a little bit inside, but Simeon pulls his hands in. It wasn't the most beautiful swing, but it was almost a home run. The ball goes into the left center gap, and it's a higher fly ball. The ball probably has a hang time of 4 to 5 seconds. There's a long time to read this ball. It's kind of like a fair catch, but the guy's having to run to go make the fair catch. Well, Ezekiel Duran goes halfway. I'm going to explain this. You never go halfway with nobody out and you're on second base. Never! Okay? Because
How often
why?
do you do that,
Never!
though? Okay.
Here's worst case scenario if you tag. They drop the ball and you only get to third base because they drop the ball. And it was first and second, but let's just say there wasn't a runner on first. Now it's first and third, or possibly second and third with nobody out. When you don't
And
tag,
who's coming up after that?
Simeon and Seager. It doesn't even matter. Even if it was a 9-hole hitter coming up, it doesn't matter. So in the major leagues, with nobody out, and you have an idea the ball could be caught, you tag, because I want you to be at third base with nobody out. And Ezekiel Duran's fast enough. If that ball's not caught, if it hits off the guy's glove and rolls away, if the guy reaches for the ball and it hits the warning track and bounces over, it's a ground rule double. If the ball bounces and it hits the fence, you're probably going to score. But Beasley's there to go, I don't want to take a chance here because there's nobody out. And then we'd have the bases loaded with nobody out. But if you just tag there, here's Leote's job as the runner at first base. He's watching Ezekiel Duran. He's tagging if Zeke is tagging in that situation because he can't really go halfway or further than halfway because the guy's standing on second. So it's not like he can really follow him home. You don't want to have two guys 5 feet apart. That's really tough on the third base coach to be like, you go, you stay. I mean, they're right next to each other. So Leote's reading the runner at second base. He's going halfway. He's like, well, crap, I'll go halfway too. But if Duran jogs back to second base to tag, Leote's looking at it going, hey, if he's tagging, I'm going to tag too. So you should have had in the 7th inning, your 8 and 9 hole hitters do a great job of getting hits to get on base. Unfortunately, Duran does not tag. So when the ball is caught, instead of it being 2nd and 3rd and 1 out with Corey Seager up to the plate, you have 1st and 2nd and 1 out. Well, what does Seager do? He is 5 feet away from hitting a ball off the wall. Unfortunately, it is caught. And then Nate Lowe grounds out to second base, inning over. Now, would they have even pitched to Seager? They could have walked Seager. They could have loaded the bases, but you put the pressure on Minnesota to say 2nd and 3rd, 1 out, 7th inning, 1-run game. Do you want to pitch to Seager or not? If you want to walk them, fine. The bases are loaded with 1 out, and we have to trust that Nate Lowe is going to drive this run in. But that situation, it happens. Pressure gets to you. This is a young rookie player. I believe Zeke might not qualify as a rookie, but I still kind of see
a young player,
very young player. Pressure gets to you in these situations. And when you're 30 games under 500, if you're the Kansas City Royals and you don't tag in that situation, it's like, hey, it's a learning situation. It doesn't matter. But in these situations where every game means so much, the Rangers should have been up 6-4 going into the bottom of the 7th. Does that change the way you pitch, change different things, change the way the guys hit? Are they taking a strike when they come up to bat for Minnesota? Things change. So I can't say everything plays out perfectly for the Rangers and they win the game 6-5, even though Chapman gives up a run in the 9th inning. I can't say that. But when the Rangers gave up a run that they should have had in the 7th inning, this is championship baseball. This is winning baseball. So things like that are the reason that you make the playoffs or don't make the playoffs. Yes, there's bigger reasons that guys throw shutouts and guys hit 50 home runs in a season and guys hit 15 home runs in the month of September to really carry your team. There's time to turn this thing around. But right now, the Rangers are kind of at times shooting themselves in the foot. Did Minnesota earn that victory? If it was the other way around, we'd say, yes, the Rangers earned the victory. Go Rangers. Really, all they did was walk.
Yeah.
Now, they did get key hits. But at the same time, you're like, how many free base runners can you give a team? And Minnesota's not a bad team. So the Rangers walked 10 guys yesterday. I know it went extra innings. You walked 10 guys? The other team walked 4. So you had to earn a lot more. You had to earn your runs. They didn't have to earn their runs. They got free passes. And a lot of them, not a lot, some of them just weren't competitive walks either. You just have to, I don't care. Us 3 can go up there and stand in the batter's box for 4 pitches. It's frustrating right now. There's time to turn it around. They take on the New York Mets here starting tonight here on 105.3 The Fan. They better start winning because Seattle has made up 8 games in 10 days, or 8 games in 10 games. They're 9-1 in their last 10.
Dude.
The Rangers are 1-9. So literally 10 games ago, you were 7 games up on the Seattle Mariners, and now they are a game up. And I guess you got to feel good about this. At least the Houston Astros still are not really taking advantage of the 1-9 over 10 games. They've taken a little bit of advantage. You're tied with them. You play Toronto 4 games. You play Boston, I believe, another 3 games here at home. So you have 17 games. If I have this right, I believe you have 7 games left with Toronto and Boston. You have 10 games left with Houston and Seattle. So out of your about 33 or 32 games left, half of them or more are against the 4 teams you're competing for a playoff spot with. 1 team will be left out. Right now, I should say 2 teams will be left out. Right now, Toronto and Boston are left out of the playoffs. Houston in, Seattle, and Texas are in. So right now, you have to look at Seattle and Boston and go, we have to hold off those 2 teams. Or sorry, Toronto and Boston. Seattle, you have to catch now.
Yeah.
And that you do have 7 out of your last 10 against them, so you do have a lot against them. But here's the deal. As I'll end baseball nuggets here.
Start panicking.
You can't hope the other team loses. You have to start winning. I don't care about what Seattle, in a way, I don't care what Seattle does. I don't care what Houston does or Toronto or Boston. If you don't win more games than you lose, it doesn't matter. Those teams are not going to lose more than they win.
That's what Marcus Semien said. He was almost like, you guys are right together. He goes, when you're behind, all that matters is that you win. So I like that people are saying that.
By the way, I think the number, Mike, is that around 85% of the time when you hit a grand slam, the team wins.
Well, both teams hit a grand
and then
slam.
both teams hit grand slams yesterday.
Yeah.
So the other thing too is because you used Stratton, Leclerc, Will Smith, Aroldis Chapman, Spores, Burke, and Hernandez. Well, John Gray, we need one of those outstanding
Complete game,
performances.
baby.
And honest to God, can you CG it tonight?
Yeah.
And now I do know, like I've had this a few times. Managers come up to me and say, Mike, we got to get 7 out of you. Now that was a long time ago. I haven't pitched in the major league since 2007. It's a different sport back then when it came to starting pitchers. I don't know if they do that anymore, but I wouldn't mind Boach as they're getting on the plane or on the bus yesterday going, hey, John Gray, let's CG this thing. Like I need a complete game.
Yeah.
You're good enough to do it. He is good enough to throw a complete game win tonight for the Texas Rangers. And right now, the bullpen in a way, I'll end it with this. The bullpen's eating up the bullpen. The bullpen has to get the 3 outs that they're supposed to come out and get, because when you don't get the 3 outs, like Leclerc didn't get his 3 outs, then you burn Will Smith having to get out of that inning. And it's kind of like, in a weird way, the bullpen is burning the bullpen rather than the starting pitchers at times are burning the bullpen.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where we could talk about the preseason. Or we could talk about the NFL and WWE finally working together.
Let's talk about the preseason.
Next on The Fan.
It's all fixed.
If you're
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Hurry into Classic Chevrolet for once-a-year Labor Day savings. They've got over 400 Silverados with their best offers of the year. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com and don't miss your chance to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Hands off to Jacob. Stutters to the right. Bursts through the hole. 20, 25, 30. He's off to the races. Here in Seattle, nobody's going to catch him. 25, 20, 10. Bye-bye, Josh. 86 yards in overtime to walk it off for a second straight week.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We will talk about Josh Jacobs as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Yep.
And we start with the aforementioned Josh Jacobs, who signed a deal. It was very similar to the construction of the Saquon deal. 1 year, up to $12 million. He was going to be stuck otherwise, and the franchise tag is $10.1 million. So the opportunity to earn more money this season, and then we'll see how it plays out. But Saquon, Jacobs, they all end up back with their team.
I have a question on the franchise
Taylor?
tag. No, just this is a math question that I wanted you to see.
Okay.
All right, so Tony Pollard signs the franchise tag.
Yup.
And now, does that mean that the average then goes down or changes?
So,
and if 3 guys sign the franchise tag, does that change the average?
I believe it is the top 5 non-franchise players.
Okay,
they
gotcha.
don't factor that part in. And the great part is if you have to sign the franchise again, you get a 20% bump.
I like that.
No, I'm not
20% bumps are important.
Yeah, that is very true. Not everybody likes that. But I don't know if they would view that as a win, as opposed to they're like, well, that's great, but I want an actual long-term deal.
Hey, you give me the results. I'll give you the 20%.
Okay, deal.
Johnny Manziel likes bumps.
That is true. Man, they just really skipped over all of that. Thanks for that, Mike. It was like, it was a really good documentary, and they're like, yeah, and then I had some stuff and I got cut. And you're like, wait, what? There's like a lot of stuff there. By the way, tomorrow is the deadline for Jonathan Taylor's trade request. Supposedly, 6 teams have already reached out to the Colts, and 2 teams have made an offer. So,
what does that tell you? Like, if you're the owner of the team and 6 teams are reaching out, 2 have made offers, like, doesn't that tell you that you do have something that people want and that maybe you should respect it a little better?
yeah, but like Jim Irsay is like, just because it belongs here, I can always go out and get something without my name on it and pay a bunch of cash for it and not really get in trouble for it.
Yeah.
Trade him 20% of bumps.
Man, that is an interesting point. All right, let's talk about the WWE and the NFL. And tell me if you can figure out what Mike Florio thinks about this deal. This is the first line of his article. The WWE Championship belt featuring your team's name and logo can be yours if you've got nothing better to spend $550 on. That is actually what it says in the article. And that's why you just got to wait for a sale, Florio. Because if you can get it for $300, then it's not so bad, right?
No, $300. According to my wife, Kevin,
theoretically,
that's like a 50% discount, right?
Oh, I got a way bigger discount.
Yeah. My wife is always like, I'm like, how much did you spend? And she's like, we got 75% off. That's not what I'm asking.
What will, she's a master by saying that. What will the market be for these WWE championship belts with the team logo and stuff? And Reggie and Mike brought up an interesting point off air. Even the Jags are part of this.
Interesting.
The Jags owner, his son runs AEW, one of the competitors. You could argue the only like real competitor to the WWE in North America.
Don't you think that AEW is kind of not supplanted?
They had
made their claim for what it is.
They had a heck of a weekend. To be sure.
I'll tell you what, if Mercedes Moné is carrying around that WWE belt, then I'll get one, Kevin.
Okay.
You get a belt for what? In football?
Winning.
Just a game?
They send it to the Super Bowl champions. So this will be if you want to go buy one. As a fan.
If your Jaguars win the championship and you want,
or just beat the Cowboys in a preseason game.
I do.
Oh my God, I could see you committing that much money to a bid.
Mike is carrying around 3 of them. He's like, this is every time Trevor Lawrence has beat the Cowboys.
3 times.
gets one every time.
That might break me because I would appreciate how much money and time you spent on that. But it would really infuriate me.
Let's say for fun here, Kevin, the Cowboys win the Super Bowl. Mike would still be like, yeah, but you only have one belt. I have 3.
God. This seems right up your alley to troll people with Jaguars championship.
How much
belts.
does it cost to buy a championship belt with the Super Bowl champs logo on it?
$550.
So it's made of crap.
What do you mean?
What?
It's made of really nice leather.
That could be real gold.
It's not that.
Oh, the leather's worth $500?
How much do you think the real championship belt is?
Ooh.
They have to make that out of real stuff, right? They want that to be real? Or you think it's plastic?
No, it's not plastic, but I'm not 100%
cubic zirconias.
Sure, I kind of think that might be the case.
Just in case they lose it.
The WWE Championship belt costs around $500,000
to make, or just it's worth.
So that means it is legit.
100% real diamonds.
Wow.
See,
24 karat gold along with sapphires as well. Yeah, man.
Cool.
Do you how many players do you think on a championship team? Let's just say 50, just to make the number round. I get there's more. How many players would rather have a championship belt than a championship ring?
Well, I mean, because
probably not a lot.
Doesn't the girlfriend wife want the ring? Isn't that what we learned last week?
No, they don't get it. They just watch the game like we did.
I can't imagine a lot, but if you're just offering it to them, I bet a bunch would take that belt. Like they get
over the ring, like
no, not over the ring.
Yeah,
I think they would take the ring.
I mean, at this point now, $500,000 is more than I think the rings.
That's
but
crazy,
the rings are.
yeah.
I think a lot of the rings now are like $200,000 that they're spending on those rings. How big they are with the diamonds and stuff
for fans and stuff. Do you think they'll be? I mean, clearly both entities
for $550. Yes, that is very doable. If the Cowboys won, the miracle upon miracles, then yes, a lot of Cowboy fans would go get that belt and wear it around town.
The ring is the NFL contributes $5,000 to $7,000 per ring for 150 rings. It's between $30,000 and $50,000 per ring. So, Mike, you would want the belt. It's
Wait a second. But there's different rings. So Mark Followell has a different ring than Dirk Nowitzki.
Yes. And the 150 per team is what. So they'll get the roster and then they divvy those up. Gotcha.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes.
Yeah.
But the staff, not the coaching staff, but I'm talking about Brad Sham would not get the exact ring that Dak's ring's going to be worth $150,000 or $200,000.
Sure.
Brad's ring that they made is going to be like a $20,000.
Yeah, that allotment of money is going to be higher for players and then, trickle down economics after that.
It's a good thing that these preseason games, they don't count and they don't matter in the standings, but did you see that Denver beat the Rams 41-0 in their preseason game? It was the largest.
He was unlimited.
Loss.
Broncos are back.
It was the largest loss in a preseason game since 2008.
Dude, I think the Rams are going to be miserable this year. All right.
Okay.
And B, I think that the Broncos are going to be decent. It's going to be a fun division.
I will tell you this: turning on Good Morning Football this morning, I thought Stroud must have had an unbelievable game. They showed 3 highlights, and I was like, man, what were his stats? So I had to go on my phone.
He got named the starter, Mike.
He was 2 of 4 for 16 yards. They showed his 2 completions, one being a touchdown, and then they showed him throw, I don't know, like a 40-yard bomb that it was pretty good coverage, but he dropped it in there, but also the guy covering swiped through the ball, and the ball wasn't caught there. You got to catch that one. That was such a great pass, and it was a great pass, but defender made it very tough to catch the ball. You're like, man, what did Stroud do? And I'm like, 2 for 4 for 16 yards.
But he got named the starter officially.
This is why highlights are stupid when it comes to, like, especially preseason football. They're trying to pump out Houston. They want to talk about Stroud and him winning the job and all these things. And then you watch these highlights of these 3 passes in this preseason and you're like, wow, what else did he do? And you're like, oh, he did absolutely nothing else.
You got to see the storm clouds gathering. All right.
Sure.
If you're not, that's why highlights are too short, man.
Man, what a day yesterday.
I went to all of Trey Lance's highlights on YouTube. You know how many minutes it was? It was 3 minutes for his NFL career of highlights.
And were they like,
you can literally put together every play that he's made in the NFL. You can do it in 3 3 minutes and 3 seconds and see every positive play Trey Lance has made in his career.
How'd it look then?
Great.
See?
Every pass was a completion.
Nice.
No incompletions. Every time he ran, it was a positive run.
Nice.
They didn't show him break his leg.
Well.
They didn't show his incompletes. I will say this. Out of his completions, Debo Samuel was making some very acrobatic catches.
I have seen a few. I saw George Kittle catch that I was like, that was mostly Kittle.
Sometimes that's necessary here. All right, so potential good news for you. Now, when it happened, definitely not good news, but Miami wide receiver Dawood Davis was released from the hospital. Remember, they stopped that game, the Dolphins-Jags game, when he got hurt, but feeling in all the extremities, concussion protocol. Now Dawood is out of the hospital, so a positive from that perspective.
It was preseason football. I get it.
Sure.
And I get the DeMar Hamlin situation. Very scary. Since we've never seen that before, I'm going to assume we really never see that again, that somebody gets hit in the heart at that exact split second of the moment to stop the heart. But it makes me wonder or think if guys are really hurt. I go back to when I was a kid, the Detroit Lion guy who got paralyzed on the field. In 1991-ish.
Yeah.
But I'm just wondering, is this going to become more normal that the players are just we don't want to play through this? Do they need to have a whole free week of hey, we're going to have maybe 5 makeup games because players aren't going to want to play after a major injury they saw either on their team or against their team?
That's a really good question.
Now, I saw something, and I know it came out a while ago. I don't know how much we really talked about it, but we got more insight from Devontae Smith about his sleep schedule.
All right.
Because remember, he doesn't sleep a lot. I know we talked about that a while back. Yes. But he makes better decisions. He's like, I go to sleep when I'm tired, and I stay up when I'm not. Sometimes I fight like baby Noah, and I'm like, I don't want to go to sleep. No. And so he said, that's just how my body functions. I go to sleep whenever I'm actually tired, and my alarm never changes. It's 5 o'clock every day.
And he just pops up?
Yeah.
Oh, he said his alarm. So he doesn't just wake up.
His alarm's at 5 a.m. And then he said, if necessary, he naps in the middle of the day. It feels very much like a morning radio show shift, Is that good for your body? I know clearly he's doing great in the world, and his body is fantastic. And he's made it far in the NFL, but that seems like that wouldn't be great for your bodily recovery and stuff to sleep 4 hours.
I feel like doctors would say, hey, let's try to get the full 8 in, so you can have or at least 7, straight.
You know what it feels like to me?
What?
Like the person who's like, I know my car. It works best when I do this.
Yeah.
And it's like, but the manufacturer says that you shouldn't.
Now, if you're going to start it, you got to pull the turn signal down while you turn the key. And you're like, okay.
And if the windshield wipers start going, don't worry about it. They'll turn off when you get back.
And that's the thing that if people are trying out your car or visiting, you tell them that it's totally normal. If you're like, no, okay, so you got to hold the toilet thing down for 3 seconds.
3 seconds.
And they're like, you're insane. But it just becomes a part of your life for some things at certain times in life.
Yeah, that's really true.
Coming up next, how can the Rangers be so fun all season, but so dreadful to watch and listen to right now? Let's talk about it next on The Fan.
Miss any show? From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Been thinking about this for the last week, and obviously the last few days have made it even worse, is how can the Rangers be so fun all season but so dreadful, like painful to watch and listen to right now? Because you've seen them have so many leads that have evaporated. If they were just losing because of a variety of different things, even the runners in scoring position, like I can handle that or talk about that more, but they've had so many leads that they have squandered. It is truly astonishing. And for most of the year, as we've been talking about all year, this has been an awesome, most fun team we've seen in 6 years.
Sometimes, Corey, when things go bad, like you have a bad week, you start going, well, I know we're down by 3, but I just have to pitch Aroldis Chapman. I can't have him go 6 days without pitching if he's healthy. I just need to get him in a game. That hasn't been the case. In these 10 games, there's been opportunities in, I would say, half of them. I'm not going back exactly, but I would say in 5 out of your 10 games, one of them you did win. You won on Saturday. You were tied at 2, and in the 9th inning, you scored 4 runs. That was awesome. But the other 9 games, it felt like there were 4 or 5 other opportunities where you're pitching Will Smith, you're pitching Aroldis Chapman, you're pitching Stratton, you're pitching Spores, you're pitching what you consider somewhat your best guys in winning situations with about 12 or 9 outs to go. And you didn't get the job done in all of the games. So you're actually using your good pieces in the pen because there's opportunities to win these games with about 9 or less outs to go, but you are not getting the job done. I think that's what's frustrating in a way is you're like, I thought we were going to win an hour ago. I thought we were going to win when we got to the 7th inning. We had the opportunity to win last night going into the 9th inning. I thought the Rangers were going to win.
Yeah.
When he walked, I believe, Taylor on 4 straight pitches, Aroldis Chapman, I was like, oh, you're messing with fire here, but that's okay. It's Aroldis Chapman. We'll figure it out. And then he balked him to second by going, over for a 3rd time. And I'm like, oh gosh. And then the hit happened. I'm like, it's kind of deserved. You walk the 9-hole hitter on 4 pitches. You're kind of asking for trouble in that situation. So there's just been, Corey, to me, multiple opportunities to win these games that the Rangers just haven't figured out how to win them.
Yeah, and Kevin, I think the other thing, I think the reason it feels this way right now too is because this is the time of season where, like, if Seattle was still way behind, you'd be like, okay.
Yeah.
But it's also that time of season now where it's starting to close down. You're like, is this what our team is? Like, all season long, our team was fake, and we didn't see it all along. And we're like, no, like, you knew you had one big problem, and now it's the problem that's facing you still as you're getting towards the end of the season. You knew your bullpen was the problem the whole time. It wasn't anything else that was the problem. Then you were kind of like, all right, are we on, good ground whenever if somebody gets injured? If Corey Seager gets injured, you're like, oh, crap, we still went on a winning streak when Corey Seager got injured. Well, then Josh Young and Jonah Heim aren't the same. Josh Young's still out. It's like, okay, can we get that back? And then all those guys move back down in the lineup and you're healthy again and all that. But you don't know if that's enough to change what that one big thing is, and that is you can't trust any lead with this team. So even in every game, you're sitting there going, it's not real because I can't wait. I have to wait until the 8th and 9th inning to make sure that this thing is real or not in this game.
Kevin, before you move on, just throwing it back to you, is we all said in Oxnard around the trade deadline with 4 days left, they traded for Max Scherzer, and then they traded for Montgomery and Stratton, and we all three said, you have to go get at least one more bullpen piece that you feel better about in the 8th, 9th inning. You have to have somebody that joins the Will Smith, Aroldis Chapman group. And they decided whether they thought the price was too much. They liked nobody else on the market as a reliever. I don't know exactly why they didn't, but they decided that what they had was great enough to win a World Series in that pen. Because the reason I say win a World Series, you don't go trade for Max Scherzer, and you don't go trade for Montgomery and Stratton. You don't trade for Aroldis Chapman if you don't believe that this team can win the whole thing.
Sure.
And so they felt like what they have in their bullpen right now is a world championship bullpen.
Now, I know you're familiar with this stat. I saw it from Evan Grant last night, and I know there's a lot of other issues that this team has with runners in scoring position and the middle of the lineup right now, but it's the fourth blown save in the last 6 games. Since the save became an official stat in 1969, 32 teams have had at least 20 saves in a year.
Name all of them.
I cannot.
All right.
32 teams have had at least 20 saves in a year with a save percentage of less than 50%.
Okay.
None of those teams won more than 70 games.
So we've already broken that trend, huh?
That is true, Corey, but I appreciate
Let's
your
be
optimism.
Knuckleballs on
baby.
that.
Let's
In your
go.
face, Kevin. You
Okay.
thought you were smooth? Well, there goes
We've
your
won
buddy.
73 games already, Kevin.
But the point is, you're right, but the point is every single one of those teams has been bad, and in
Right.
some cases, really, really bad. And the Rangers right now are sitting at 24 of 49 save attempts converted.
Yeah.
So 49%. I know you can't go 49 for 49, and some of those multiple save situations popped up in a game. But let's say you even flipped, 7 of those, then you're still sitting there with a commanding lead, but obviously that is not the world we live in.
Yeah. So I guess I'm guessing none of those teams won the World Series then, Kevin?
That is fair.
All right. I mean, maybe. You don't know all the teams, so maybe you don't know. But
you know what? You got me there. I would be willing to wager a lot on that.
I agree with you that this has been a fun season to watch.
So much fun.
But this was a fun season to watch is not my consolation prize this year. I know going back to the beginning of the season, I was like, man, I got to see it to believe it. They showed it to me. So I believed that this team had it. I believe they still have the ability to get into the playoffs and go deep into the playoffs. I think they're a nightmare with a few of their starting pitchers. And Mike, if we figure out which one of those guys we can slide into the bullpen that could help out, if it's Gray or Evaldi or whatever. I know Evaldi's got a bullpen tomorrow, maybe.
Evan Grant did ask this weekend about Evaldi coming back as a pen piece.
Yeah.
And they said no.
Okay. Well, whatever the role is, I don't want a consolation prize of it was a great season and that was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I want a consolation prize of we got playoff baseball this year and we got to watch them try to go kick ass. That's what I want this year.
I think it would be tough, too, going into next year. Now, there has to be major changes. I know we're talking about the pen. Aroldis Chapman's a free agent. Will Smith's a free agent. Stratton's a free agent. Like your whole bullpen pretty much that you rely on, they're all free agents. But
you have a lot of your starting pitching coming back, though.
Yes, but if you don't make the playoffs, if you were to miss the playoffs, I don't know the momentum that you take into next year. I don't think it's you're coming into spring training furious and not happy about the way the year went. I don't think any of those players would be coming in going, man, that was a great year we had last year. Just missed out.
Now, there are I get that it revolves around the bullpen. Like, I'm not going to argue against that whatsoever. But there is a good article in the Dallas Morning News today from Grant and Sean McFarland talking about some of the other woes, like looking over the last 10 games compared to the rest of the season. Rangers have hit 159 with 2 outs.
Is that good?
No. That is third worst in Major League Baseball. And their on-base percentage in that situation of .237 is fourth worst. Compare that to before. It was probably unsustainable. They were hitting .261 with 2 outs. That was better than any team in baseball. But that is a shocking drop right there. I'm not saying that they weren't always destined to come back to the pack somewhat. I didn't think they would come back to the pack by going from the best to absolutely one of the worst to try to kind of fit closer
Even
towards.
things out.
Yeah. And I know that's in a shorter sample size of 10 games, but this is a 1-9 run for the Rangers that has turned a 7-game lead over the Mariners into, like you said, a 1-game deficit. And you've also run into problems with the starting pitching. Their walks have spiked almost twice as much as they had been. You've got problems in the middle of the lineup where their averages, both on base and batting, have hit the skid. So there's plenty of blame to go around. I certainly understand that the bullpen leads that charge by a lot.
But we said before, Corey, at least I said, at the All-Star break, if they're going to make the playoffs, it's because of the hitting. A week ago, I said I'm not changing my mind. This all relies on the hitting because the hitting has to carry the bullpen.
The somebody asked this question, and I don't know, Mike, how you
They
feel
want
about
Martin
this.
Perez to close games still like they did on Friday?
From the 817, why are we not talking about Maddox not being able to fix the bullpen? We give him a lot of credit with the starters, but why do we not hold him accountable for the bullpen?
I've said this before. Please listen. Please pass this on to not only yourself, but all the people that you like watching baseball with. A pitching coach has very little to do with bullpen pieces. They don't throw bullpens in between games because tonight, even though you used, I think, 7 bullpen guys, they can't practice their pitching today. I can't practice my pitching tomorrow. The guys that have bullpen sessions and that you can really change some things in between appearances are the starting pitchers. Once the season starts, this is why bullpens are so fickle and so tough to kind of, when they go bad, sometimes they can go bad for a while.
Rotten.
There's no practice. You just have to keep going. You got to
do it live. Wow.
And so Mike Maddox can't really do much. Pitching coaches aren't able to really correct bullpen situations. They can try to help. I mean, I'm not saying there's nothing there, but your pitching coach, way more. I mean, 90% of his job is the starting pitchers. And then the bullpen coach. The bullpen coach is answering the phone and charting things. He's not. Now, things can change a little bit. They probably have a little bit more responsibility than back in the day when I was playing. But, like, literally, when you're a bullpen guy, you just have to get it right on the fly. There is no practice during a season as a bullpen guy, unless you go on the injured list.
Yeah. And I do. So it's more about the physical. So you think Maddox is giving them the right plan, giving them the right, hey, you guys, here's what you need to do in this moment.
He did not tell Jonathan Hernandez to throw 4 straight balls to end the game yesterday.
It's the physical, the physical and mental part of it too. Like the mental part of, like, if I miss close, it's going to go over the fence, and I can't do that.
The
so
other
I
thing
have
too
to.
is if you're a football person, just so you understand this, or you played high school baseball and you never called a pitch. I get it, because most high schools, the coach calls the pitch from the dugout, then relays it to the catcher. Catcher relays it to the pitcher. In Major League Baseball, 100% of the pitches are called by the catcher. I'll give it 99%. Maybe every once in a while on a blue moon, there's a whistle and the catcher looks over and Maddox might say, give him, like, I really want a fastball up here. But for the most part, it is the catcher who's calling all the pitches, and then it's the pitcher's job to just either go with it or shake off and go, I don't want it. That's why they don't pull catchers in the middle of the game going, you're calling a horse-ass game. It's not the pitcher's fault. It's always the pitcher's fault. So the pitcher does have to take responsibility for the pitch selection, but that's what makes it tough. Is sometimes you might think, well, Mike Maddox is Mike McCarthy or Kellen Moore. He's not calling the pitches in the game. He gives them a game plan, then it is up to the catcher and the pitcher to feel the game out.
And then it's up to him to kind of watch them and watch their mechanics and say, hey, you only
have 5 times you can go to the mound too. And then, because that was the weird thing, I had the game on mute. When he wanted to go out and talk to Aroldis Chapman and then wasn't allowed to, he had Raul with him. Were you watching the game at this point?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if you weren't watching, but I was watching, but I didn't have the volume up, so I don't know what Dave Raymond was saying, but it was like they wanted to go talk to Aroldis Chapman, and then the umpires let them know, like, you can't go talk to Aroldis Chapman.
Yeah, I remember. I had Adrian on FaceTime during that, so I too was watching and couldn't hear it at the same time.
Now, something astonishing that shows how good this Rangers team has been all season and how disappointing this fall has been. Did you know yesterday was just the second day all season they haven't been in first place? Yesterday and April 8th. So obviously you go back to April 8th. We're at the very
happened on
beginning.
What happened on that day that changed everything?
People love a comeback, though.
Yeah.
That's true.
Everybody loves an underdog story, Kevin. Nobody likes the guy
So
that's
now
in
we're
front.
the underdog. We're playing the underdog.
Okay.
role.
It would be, that you're trying to track down Seattle. It feels like we would be more of a pronounced underdog if you were trying to track down Houston. But I'm with you, and I am very, very hopeful that starting tonight they'll pile up wins.
I know we got to go, but it's amazing to me when you give that stat that Evan Grant gave. The Rangers only have 24 saves.
Yeah.
They have 73 wins. Think about how good the offense has been. I'm just looking at save leaders in Major League Baseball. Kyle Finnegan, who pitches for the Washington Nationals, who aren't a very good team, he has 24 saves on his own. And the Rangers only have 24 saves all year. That shows that almost 50 of their wins are by 4 runs or more.
Yeah.
And that's why this team has been carried by the offense. And if the offense, I hate saying this, it's not fair. I want to say it's not fair. Score 10 runs a game.
Do it.
Great.
Neftali Fleas had 41 saves, Kevin, the first year we went to the World
You could
Series.
theoretically get 17 more saves in the regular season.
It's just one of these. I hate to say it's not fair to the offense, but put your pitchers in a situation where there's not save opportunities.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
I'm sure they won't blow it then.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's separate truth from the clickbait. What does the Trey Lance trade actually mean for the Cowboys, their cap, and Dak's future? Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
All right, Tolo.
Fantasy Masterpiece is brought to you by On Time Element.
Has time. Gonna throw back left on the overroute. It is caught by Deebo Samuel inside the 10. Breaks a tackle. Touchdown!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Trey Lancelot is now here with the Dallas Cowboys. And so we wanted to do some truth versus clickbait BS and get to the bottom of some of these things. And also, if you just want to weigh in and tell us if you like the deal or not, I'm going to start with you guys on that. Do you like this deal?
I do. I again go to Will Grier was a waiver pickup that was once a third-round pick.
Yep.
This is a guy who, rightfully or not, was the number 3 overall pick. And Kevin, I think we were kind of all in the discussion of where exactly that guy goes because you didn't know enough about him. You had all these thoughts, but man, the word was all these great qualities. He's going to be very raw. And you gave up a 4th-round pick for, I don't know where his future goes. I know right now, like they're asking him to be a competitive part of the quarterback room. Like that's all I know right now. Beyond that, how they see him work, how they see things go from there, that's going to determine whether or not he's a bigger piece to this thing down the road, is what they get to see while he's in practice and while he's in quarterback sessions and while he works with the head coach. So I do like it because you didn't have a potential, like we go back to Andy Dalton. I didn't like having Andy Dalton because
you surely didn't. Like Andy Dalton.
Because it provided you it provided you the wheel of mediocrity.
Yeah.
The treadmill of mediocrity is, all right, you're going to be probably bad and not get an opportunity to go get a potentially great quarterback.
But who did Andy Dalton get you?
Mike, right? Yeah. It could have been Trevor Lawrence.
Don't want him.
So like
Sean Shreve told me Jordan Love's better.
So for me, it's the idea of having somebody that you can grow for the future, just in case something happens. I mean, Dak Prescott walked into a situation where people got injured in front of him, and he became the de facto quarterback. And did he perform? Hell yeah, he did, man. He stepped up when the opportunity arrived. Well, I need bigger steps. I need the next step from you, Dak. And I'm not saying this adds any pressure to Dak. Maybe it does.
Man, okay. I'm glad that you brought that up because holy smokes, there are so many articles out there, and I get it. It has the right buzzwords. Like, what does the trade for Trey Lance mean for the future of Dak Prescott? All right. If you mean the future of this year, it means literally nothing. If you mean for the future of next year, it probably still means nothing. If you mean for the future in 2 years, I would at least be willing to have that conversation because both will be up and out of contract by that point. But I did want to point out why it doesn't mean anything, like nothing. It's just a different person who will come in the game if Cooper Rush struggles, if Dak were not there for some reason. Dak has a no trade clause. His cap hit next year, his dead cap, if you were to move on, is $61 million. Now, I realize you can lessen that some by trading him, but the number is still gigantic. And plus, you can't franchise him after his contract is up. So Dak is fine.
Wait, you can trade him?
If he approved.
Oh.
Yeah. No, I said he has a no trade clause. And so
I almost feel like if you don't have a no trade clause as a quarterback, you still have a no trade clause.
Yeah, probably. So you're not going to trade him, I don't think, anyway. And B, you would have to convince Dak to get traded. And even if that happened, you would be taking on a massive dead cap hit for next year. Not even mentioning this year. Next year. The only real thing that I think there could be some, or I would at least listen to it, is people said this is for the Dak negotiations in 2 years. I don't feel like the Cowboys made this trade and they said, all right, Dak, you have to accept $40 million a year. Trey Lance is the guy. They're doing what I think smart football teams should do, and so often the Cowboys do not, is try to plan for the future while not impacting your present. I realize that can be a difficult thing to pull off, but I think that's what they're trying to do right now, is they're like, hey, maybe Trey Lance looks good in some mop-up duty and we can trade him for a better pick. Or, hey, maybe we get all kinds of reports over the next 2 whole years that leads them to believe that maybe he could be a viable starting quarterback.
And would he be a cheap viable starting quarterback in that time.
Like while he in the next 2 years or after that?
After that.
I mean, he would be significantly cheaper,
I
and
think
he's also younger.
If you were making that move, if there was total belief in that, you would give him like a 4-year
Extension.
deal.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to pick up his 5th-year option as the 3rd overall pick. That's going to be way too much money unless he literally, in the second half of 2024, started 7 games and went 6-1, and you're just like, oh my God, Now, it'd be too late to pick up his option anyways in that, but that would give you more confidence on what he could do. But I think you'd work out some sort of 4-year deal at, like, let's say $80 million, but only like $45 million is guaranteed, so you know that you can get out of it easy and it doesn't crush your franchise if he isn't good. But that's down the road, like Kevin's talking about. I like it.
I do too.
I like this. I'm not in love with him. Like, this was an unbelievably great move. But you did get a 23-year-old quarterback prospect that most of the league felt, I know that not all, including the Dallas Cowboys, that felt like he's going to go in the first round. Now, you might have a second-round grade on him, but he was going to get drafted in the first round, and he hasn't really done much in the NFL. There's so little on him so far. It doesn't mean he's going to be good because he's done nothing. He might be a nothing. But also, and maybe this is just through kind of Derek Holland's relationship, but Trey Lance, in at least his 2 years, I have not seen any reports of him being any type of attitude guy.
Yeah.
Like a guy you're having.
Somebody texted in and said, why not bring in all the busts like Johnny Manziel and Jamarcus Russell? Those dudes had off-field problems that were very big problems for them.
They had both drug problem.
Yes, this dude has an injury problem, and it's frustrating to him.
Marcus Russell's also 38.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Reggie. I appreciate that. God, he's only 38.
Right.
But he has, like, the injury problem is frustrating to him because he didn't feel like he could fulfill the contract that he had with San Francisco because he wasn't on the field.
Sure.
And that is frustrating. And nobody's asking him this year to go out there and be the starter. So over the next few years, again, everything I've heard about the guy is he's a really good kid. Now, can he be a really good quarterback? That's what the Cowboys said a 4th-round pick and $6 million is worth to them.
I'm going to fire off a couple. Let's go to cut number 11. This is Jerry, and I guess ideally, this is also how I think about it in my brain. What will Trey Lance's role be this season?
Well, he will come in, and I candidly, as far as I don't want to plan on, count on, or wish for help from him this year.
Back.
Yeah, and I think that's basically what it comes down to. And then I know people will ask, then what was the point of the deal? So we go to cut number 19, where I have a feeling Stephen Jones is going to use a phrase that not everyone is familiar with.
At the end of the day.
No, they're definitely familiar with that. Just listen, you might hear the phrase. Let's go to cut number 19. Was there a specific reason you wanted to bring in Trey Lance right now?
Not necessarily any one specific thing. It's just you're in this league long enough and you see how important quarterbacks are. And certainly, it wasn't a given we were going to get Cooper this offseason, Rush. And so, you got to have quarterbacks, and they get hurt. And not that we think, Dak's going to be hurt or anything, but it does happen. We've seen it. And so you want to have opportunities to bring guys and have guys in here. And we all know what happens when they do work out, even if they're not going to be here. People end up offering you a whole lot for them if they happen to get on the field and play because of extenuating circumstances. Quarterbacks are hard to find, and they're great resources to have.
I'm disappointed he did not use that exact phrase I saw in another
What was
quote.
the one you saw? Say it.
I'll read you another quote.
Put words in his mouth.
I have used this phrase before, and people freaked out. Steven said, just really felt like it was a chance for us to have a young guy in the room that's on the come. It certainly has no effect on Dak and his future. We look forward to getting his long-term contract signed sooner rather than later. That's a regular phrase.
I do look at this too, and I don't think it has a lot to do with Trey Lance, but a little bit is Dak doesn't look like a guy who's going to have a super long career. He's a little bit injury prone if you look at his career. I get he was very healthy at Mississippi State. He was very healthy his first few years in the NFL. The other thing, too, is a lot of guys that have very long careers, their reading of defenses, and their accuracy is tremendous because athletic quarterbacks don't really go into their late 30s or get to 40 years old and they're like, all right, like if you do it, you have now learned how to just stand in a pocket with pressure around you and find the open guy and get rid of the ball.
Feel the pressure and know when to evacuate.
At least recently you look at Manning and Brady. I know they're the two best, but you can go back and look at the guys that lasted a long time. They get rid of the ball quickly. They're letting their guys make plays, especially when they get to older.
Rodgers.
And they're super accurate at hitting guys running at 20 miles an hour right on the run so that they can make plays after the catch. If you're not that accurate and you're 38 years old and guys are having to sit down to catch the ball, they'll find somebody else because you can't run anymore. You can't extend plays anymore because you're kind of too old to really do that. So I don't think Dak's a guy that's going to be 36, 37 years old as a starting quarterback in the NFL. Now, he still has some good years left in him, I think. But I do think the Cowboys look at it realistically. I do think Will McClay's a great leader that they have there.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's a reason that they've gone 12-5 and 12-5 for the first time in a very long time, that they're kind of looking like a perennial winner. And I do think it's the leadership of Will McClay. And I do think he's the one who said, I think Trey Lance would be a good addition. I get Jerry Jones as the general manager. He's the one we go to the press conferences. Jerry Jones ain't studying Trey Lance in training camp and looking at the practice film or whatever that they can find. He has nothing to do with getting Trey Lance except he's promoting the player that Will McClay / Stephen Jones got.
That's McClay and his scouting department for sure that are doing that work to find out. Kevin, I will also add, he did work in the offseason with Patrick Mahomes and Patrick Mahomes' quarterback coach and his trainer to go along with that too. Now, I don't know. Listen, man, you could be terrible at something and still work with the best
right,
and still stink at it. Like,
Name
that's
one
fine.
time that's happened.
I can't, Reggie. I'm sorry, but I'm sure there's an example out there.
But he is trying.
But he and also this is a dude that my understanding is very committed to the work and he wants to be good. And that's something that, like, if you got a dude that's just like, I don't know, man, I'm pretty good at this stuff and I don't really have to work that hard. Then you get Johnny Manziel.
Is it more likely
they're committed to scissor up?
And then you get Jamarcus Russell.
Yeah. Is it more likely it was Netflix that sealed the deal, or was it trading for the 49ers playbook? Because a fourth rounder to get the playbook from the team that's beat you the last couple of years in the playoffs, that's not a bad deal. That is not a bad deal.
I don't think that has anything to do with it. I don't. Like, more than anything, if you're trying to get somebody from their defense and trying to figure out what their defense is doing so well, so that you can expose their defense, not their offense. I mean, your offense needs to score more points against their defense.
I'm pretty sure you're being sarcastic with that.
It was sarcasm, yes.
Can you imagine if you were an offensive or defensive coordinator and go, I'm totally screwed. I don't know how to coordinate because they traded for one of our guys or they picked up a guy off of free agency. And
I don't know how to coordinate.
He knows the whole playbook. We might as well forfeit because it's going to be like Tecmo Bowl where my offensive line blows up every play because they figured out the plays we're running.
I want to hear that from a coordinator. He's like, I don't know how to coordinate anymore.
Yeah.
I've lost the
finite amount of plays I put in this
they
book.
make players move at times. We don't keep all the same players, and they go to different teams, and then that means
to that point. And I think Broadus was the one that I saw pointed it out too. In the post game show, after everybody was all excited about Dak's play calling, I think Dak said something along the lines of they had 3 coverages during this game. Like, there wasn't a lot of disguise going on. Here I am, like, calling these plays and they're working. It's because they had 3 coverages.
Hopefully Trey Lance can give you a heads up about one of them. Like, that's 33% of the battle right there. But look, I'm with you guys. I think it's an intriguing move, and I know Mike McCarthy in the past has loved doing this, drafting quarterbacks all the time, seeing if you can develop them. And Steven brought up a savvy point right there, is if you can develop them or you get some flashes in mop-up duty or in a preseason game or whatever, you have the potential to trade it for a better draft pick. And if not, like, if something were to happen, wouldn't you feel better if it was Cooper Rush and Trey Lance versus Cooper Rush and Will Grier Saturday?
I don't know. Will Grier was amazing.
I know.
Against those 3 coverages.
It really was. Now,
but that being said, you're right, Kevin. Like, that, you do want the opportunity for it to grow in value. And then what happens if you got your second quarterback? Let's say it is another franchise quarterback for you, Kevin. You get your second franchise quarterback with another 4th round pick.
Look.
That's all it costs.
We have a great history lucking ass backwards into franchise quarterbacks here, all right? Let's not pretend like we have the most savvy scouting department that's always gotten the next franchise.
What are you talking about?
Okay.
Tony Romo.
Tony Romo was undrafted free agent. Dak Prescott was with your second fourth-round pick after like the first 5 quarterbacks, including somebody who can't even get on in like arena football anymore that you tried to trade up for. So you got that one. So Trey Lance worked out. Great. I love the Cowboys. I hope that's exactly what happened.
What about Troy Aikman? He was the number 1 overall pick.
That is true. Do you know how many years ago that was? That was 34 years ago.
How'd you luck into that, though?
Well, yeah, and look what they did after that. They're like, you know what? Spending a number 1 overall pick on a quarterback's not good enough. How about we draft another quarterback in the supplemental draft that cost us the number 1 pick in the 1990 draft? We sometimes have issues with
Could have
our
got
scouting.
Jeff George that year.
So look, maybe the number 1 pick wouldn't have worked out right there, but still. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for Mike Likes It.
All right, so last week during Mike Likes It, I told you about the HBO show Telemarketers.
Yes. I'm supposed to tell you this, Mike.
Okay.
A telemarketer hit up one of our Tolos over the weekend, and so he asked, what percentage of the money donated goes to the actual charity? And the person said 12%, and then they hung up the phone.
They called me this morning.
What?
I couldn't believe it. So I'm getting ready for work. It's about, I don't know, a little past 8 a.m. And a guy goes, hi, I'm calling. I'm part of the National Police Association. And it's our time for funds. I go, sorry, can't. Hung up the phone. I didn't want to have the how much do you donate? How much do you give to?
Yeah.
But just so you know, if you were not listening Friday and you're listening today, thank you so much. But there's a HBO documentary called Telemarketers. And so when they're calling on behalf of firefighters or policemen or whatever, that's all a scam. Hang up the phone. You can ask how much % they actually donate, this and that. But just so you know, there's a new episode that came out, I believe, last night, but it doesn't come out on my app until today.
Oh, okay.
But the last one, it was interesting because there are somewhat, I hate saying this, but there are somewhat like retired police officers that are also behind the scam too.
What?
Yeah.
Oh man.
So I will say it's a very interesting documentary, but just know, I'm just trying to help you out. When you donate money, it's great, right?
Yes.
There's donations that are needed everywhere that a lot of nonprofit organizations, they need that money. But I'm just telling you, it sounds good. It sounds like you're helping people that are supposed to protect us and serve us and all these things, police officers, firefighters, whatever. That's all fake. Do not donate to those telemarketers. It's pretty much all going to multi-millionaire billionaires who have set up these scams. Okay, so that being said, I move on just to make sure the PSA, I'm just trying to help people not give money to bad people. Next. I know it's not going good for the Rangers, but there is an article out today about the 2024 Rookie of the Year favorites.
Okay.
For baseball. Number 1 is Paul Skeens. Now they think that Paul Skeens, the number 1 overall pick just recently by LSU, they think that he is going to be up with the Pirates very early next year in the season.
Do they need to edit that after this weekend?
Tell me about this weekend.
Very well.
I was going to in the C block, but he has a 50.
Wait till the C block.
You can wait till the C block. Paul Skeens might not want to bet on him right now, according to Corey Majors. I saw it in the run sheet, but I didn't see. It has to be about his private life. Is that?
No.
Oh, no.
He got lit. He got rocked.
He has a 54 ERA. I got other stuff. He has a 54 ERA right now and couldn't get out of the first inning.
The next one to bet on Rookie of the Year, according to ESPN in 2024, would be Colson Montgomery. He is a shortstop for the White Sox.
Okay.
Number 3 person to bet on because they believe they have a great chance to be Rookie of the Year in 2024. Evan Carter.
Hell yeah, he is!
That is the center fielder for the Texas Rangers. Now, I will say this. Leote did do a pretty good job of hitting this week, or I shouldn't say this week, against the Minnesota Twins. In that series, you wouldn't say, Leote, we just can't do this anymore.
Yeah.
Up to that series, it was, I think, strong consideration. The Rangers are like, hey, how much longer do we do this? But Leody Taveras had a decent, nice series against the Minnesota Twins. So I do not think Evan Carter in the next 3 to 7 days will be a consideration for the Texas Rangers. Just after that, it does go Kobe Mayo. He's a Baltimore Orioles third baseman.
They need another one.
Not even Jackson Holliday yet on this list, who's the number one prospect in all of baseball for the Orioles. And then number 5, just to throw in my last guy here, is Jordan Lawler. He's shortstop Arizona Diamondbacks, and he's from Dallas Jesuit. So he is a local product. So Evan Carter, they're saying,
That's
look,
pretty awesome.
he has a great chance, according to a lot of the people who are looking at next year, to win Rookie of the Year in the American League. Let's go to
next year's the rollout too for Evan Carter, I think, Mike. Like, I think spring training, we're going to be like getting excited about what this dude's about to give us.
I still don't put it past. I just wonder this, that he's going to still get called up this year. He wouldn't become, he won't, even if he got called up today and played every day, I don't believe he would exceed rookie status. I think next year he'd still be considered a rookie for Rookie of the Year, but he's not getting called up today, or like I'd say in the next, let's say 3 to 5 days, unless some major injuries happened. Jack Leiter came back to the Frisco Rough Riders yesterday.
Damn right he did.
So he had approximately a month, I would say, in Arizona to kind of try to redo some things to get him to throw more strikes. And so far, so good. If I'm recalling the stats off the top of my head, but I believe he had 3 innings. 3 hits, 1 run, 1 walk, and 4 Ks. So
is it the walks? Is it the hits?
Yes,
that you're focusing on? Okay.
I mean, the walks. A lot of times, the walks led to hits that drove in runs. Like, that was the problem. Like our bullpen right now. But the walks definitely, it was his location. And then whenever he was missing in big parts of the zone.
Maybe I'm too much of an old fart now, because I feel like if I bring up Kerry Wood, half of our audience won't even know who Kerry Wood is. But Kerry Wood in 1995 came out of Grand Prairie High School, and by 20 years old, 2 years later, he strikes out 20 Houston Astros in one game, which I believe tied the record.
It did?
Well, he walked a lot of guys, but they're like, well, he does walk 6 guys in a game, but he strikes out about 15 to 20 of the other guys. So we're okay. It seems like nobody can hit him. They either get on base by walk or they walk back to the dugout because they can't hit him. So if you're going to walk a lot of people, just strike out everybody else you face. But for Jack Leiter, if he walked guys, then the guys that he did throw strikes to seem to hit the ball pretty hard. So hopefully, right, there is... For AA baseball now, they go a lot further than they used to go. It used to be like September 5th was about the end of the year. Now they do go into kind of mid-September, a little bit past mid-September. So it's something to follow, because I'm not giving up on Jack Leiter. The Rangers aren't giving up on Jack Leiter. But, you know, you look at this team now and you look at next year's team, the Texas Rangers, they need Jack Leiter to help them in some way, because I'm not opposed to, I know he was the number 2 pick. I know you're still developing him as a starting pitcher. Hell, if he starts striking out a lot of guys but is struggling to maybe go past 5 innings, use him next year as a 6th, 7th inning guy, and maybe it leads to him pitching in the 7th and 8th inning. Like, I'm not opposed to, at this point, all of our prospects, just turn them into all relievers.
Let's go.
Because this is just so tough. And remember, next year, pretty much all of your relievers that you do want to rely on, they're all free agents. They're all not going to be back next year, or you're going to have to give them bigger contracts. And I don't know how much. Remember, Chris Young was brought up somewhat through John Daniels. John Daniels' belief, you can talk to Mike Adams. We've interviewed him. He said it here on the air. I'm not making this up. Mike Adams, when negotiating with the Texas Rangers back in the day, 2013-ish, 14-ish, it was pretty much told to him, we do not pay relief pitchers. We trade for them if we think that we have a chance to win. And we try to make a run that way, but we do not give long-term contracts or multi-year contracts to relief pitchers. So it makes it interesting going forward. Will Chris Young still stick with the John Daniels philosophy of relievers because they're so inconsistent year to year? You should never give multi-year deals to relievers. I don't know. I don't know the Chris Young philosophy on, if I believe I have a good team, what should I do with relief pitchers?
Will Smith, unrestricted free agent.
Right.
Chapman, Brad Miller. Oh, hold on. That's Ian Kennedy. Unrestricted. Yeah.
Well, there are 3 main guys. Chapman, Smith, and Stratton are all free agents.
Too.
And Leclerc.
Leclerc is a club option at $6 million.
Okay.
And Chris Stratton as well. Yeah.
Okay. So now moving forward and moving on, it doesn't get better for the Texas Rangers in this. The Seattle Mariners take on the Oakland Athletics.
Oh,
Corey,
no.
you warned us about this. We didn't know it would happen this quick, but not only now look, the Mets stink.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're taking on a crap team too. Nothing's more craptacular than the Oakland Athletics of 2023. But in a way, you look at it and go, at least we do have a favorable matchup on the road. But if you're looking at who's going to give you help, probably the Oakland Athletics are not going to help you over the next 3 days.
Okay, probably not over the next 3 days, and probably not the next 3 days after that, and maybe not the next 3 days after that. But
what?
By September 7th,
Oh my
I will
God,
say
so far.
their stretch gets a lot tougher. They have Tampa. I know they have the Angels, and that stinks. But then they have the Dodgers. I know they have the A's again. But then it's Rangers, Astros, Rangers to close the season out.
All right, so now here's something weird. We're going to root for the Boston Red Sox the next 3 days. That's where Houston is at. They're at Boston. We were rooting for the Seattle Mariners about 10 days ago when they took on the Houston Astros, so that didn't work out too perfectly. So the Boston Red Sox are a team you're going to have to follow. Next thing, I've heard kind of fans going, but look, hopefully for the stretch run, when we get Josh Young back and we get Nate Eovaldi back, those aren't for certain things.
This is the stretch run, too.
Josh Young is not coming back at the end of this week. Now, I guess there could be a miracle happen, but Josh Young is still approximately 3 weeks away from possibly rejoining the Texas Rangers. So you're going to go all of this week, all of the next week, and most likely all of the next week until you start considering Josh Young back on your team playing. And then where is he at? How rusty is he? How quick can he get back to the guy that he was? So if you're going, Josh Young is going to pull this thing back into a great offense. I don't know if you can really count on Josh Young playing more than like the last 12 games of the year. And then what is he like the last 12 games of the year? And then the other thing about Eovaldi, I don't know, man. Like he's throwing a bullpen, but this was, it was fun watching him pitch in the All-Star game. And then he pitched against Tampa, and then that's been it.
And he pitched well against Tampa.
6 shutout innings.
Yeah.
But it's not arm fatigue.
Oh, and they said, the interesting thing is they said his arm is good to go, but now it was tightness in his side that was slowing down the process. And they're like, but the arm's good, which still makes me nervous.
I'm too old school because I'd be like, you're pitching.
Oh, okay. Is that what that look was just then?
Yeah, you're pitching. Figure it out. You're pitching.
Deal with it.
But I do think they're concerned about his long-term health. And what I mean by that is they do have him next year for, I think, approximately $18 million. So I don't know about Eovaldi. Now, last thing I'll leave for Mike likes it here, and we'll get to the C block, is Bruce Bochy did say Eovaldi's coming back as a starting pitcher.
Okay.
I'm not saying that's a mistake. If he can come back, please, God, come back fast. We need you. Because we just don't have enough. The Rangers right now just look like they don't have enough to push this thing back to over the top. That being said, I'm still not opposed to, and the Rangers are, why not use Nate Eovaldi in the 8th inning?
Yeah. Or one of your starters. I mean, Eovaldi's the one I would go to the most.
If his arm's fatiguing from throwing 5 to 7 innings a start, then what if I throw him 1 inning every 3rd day?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the one I would trust the most. I mean, Gray, I think
He's
still
done it
was,
before.
Yeah.
Like John Gray, we have no idea
No clue.
what he is going to be or not be in a bullpen situation.
Well, that's on any given game, too.
Yeah. And they're going to put Heaney back there, most likely if Eovaldi comes off the injured list. But Heaney's a long reliever. Heaney's not going to all of a sudden be Will Smith in the 8th inning. So I don't know.
He could be, though. They all could be, Kevin.
Okay, so we're going to fix
Put
this?
Scherzer in the 9th inning.
Okay, and who is getting us to the
Jordan
9th inning
Montgomery.
then? Okay.
He's getting us to the 6th inning.
Okay, what about the other days? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Coming up next, it is time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Should all referees and umpires be mic'd up like this guy next on the fan?
September 9th, it's an and studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for the C Block starring Corey Major.
All right, so there is some important kicker news in the world.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, Dicker the kicker won the Chargers kicker job. The Chargers then traded Dustin Hopkins to the Browns for a 2025 7th-round pick. So, Kevin, if you want to compare, you got Trey Lance for a 4th, and they had to trade a 7th for a kicker. So, like, that's
Is
only
that the comparison that
3
we're
different
making?
rounds right there.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, and then the Browns cut Cade York, and now Cade York has to go find it. He was LSU's greatest kicker of all time, I assume, based on the thing that he did. And then, so there you go. That's the kicking news that we need to know right now.
Question in C Block.
All right.
Yes, Cade York was a 4th-round pick. That is your question, right?
No.
Oh.
Was he the greatest kicker of all time?
Reggie will actually like this question.
All right.
Did Punt God ever get a second chance?
I don't think I saw him.
I haven't seen anything yet.
He's playing somewhere else, right? Like maybe in another country.
Yeah, I haven't seen any update on his approach.
So don't do anything wrong if you're a kicker or a punter, because no matter how good you are, they will not give you another chance.
As far as 2 days ago, Yahoo had an article up that says 1 year later, when will Matt Ariza get another NFL opportunity?
Has it happened yet?
No.
No, it has not. So there we are. We are in that
Do
situation.
you guys want Peppermint Patty guy? The York guy?
No. I think we have a kicker.
Have you ever enjoyed the York peppermint patties?
I've always no.
What?
Hold on. Who are you whatting? Me or him?
Him.
You like the York peppermint patty?
Yeah.
Why?
It's delicious. Now,
I don't know what that means.
I'm disappointed that I've never taken a bite and instantaneously gone to the top of a mountain.
Dude.
But how do you get back? I've always wondered. I think they're good. Maybe delicious is an overstatement. If you're in the right space, it can be very refreshing.
Okay, all right. There's more to discuss here. All right, one,
Man, I'm not saying other people have to go like them. You just asked a question. I wanted to stay engaged.
That was brilliant marketing on their part. You did feel like if you bought a York peppermint patty, that once you bit into it, you were either going to be skiing down the slopes of the Alpines or, something like that was going to happen. Then when you actually got your first one, you were like, that is more pepperminty than I thought it was going to be. I didn't expect that. And I don't know if that and chocolate goes together the way I want it to. Like, it just didn't feel like it was supposed to.
It does.
So
Help me out, people.
I will never seek out a York peppermint patty. However, if I'm given one, I will eat it. Is that
okay?
Like, I'm not
That's
even
acceptable.
I'm not
sure.
grabbing one out of the bowl on my way out of Joe T. Garcia's. Like that's not one of those. I'm like, I have to get this. The little brown and green ones, those you have to get. Those are fantastic. But I'm not going after a York peppermint patty. But if somebody was to put it on like my check and say, hey, we're adding this mint to your check, I'm going to eat that. So it's not like I'm going to reach and grab for it. But if it's given to me, I will eat it. So there you go. Mike, your thoughts on York peppermint patties?
He thinks
they're okay.
All right, there you go.
Like I'm with you. Like eating them, and you're like, oh, especially if you think your breath smells a little bit, it might help out with that.
That is helpful.
True.
I do want to confirm this real quick. Does everybody believe that our kicker, that Aubrey's the guy now? Like, do you feel
I
good?
do not. I know he's the guy for now.
Within the first 3 games, Cowboy fans will hate him.
Because he'll miss one?
Yep.
I just wish once they got rid of Vizcaíno, they'd have been like, but let's bring in some more competition. Instead, they're like, nah, you're good.
Okay, this is interesting because
I'm not saying he can't do it. It felt like we didn't really push him that hard.
No, he did not get pushed very hard. He was given basically what they said is he needs all the reps he can get.
Yeah.
He needs every single rep he can get in the NFL.
That game the week before when they're like, hey, do you want to kick a field goal and lose the game? And they're like, no, we got to go for it.
But this time, in this last game, they were like, hey, let's get him these opportunities. And he was good on 2 of them. I mean, like, that's fine and everything. I guess it is the Niners who have had 2 kickers and they let go of Robbie Gould and now they're like, oh crap, we're in trouble.
He couldn't do the kickoffs, I guess.
Yeah, so that's the situation in the kicking world for, I think, from the 817, I prefer Denton to Aubrey. Nice. That's a local joke right there.
That is a local joke.
And from the 214, gotta agree with Corey. I won't go after them, but I will eat if it's given to me. Regarding the York
there's some
peppermint
people
patties.
that like York peppermint patty, and there's some really mean comparisons to eating a York peppermint
I
patty.
didn't see those.
There's definitely one on there.
Yeah, hard peppermints. Here is the thing. Back whenever I was in high school, I worked at On the Border in Garland.
Well,
that's not a well moment, Kevin. It's Garland. All right, let's be honest.
I lived
here.
in Garland.
I know. I lived there too. But I worked it On the Border in Garland. And what would I do on my way out? I would grab a handful of all the peppermints, shove them into my pockets, and then give them to people at school in high school. And that was what people knew me as. They were like, it's the peppermint guy. They didn't call me Mr. Peppermint because that was already taken.
What? Yeah. Mr. Peppermint was awesome.
Yeah.
You remember him?
My aunt was on his
No.
show.
What?
It was her dog.
Never heard of Mr. Peppermint before in my life.
May have been no longer with us by the time Reggie
Too young.
Yeah.
Yeah, just type in Mr. Peppermint.
Yeah.
He's an institution around here.
He lived around the corner from my dad, and my aunt was on his show because her dog's birthday was announced on the show.
Dude, it's not a hard news show like 60 Minutes. It's Mr. Peppermint. It's fun.
He wore a peppermint colored jacket, and a
Yeah.
peppermint hat, and had a cane, and he was like, "Hey, everybody, let's have some fun."
Oh yeah, he left this mortal plane before I was even like in the area.
Yeah.
But you are a knower of all things historical.
Fact.
12 Angry Men came out before you were born.
That's
you love
true.
that movie.
I really do.
Mr. Peppermint is to local entertainment what 12 Angry Men is to cinema. Yeah. Don't look at me, Carter.
I don't know if that's
stand by what I
completely
said.
true, but you know what? I'll take that.
How dare you?
All right, guys. Mike, I don't know if you've ever run into like umpires and talked to them, but I do want to see how you feel. This is a referee for the professional.
We edited this, right? We edited this, right?
We'll see.
The Professional Lacrosse League, and which his name is Matty Palum, and he is now legendary in my mind because I guess there was an occasion in this match where he felt he had to get control over the situation.
Deliver the blow. Deliver the blow. Don't. Why are you being a bitch again? You're being a bitch again.
Matty took a week off a couple of weeks ago in Denver. Now he's back in playoff form.
It, or is that my job?
Sorry for the
You guys
colorful
for
language.
something.
You're going to get that with him. Batesie's just like, what's going on out here?
It's probably safe to say not to challenge his call unless you want to get an ear.
Yeah, so that is Matty Palum, who's basically told a player on the field, stop being a B, which it's okay that we played it that way. But then he said, are y'all even paying attention, or is it my effing job to do this? And then they were like, all right, sorry about that language. And he was about to cuss again. He was about to throw another expletive deleted out there, and they cut his mic off very quickly and then said, hey, I guess just don't challenge this guy. But I've always wondered, is that how referees talk back to players? Is that how umpires talk back to guys in the league and managers whenever the manager's in their face and getting after them and kicking dirt on them? Are they saying the same things back?
Once you've thrown him out in baseball, they'll talk back.
Okay.
But for the most part, they're not supposed to incite the person who's already upset with the call. They have to say stuff like, you're wrong, this is the way I saw it, explain quickly what you saw and why you're wrong, that you think that you should have got a foul or not got a foul or whatever, a ball or a strike, whatever it is. But no, I mean, at least in Major League Baseball, the umpires are not calling you names because they would get in trouble for that.
What kind of trouble? Like suspended kind of stuff?
They
Fired?
could if that became his reputation. Like, hey man, we're in the dugout going, that ball's down. We can't see in or out, but we know that ball's down from our angle. We know that's down. If he's like, stop being a B, and he's yelling at that, then you're going to then turn in. The manager will turn in a report and say, look, man, he's yelling at my own guys. They're not calling him names. He's yelling back. He's yelling names at us. And if we yelled at him, if you yelled at him, say, stop being a little B from the dugout, he has the right to throw my guy out. And I can't really complain too much about it because he's calling him a name.
You have a look on your face, Kevin.
So there's a lot of things happening right now. First of all, that audio is amazing. I was listening to Mike's response. I was also gauging how people on the fan text do or do not remember Mr. Peppermint.
Oh,
and then
no.
somebody dropped a knowledge bomb, and I double checked it.
His son was the lead singer.
Yes!
Yeah. You
Of
didn't
the
know that?
Butthole Surfers? I didn't know that.
Mr. Peppermint Patty?
Yes, Mr. Peppermint.
You remember the Butthole Surfers song?
Peppered?
Peppered. I don't mind the sun sometimes, the images it shows.
We play it as a
taste
comeback
you
song
on my
sometimes.
lips and smell you in my clothes. You don't know that song?
What's the chorus?
I feel like that was it.
Oh, well, then I don't know that song.
Okay.
You know, Marky got with Diane and Diane got
No,
in Texas.
I know the song.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I didn't know you didn't know that.
I
Yeah,
did
that
not
was
know that.
common knowledge back in the day, Kevin.
Mr. Peppermint was on until 1996. Thank you very much.
I was in high school at that point, and Reggie was.
I'm not sure if I know who Mr. Peppermint is.
Oh my gosh, you lived in the area, Mike. He was on. It was WFAA.
Yeah.
Every Saturday morning.
The red and white bow tie and the suit jacket with the like.
You don't know who Mr. Peppermint is? Why are you smiling
What
like
did
that?
he do? Did he make you throw balls in a bucket or something like
It
Bozo?
wasn't exactly
It was
like
kind of a
Bozo
show
the
like
Clown,
that.
but yeah, it was a similar
Yeah,
show.
they had some puppets and like a
It was
little
a children's
dog.
television
Mr.
show.
Rogers?
No, it was less Mr. Rogers and more like but yeah, kind of like Mr. Rogers, but not really. Mr.
What?
This is weird to me that people don't remember Mr. Peppermint.
This is an
we need
outrage.
to have a
Did
city.
he hand out peppermints to the kids or the patties?
It's the suit that he was
He had like
wearing.
the candy striper type
Yeah.
appeal.
He's like, you get a peppermint, you get a patty.
What?
That feels. You should most certainly not say that.
All right,
I'm saying Mr. Peppermint did, I think.
No
I
one
don't
should
know.
say that.
So, Mike, we all agreed that Corey Seager is having an MVP caliber season, correct?
If he was healthy enough. I disagree. As much as I love Jared Sandler, when a guy misses this much time, when he misses a month and a half of the season, I just don't think he's done enough to miss a month and a half of a season to really win an MVP.
All right, then. Okay. What about Freddie Freeman? You think he's having an MVP caliber season?
Without seeing his numbers in front of me, yes, I think Mookie Betts also is having an MVP season along with Ronald Acuna Jr. I think those are the three guys that are in
And
the
I think
running there.
Acuna has a pretty decided advantage, but I think Freeman might be the second.
Freeman right now has 50 doubles as of last night, Mike. 50 doubles. And they have 33 games remaining on their schedule. So he's on pace to hit 63 doubles this year. Now, you might be thinking to yourself,
That feels like a lot.
Okay, I'm glad you feel that way because
It feels like a lot.
when I heard 63, I was like, whatever. Like, it seems like you can get doubles all the time. And we know that chicks dig the long ball.
Sure.
Doubles and home runs are a very similar stat.
Yeah.
Obviously, homers are better, but I mean, when you look at league leaders, usually if you're in the 40s in doubles, you're going to be in the top 3 to 5 guys in your league in doubles.
Getting to 50 doubles, so he's on pace for 63. He already has 50. Getting to 50 doubles, there have previously been exactly 100 individuals who have hit 50 doubles in a Major League Baseball history. That's it. So Freeman makes 101 now that he's done that.
And I like it. I hope he doesn't get it now.
If we
I want
set
it to be even.
If we set the parameters at 55, he already got it. He's already at 101, Kevin. So that's already done. If we set the parameters to 55 doubles in a season, 24 from 22 different players. So only 22 different players have ever had 55 doubles in a season.
Wow.
So this is the numbers. Number 6 to hit 60. All right. This is 60. Charlie Gehringer in 1936. Number 5, Paul Wainer in 1932 had 62. Hank Greenberg, 1934, had 63. Joe Medwick and George Burns, 64 in 1936 and 1926. And Earl Webb hit 67 doubles. That's the single season record. 67 doubles in one season in 1931. Mike, nobody hits this many doubles anymore. It's just not a thing that happens.
And
As
he
a matter of
doesn't
fact,
play
the
in
most
a wanky ballpark either. I know that doubles and triples a little bit different, but you know what I'm saying? Like the Polo Grounds, like you can Willie Mays. I'd have to go back and look. One year he had over 20 triples.
Mhm.
I get Willie Mays was super fast and everything, but sometimes you play in a park where if you can hit it in this area, it kind of becomes a triple if you can run.
The most recent big time home doubles guy. Jose Ramirez, 2017, hit 56. So to get to 56, to get to 57 will be the first time since 2017 that anybody's done that.
Wow.
And to be where he is right now is pretty impressive. So I'm really pulling for this because I think doubles are cool too. Like a lot of people get caught up and enamored in these home run things, and I think doubles are pretty awesome.
I wonder, what's tough is if you're going to vote a Dodger, I just think it's really tough. I have both stats pulled up. Like Mookie Betts is leading the National League in slugging and OPS. And Freddie Freeman's leading in on-base percentage and hits.
Yep.
And I'm just wondering if you're voting for a Dodger, you could have a tough time voting for which Dodger, and they're going to split votes. I don't think you're really voting for another. I know that Matt Olson's having a good year for Atlanta, but I don't think to the standard of Ronald Acuna Jr.'s year. So it's easy. If I'm going to vote for a Brave, I know who I'm voting for. If I'm going to vote for a Dodger in this, it's going to be tough on who you're voting for.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, if you're an NFL quarterback, this is probably not what you want your wife to say. Plus, will the newest Cowboys QB go down as the worst draft trade in NFL history? Let's talk about it both next on The Fan.
Always a
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We talked about the Trey Lance trade plenty. I'm curious, is this going to go down, looking back at it, as one of the worst draft day trades of all time for the 49ers?
Hold on. Is that the way you put it on our run sheet, Kevin?
Will the newest Cowboys QB go down as the worst draft trade in NFL history?
Yeah, when I read it, I didn't see the draft part, and I was like, wow, a 4th-round pick?
Oh, my God.
And I was like, he's got to be talking about the draft day.
What a low-level trade that is. You're like, you're right. You see that year we got Dorrance Armstrong and Dalton Schultz? This is unacceptable.
Gosh, why would you ever trade a 4th-rounder?
I will say that 4th-rounder does play into like the original conversation. Wasn't Sam Darnold traded from the Jets to the Carolina Panthers for a 2nd-round pick?
Oh, I have it on good authority from Shanahan, though, that he could still become the next Steve Young.
I do believe that I think Mike and I were having the discussion. I was like, Mike, it's not going to work out for Sam Darnold in Carolina, and I think it didn't. I think it didn't. So, but they traded a 2nd-round pick to find out.
Sure, but that's they traded a 2nd-round pick to find out. The Cowboys only had to trade a 4th for a guy like Trey Lance.
To find out.
I have no issue with that trade at all. We'll get to the other part.
And let me add this real quick, Kevin, because I haven't gotten to say this. Like the 4th-round pick part of the whole thing, it's not like the Cowboys just said, we're giving up on drafting players now. We're only going to make these kinds of moves, and that's how we're going to build our roster. No, they said all these things that we do well by drafting, and now we're going to take another element of the ability to draft and and take a flyer on another player and hope that we can develop them.
Now, if you're Kelly Stafford, that's Matthew Stafford's wife, I wonder if he's like, hey, I really wish you wouldn't have said some of that stuff. Did you see on her podcast what she was saying about the Rams' young roster?
Do you listen to her podcast frequently?
No.
Oh, okay. No, I haven't.
It's not about wrestling.
I did not hear about
or Love of the Star and Odyssey stuff. She was talking about how he's having trouble gelling with the young players on the team. She said they have a lot of rookies on their team. They're very young. And Matt's like, I feel like I can't connect. And then she goes on to say more things that he said. But now they get out of practice and meetings during training camp and they go straight to their phones. No one's looking up from their phones. And Matt's like, I don't know. Am I the dad? Do I take their phones? What do I do here?
Text them. Text your teammates or snap them. Usually that's how, if you just snap them, that's how they get their information, right?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes.
Yeah.
And Matthew Stafford apparently told his wife they say sir to him, and he's like, S. That's not how we talk to each other. Like, we're on the same level. And I get the legitimacy of every single thing that she's saying. I just wonder if her husband wanted her to be like, yeah, Matt's having a really tough time connecting with these young players.
All right, so listen, man. This is a weird place to be, but we're older in this industry now, right? And Reggie is the youths of America.
We remember when the Cowboys were considered like world champions.
Yes, exactly.
Like I always wonder, like if you are, nothing against like Zach and Eric or Reggie, how old are you?
31 years of age.
He's the youths.
So Reggie was 5 or 6 years old in 95?
No, younger. 3.
How many years ago do you think?
Shut your mouth.
So he's never.
We already had a math problem in the
You've
break.
never really seen a Cowboys Super Bowl.
I mean, like,
I wonder if it's
archival
better
footage.
When I do listen to you guys, it makes me think, I wonder if it's better to live like that you guys don't even know that the Cowboys, like, it'd be like us talking about when I was a kid, my dad talking about how great the Green Bay Packers were. I'm like, they're a load of crap. I don't know. I don't care.
Or Notre Dame for a while. I felt that same way.
And so you guys live in a world, which is great. It's just eras of like, you guys have never known the Cowboys to be good at football. This is who they are. They're the most popular product. They're actually never good at football, where I have to live with, no, they're supposed to be the LA Lakers.
Yeah.
They're supposed to be every year. If they don't win the Super Bowl, it's like, what's wrong with you guys? But in the other world is like, no, like they're just popular.
From the 214, he needs to embrace the sir. And I do kind of think you kind of go with that in that you understand there's a weird place in being in your 30s where you're like, I'm not still like young enough to hang out with all the 21-year-olds, but I'm too young to hang out with the 40-year-olds. So it's a weird place to be in because you're trying to figure out exactly where you are in life. And I think whenever you get to that point where you are older, you do embrace it. And you just say, all right, I can lend some experience and knowledge to this person. They don't have to care, but at least they hear the old man rant for a little bit, and you get that information out there to them. That's what you're supposed to do. You pass it down. Have you been watching Aaron Rodgers and Zach Wilson? It looks like their friendship is growing. Like that is.
Do you think they ever talked about that time that Zach Wilson said, "I'm going to make a veteran's life a living hell"?
He probably said. Aaron Rodgers probably walked in the doors and was like, "Not mine, though." Okay. You know, like, hey, let me make your life a living hell. What were you asking about?
You're basing this off of Hard Knocks?
Well, I guess they do write the script for that, yeah.
Because the tough thing about Hard Knocks is I've just been balancing it all with, like, Aaron Rodgers vehemently did not want this. As soon as the camera flicks on, he's smiling directly at the camera.
Right.
He's a good actor.
I'm going to ask a silly question that was not available. Would you have rather traded that 4th-round pick for Trey Lance or Zach Wilson? If you could do it
Trey
right
Lance.
now, who would you rather have for the next 2 years?
Probably Trey Lance.
Just because I feel like
I don't know. I'm asking. I honestly don't have an opinion.
It's the magic of the unknown, right? Like I feel like you've seen more
There's
from
unknown
Zach
about-
Wilson,
yeah,
and
yeah.
he's not great. Whereas Trey Lance could very well be the exact same, and he gets hurt. But at least now I'm like, yeah, but if he didn't get hurt, then maybe.
But I do think that Stafford definitely, like, how do you connect to him? You can't walk in and have your hat, sideways and a chain and be like, all right, I've changed who I am now.
How do you do, fellow kids?
I am one of you youths. Yeah, exactly.
Wear a navy and yellow skirt.
Let's go stunting on them. You can't walk in and just start doing stuff like that.
Don't say it like that. Now, over the weekend, Robert Griffin III tweeted something out, and some people were making fun of him. And I was like, I don't know. Does he have a point? It's official. The 49ers' decision to give up 3 first-round draft picks to move up and draft Trey Lance is the worst draft day move of all time.
There have been a lot of bad draft day moves.
And CBS Sports put out a list, and they did have the Jets moving up for Sam Darnold at number 9. They also, ironically enough, had Washington giving up 3 first-round picks to get RG3 as number 8. But the top 5, Chargers trade up for Ryan Leaf. Bears move up for Mitch Trubisky. Saints trade their entire draft for Ricky Williams as 3rd. 2nd is the Colts are forced to trade John Elway. And number 1 on the list, 49ers move up for Trey Lance. And so I started thinking about it a little bit more. They gave up a 4th-round pick. They got a 4th-round pick for him. They traded 3 first-round picks to get him. He played 8 games. They paid him $28 million to play those 8 games. And those 8 games, fewest games played by a top 5 pick with the team that he debuted with since the start of the Common Era draft.
Wow.
Corey, I do think this, and this is just thinking on all sides of this trade. As I've said, I've liked it. How bad do the 49ers think Trey Lance is that they traded him to us?
Okay. They were willing to, from what they say also, to accept a 5th or 6th round pick for him.
But you think that's BS,
I think it's
right?
BS. I think if you're a GM and what they're saying right now is, hey man, we got a better deal than we thought we were going to get. What else are you going to say? Whenever you traded away a guy that you traded a bunch of picks to go up and get, what else are you going to say other than, nah, this is actually great for us? Like, that's how you try to spin it. That's what I think San Francisco's trying to do there. But I think there's more egg on their face for the poor decision of making that many trades, giving up that much for it in the first place, and it not working out. Kind of makes you look like you couldn't develop the quarterback either.
And take this value on the way out, too. Because, all of the run-up over the last, let's say 4, 5, 6 months has been them actively taking his value.
Yeah. I mean, Kevin, the day that I quit the C block in the middle of it was the day that we were discussing whether or not Shanahan decided that he was calling plays intentionally to tank him, which I think is a ridiculous thing anyway. Why would you do that when you want to trade the guy and get as much value out of it as you possibly can? Why would you intentionally tank him? Doesn't make any sense.
Does it make a difference who went after him in the draft too? Because we've talked about that.
Yes. Oh yes, Mike. Have you seen the names of those people that went after him in this?
Trey Lance. Well, I know Fields and Mac Jones.
Oh no, those are quarterbacks. I'm saying the picks directly after he got taken.
This is great.
Were Kyle Pitts, Jamar Chase, Jalen Waddle, Penei Sewell, J.C. Horn, Patrick Surtain, Micah Parsons, Devontae Smith, Justin Fields, Rashawn Slater. Sorry, I got Mike out of order. But good job to the rest of the NFL for really drafting. It seems super well after that. So I was curious if people factored that in as well. Is not only did you trade up for somebody that you didn't use, you could have got all these other players.
Any of these dudes.
Plus,
any one of them.
Well, thank God, because the 49ers are awesome.
And
they are really good.
They keep beating our butts with barely having a quarterback. Garoppolo even stunk in that game, rewatching it, and still beat Dak Prescott. And then you watch last year's game, and Brock Purdy, he was at best, you could say, solid.
Yeah.
And you still lost that game too. So thank God they don't get quarterback completely right, or they'd be dominating the NFC.
And I was thinking about that because that was another part of RG3's tweet, is one of the reasons Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch aren't fired is they hit on last year's draft pick of Brock Purdy. But I think it goes beyond that. They've built an incredible roster outside of quarterback. You're right. If this would have been a hit for them, well, hell.
I will say this, though, and Mike, when you're talking about the analysis of him from within their own organization, of Lance specifically, listening to that podcast that he did with Adam Schefter and then LaFleur and who was the other?
Our former tight end.
Yeah, and the coach for Green Bay and McVay. Shanahan specifically did discuss the mobile quarterback. And he's like, look, man, when you have a mobile quarterback, you have something that changes the way defenses have to come at you. And you can do all these different things. And at the end of the day, it's who has the piece of chalk in their hand to drop the play. At the end of the day, that's what it is. But he said, but the most important factor is you have to be able to hang in the pocket and deliver big time throws at some point. That's just going to happen. And that's a huge factor. Look at all the quarterbacks that have been winning Super Bowls. That while Patrick Mahomes, he does have the ability to break loose, it's not the only thing he does well. He does all these other things so well, and he delivers throws one after another. Can Trey Lance do that in the future, as well as being mobile enough to get around and move around? That's going to be a huge factor for him. But it's delivering the throws. That's going to matter the most, man.
The KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. I wanted to throw out one bit of baseball information as the Rangers are back at it tonight, trying to break out of that recent funk that they have been in right here on 105 through the Fan. Did you see the note from Jeff Passan about Friday's games? So there were 4,319 pitches thrown across Major League games on Friday, and that was the first full slate of games where there were no pitch clock violations. So
I did see that, yeah.
Yeah, obviously they've gotten it down lower and lower and lower, but it seems like people get it and they've fallen in line. Attendance is up 9.2%. Game time is down 25 minutes. And now it feels like, or for a while, it's felt like people have the hang of these rules. It just feels like another way to show that it's been an unbelievable success for baseball. At least that's the way I feel.
No, I agree too. I mean, it kind of stunk yesterday for the first time. I was like, dang it, the stupid disengagement rule hurt us.
That is true. We're the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105 through the Fan.
We at the Fan want to give one.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Hurry into Classic Chevrolet for once-a-year Labor Day savings. They've got over 400 Silverados with their best offers of the year. You can see them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Don't miss your chance to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan. Want to throw this out into the world. Ross Dellinger is reporting that ACC presidents have scheduled a call for tonight and possibly a vote on adding Cal, Stanford, and SMU to the ACC, which would then just leave two.
The 4-pack?
And then it would be the 2-pack, right?
Those are very smart schools, right?
Yeah. That's kind of that's the ACC's thing, is that those schools, the Dukes, the Virginias, trying to add some more to that.
Especially since we learned this morning that those schools and NCAA is not really making too much money.
No, of course they're not.
It's hard times out there for them.
There were parts of that interview that was pretty infuriating to listen to.
Yes, and then Corey told me to calm down and not turn this into like some sort of expose about college athletics. You hear some voices right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. We're going to chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation.
There was a moment with Dion when he goes, I see your tone has changed, because you were like getting really mad at him. And I was like, I want that right now.
Make-believe school. I remember that moment. I'm sorry. I want to know how you're doing, but I remember that moment. And Dion was like, we're trying to get these kids scholarships. And I was like, yeah, but the last 5 kids you brought in are all top 100 in the nation prospects who already have scholarships. And like, when presented with that evidence, that is what he said.
You got to have diamonds surrounded by diamonds in order to get more diamonds. Otherwise, it's going to turn into a bad situation. You got to go play for the Cardinals.
Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Heggie. How are you?
I'm doing excellent despite that feverish thing that I just said. I really am. And we were just talking with the UT athletic director this morning about their tailgating stuff, and it was like kind of a lighter conversation. It's just whenever you hear people are like, hey, the NCAA is doing their best to help the kids and like they should be more grateful. Sometimes you're like, seriously?
I really like what Harbaugh's doing. He's coming after him.
Yeah.
If we're going to be for all this stuff, then how about we actually pay them? If we say we're for opportunity and equality and all that.
Yeah.
I just thought it was a wild turn because I was like, hey, what are your thoughts on the NIL and the future of it? And he was like, you know what? You need to pay your student loans.
That was
what just happened?
It was awesome. By the way, we have been championing Jonathan Hernandez coming up to the team.
Some of you guys had that problem.
Yeah,
bad
graduating
and Mike, we didn't have that problem.
It's bad judgment to champion Jonathan Hernandez coming up.
Well, he came up and the Rangers agree. He has now been sent back down. Oh,
no. Oh, I thought you were going to announce he's our player guest for this week.
Oh, no.
We'll see you in surprise, sir.
Yeah.
Are you surprised he wasn't designated for assignment?
Because he had like a good run of a couple weeks in August.
It's the stuff, man. He's doing such good stuff.
Well, it was like a 1.95 ERA and then 14 straight balls.
I think in August in AAA, he only walked 4 guys, and then he walked 3 guys yesterday in 2/3 of an inning.
So he's down to Round Rock. Glenn Otto is up from Round Rock.
They're trying.
So
like I feel like Boch is trying. He's like everybody I turn to in that pen just. I mean, I hate saying this, kind of lets him down. He went to Stratton with the bases loaded, and immediately it's 5-4. You know, like everybody he tries, or they just can't get out of the situation. Like Leclerc yesterday, he got 50% of the guys he faced out. 2 guys got on base, 2 guys he got out, and then Will Smith had to get the last out to keep it at 0 for that inning. And that's not good either when your bullpen has to be used to bail out your bullpen. It crushes you for today. John Gray needs to throw a complete game today. I mean, luckily you're playing a bad team somewhat in the Mets, but really, John Gray needs to get 27
Mets
outs
radio
today.
saying the same thing about your team right now, too. Playing a bad team.
I could see that.
We're playing a crappy team. Boys. We should take the sweep here.
Yeah, I could see that.
I don't even think that anymore. You know, I thought when the Padres, that whole thing, when it was like, yeah, they're going to go to San Diego, they're going to win these, you know, and now it's, I mean, just listening to the games, it's just so frustrating. It just is so frustrating, and you just kind of expect something bad to happen to this team. Like, oh, they're trying to bunt. Oh, they can't bunt. Oh, they're trying to, you know, they're trying not to walk runners. Oh, okay, well, here we go. We're going to walk guys in. I mean, it's just
Isn't it amazing how much pressure can make people do things that you haven't kind of seen them do in baseball? April, May, June, and then you get to August. This is the first time for some of these guys they've ever been in pressure baseball.
Yeah.
And they just, it's just different, right? And it's just, you get to whatever sport it is, basketball, football, you get to the point where you're like, we don't really have time to make up for our mistakes. And this is where, like, whether it's experience, whether it's talent, like, you need both of those, because sometimes the young guy is just like, I've never been through this. And look, for Jose Altuve and for Carlos Correa, I know he's not there anymore. And like, those guys peed their pants in 2015. The Rangers came out of nowhere and took that division away from Houston. One, because Texas played well, and two, because Houston peed all over their pants and gave the Rangers a chance to win the division in 15.
Idiots.
Were they actually were they wearing the pants when they peed on them, or did they take them off and then just pee all over them?
I think so. It's like I could see, like, in the batter's box, like you could see the drips off of their pants, like around the knee area.
I remember that.
And then they're having to rub in the
shaking
pee.
it off.
You know, I wouldn't have thought I would have a natural segue, but speaking of body things, have you ever had a surgery where you kept one of the things that got taken out? Because did you see the Notre Dame quarterback over the weekend? He has a necklace with part of a surgically removed rib. So he has...
Oh, yeah, Sam Hartman. I did see this.
Yeah, so he has a disease where they needed to take out one of his ribs. And instead of disposing of it, he asked to keep it and immediately put it in the fridge and eventually took part of that and put it into a necklace.
That is wild.
Would that not intimidate? I think that would intimidate me a little bit on the field. And I was like, oh, my God, that guy's crazy.
I think it's genius.
He's got to be more bendy, too, because he doesn't have that rib.
It's not more intimidating than a shark tooth on his neck, though.
But did you kill that shark?
Beads or whatever. Perhaps. I mean, you don't know. If it's Max Scherzer, you assume yes. Somebody else, you're like, was that you?
I think a better necklace would be a rib, but like cut into a shape like a shark tooth.
Yeah.
You know, or like a dagger.
But do you think you can do that one thing?
What?
What?
What did you just say?
What did you say?
I don't know what your game you're playing.
You know,
right
the
now.
rib taken out deal. Somebody did that for a specific
Marilyn
reason.
Manson.
At least
It was
that's
rumored.
legend.
It was rumored that Marilyn Manson did that too.
Is that around the same time that they thought that Paul from the Wonder Years was Marilyn Manson? Like, that was a rumor too, right?
Yes,
You remember
both
that?
those things were rumors,
Okay.
unsubstantiated.
We got to play butt cracker baseball with that game.
Is there? Have you ever had a surgery where they're like, "Hey, do you want to keep this? You know, I don't know, kidney stone or whatever."
I asked one time. It was my tonsils, and they were like, "No,
Yeah,
you can't."
tonsils.
keep those.
That would be the one thing that you would probably be able to do. And they kind of, I had mine done like in the early 70s, like earlier than that. But anyway, they didn't offer them up. I didn't think you could keep. I don't think they.
It's mine. It's my body.
I didn't think that must be somebody must have done that surgery at the school for him. That kind of thing, because if you go to a normal hospital,
they're not like, "Would you like this?"
Yeah, I think maybe somebody at Wake Forest Hospital probably helped him out there.
Do we have a hospital in this building now? When I was coming into studio, there was a person in a wheelchair with somebody behind him, and he had like ice on his face, and they were waiting for a car to pull up. And I'm just
they got a
wondering,
dentist office.
surgery?
They got a dentist office here.
Oh, in this building
Yeah,
now? Okay,
yeah.
and that makes sense. I was like, hey, I haven't noticed this before, but
I think
today
on the
I
6th
noticed.
floor you have a dentist.
Okay.
And just for the record, I did get to keep both mine after the vasectomy.
I don't.
They're
that's
still
not-
attached
yeah,
to you,
that's
dude.
not
It's
how
not like
that
they cut
works.
them
Your
off.
doctor
Well, they're
did
like, "Do you want to
something
keep
else.
both of these?" And I was like, "Actually, yeah, I would like to keep both of these."
Doctor might have
Thank
done
you.
a different surgery.
They removed your balls?
Isn't that called
Vasectomy.
castration?
You got the
I thought
wrong.
You just snipped a little thingy.
You got the wrong surgery,
What
brother.
do you guys got coming up?
Oh, I
on
got
the
to
show?
keep them. Like I
Man,
said.
hey, if you need something else to keep track of on your show,
Oh my God.
did you see
I look.
that the Spanish Football Federation president, Luis Rubiales, his mom has now gone on a hunger strike because she said that it was consensual and let's try that again.
Yep.
Her son could never do anything like that. So she said it is a, quote, inhuman, bloodthirsty witch hunt, which my son is being subjected to. And
What day is she in?
that's a good
Yeah,
question.
let's keep up with this.
Because she said she's going to continue it
Hunger
indefinitely, day
son,
and night.
What's
until-
going on here? Because as the gal said, it was not consensual. Is he like, well, I'm so handsome? It was absolutely
He
consensual.
insists it was consensual.
It's kind of a Spanish thing
Nobody
to do.
would ever want to not kiss my boy.
Yeah.
Let's keep up with how many
that
days.
to drop.
Yeah.
I feel like, besides that, what do you guys got coming up?
Water
on the
only maybe on this thing? What are we doing over there?
Yeah.
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. We will have Chris Young at 4:20. We'll try to ask him if, in a nice way, does he regret not adding more bullpen?
Okay, I look forward to that. I liked your interview last week. Of course the guys are pressing. What do you expect them to do? I really like that answer.
You idiots.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation and Chris Young. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Thanks to our studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Got a lot to talk about here with you. Let's get it started. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, the former Cowboy scout, NFL executive. You got Lucius Alexander. You got Zach Wolchuk over here fighting off a sneeze to start the show.
Sneeze attack.
That's good work there. Eric Chiafalo, of course, and Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. You could listen on the Odyssey app and the TuneIn app. A lot of ways to get your nation. Hey, the Rangers are no longer in first place. It's the first time since the 10th day of the season. And it hurts, okay? So I'm sure you're like us. You're in a tough spot with this today. We're here for you over the next 3.5 hours before they open up a series against the Mets. Pregame at 5:30. I think we got to get some rally caps going, boys. Whew. Yeah. Rally cap it in one way or another. We need a rally squirrel to show up, a black cat, run out onto the field.
All of it.
We need no reasonable offer will be refused if anything crazy wants to happen to try to change this up, because yesterday afternoon, I get home in the 9th inning. I've been listening the whole way, and as soon as I sit down, all hell starts breaking loose. And I couldn't believe it, But I don't know about you guys, but I had this feeling in my stomach once the balk happened or the 3 stoppage disengagement thing happened. I was like, it's over, Even when they scored in the 13th, didn't feel good. The 10th, 11th, 12th, I thought it was going to be over, but like Joey Gallo intervened, So
yeah, he tried to help you.
He did, man. Shout out to Joey.
We're in the pits of despair now. That weekend didn't totally kill me, but dang it got close.
Yeah.
Almost finished me.
Rangers depression. That's where I'm at right now. No doubt. I mean, they can't get runners aboard in scoring position. That was their calling card.
It was.
For so much of the year. They were 2 for 17 in those situations on Sunday, man.
They used to be the Rangers where the R stood for RISP.
Yes.
RISP dominance.
They were at a historic RISP pace.
Risping their balls off.
And now it's like,
we're RISP gods.
Good Lord. We can't buy a run. And the bullpen, we know about that.
They're the anti-rispers now.
It's been an absolute bleep show. 1-9 in the stretch when it comes to blown saves. 6 blown saves over the course of the road trip.
Yeah, they say winning is contagious. Maybe sucking at your job is a bit contagious
blowing
as well.
Saves is?
Blowing saves might be contagious because everybody's catching that bug right now.
Yes. So does anybody have a shot of optimism you can pour out for us here today at 877-881-1053? What do you got?
I'm pouring one out for them.
Hell yeah. You're playing the Mets, and they're quitting.
Come on. They're that bad?
They don't want to win. They're bad. Yeah, I mean, they're looking at selling everything. So
I saw they were within 12 games of 500, and I figured that's about what the Rangers are playing like. Yes. So I thought, is this an even matchup, or should we dominate this? I don't know. Sands is going to join us coming up at 5:15. Evaldi and Young now a few days closer to their eventual returns. We'll get thoughts about Evaldi coming up with CY, but I guess there was a little oblique strain or a side strain, and they're going to get another bullpen in. But at least the streak didn't hit 10 games. I think that's big. We talked about it on Friday.
Heck yeah.
The longest streak that the World Series champion has gone on during the regular season was 9 games, and we stopped short of that.
Thank you, Scherzer.
Yes, thank you, Max Scherzer. But I don't know what else you can do. I guess we can solace ourselves with the fact that it happened to the 54 Yanks. They lost 9 in a row, and they got the job done. But I also want to know from you, did this weekend finish you? We ran a couple of polls last week. It was at 30% on Thursday. It was at 40% on Friday. I think if we ran that poll right now, it'd be well over 50%. I think it's definitely shifted to where now it's going to demand that you be a very strident Rangers optimist to find hope in this. I'm hoping they can still make the playoffs. But it's clear. I'm just shocked. You had Chapman, Smith, and Stratton, and we're right back into bullpen despair. They blew 6 saves on that road trip?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. How the crap does that happen, Brian? That shouldn't be possible. That's every bit as bad as it was in the first 2 months of the season when we said, well, CY is going to fix it. Throws 3 pitchers at it. He probably needed to add 7. I don't know what he can say about this.
Thing.
Yeah. 7 would have been a start.
I do believe, though, when Boch put in Will Smith and Will Smith got out of that, and then you get to Chapman, and you're thinking like, okay, just just, the day before, you got out of it. You did what you had to do. And, you're just thinking, just keep throwing that slider, throw the fastball, and work through this thing. And, Mike's right. When Chapman gets runners on, it distracts him. The pitches outside the zone. I'm going to say that, the umpire yesterday, I don't think is the umpiring is, I'm not blaming, I'm saying it doesn't happen all the time, but it just seemed like there were some questionable non-strikes.
Yeah.
And so, okay, now, you got a staff that's struggling, and now you're not helping them when they do make a good pitch. You're not getting a strike call. Well, it's come to the point now where when Bochy sends any one of those guys out there, it's hold on to your rear kind of deal. Because now it's not, earlier in the season, Smith was quality. Chapman, when we got him, was quality. And now it's, you can't trust any of these guys.
You can't. I know nobody's going to give up on them, even though you can't trust them. We haven't hit that point late in the Mavericks season where they were barely watchable and it was a joke. I think you're still going to tune in tonight over the next couple of weeks and hoping the Rangers bounce back again. But now they're a game back. And another gut-wrenching defeat. You got to send Hernandez down to the minors now and not bring him back till next year. You got to look at that like as a long-term mental project. And after, that's happened to Chapman again, you really have to wonder if this is the end for him as a guy that you can trust in these late-inning, high-leverage situations. Salute to Burke. Salute to Sporzy. They got the job done there. Latest on Evaldi, experienced side discomfort in Thursday's session. And the Rangers have backed off slightly from his schedule. Again, CY coming up at 4:20 for that. Gray and McGill tonight, 5:30 pregame as the Rangers are going to take on the Mets. Let me get a couple of texts in here before we talk Cowboys with you. Let's just get into the playoffs and turn it up. In the playoffs, every out matters. Right now, they can't find even their best pitchers to be able to handle that high leverage in the 8th and 9th.
Yeah.
Once you get to the playoffs, they all feel like that. And it took away my confidence that they can turn it around and start playing well. Maybe it's an overreaction. It still is just a week and a half out of months and months of good baseball.
Well, at one point in time, it looked like the setups to get to Smith was, you had Stratton in the 7th, and then Chapman in the 8th, and then you got to Smith, and then you were fine. And then all of a sudden, they were kind of messing with that lineup a little bit, and then Chapman gives up a couple of home runs, and now everything's in. And Smith was kind of in a bad spot. It felt like that it was kind of going in the right direction. I'm like, okay, they got this figured out. They got a 7th guy, they got an 8th guy, and they got a 9th guy. This thing's going to be fine. But then all of a sudden, when you get these guys faltering in the 8th and then faltering in the 9th, there was a time there where Smith was give him as many runs as he had strikeouts.
214, the Rangers are cooked. My dog dropped 3 better bullpen pitchers on our walk this morning. That's uncalled for. We don't have to make it personal. These guys are out here. They're battling.
Sounds like he ate the same burrito I ate on Saturday night.
Sounded so darn delicious. Offensively, though, you gotta.
I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm sorry to jump in like that. Eric, though. So what happened with the burrito, bro? Did you get tore up Saturday night? Did it blow up on you?
It got a little bit tore up. It was really bleeding into Sunday morning.
Yeah, bro. Me too. Where did you get your burrito at?
I was at AT&T Stadium.
Okay.
The lineman burrito. It was a special, and it was delightful in every way.
Did you finally get a breakfast burrito?
I did get a breakfast burrito from a place called Good Day Cafe.
Yeah.
But no, the burrito that tore me up was Saturday afternoon at Fuzzy's. I got a ground beef burrito.
Love it.
Told me, bro, it blew up on me, man.
Was it? You think it was the beef, or was it too much spice? Because mine I got spiced up.
I don't know, but it was fantastic. Like, I'll go through it again. I don't care.
I'd sign up for it.
I'll
do it today.
Yeah.
I did not have any burrito encounters, but I was dabbling in that coconut oil as like a health thing, and I accidentally doubled it.
Oh
Yeah,
no!
that'll slide right on through. You want it,
dude? It is very fast.
Yeah.
Like 45 minutes later, I was like, "Oh,
floodgates!
Oh, everybody out of the bathroom! I gotta sit down."
Your stomach goes. You're like, oh, there it goes.
That was the exact noise. Trey Lance, that trade on Friday, right as our show was wrapping up, Krusty's Corner's coming up at 2:40. I bet he's going to have some takeaways and probably a roster. We're going to have a roster coming up at 2:40.
I'm going to roster reduce you right there. Yeah.
A 53-man is due tomorrow afternoon.
Roster reduce you.
Roster reduce you.
I like that.
It's a hell of a term.
Heck yeah.
It's not use the word cut. You just say reduction.
Yeah.
Roster reduction.
you just got reduced, sir.
Yeah,
I like to reduce you.
Nothing personal.
Yeah. Nothing personal.
You got downsized over here. The Trey Lance trade, I just all weekend long I was thinking of why, and I my only thought is it's mostly a leverage play on the contract with an outside shot that he actually develops into something if he manages to get experience. But this is, hey, Dak, if you don't do it, we're going with Trey Lance. And I bet Dak and his agent are going to say, go for it, and hang up the phone.
Yeah, because right now you're looking at a guy that the Niners said, you're our third string guy. You're not better than Sam Darnold. And Brock Purdy just came in here and snatched your job. Our Mr. Irrelevant selection is the face of our franchise now. We have no place for you. So, it's basically an asset. I mean, listening to what Stephen Jones, when we talked about this in the postgame show, you bought Trey Lance at his absolute low. He's a guy that has first-round talent that they had a high second-round grade on.
Right.
The Cowboys have not really brought in a lot of depth at quarterback. I mean, you talk about Cooper Rush. That's a guy that was undrafted. They haven't spent really a ton of assets at the position. You know what? It's a gamble where you can easily recoup that fourth-round pick, as we talked about, and maybe he plays great in the preseason. Other teams are interested. There were tons of teams that were interested now. He ends up building his stock. Regardless of if he ever starts a game for the Cowboys, you could flip that. Maybe you get a third or a second-round pick in the future for him. Or maybe he does end up playing, and maybe he ends up being your guy, and he develops. Who knows? But the point is you want him to eventually be better than Cooper Rush and be your backup quarterback.
Yeah, I don't think it's about this year. I think it's about 2024. I think it's you got that, a year and an option on Cooper Rush.
Yeah.
Maybe then that Trey Lance develops into your second quarterback. God forbid, Dak gets injured or something, but Dak has missed some time. It's about getting Trey Lance acclimated this year and then having him compete next year for opportunity. I do feel like, though, that, the Cowboys are in a situation where maybe they don't want to pay their quarterback $58 million. And you got 2 years to kind of figure that out. I mean, we'll see what they do with the reduction or try and get a better deal or his cap number, but the cap number might be right where these quarterbacks are. So all of a sudden you let it ride, and then you're free and clear your quarterback after a couple of years.
Gives you a chance. I know Jerry's loved trying to find a quarterback with minimum investment for pretty much his entire career.
He's not willing to tank.
Yeah.
He's not willing to tank a season to get a top 5 pick to get a quarterback. So yeah, you're right. This is kind of his history of way he operates, whether it's Quincy Carter in the second round, Tony Romo, baseball players, whatever, he tried a lot of different ways other than getting using a high pick.
And I like being resourceful like this. Mm-hmm. Why not? Let's put some talent in here and see if it develops, and who knows what could happen. It's probably a long shot. I mean, if Sam Darnold's better and Kyle Shanahan can't win with you,
he might never be good. Yeah. But it's worth the dart throw.
Well, sure. That's the thing, though. The thing with Kyle Shanahan, though, that just tells you that the fact that they kept Sam Darnold, as their guy.
This was our pick.
Yeah,
a lot of us are invested in this in a lot of ways.
And I don't mean this in a negative way at all towards Trey Lance. I mean, the 49ers are the ones with the egg on their face. They're the ones that, what saved them was they hit on Mr. Irrelevant.
Yes.
That's what they did. They had the third overall pick. They used it on Trey Lance. It didn't work, but they hit on Mr. Irrelevant, so that's their quarterback now. And so, that's if they don't hit on Mr. Irrelevant, then I don't think you have a shot at Trey Lance. The only thing I think holding back Trey Lance has been his injuries. If you look at when he was scheduled to play, he's dealt with he broke the tip of his finger. He had another injury to his hand. He broke his ankle in week 2 last year. When he should have been playing, he's been injured. And I think that's the thing. And I don't think the 49ers were, they're like, they really didn't give him a shot. There's people you talk to in the organization over there in San Francisco and said, hey, this guy's actually looked pretty good, and I'm like, really? And he goes, no, yeah, absolutely.
So do you think they're not fed up with his talent? They're more just fed up with his injuredness?
I think that they just figured that they were going to move on and that Brock Purdy was going to be their guy. And they didn't want to. And seriously, anybody you talk to over in San Francisco, nobody says anything bad about the kid. Nothing.
Sweet.
Nothing about the kid. But, again, he just has not got to play a lot of football. When you felt like last year he was the starter, he could have finished last year and maybe been proven that he could have been a starting NFL quarterback. But he was hurt in week 2, and it was done. He just hasn't had a lot of opportunity.
Hasn't played much football at all.
At all.
I think he went and asked for a trade.
He did.
So
he said, I'd like to go to a place where I can compete to be the number 2. And so I think they were trying to help him in that scenario where, look, he's the third stringer here, but talent-wise, I don't think it would take much to get ahead of Cooper Rush.
Well, he'll be the 2 if something happens to Dak. That's kind of how this thing works.
Yeah, and as a mobile scout team quarterback on Jalen Hurts week and whatnot, given the defensive look, I think there's something to that.
Maybe
as well.
some packages as well.
At some point,
athleticism in the future. Who knows?
I just kind of feel like if they don't have to use him at all this year, that's what they want.
And
to
I
do.
agree. Yeah.
I think it's all about 2024 with this guy.
Yeah, it's kind of like drafting a guy in the middle rounds, and while you already have a quarterback, now you have that young guy to develop who's potentially got some upside. But I'm not sweating it at all if I'm Dak. I'm probably happy to have him in the room. Let's kick off the college football week properly with a super segment. Then the G-Bag of the Day is coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. Yes, sir. Welcome back. We're 7 minutes from the G-Bag of the day. Best audio for the world of sports coming at you. Segment is presented by Window Nation, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys, and the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel. Free consultation. 214-333-3333 or truckwreck.com. Here's Wolchuk with a little college football super segment. Get this party started.
Glorious was it to finally get college football back on our screens. We got the Fansville Dr. Pepper commercials. Caleb Williams and his finger paint is out there doing his thing. It was amazing. And granted, these weren't great games, but we got to see Notre Dame play football. They absolutely went to Ireland and they spanked Navy. Sam Hartman's the real deal now. And you guys know this. I'm critical of Notre Dame. I never buy into the Irish. They're always usually overrated and they get put into the college football playoff and get spanked. But they've got themselves a legit quarterback here in Sam Hartman. I'm starting to get a little bullish on the Notre Dame hype here.
He's more than just a beard.
He is.
More than just a great beard.
This kid can play, and Notre Dame's got a schedule where they're going to host Ohio State this year. They're going to have the opportunity. That's going to be a game that's very winnable for them because Ohio State's got some weird, hey, we don't know who their quarterback is with McCord and Brown, which one's going to play there. They're going to get to play USC. Notre Dame's, of course, got the schedule that is going to be able to put them in the college football playoff if they're able to get through the gauntlet, even maybe get a one loss. USC beating San Jose State 56-28. But Notre Dame's got a chance this year because I think they actually have a legitimate quarterback.
Yeah, and that's the first time you can say that in a while where you're like, oh my gosh, this guy might actually be the real deal. He was pretty dang good at Wake Forest.
Yeah.
And he's been highly touted, but it's like it's Notre Dame. They're going to hype up these guys. But game one, it was pretty dang impressive.
It was Navy. A chance to do what, Wolchuk?
Right.
A chance to do what? Make the playoff?
And get their butts kicked in the first round.
Yes, but you know that the committee's definitely going to always be considering.
How's Utah this year? Because that will determine whether USC does anything or not.
Yeah, we'll see about Utah.
They haven't figured out a really physical football team that kind of bloodies their nose a little bit.
Thursday night, they'll be hosting Florida, who's got Mertz, the Wisconsin transfer. That's going to be starting for them.
What a fall from grace,
gosh,
dude.
it is.
Where you have the alien athletic freak show Anthony Richardson at quarterback this time last year, and now you're trotting out a hand-me-down from Wisconsin thanks to the transfer portal, a guy named Graham Mertz. Sounds like a pocket passer who can't really pass that well.
And can't run that well either. Really bad.
Geez, dude. The hype for last year, Anthony Richardson, that must have been so fun coming into the season. And then now you're like, what are we doing here?
Gator fans like, can we make a bowl game?
Can they win 7 games?
Let's see. We'll find out here. But I'm excited. Thursday night, you do have Utah hosting Florida. That's going to be a lot of fun. We did get some news on Friday, Brian. Not good for LSU as their star Mason Smith's going to be suspended by the NCAA for the Florida State game over improper benefits. Apparently, that's a big loss because you got Florida State, LSU. That's going to be Sunday night. I believe a 6:30 kick, and that's got big playoff implications for the remainder of the season for whoever wins that game.
Yeah, last year Florida State was able to take the game down in New Orleans, and Smith didn't get to play. I mean, he played very early, got hurt very early in that game, blew out his knee, and was done for the year. So, unfortunately for the Tigers, that they lose one of their better defensive players. Yeah, Florida State has got all kinds of weapons. The quarterbacks, the receivers, their skill guys are really good, and they've also got that defensive end, Verse.
Jared Verse, really good. Jaheim Bell, that tight end transfer from South Carolina.
Florida State has got some legitimate weapons that LSU will have to worry about.
Yeah, Florida State, we made on our BetQL show our college football playoff predictions, and they're sure to go wrong. They're probably all going to miss, but I got Florida State winning the ACC and getting in. I think they're going to be one of the 4 that make the playoff this year. I like Jordan Travis a lot, their quarterback. And then Caleb Williams might have already had his Heisman moment. Drops that snap, pressure right in his face there, able to deliver a touchdown strike. I mean, him, their new Reggie Bush-like running back that they've got.
Dude, Mr. Do-It-All. Zachariah Branch.
Great name,
Yeah, he's a true freshman. He dons the number 1, and he was electric the other night.
He was.
Dude, here's a kickoff return for a touchdown. We'll throw you the ball. You'll catch it and run with it. That dude's awesome. Their offense is going to be amazing. Caleb Williams is the man. Lincoln Riley, you know that, but their defense is still going to be a nightmare.
Yeah, is the Grinch going to end up stealing their college football playoff hopes?
Yes, that's what he does.
Do you see a little Mahomes and Williams?
Yes.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of that in there, no doubt.
Like, did he play a little baseball? I don't know, but he throws it sometimes, and the mobility.
He's a much better runner.
Yeah, he is faster. I mean, he was limping past Utah defenders in that game last year, where he was clear. That was an awesome moment. But he's got those glimpses where you can see some of those same things, throwing off platform and getting weird with it, big plays.
He absolutely does. He'll drop down on you. Like you say, he's kind of a guy that's he's so tall that he finds those lanes. He's able to kind of slide a little bit, move around, buy himself a second, third shot, and the arm strength is legit.
And this dude, I know he's played with Lincoln Riley and he's played with some great talent offensively, but this is the same guy who the first time we ever saw him was stepping onto the field at the Cotton Bowl as a freshman and
bringing Oklahoma back.
Yeah, down by
3
a bunch.
touchdowns. He takes over for Spencer Rattler at halftime. I got to see it in person at his coming out party. And now that was all with his legs, but he has taken massive strides as a thrower.
But you could just tell, game one, this dude's legit. He's a gamer. Yeah, he's got some of this it factor. And now since then, we found out he can throw the lights out.
Absolutely. How about Diddy? He's made a massive pledge to Jackson State football after Deion Sanders' departure, as he's going to try and help them recoup some of course, the benefits they lost with Deion. He will present the program with a check for $1 million at their season opening game against South Carolina State. So there you go, Diddy, giving some money to Jackson State as they continue to get funds. And this is the saddest bowl ban I think I've seen in a long time. Arizona State has self-imposed a 2023 bowl ban due to alleged violation of NCAA rules that occurred within the program under ex-Sun Devils coach Herm Edwards. Herm Edwards, who was fired 3 games into the season last year, and I think won maybe a total of 3 games during his tenure there.
Wow, tough luck as a player to get a bowl ban. You know what I'm saying? I'd be looking for that transfer portal pretty quick.
Yep, tell that to Chris Del Conte.
You ain't kidding.
Time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
Yes, yes, yes. Ice cream so good. Gang, gang. Yes, yes, yes. Y'all seen that girl?
Dude. I haven't even heard it, but I know what this is. I've seen it and I haven't heard the audio, but I already know what this is.
Yes,
is this
yes,
TikTok?
yes. Gang, gang. Yep. She's hilarious. So strange. All right, well, we left off last week. Our winner is Pro Football Focus's John Owning. He jumped on the show last week, and apparently he's very 420 friendly.
Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Doing well. Just after the Sam Williams news, very happy I don't live in Texas right now. It seems like I would be a wanted felon.
Yes, very hot.
Yeah, John's Cali proud.
Okay, yes. Yeah, you know how those laws go. I appreciated Jerry's response to it, though.
Yeah, totally. I totally agree. I mean, he treated it with the amount of respect that it really deserved. I think, the fact that he had what is reportedly be like a THC pen with less than a gram on him. I mean, I have more than that on me right now.
Good line. I got it on me, player. I got it on me right now. What's that smell? That's John Owning in the building.
That's weed. That's weed. This champ is aging better and better, I feel like.
It is, man. I love the comedic timing on that punchline, too. Salute to John. We'll have him back soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the kind of guy that on his dating profile would be like, "Do you want to hang out and pull bong hits?"
Yeah.
420 friendly.
420 friendly on that
right
little
out front with
hashtags.
it.
Yep.
Profile pictures all bloodshot eyes.
Social drinker, 420 friendly. Let's see here. We have an announcer's jinx during the Little League World Series. Cali won, by the way, in walk-off fashion.
They did.
But this didn't have to happen.
Curacao has not allowed a home run at the World Series.
Yeah.
Challenged him, and this game is over. Louis Lappy does it again. California, your Little League World Series champs on a walk-off home run.
Dude. Hey, somebody check that kid's birth certificate, okay?
Yeah,
that guy
pretty tall.
he is all of 6'3", okay? And
wow.
I mean, did you hear the sound of that bat?
Yeah, crushed it.
I mean, that dude is not 12 years old.
He looked like Nathaniel Lowe at the plate.
I thought it was Corey Seager for a second, but Lowe actually makes some sense. He had the same kind of mustache.
Yeah, he was.
We played against a gal who's 12 over the weekend. She's over
She had a
6 feet
mustache?
tall. Over 6 feet
This
tall.
girl's 16.
Yeah. Like fully ripped quads.
Gosh.
Soccer
like,
at North
wow.
Carolina.
Did you go recruit her after the game?
No, she's been with the same club for a long time, but Good player. It's just crazy how big some kids are. Yeah. Congrats to California.
But you are open for business 365, 24/7.
That's right.
If you're at Arizona State and you want to
Get my
transfer,
DMs.
Gavin's all about you.
It's the hormones in the
Hey,
food, man.
Salute to the Tolo goalkeeper I told you about, though.
Oh, really?
She arrived this weekend.
Oh, hell yeah.
Little Lucy had a badass weekend.
Let's go, Luce. Heck yeah.
So she actually wants to play the position?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
She improved quickly, too.
Yeah. Jackson 5?
Yes, sir. Yesterday was a church day. We have some man, I feel like he lied on this application. Said he was an organ player. I don't think so.
Jesus can help me, and Jesus alone.
Oops.
And we're going to tell Jesus.
We're going to tell Jesus.
We're praying that we can play the organ.
Help us, Lord.
Help us. I thought we were at a baseball game.
I just got ready to say.
I think he might have done the baseball one a
He
couple of
was.
times, but that's the
He
only
did.
track
He
he
tried.
knew.
He tried the
Trying to change it
baseball.
up a
Yeah,
little
he
bit.
tried initially.
Tried to church it up. Couldn't pull it off.
There you go.
I swear, it's
It's
easy.
a third.
Now batting for your
Yeah.
Texas Rangers.
Let's
Now
go,
batting.
Bucks.
Yeah, that's
Let's
hilarious.
go.
Let's see what else we got from you boys. Oh, I know these kids right here were raised right. They were raised right. I know they were. Let's see. When a girl showed up to their friend's house, they ring the Ring camera, and they get to sing in front of the Ring camera. Look like they were going over to their friend's house to hang out or something like that, you know? Listen to this.
Wake up, girl. It's a lovely day.
Lovely day.
How that song go? I don't know. When I wake up in the morning, love, and sunlight hurts my eyes. Yeah.
Yeah.
When I look at you, and the world's all right with me.
Me?
Just one look at you, and I know it's gonna be a lovely day, lovely day, lovely day, lovely day, lovely.
Yeah.
Nice, man.
Get your Bill Withers
Bill
going.
Withers. Little Bill Withers coming at you on 105.3 The Fan.
I love this jam. Good one.
Yeah.
Too Short and Rapping Forte, not bad either.
Yeah, yeah. I like
the remix.
Grandma's hands. Grandma's hands. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, let's smell about this. Hey, it rained yesterday.
I like to use me up.
Oh, that's fire. That's fire. Yeah, yeah. Did you
He's
guys
singing
get any
about
rain?
a gal who's using him. All his friends are like, she's using you, bro. He's like, it's fine. Use me. Yeah. Till you use me up.
Let's go ahead and vote.
Okay. Sorry, my bad, Lucius.
It's all right.
Cut you off a little bit too
That's
much.
all right.
today.
That's all right. It rained yesterday, by the way, somewhere.
Okay.
In my neighborhood, it did.
How long did it rain?
Probably about 35 seconds.
Yeah. yeah.
Cooling down. I'll take it. 97.
100%.
It did feel pretty good today.
Is it John Owning, our one-time champion? Is it the California team there getting a home run? Is it Church that needs a new organ player? Or is it the kids that were raised right on a ring cam? I'm going to go with California there. Pretty epic. Curacao hadn't given up a home run all tournament.
Yeah, he had been in his bag right up until that grown-ass man stepped up to the plate. I'm going to go with John Owning, though.
We're tied at 1, Lucius.
The girls that were raised right. Check this out right here.
Jesus Christ! We love you, God! Jesus!
Get your week started off right. You know what I'm saying? Some positive energy out here.
There's some positivity there.
Positive energy right there.
Well, Chuck.
I'll go Owning.
We're at 2 to 1 to 1, Brian.
John Owning, please.
By a score of 3 to 1 to 1. Still your G-Bag of the Day champion is John Owning Pro Football Focus. Okay, when we come back, it'll be time for Krusty's Corner. Where are we going with that today, sir?
Guys, I'm going to try and cut this team down to 53. We'll do that next.
Okay, I want to chat with you about my friends at Window Nation, though.
Classic Chevrolet, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. It is time now for Krusty's Corner. Here he is, King of the Krusties, Brian Bros.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. I'll get right to this. Took a crack at this roster. It's going to have to be reduced tomorrow, and I think they're in a situation where they're not going to do things early. You're already starting to hear some teams releasing guys. I think tomorrow will be their day that they start, so maybe we'll start to hear some names. But I took a crack at it just to give you an idea. I don't think this roster, when you get it, when we see it on Tuesday evening, when you get the names, I don't think it'll be the same roster that you see on Thursday or Friday at the end of the week. I think they're in the business of looking at some possible claims, maybe even some more trades for some positions. I kind of whittled it down with some gymnastics of trying to keep a couple of injured guys on and then be able to put them on IR because you have to keep them on the roster for one day. So there's a couple of guys that kind of fall into that category that need to be talked about here. And it's like Josh Ball. I think they're going to keep him on the roster for one day and then put him on injured reserve. And then I think the other player will be Nashawn Wright is the other person that I think they'll keep the roster for one day and then IR. So with that being said, you've got to do some things then to cut. And this is where a couple of Trent Sieg, this long snapper, comes in because he's a vested veteran. Cut a vested veteran, they're not subjected to waivers. You can bring them back, kind of a thing. So Trent Sieg, the long snapper, don't be surprised if he's on the list as a guy who's been released and you're thinking, wait, they don't have a long snapper. As a vested veteran, he can come back once Ball and Wright serve the one day or being on the roster for one day. The other guy that I think they could do something with, and it might be a little bit tricky with the money because there might be some guarantees there, but CJ Goodwin, another vested veteran, cut, bring back. So there goes, Ball and Wright, they're on. You take two veterans off, and then you bring them back. You just swap them. You swap them out.
And they did it last year with McQuaid, and they might have even done it with the punter Anger.
Yeah, this is all that roster gymnastics and trying to find loopholes in ways to operate here. Cool. Okay, with some of my cuts, I don't know if I want to go through every one of them. You guys can ask me about certain guys, but I just want to point out guys that I took off the team. Ronald Jones, I was able to put on that suspended list, so I don't have to do anything with him. So that takes a spot right there. So he goes to the suspended list. I did move on from Malik Davis at running back.
So you're keeping three backs.
I did move on from Hunter Lipke is what I did there.
Trying to practice squad him or just see you later?
I'm trying to get him to the practice squad. So if I let him go, we'll see what happens if they can clear waivers or not. If they end up in other spots, maybe they get claimed. A lot of this has to do with like Malik Davis's, pro reports. Like a pro department will have seen him play last year, this year, and they'll have an idea. Hunter Lipke will be more about did you like him coming out of North Dakota State? Maybe college. Maybe you're evaluating that last game that he played in. But I put him on waivers. I put on actually three centers on the waiver wire. Alec Lindstrom, Brock Hoffman, and Matt Farniak. I all put on.
Oh, wow.
So what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and get I'm trying to get one of those guys back, potentially put him on the practice squad, and then do that three game. You're allowed 3 games of bringing guys off and on, but I'm going to try and figure out something. But I didn't keep Lindstrom, Hoffman, or Farniak on my team right there. Another one. Now go to defense. I moved on from Kelvin Joseph.
Nice.
I moved on from Jabril Cox.
Wow.
I moved on from Eric Scott. I moved on from Quentin Bohanna. And I moved on from Neville Gallimore is what I did. So when you look at the combination of what I did roster-wise, I kept 6 wide receivers. I kept 4 tight ends. I kept 10 offensive linemen, 3 quarterbacks, 3 running backs with a total of 26. Defensive line, I went 10 defensive linemen, 4 linebackers is what I did.
Did you put my guy Isaiah Land on the football team?
He is. He is on this team. Is what he is.
Dude. Congrats, Isaiah.
So linebackers, I went 4. DBs, I went 11. And I went 11 with the idea of carrying these safeties that could be these
linebackers.
The linebacker
Wanye
type
Thomas, Malik Bell.
Right. So that gave me a total of 25. That's 51. Jeez. And then 2 specialists. Of course, kept the punter and the kicker on.
Cool.
So that gives me the 53 guys that I'm going to go to battle with. Just some notable guys that I had make the team. That I had Adoga making the team, and that was difficult for me right now. Now maybe Adoga, because he's a veteran guy, he's not going to cost you a whole heck of a lot of money. Maybe they move on from him, but I kind of feel like that they'll keep the veteran guy until maybe they find a better veteran guy. So there might be a swap out there at Adoga's spot there. I had Jalen Brooks making this team as well. I thought maybe 6 wide receivers. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to keep 6, but kind of work things around in order to make that happen. So I was happy to have him on. Wanye Thomas, the safety, is another guy that I kept on the roster. You mentioned Isaiah Land, the defensive end from Florida A&M. That could be one that I feel like that they might say, well, we can get him to the practice squad. I just think he showed too much ability. I think he showed more than what we saw from Scott. As far as
that was a tough one.
Keeping a guy there.
They just love keeping their draft picks, and they moved up to get Scott. So I left Scott on my 53, and I think they feel like they could get Land on the practice squad. He just didn't impress against the Raiders like I was hoping he would.
Well, to me, I don't think he played as much as he did as the other games.
Mm-hmm.
So I just kind of have a feeling there's just too much there to potentially. Maybe you could work with him as a linebacker.
Yeah.
Maybe you could work with him, like I say, as surely as an edge. So I kind of kept him around.
He should do that easier than a Wheat, who they were also trying to play some at linebacker.
Yeah, I didn't. I moved on from Wheat, but I kept Junior Fehoko on the team, and and everybody else is pretty much just kind of in line of what we're talking about with some of these other with some of the potential other moves.
So you go 4 at tight end, you go 6 at wide receiver. Where do you feel like you shortchanged a position group?
Linebacker.
Linebacker's the spot.
Yeah, linebacker's the spot, and I'm going to have to try and figure this out, though. Is there going to be somebody out there? I think if they're claiming positions, keep an eye on linebackers for sure. Now, maybe, like I say, they really do like these safeties, whether it's Ball, Thomas, those kinds of guys. I mean, Bell.
Yeah, Marquise Bell.
Bell and Thomas and those guys, they kind of like those. I thought maybe that Kelvin Joseph might have been that guy that could have been the slot, special teams, linebacker, safety kind of guy. I'm getting the gut feeling that they're kind of just ready to move on from there.
I don't know if I've ever seen a cornerback line up in the neutral zone.
No, but it shows you though sometimes his lack of awareness. We've talked about his ability when he covers kicks or covers punts and he runs into a fair catch guy. You have to be able to play with some awareness like that. And last year, Tolbert in the Green Bay game, did he line up off sides? Sometimes
Randy Gregory a couple years ago.
Randy Gregory's another,
which makes more sense from an end, but a corner, never seen that.
Do you guys think that by moving on from Bohanna and Gallimore, is that something you agree with, or is that something you don't agree with?
I agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, that was the only question for me. I'm like, losing both of those guys, how deep are you in the interior there? Do you really like Chauncey Golston that much? I thought he was nice last year, did some things, but in camp so far, I'm going, has Chauncey Golston done enough to really keep his job? But I get it. And all those other guys like that you mentioned, I really like if this is the way the Cowboys go about it, I will say like 2 thumbs up. I love all the things that you did, but that defensive tackle spot, there is a question for me there. Like, where do you go? Obviously, you're going to lean on Mozzie Smith, right?
Yeah.
But
Hankins and Smith, and then I think Golston would be your third backup tech there.
Yeah, I think so too. And you could also, like I said, it's Fehoko, who I've kept on. I know the reason I kept Fehoko on this defense is because I know he has Dan Quinn as a sponsor. Dan Quinn was the one that basically said, hey, this is my guy. Let's draft him. Let's do this. He was selected where he was.
And he deserves time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he was injured for a little bit, and it's just now kind of playing his way back. So, yeah, this one was more to me about the coach than it was what I saw in the ability, at least right now.
Gotcha. There he is, Brian Broaddus, former Cowboys scout, with his 53-man projection. The official roster will come down tomorrow afternoon. Cards going to keep Kyler Murray on PUP for now and cut Colt McCoy. There's a lot of stuff going on in the NFL. Wolchuk has your NFL news today coming up next. What specifically are we looking at here, sir?
Yeah, we got Richard Sherman roasting Michael Irvin's advice to CeeDee Lamb, more love for Howie Roseman, and all of the latest cuts and trade news. That's next.
Nighttime on the From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, it's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 3:20, we'll look at the Cowboys on the ESPN Top 100. How many Cowboys belong? How would you rank the Cowboys' top players? That's a conversation coming up at 3:20. It is time now, though, for the NFL News of the Day. Here's your host, Zach Wolchuk.
All right, a very interesting move is the Cardinals have started Team Tank. They are putting Kyler Murray on PUP, which we know that. He's going to miss the first 4 weeks as he's recovering from his injury that he suffered last year. But we thought Colt McCoy was going to start his first week 1 in almost a decade. That's not going to be the case. They've released the former Texas Longhorn. So the 36-year-old is now going to be a free agent. And this comes just 4 days after they traded for Josh Dobbs, who was a Cleveland Brown. So now it's going to be Josh Dobbs, most likely, or their 5th-round pick, Clayton Tune, out of Houston. One of those two is going to be their starter for the first month of the season.
Get you tuned up. I actually like Clayton Tune a little bit.
I did too. Especially we were watching that little receiver from Houston.
Yeah, Tank Dell, who's a stud.
TD.
Yeah. And so, but it goes back to what we've kind of talked about with these quarterbacks. The new recipe is 4 or 5 year starters, and then the pandemic, maybe a guy got UCLA got 6 years to start. And all of a sudden you're seeing these quarterbacks that are got, 40, 45 games of actual playing time.
Clayton Tune's one of those.
And now they get opportunity and they kind of work out for you because of all the experience.
And Clayton Tune would bring them back from a lot of games. They'd be down multiple scores. Tune kind of figures it out in the second half and would climb them back into that.
Aiden O'Connell was a guy that we were talking about last week. We saw him play a little bit. I just kind of feel like that these teams with the test that we've
that S2 cognitive
test. I need to get Trey Lance and see what that grade was. I can even figure that one out.
We need to get that.
And then, but the other thing is though, these quarterbacks did get playing time. There's something to that.
Yeah, well, and the Cardinals are they're tanking
for Caleb, maybe.
Yeah. So why throw out the veteran Colt McCoy, who maybe he wins you some games, maybe he doesn't, but there's no developing there. If you have a couple of young guys, then at least you can sell yourself on, hey, they will see if they can develop at any point, but hopefully they just lose us a bunch of games and we go draft at number 1 overall, Caleb Williams, and then we'll take the Texans pick that I believe the Cardinals have.
Yep.
Maybe that's the number 2 overall pick, and we'll draft Marvin Harrison Jr.
That goes back to back.
Right off into the sunset.
Who knows? C.J. Stroud has been named the starter for the Texans, which is not a surprise, but they waited till after the preseason for DeMeco Ryans to make that.
Had to earn it.
He did. He earned it right over the neck of Mills there. And boy, that neck looks like it's even stronger than it was a year ago.
Yeah, that thing just gets
grows.
Better and better, bigger and bigger.
Does. You had the Eagles. They have given defensive end Derek Barnett, who spent his entire career there after they took him in the first round back in 2014 from Michigan. They've told him, according to Jeremy Fowler, that he can go ahead and test the market for a possible trade to go and play somewhere else.
Okay. Is he all the way back at 2014? I thought he was Tennessee, and I thought he was
I'm thinking Brandon Graham.
2014.
He was. Derek Barnett was the Tennessee guy. Brandon Graham was from Michigan in 2014.
Okay. I was like, dang, Derek Barnett's been in the
14th
league for a
overall
long time,
pick in
and I didn't realize.
2017.
2017. Okay.
Yeah.
Still been in the league longer than I even thought. And
yeah, he's a veteran.
He just hasn't. I mean, I guess they got a lot of bodies there, a lot of veterans. And so
when you add Nolan Smith into that mix.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. They got a surplus there. I don't know how good he's actually been. Clearly not been that great. But maybe
he's been pretty good.
Been all right.
He's a nice veteran defensive lineman that you'd like to have that can give you some pass rush, and it would hurt Philly to not have him, especially if they have a couple of injuries.
Yeah.
But they've been doing it right by adding youth, and now they can move on from some veterans.
Josh Sweat's emerged, Son Reddick.
But they keep, is Brandon Graham, I kind of seeing some slippage with Brandon Graham a little bit.
Yeah.
He's a little bit, he was drafted in 2010. So it kind of is, it's kind of strange that they would give up on Barnett as quick. I mean,
he's got 21 and a half sacks over 6 years. Best season was in 2019, 6.5 sacks, 22 quarterback pressures.
Yeah. Brandon Graham has lasted forever.
Yeah, he really has. Him and Fletcher Cox.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are two old guys. Maybe they just think they could get more from a Derek Barnett, but that's something to monitor. The Eagles could end up making a trade there. And speaking of the Eagles and trades, Mickey Loomis was on the Greenlight podcast with Chris Long. and he was talking about who is the general manager that is the one you're always leery about when you're trading. You know, if this guy's saying, hey, I want to make a trade with you, maybe I should second guess you. What kind of Jedi mind tricks is he trying to play on me?
Belichick.
Yep, I would think Belichick. Here's Mickey Loomis's answer.
Who's a GM or a coach that might call about a player and you're like, what's going on here? This guy's too smart. Is there a GM or a coach that you've had that experience with that you're like, I got to watch that guy?
Well, I think Howie Roseman's one of those guys. He's very smart.
He keeps coming up.
Is it Howie?
Yeah, and look, Howie and I have done some deals in the past. He's really a bright guy. He's done a great job in Philly, but he's always one of the guys that I'll get to put both hands in my back pockets when I'm talking to Howie, and I mean that in the most complimentary way.
Yeah, I mean, he might just be trying to rob me at every corner every time we talk on the phone, but very complimentary, Howie Roseman. And I think that most GMs around the league are starting to fear Howie when he's calling me. What's up with this, Howie?
That's terrifying. I thought Howie was more aggressive. I thought he was a genius cap manager, and obviously he's built a good scouting staff and a good draft process. But if he is also like a silver-tongued salesman who can talk you into a bad deal, it's a bad triple threat, dude, to have in your division. No wonder they've been to the Super Bowl twice in the last 6 years.
Yeah, no doubt. And that guy, he is one of the best. There's no doubt about that, and it's a bummer that he's in our own division.
I'm worried more about Belichick, though, because I think he's such a good scout that he'll see things on your depth chart that you're not aware of are there. And the next thing you know, you see a Charvarius Ward or something like that having huge seasons with other teams.
Yeah, especially if it's a defensive player.
That combination of Brett Veach and Andy Reid at Kansas City is a difficult one to deal with.
Yeah, I would believe that as well.
Because all of a sudden you're thinking like that's a team with one of the best rosters in football, and now they're kind of trying to grab one of your guys. That would get my attention real fast.
This was an interesting one. You have a wife outing her husband. It's Kelly Stafford.
Yeah.
The Morning After with Kelly Stafford is her podcast, and she said, quote, "It's kind of crazy. So Matthew's been in the league a long time. He's like the difference in the locker room has changed so significantly. They have a lot of rookies on their team. They're very young, but he's like, I feel like I can't connect. In the old days, you'd come out of practice, you'd shower, people would be playing cards, interacting, but now they get out of practice meetings during training camp, they go straight to their phones. They say sir to him and bleep. He's like, no, we're on the same level here. We're both playing in the league. Let me get to know you." He apparently went and asked the staff to print out pictures of everyone's face on the team so that he could
learn them.
He can try and get to know these guys.
Oh my God.
Fair or foul? Like, what is Kelly Stafford doing here, kind of just outing her husband in this situation?
Well, first of all, she shouldn't be talking about locker room business.
Yeah.
It's her foul.
It's in-house stuff. Yeah, 100%.
If I'm mad, I'm like, hey, please don't mention any of the stuff that I tell you about my interactions with the teammates. It's created a distraction. Some people think it's bad. For me, he's getting old, and it sucks to be the old guy because you don't think you're that old, and you're like, what? We're all guys. We can be bros, right? Well, some of the young guys are like, dude, you're old, and I feel like you're kind of like it's sir material here,
Yeah.
And when like the young guys start calling you sir, that's when you're kind of washed up as a bro. You're totally cool still.
What's up, OG?
Yeah. Don't call you old head.
Yeah. Like, damn, for real?
Yeah.
Yeah, you tell us about it, OG. Like, damn.
Yeah. And I'm sitting there like, man, there's nothing wrong with me, but for like the young guys, they just look at you like you're old. It's like, I can still make bad decisions,
Yeah.
I'm still young at heart, but dude, they see the little crow's feet in your eyes and they're like, whoa, can't talk around this old guy, can't trust him, So I think it kind of sucks. Tony Romo went through this absolutely there towards the end, which might have been why the locker room was so pro Dak. I don't think Dak will go through it because he's going to be on top of all the communications.
Yeah.
And if you just are hanging out doing your own thing and not engaging as an older guy, people will start to say things about you behind your back like, oh, he thinks he's better than everybody.
Yeah, and this is last year where Matthew Stafford didn't play much. So he was probably away from the team. You would think when the guys are injured, they're kind of not around it. And then all of a sudden he's back in there and he's like, dang, this locker room got extremely young overnight. And they had a veteran roster going to the Super Bowl, and then it's been torn down to this spot now where there's a ton of young guys. I'm actually looking at the Rams as being one of these teams that maybe if you're like, because of how committed they are to when they're down, and when they're up, I think they could suck big time. And by the deadline, who wants a
sell everything?
Who wants a Cup? Who wants a Donald? Who wants a this? You know, I think there's a chance that you could be looking at that team going, if I need an upgrade, and I don't know other than those two, like I'm trying to figure out what else they got, but that could be a team that, all right, we'll punt on that guy because when they know they suck, they just lean all the way into it.
Yeah, and it's not going to take much for them to just be terrible. You know, they're a very top-heavy team. So a couple.
They were
injuries.
already a couple under last year, right?
Yeah, it was. I think they were. They were like 6-10 last year. They're terrible. Absolutely.
Steve
terrible.
Avila, Brian Allen. That's their guard center on the left side.
That's the rookie from TCU. Yeah, we'll see how good they are on the offensive line. That'll be interesting. And I mean, is his arm falling off or not? I don't know. I don't know how good that elbow is going to be.
I think you have to worry about the concussions there too. I think if he's been taking a beating, the concussions was something that I would definitely worry about with him.
He had back stuff early in his career. I mean, it's been a long career for Stafford.
35 years old.
You know, but the point though is, should the wife be giving out government secrets?
No.
You know, that's the problem. That I mean, I if he doesn't know his teammates, you know, he'll learn. He'll figure it all out. You know, he'll interact with them. He seems like a very personable guy. But I don't know if I want my wife or my girlfriend on a podcast talking about things that I talk about at night in the locker room.
Was it her podcast?
It's her podcast.
At least it was hers.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have to be careful, talking about the wives and girlfriends. I can't expect everybody to be as forgiving as Derek Holland was. But I think, especially with this situation, I mean, Matt Stafford, Highland Park, I would go, honey, like, you're doing way too much here.
Yeah.
Like last year it was a bunch of headlines for different reasons, and we're on here like cussing and talking about my business. Like, this is not a good look for me. And I just wonder if Stafford's in a position where he feels like he can put his foot down like that as the man of the house.
Yeah,
I certainly would.
I absolutely would as well. And I wonder if another Matt Ryan came calling a couple years ago when she let out the story about Leonardo DiCaprio licking up on Matt Ryan's wife's ear.
Very revealing.
On a little couples retreat.
No question. We've had a trade.
Anything for clicks, right?
Anything for clicks.
That's what I'm saying. Content over everything, baby.
Yeah. You're right.
Streets got to eat. I got sponsors I got to satisfy
Exactly.
here.
I was about to say the sponsors.
We
got to go viral a few times. You know,
you have to. You have to. The click, and now people know what our podcast is, and she's probably getting a ton more listens and views. All right, the Rams and Steelers did make a trade. Speaking of the Rams, they are dealing for Kevin Dotson of the Steelers, their guard. So as Cowboy fans are kind of monitoring, hey, what offensive lineman might be out there? There was a guard that maybe teams were considering. He's now off the market. We also have the Texans that are releasing veteran linebacker Christian Kirksey. So, Brian, you just mentioned linebacker maybe being an area the Cowboys are looking at. That could be a name of interest. Christian Kirksey.
Yeah, Kirksey, but he'd be a vested veteran, right? So he'll have the opportunity to sign where he needs to sign. So, yeah, that's the thing about it. I think if the Cowboys go linebacker, I think it's going to be claims. I don't know if they would go veteran. I think they would just try and claim guys.
Get a young guy and play a lot of special teams for you.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense there. Okay, FS1 debuted the new version of Undisputed with Skip Bayless, which I think might have gotten off to a hot start because Skip wasn't allowed to talk much. You had Keyshawn, Richard Sherman, and Michael Irvin dominating the conversation, just yelling over each other. And anytime Skip would try and get a word in, he really wasn't able to. And I think this is the best way to do it, right? Just like Skip. You sit in the corner here, right? You can try and yell over it's my turn. No, it's not. Okay, just shut up for a second.
Was that their plan? Was that their? I mean, are they going to just run out that entire crew every time?
I hope so.
Or are they going to rotate those guys?
I wouldn't mind listening to the three of them do a show. I think that'd be really, really good. We can just ignore Skip. But Michael Irvin shares the advice he gave to CeeDee Lamb, and listen to Richard Sherman just dunk all over him.
I told him, I said, listen, man, with all of these people around you, learn to catch this ball in your body. Right. So in your hands, you tighten up, ball goes through you. Or you tighten up, ball hits the ground.
That's the worst advice I've ever heard for a receiver. Don't catch it with your hands, catch it with your body.
How you gonna tell me that's the worst advice? I'm only one of the best to ever do it at playing that game.
What I'm saying is,
I don't know how you can tell me
catch it with your body and not your hands.
It led to championships on every level. What I'm talking about doing, I want championships on every level doing. I don't know how you're going to say that's bad advice. How is that bad advice?
Because if you're telling kids to catch with their body and not their hands.
Sherm, you got to listen to what he's saying.
One second.
No.
I understand what he's saying.
Thank you.
But what I'm saying, I play quarter. If you catching it in your body, you bringing it that close, and I'm on your back, I'm getting that out of there. Every single time. I'm getting that out of there. You're not bringing it in your body. Catch it with your hands out here. But what I'm saying is, y'all are making excuses saying a professional 12 games.
I'm telling you.
He played 12 games.
No, we're letting you. We're trying.
Y'all are making excuses.
No,
Y'all just said it was because of
we're
CeeDee Lamb.
They're not excuses.
Y'all just said it was CeeDee Lamb fault. He threw 15 interceptions.
No, I didn't say it was CeeDee Lamb fault. I said he dropped some balls early
Let
on.
me break
Is
it
that
down
a
to the
fact?
much.
You said facts earlier. We talking facts.
Mike, let me break it down in a much simpler fashion real quick. What Playmaker is saying, though, is that when you have people around you,
Your
not
body
one
naturally
DB,
tense up.
you naturally tense up.
That's
So
a natural
therefore,
thing.
protect yourself
Thank you, King.
to be able to catch the football.
Come on.
On top of that, when you talk
You a
about
DB,
12
y'all don't even
games,
catch.
when you talk about 12
decade
games,
in interceptions.
It's so good.
The back and forth was just fantastic. That's the worst advice I've ever. How are you going to tell that to me? I'm one of the
Skip
best.
part of the show?
He was. Yes.
So he just sits there and listens.
He was probably hear a
out that
couple
segment.
sighs as he was trying to speak.
Refereeing. Was that his deep breath?
Shut the up.
I think, hey, Antonio Brown, CeeDee Lamb, Michael Irvin, it's possible to be a good body catcher. I think there's some notable bad and embarrassing ones. You don't want to be Terrence Williams.
Terrence Williams was bad, yeah.
But and especially in those situations where you're getting your body in a protective posture.
I think that Jalen Tolbert struggled with that last year when he went from being a hands catcher to like last year in training camp. It shows sometimes a lack of confidence that you have to cradle. I'll tell you, Michael Gallup does it too.
Yeah.
Gallup will body catch, and to me, I think this is where Richard Sherman, and I agree with him because I feel like the defenders now have that ability with their reach to deflect balls. But if you're also body catching, what happened to Dak? Some of those balls clanging off Noah Brown and guys like that going in the air, and they're not extending their hands.
So you siding with here, Sherman or Playmaker?
I tell you what, I've always, if I saw a receiver that was able to extend his hands and catch the ball out in front of him, man,
that's ideal.
That's ideal.
Yeah.
But I think there's sometimes you do have to body catch if maybe you got a guy on your back and it's to the sidelines and you want to extend, make sure that you secured it and then get both feet down. But if you told me a guy was exclusively just a body catcher, I think I would grade him down a little bit.
I'm going to pass. I'm going to pass on that play.
But in traffic, I get what Michael Irvin's saying.
But you also, like I said, Richard's right too, because he's got length and his ability to play over the shoulder. And if you're letting the ball, if you're letting
it come all the way in,
if you're I have a chance to knock the ball down if you're letting it get all the way to your body.
Well, I love the idea of the show. I do want them to go one-on-one with Skip, though, because I think when you get the one-on-one interactions and nobody else can jump in, that's when Skip can be properly humiliated, And now you have people that are, I think, smart enough and alpha enough to not back down. And they know what the producers are looking for. Okay, where do the Cowboys come in the ESPN panel's top 100? How many Cowboys belong, and how would you rank their top players? We'll talk some boys with you and some Rangers as well. Did this weekend take it out of you, or is there still some belief in there it's next in the nation?
But the only place in North Texas to get that brand new Ford car, truck, or SUV, of course, is Platinum Ford. Gilchrist.
K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Segment here brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one's been hurt in an accident, it's not your fault. Call the Frankels. 214-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Rangers fans, we got to hear from you. Are you still in this thing? Or are you turning over to football? Are you looking forward to the Mavs and Stars? Maybe Messi's got you dialed into the MLS. Bottom line, have you turned the page on baseball? Are you still in this thing? We're not. These colors don't run. This red, white, and blue of the Texas Rangers. We're going to be in with these guys all the way until the end, or they're mathematically eliminated.
You got to be super invested right now, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're in the heart of a pennant race.
I was telling Jared, I'm living and dying these games.
Yeah,
I really am.
You can't miss this right now.
I was listening to him last night, and again, Jared and I exchange F-bombs. His F-bombs are spelled like he's really mad.
I almost sent him one last night just to get in on the fun.
No, he I tell you what, not that the broadcast team really, they care. Jared really cares. I mean, really cares about what's going on with this baseball team. Because, I mean, it's exciting for everybody, and he tries to play it like low-key. But, man, he's living it, and he's dying with it too. And that's the unfortunate thing for all of us right now. We don't want to see such a promising season just go to waste. I don't.
Unfortunately, pressure is a real thing in sports. We'll have Chris Young coming up in less than an hour now. He's going to join us in the 420 segment. We'll ask him about pressure. I doubt he will say that the team is caving to it, but you have to wonder that as a fan watching these games, don't you?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it becomes more and more pressurized by the day when you keep losing, and then you have all those bad vibes, and then you're seeing the race in the division now no longer yours to lose, but you have lost it. I mean, every time you're out there, and especially for these guys that are these relievers, they know they got this is it. This is my chance right here today. I can do something cool, or I can be gone as quickly as tomorrow. This is my one chance right now. So it's not only from the team standpoint, but then these individuals come up. Here's Hernandez, bye Hernandez. And that's it's a revolving door. You got right now to prove it, and that's it, bro. And I think anybody who's never really experienced that before, I mean, that's kind of an out-of-body experience.
Well, how about, though, early in the season, though, we were talking about with CY moves that he was making in AAA or bringing guys up, AA or whatever, and the moves were working out. And, it's like, yeah, these guys are encouraged. They're down there playing. They know there's a chance. They could get on the big club. They could be in the middle of a hunt, playoff hunt.
They can go post an ERA over 10 in the big leagues.
And now it's like anything that you kind of bring up is just, it's like it appears to be desperation.
There appears to be a negative momentum to it that might be making it worse.
Yes.
And it sucks that this happens in sports, but it is a real thing where the pressure and the expectations kind of break you down, and then things start going the wrong way. You lose confidence, and now you're just a shell of what you were at one point during the season. Can 10 days take you to that brink already, Brian? This team can bounce back. They already bounced back once this year.
Yeah, they can bounce back, but man, it's going to be difficult. I mean, the whole thing with Hernandez, even Jarrett and Hicksey were talking about it, that that game shouldn't have gone to the 13th inning. All of a sudden, like Boch is looking for like a soft entrance for Hernandez, and now he gets put in that situation. He completely falls apart, and now he's back in the minor leagues. Boch really didn't have a choice. I mean, with the way his bullpen was yesterday, the way that they went through the pitchers that they did, he had to use Hernandez.
He did. He threw like 10 good pitches.
Yeah,
he did, and then the next 14 were terrible.
But that's what the whole thing with these Ranger pitchers. We've seen it when they start to throw pitches that they're balls, and they start walking people and all that.
He didn't believe in it. It looked like he gave up.
Oh no, they completely.
I guess I'll just throw another one in the dirt. I forgot how to pitch.
Yeah,
that was weird.
Close. They weren't even close.
I feel like baseball, at least amongst the team sports, is probably the one that, at least it comes across as the one that's most difficult to be consistently good at.
Yeah.
Like, just because you've seen a guy, and maybe it's because the season's so long, and it's like eventually you're going to have some bad days here, but it feels like in a lot of these sports, hey, I know what I'm getting. I know what I have in this player. Basketball player, whatever it is. He's going to go get me 25 tonight. He's going to do it at the same clip he usually does it. Okay, this quarterback, he's pretty much, I know he's going to be playing. These relievers or whatever, it's, hey, dude, he had a couple of good moments, and then all of a sudden, it looks like a completely different player.
Can't hit the strike zone.
I'm starting to believe the best money ever spent on an athlete in Dallas is Corey Seager. I'm starting to believe it.
That dude's an absolute savage.
To talk about what you were just saying, like how it's the same game for him every day. It's 2 for 5. It's 3 for 5. It's 4 for 5. It's the same day every day for him.
He's a machine.
The way he plays, and everybody else is kind of trying to.
It's any given day, bro.
In their pants.
Well,
and this guy,
it's part of the 162 game gauntlet that you don't have in the other sports.
But he is the most consistent. And when you start to talk about baseball, from what I've seen, everybody else is pooping in their pants.
He's having an MVP season, and it's not getting talked about because Ohtani's kind of got it in the bag. But what Corey Seager's done is unreal.
This is why leadership is always saying don't get too wrapped up in the emotions of winning and losing. Just try to make it 162 because they know these things happen right when a team is getting burnt out. Bad luck happens, and now it's compounding on top of each other, and we have to bear witness to it. The truckwreck.com fan text is open. 817 says the Rangers have turned to football, not us. LOL. 830, bring up Evan Carter, LFG. 419, this season's been a bonus for the Rangers. Nobody picked them to be in first place this late in August. Seattle will not keep up this pace for another month. Certainly hope so.
Gosh, I hope you're right.
Just rip the bandage off and put the playoffs out of your mind and maybe surprise all of us.
Oh.
I'm not quite ready to do that because I think this team can play above 500 ball.
Yeah.
Panel of dozens and dozens of ESPN NFL experts are rating players based on performance expectations for the 2023 season. They have given you the ESPN top 100. I'm asking folks, rank your top Cowboys. And how far do you think Micah Parsons is on this bad boy?
He's got to be in the top. What was he, 9 on the players top 100?
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's a top 8 guy.
Last year,
I'm going to say number 6.
Last year, Micah Parsons came in 12. This year, he does come in at number 6. He is not only the first Cowboy on the list, but he is the first defensive player of any kind.
Let's go.
To make an appearance on the ESPN Top 100. This is former players and scouts and media members and writers and stuff like this. Their top 5, do you guys have a bone to pick with this? Mahomes, Jefferson, Hurts, Burrow, Chase.
The Hurts one certainly jumps out. The other names are okay. I mean, Jamar Chase, that might be a little high for him as well, but he's a baller. Jalen Hurts being the third best player in the league, my dear God, dude. I mean, everybody just wants to forget he had the best offensive line in the league and 2 number 1 wide receivers and a top 5 tight end and a defense that broke the record for how many times they were able to sack the quarterback. And they want to sit here and talk about Jalen Hurts is now all of a sudden the third best player in the league. Okay.
He is riding high, and he's getting a lot of credit for this. I suppose if he keeps on running and the offensive line is good, he can put up a as good or even better season than last year and be in the MVP conversation. I think he'll be amongst the most productive quarterbacks in the NFL this year. It's always interesting to me when you put like different positions above quarterback, though, because if you had a draft anybody thing,
sure,
the first 8 picks would all be quarterbacks. Maybe the first 12 picks would all be quarterbacks. Nobody's going to a tackle or a defensive tackle or a corner or a wide receiver until they're convinced the next quarterback on the board is not a winning factor. I can wait 12 picks and it'll come back to me or something like that. Elsewhere on the list, you do have Zach Martin at 31, CeeDee Lamb 33, and Trayvon Diggs at number 100. I didn't miss anybody, did I, Wolchuk?
No, I think you nailed it.
I know you've been scanning this thing and studying it closely all day since it came out.
Gosh, I've been wrapped around this thing.
No one snorts a player list quite like Wolchuk, man, especially this time of year.
Oh, and we had Dak Prescott in there at like 40. My bad,
Dak
right?
was in there.
Yeah, Dak Prescott's at like 40, so...
I thought you said Dak.
Yeah.
He was 38.
38, yeah.
Was Trey Lance in there?
No,
Yeah.
Trey Lance.
Anybody else we forget?
No.
Are you sure?
I don't know. You want to look?
I'm relying on you right now.
No, we're good. We nailed it.
As Bill Parcells used to tell me, one wrong, all wrong.
One wrong, all wrong?
Yeah.
No, I thought Gavin said
Seriously,
Dak.
that
Yeah,
used
Dak
to
was
just
38.
burn my ass.
You either get 100 on the
God.
test or you fail.
Damn it, I just missed one.
He goes, yeah, one wrong, all wrong.
I did love, it was that Deep Blue show that Brian was in. I watched it when we got back from the game the other night. And Marcus Spears was talking about Bill talking to him on the phone when they drafted him. He says 305, see you in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Marcus is like, I'm sitting here at 285. I'm not going to be able to get to 305. I can't just enjoy this for a second. Now I'm stressing about my weight.
Hey, did you guys think Dak looked a little annoyed when he was answering questions about the Trey Lance trade? Is he annoyed with negotiations? There's something in there where he's not happy. He's like, kind of like Mike McCarthy's been like, well, nothing surprises me being around here. I'm like, oh.
He shouldn't be upset about negotiations. He's found a way to win every single time.
I think the only part where
It's going perfectly for him.
He's just fine. They have a great game plan for how to get things done here.
I'm getting $60 million next year.
Yeah.
The only part where he did kind of break character and it looked like he was annoyed was when they asked him, would you have liked to have been told about this ahead of time? And that's where I think he went ahead and said it's a business, blah, blah, blah. He gave the right diplomatic answer. But I'm assuming Dak Prescott, just putting myself in his shoes, sure, I'd have liked to have just been informed. Like, this is a move we're making. People blowing it up like he's upset about the trade and doesn't want to work with Trey Lance, that's false.
Yeah.
He was bummed for his guy, Will Greer. That was evident if you watch and listen to the whole
clear.
thing.
That's clear. That's very clear. But sometimes when you're trading for these guys, you don't have time to alert everybody. I talked about this in the post-game show. We traded for Hugh Douglas when I was in Philadelphia, and Parcells again gave us. He goes, "You got 30 minutes to think this thing through," and or I'm going somewhere else with him. And so we really didn't. It's like, okay, let's get this deal done. Let's do it. So we didn't have a time to tell Jeff Lurie and Joe Banner and all that. We just made the trade.
Yeah, I think you understand that a little bit as a player. It's interesting because Dak is always so positive company line guy, and when he comes off that just a little bit, it's like, hey, I wonder what he's thinking about here, especially with this negotiation in the background. Best of the weekend coming up next. Where are you taking us, Chief?
The burrito that had brought us, ready to risk it all, next right here in the nation.
Okay, I got to chat about the Frankels, though, because if you find yourself hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, maybe you're on your way home this afternoon and it happens to you. Unfortunately, it's common.
At Classic Chevrolet, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you the best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Coming up at 4:20, Chris Young, Rangers GM, is going to join you. Peasley's in the house. He's setting up for the pregame, which starts at 5:30 tonight. Time now for the best of the weekend. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We'll get to the burrito that had brought us ready to risk it all here in just a few minutes. And got a nice little Wolchuk moment as well on the post-game show on the Cowboys radio network from the weekend. I did want to mention the American sprinter Noah Lyles, who
he anchored that thing, didn't he?
Yeah. Oh, that dude's about as fast as it gets.
Yeah.
And he goes out and wins all the awards. Basically, he's a world champion, and he's one of the best sprinters in all of the world. And he gets to the microphone and he's like, "Man, I have to watch the NBA Finals, and they have world champion on their head. World champion of what? The United States?" And he kind of goes on this little rant against, like, there's a difference between like what I just did in beating the entire world in a race. I am a world champion, but these leagues like the NBA claim to be world champions, but they're not really. And then he got inundated by NBA players with like, "What are you talking about, bro?" And I guess he doesn't fully understand maybe that, you know, the NBA is obviously the top league in all of the world, and players from all around the world, if they are good enough, actually do participate in the NBA.
He's talking about actual countries.
So, yeah, I guess he's more impressed by like a Team USA Olympic gold medal than he is a NBA champion.
Yeah, just how literal you want to be here. You know, either way you slice it. We do play the best basketball here in the United States of America. But yeah, you know, I think baseball has the best chance of like having a real world competition where everybody is in it, and you know, it's a sport we care about. I thought the World Baseball Classic was starting to come in that direction there last go around.
So they started getting guys hurt,
and
everybody kind of got down. Did you see though that final leg he ran at that relay?
Oh yeah,
they almost didn't get the baton.
Oh man,
I mean,
it was almost a fumble.
It was tight for him, but once he got it, man, that was
it happened in the women's 4x4. Actually, they didn't get the handoff done. It was kind of sad.
Yeah, that is extremely sad.
Yeah.
Now, speaking of Team USA and what they're doing right now at the for the FIBA World Cup is, well, they're 6-0, and now in the group stage they're 2-0, and they just smacked Greece over the weekend. And here's a little clip of the Greece coach just being really upset at his guys because Team USA is walloping them.
Listen to me! 2 offensive rebounds of them, they got it on your hands! What the fuck we're talking about? You had the ball! Get off the fucking ball, man! Bravo, Mike is pumping!
Just a night they like go like it was actually one of those where it's like, hey, we go to the mic'd up coach, and there was some substance to it. It was great. He was going back and forth between English and another language, and Greek, I guess, for these purposes.
That kind of makes sense.
That would make some sense if it's the Greece team.
It was mostly just the English cuss words. Like he was letting the F-bomb fly, and then everything else, it was like, I'm not sure exactly what he's saying, but he was fired up. So Team USA basketball getting it done right now. Now, we also need to address the in-and-out fight that took place between Raiders and Niners fans. The videos are pretty intense.
Why do they keep letting these teams play each other?
What is going on?
It was like a prison yard fight, dude. There were shivs, there were stabbings.
There was a lot of 49er fans in the stands. This game was played in Vegas.
Well, they migrated from the stadium to a local in-and-out, and you just see a bunch of Niners jerseys and Raiders jerseys. And it literally gets to the point where multiple people had stab wounds by the end of it, because this fight got so intense.
This is like West Ham versus Millwall and Green Street Hooligans.
Yes, and these poor in-and-out people have no idea what to do. They got their stupid little hats on, and they're just like, we have no idea.
Are they the best dressed of the fast food people?
I don't know if Wolchuk will appreciate that or not.
They wear cool hats.
Salute to Raiders fan getting up off the deck, though. You know?
I know.
I thought he was the MVP of the show. As the video starts, he's down and has multiple Niners fans just holding him down. And before too long, he's up. and ripping Niners fans' shirts off.
Dude,
Yeah.
this got intense. And this is not the first. We saw a preseason fight at Levi's Stadium in San Francisco just last week where Niners fans were getting after it in a big way, and a giant musclehead Niners fan just crushed this thin-boned guy. It was a little bit sad. But, yeah, Niners fans and Raiders fans already in midseason form, and we haven't even kicked off. So this is a sign that this is going to be a great football season, I think, guys.
I think so, too. I always appreciate a good fight. These guys really get after it. I mean, 8 hours of drinking, the emotion of sport going on.
Mm-hmm.
This is some of your best social media fight a venue right now is the area around an NFL stadium.
Now, inside an NFL stadium, AT&T Stadium, they were dialing up the lineman burrito on Saturday.
Is this the one that wrecked you?
Legends Hospitality. Yeah, my
sausage get you think?
It was just all the jalapenos.
Okay.
And there were jalapenos in that sausage, and then there was just jalapeno. And I knew what I was getting into. Listen, I take full ownership. I have the software.
How many
I
bites?
knew.
You took that half in what, maybe 3 bites?
It was about a 3-biter. It's a 17-inch tortilla filled with famous Cowboys mac and cheese, in-house smoked brisket, jalapeno pepper jack sausage, pico de gallo, house-made candied jalapenos.
Yeah.
Now, this thing was delightful.
That sounds delightful.
I would go back and make the same decision. Thank you, Legends Hospitality, for the deliciousness. And while we were consuming it and showing all the love during the pregame show, Broadus gave us the scout's eye on the burrito, and you could tell he was ready to risk it all. Here he is, Broadus.
Always getting it done, and I'll tell you what, you eat one by yourself, you're not going to eat for 2 days.
Yeah,
that thing is like it's like a loaf of, just the size of like a loaf of bread. It's a big hunker of a. Words can't even describe how big and nice that is.
Okay, thank you, Brian Broadus, for the scout's eye on the big, nice burrito that he can't wait to house in just a few minutes.
He can't even describe how big and nice
it's a hunker. It's big. It's nice.
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful burrito. It really is.
Gosh, it is big and nice.
They used to hold like 25 feet of foil to wrap that thing
Hell
up.
yeah, they did.
Yeah.
The fact that you didn't finish it, Eric comes back over after the pregame show to where we're sitting in the media booth, and it's half of it's wrapped up. I was like, damn, you didn't finish it in one sitting. That's impressive.
I still had the other 8.5 inches because I wanted to save some room for the carving station and all the other delightful things that the press box has to offer. And that worked as a little bit of to-go item. So when I got home, I hammered the other half, and then I was riding porcelain for the next 12 hours.
It's a veteran move right there, though, Chief.
I appreciate that.
It might have been the carving station that got you.
Oh, no. I'm good with the carving station. It's the spice. I'm telling you, you heard me. Candied jalapenos, jalapeno sausage, a lot of jalapenos going on.
So this isn't a bacteria burrito bomb. This is just the spice.
Just the spice.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's just what.
It's a beautiful burrito.
It's how I was built. Yeah, it's a gorgeous burrito. I look forward to them running that thing back, hopefully in the regular season. And then here is the post-game show winding down in the Miller Lite Club. Walchuk can't wait to get to the regular season, and he wasn't done any favors by some of the reads he had to do.
Oh, this one was bad.
This is like 11:45 at night, the final segment of the show. He's pitched a perfect game, and then he falls into a word salad trap.
Player of the game brought to you by Blockchain. Black.com today. Visit getjackblack.com today. Want to use that? What the pros use. Jack Black is the official men's skincare brand of the Dallas Cowboys.
We will hear that on our
We're gonna
radio
get
program
that
next week. That would be on the G-Bag Nation, 2 to 7. That is going to be
That'll be 2 guys, 1
and
booth.
Then it'll be me flubbing up. In pregame, did you hear me talk about the burrito?
I just talked about the burrito, and that was classic.
And that will be on, too.
I might have just one-upped you there, though.
No, we're both going to be on next week.
That
Get
was
ready.
a rough one.
Yeah. Was it Jack Black you were trying to talk about?
I don't even know. Yep, I was trying to talk
it's
about Jack
skincare
Black.
people, and they're really good.
Well,
Sorry, Jack Black.
You know what? I might need to go see him. I got a lip pimple this week, and
oh gosh, that hurt.
It hurt so bad. It's still red because I popped it, and I probably popped it too early. But you don't need to hear about that. That's too much information. That's very, very personal.
Jack Black,
but
you some.
I love Jack Black, and I'm absolutely.
You sound like you drank some Jack.
You know what?
I was
go
wondering
get some just to go ahead and say, hey, thank you for the preseason being over. Let's move forward.
That was almost embarrassing.
Almost. I am embarrassed, Brian.
Thank God it was late in the program.
Yeah,
here.
hopefully after that break, nobody was listening. It was just us talking to each other and everyone's fine and everything's kosher here now.
Little Shake Boys.
You want to read it?
No, where is it?
It's at the very bottom here.
Okay.
Okay, here go,
Yeah,
Broadus.
you give it a try.
What do you use what the pros use? Jack Black, the official men's it is funny. Official men's skincare brand of the Dallas Cowboys. Visit jackblack.com today.
Boom. That's how we do it. That we're the pros, right? Not always.
Nice work, fellas. Just fantastic stuff right there. All
Well,
on the
it
Dallas
started
Cowboys radio network. Walchuk.
Very professional.
Walchuk is talking about lip pimples.
Yeah.
I guess that's what we're calling them
But
these
if you
days.
notice, he started off with
Did you not notice this thing?
he started off with Bitcoin. It went from Bitcoin
Yeah, from
blockchain to Jack
Or,
Black.
excuse me,
Black.com.
yeah,
I
yeah,
thought
yeah,
I
there
thought
you
it,
go.
I
Yeah,
thought
I'm
it was
sorry.
a blockchain read.
Blockchain, I'm sorry,
We have a
blockchain.
lot of those throughout the post game show, and I was totally wrong.
It's all right, man. It's all right. We'll bounce back next
Said
week.
it
I thought it was a good broadcast otherwise.
Block.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dawson was locked in all Saturday night.
Man, it was
11:46.
Yeah,
I was streaming. I was down there in Austin. We were streaming. You know, you can. It's fun to surf the channels as you're cruising around Texas, though, looking for the network as well. Okay, it's time now for the Woolly Bullies Top 10 because Chris Young is coming up at 4:20. Where are we going with that, gentlemen?
Well, in honor of Bob Barker, we've got the top 10 best game show hosts of all time. Some of these I haven't seen. I'm going to need your help. Who's your favorite game show host? And I've got an umbilical cord story.
Well, I have some content here in honor of Window Nation, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys, the star.
DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are now less than 20 minutes away from Rangers GM Chris Young joining us and talking about losing 9 of 10 and when we're going to get this thing turned around. Big day tomorrow in the NFL. Right at this time tomorrow, they're going to be cutting down teams, so hopefully some good players become available. The Cowboys can make some claims or some trades or something like that. And then you have the Trey Lance acquisition, which is just absolutely unbelievable. What's it mean? How do the Cowboys look at Trey Lance? Is it just leverage? Is it a long shot at finding a good quarterback? I mean, you did give up a 4, so it's not like a total throwaway trade, but so many interesting things going on. And next couple of weeks, the Mavs will be back in town getting ready for the NBA season. College football is back, baby. Here's Zach Wolchuk. Zach with an H, the top 10, the Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much, General. As we await CY, we will have our top 10 best game show hosts in honor of Bob Barker, who we lost at 99 years old over the weekend. R.I.P. Bob.
Same birthday as me.
Man, the price is wrong, Bob. The price is wrong.
And he's a Biebs.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a BB.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. He is.
Frank Sinatra, wow. Bob Barker.
You had a good birthday.
Yeah, I think Diana Ross.
Damn, look at you.
Got some celebs.
So let me know who your favorite game show host is. I did see this as we were talking Rangers from our buddy Sean McFarland. It's 5 stats that explain the Rangers' fall from first place in the AL West. And heck, I know you guys love your stats. Looking at you, Chick. Looking at you, baby.
Hey.
But no, these are actually very telling. And I do think, stats in baseball are reflective more than any sport, probably on some of this stuff. But the Rangers 11 for 82 with runners in scoring position in their last 10 games. That's a 134 batting average. They went 2 for 17 with runners in scoring position in yesterday's extra innings loss. No. And they've faced some, runners in scoring position slumps before this season in June, early July, when the team's lead began to shrink. But this is the worst stretch they've had all year. And it was their calling card the first few months in the season when they were building their lead. They were on that historic pace we talked about. But we can look at the bullpen, and the bullpen is certainly the Achilles heel. But they've got to make the most of these opportunities offensively to get some runs across when they're in position, and they have been failing at doing that.
I didn't think anything could be worse than their runners in scoring position average over the last 10 games, but I've seen some things lately, Wolchuk.
It's so bad.
And something tells me you're just getting started over there.
How about the heart of the order? I was talking about that bottom third, 7 through 9, which was great for a streak, but the heart, your 4 through 6 batters have hit just 189 in the last 10 games and posted a league worst 244 on base percentage. That's terrible right now. So look, Adolis, Josh Young, Jonah Heim, they were crushing it for the majority of the year. You don't have Josh Young anymore. Jonah Heim got hurt. He's coming back. He had the grand slam yesterday. Hopefully that gets him going. And Adolis has been streaky. You've got to find production from 4 through 6. Then you got the starting pitching. They're pitching less and they're walking more. When the Rangers were dominating the first half of this month when they were 13-2, the team's starting rotation had the best ERA in Major League Baseball. They totaled the second most innings pitched of any rotation, and they walked the 5th fewest. That's a great formula, right? But it feels like that is in the rear view. Their last 10 games, the rotation's got a 4.67 ERA. That's 11th worst in the bigs. They've got a 9.8 walk percentage. That's 5th worst. And a collective 52 innings pitched. That's the 11th fewest in the league during that stretch, which is also putting more stress on the bullpen.
You could deal with that, though. A 4.67 from your starters over a week and a half,
You just
not
need them to
ideal.
go deeper in the game is the key, right? They're going you have Montgomery go 5 2/3. You need these guys to go into the 7th or the
pitch counts have been tough, man. People are making them throw a lot
because they're
of pitch.
walking more.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the issue.
Yeah.
And then the bullpen, which we've discussed at great lengths. The bullpen is, it's a 50-50 proposition.
Literally.
They've
blown more saves than they've saved.
5 saves in the last 6 games they've blown. They're now 24 of 49 on the season in save opportunities.
Yeah. What was the stat, Brian? They're 24 converted, 25 blown on the season.
Yeah.
That's historic, right?
They're the only team in Major League Baseball to have basically a less than 50% save percentage and have more than 70 wins.
Wow. I mean, just going into any random inning, there should not be a 50% chance the other team scores. Then you go into the late innings where your most qualified short spurt pitchers are there, and you're giving it up more than you're finishing it. That shouldn't be a real thing. I tip my cap to all the other players. We got a lot of questions to ask Chris Young about this bullpen and if there's hope now, or do you need an off season now to try to rebuild this thing again?
Yeah, to blow that many saves and still have as many wins as they have on the year. It does show just how incredible that offense was for a while.
The one thing JD was good at doing while the season was going on, and now what do you need? You need a bullpen fixer.
You need an and he made some great trades.
Should have kept JD on as like the bullpen GM.
Yeah. You've been saying that.
He's the bullpen guy. Yeah. And then finally, the last stat during this slump from our guy Sean McFarland from the Morning News: 2-out rallies are non-existent. The Rangers have hit just 159, the third worst mark in the league in 2-out situations in their last 10 games. Their on-base percentage is .237. That's the fourth worst in the sport. Prior to the 1-9 skid, they had a better batting average than any other team in Major League Baseball with 2 outs.
Yeah.
That's brutal, man. They need a little bit of a mojo there with 2 outs. A lot of times that's a mindset.
They need the Mets to quit for 3 days.
That'd be nice. And the Mets have kind of quit, so maybe you'll get that. Maybe the Mets will just fall. You got to hope the Scherzer return to Citi Field doesn't give them a little bit of motivation.
He's getting swamped tonight, those reporters.
Yeah, he was sitting in the dugout. The thing looked full.
All of New York was there to meet him. And then I want to pay off on the umbilical cords. You guys know I love the umbilical cord stuff.
Yeah. No, you can't wait to cut
one yourself. It's like a lifeline for you.
Yeah, it is. Buck center Ryan Jensen, really sad he's going to be out for the year. Career might be over. But he's going to continue to explore options in his recovery from multiple knee ligament tears that he suffered. And according to a new report, he's looking at a stem cell treatment. So this treatment it's a little unorthodox, okay? So it would take an umbilical cord and repair the knee. Like they're using stem cells from umbilical cords to repair this knee.
A lot of nutrients in that thing.
A lot of nutrients.
So what do? They take a random umbilical cord from a random mother and child and poke it with the needle, suck out some of the nutrients, and then inject it into his knee?
You just receive a series of stem cell treatments.
Does it have to be your own baby?
I don't think so. I don't think it has to be. I mean,
I'd rather have a bad knee than have to crank out another kid.
That would be stressful. But no.
But honestly, Doc, I'm good, man. I'll just take this limp forever.
It's a little bit of an unorthodox method, but they're trying it out, and we'll see if this works for him.
I would find a couple of athletes that have paired up and are having a kid. Make sure.
I want some of those stem cells.
I'd call Spores and his athlete wife.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, those would be good ones to get.
Holler next time you guys get pregnant, and I'll see you on
the
the day.
He plays another 10 years. That leg is like a bionic knee.
Yeah, give me Odell Beckham's parents or something like that.
Yeah, I'd say McCaffrey's parents, but it'd probably just make the knee get hurt more.
Or
they need
J.J. Watt. He also has a soccer wife. Those two together.
J.J. Watt. There you go.
Those could be good ones right there. Big wins. All right, let's slide into the top 10 here. Top 10 best game show hosts in honor of Bob Barker. Now, Brian, you're a big game show guy. Gavin, I think when we've taught game shows.
Well, I've just lived the longest. I know all
there's going to be
games.
several of these names. Like I couldn't do my own personalized list because I didn't know some of these guys.
Okay. Came up at a time, no cable TV and no smartphones.
Yeah.
So I want to lose.
So you never heard of Bill Cullen?
I watch these things.
Okay. And Bill Cullen is on here.
Yeah, sure he should be. He's a Hall of Famer. He was on The Price is Right before Bob Barker.
I thought The Price was
that's
wrong.
crusty.
Yeah.
Bitch.
Was he really?
Yes.
Yes. Well, okay.
He's like the dean of game show host guys.
My upset here was that Ann Robinson, You Are the Weakest Link Goodbye. Yeah. She's an honorable mention. She didn't make the top 10.
Yeah.
She was good.
I thought she was, I mean, just that one line.
She's kind of mean, right?
She's mean, and I liked that.
Yeah, okay.
You
a little bit, yeah.
Okay. Lucius.
I have a nice attitude with her.
You're our entertainment.
Yo.
What do you think? Best game show host?
I don't even watch a lot of game shows, but I would have to go with Alex Trebek.
Oh, he's Hall of Famer.
Because he was aware of who Laura Coates is, and he wanted Laura Coates to follow him when he left Jeopardy. So I thought that was really amazing.
There you go.
You knew who Laura Coates was, and you wanted to employ her. You're a real one in my eyes, Alex Trebek. God bless you, and R.I.P.
Yeah. R.I.P. And I don't know. Out of these options, I think the guy that I watched the most Certainly, I grew up and it was Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. It like broke out on the scene. So Regis doing Who Wants to Be a Millionaire was like, we watched that with the family. We would do that. Currently, though, I think maybe the best going is Steve Harvey. I will still put on Family Feud, and Steve Harvey still has his fastball working, man.
100%. Yeah, he's probably the best thing going right now. I know Drew Carey has taken the place of Bob Barker.
Yeah,
I've never watched him on that. Drew Carey for me is Whose Line Is It Anyway?
Yeah, that's a good one too.
Which was awesome.
It's a great show.
With Wayne Brady.
Yeah.
Oh, Wayne Brady would always kill that singing segment they did.
But I'll go Pat Sajak.
Okay.
For me.
Pat?
It's really interesting how like the guys in the previous generation that were born in like the teens, 20s, and 30s were like legendary, and now I don't know if we're replacing it with the same quality of stock. Like these were damn near like evening news anchors that had this charming personality and wave of navigating all that fun and all that spontaneity. And I'm sure Wolchuk's going to give us a lot of the greats. I go Alex Trebek and Bob Barker though. That's 1-2 that I saw in my life, and then a third is Chuck Woolery. You know, from the Dayton shows and stuff. He was good. Yeah.
I didn't know that Richard Karn also hosted Family Feud. Maybe he was before.
I think he.
Oh, he do something bad and he got kicked off?
Well, he himself.
Oh.
He moved on. He moved on himself.
That's what happened there with Richard.
Yeah. No, not Richard. Or Richard. Oh, yeah. Not Richard Dawson.
No.
But Richard Karn. Yeah.
Very sad. Did not know that. Now I feel terrible and I apologize. Let me just crawl into my corner.
I believe I'm
over
right
here.
about that. Yeah.
I'm going to hope you are, and I'm just going to believe it.
Yeah.
Bob Eubanks is an honorable mention as well.
That would be the newlywed game.
Yep, and we got some text for the newlywed game, so I wanted to give him a reference. And then number 10 on here, we've got Chuck Woolery.
Yeah. I think he was high rollers and stuff like that, but he was the dating. Gavin's right. He was Matt Connection.
Yes.
Love Connection.
And he actually started Wheel of Fortune in 1975. Yeah. He was the first Wheel of Fortune guy. Yeah. Number 9's your guy, Bill Cullen.
Bill Cullen, he's like a legend.
Yep. And he did the original Price is Right.
Name that tune.
Like
he was named that tune.
It was. He looks like a game show host.
Oh, no, he is. Bill Cullen. Absolutely.
If I'm thinking 70s game show host or older, I'm thinking Bill Cullen right here. Yep. This is the man. Number 8 is Terry McGovern.
Didn't know Terry McGovern.
No idea who he is or what he does.
T-Mac.
He must be a British or something.
Could
maybe.
be.
Yep.
Number 7, we've got Gene Rayburn.
Gene Rayburn was Match Game. He was born like Gavin's talking about. He was like born in this like 1917 kind of guy. So he was an older dude.
He looks like it too.
Yeah, funny show.
Yeah, he's got a great smile. He looks like he hosted a fun show. Number 6 is Regis.
Okay.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah.
Was he a host before that?
He was on that with Kathy Lee. He was on that show. He was. I think
that was Talk.
Yeah, that's what he was a talk show host.
That's the only show or game show that I know that he's
in.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Because he's perfect for it, right?
One
Like,
shot,
Regis
one
was
kill.
Great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was good.
Top 5. Number 5 is Pat Sajak.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wheel of Fortune. More of a Vanna White guy.
Mm-hmm.
Number 4 is my dude Steve Harvey.
Oh
wow, man.
I'm happy Steve's climbing up the charts here.
The range on this guy.
Steve's fantastic.
Yeah, he's that dude that has the ability to command the room, keep it tight, and keep people laughing. That like the old school dudes all had.
Number 3 is Richard Dawson, Dick Dawson.
Yeah, he was.
Now, he'd make out with your wife right in front
exactly,
of you.
Right. Yeah, he was
while smoking a cigarette.
If you give an answer, like before you gave an answer, you had to give him a kiss, kind of a thing.
Yeah, he was a kiss stealing kind of dude.
Like your wife.
He was Joe Namath,
Susie
Colbert.
Might have been Spaniard. Now that I think about it, no, just kidding. Little World Cup joke.
You're going to get in trouble there.
I like that, man. The text is going to come for you. Number 2 is Alex Trebek. Shout out to L.A. and RIP as well. And number 1 is the late, great Bob Barker, of course. Wow. Best game show host of all time. Number 1. And, 1972 to 2007. What a hell of a run there with the Prices
I'll tell you, can I give you one that I really liked?
Yeah.
Lucius, you ever see a show called The Gong Show?
Yeah, sure did.
Chuck Barris.
Chucky B.
Chuck Barris. Wink Martindale was another one.
That's being texted a lot. And
Wink
I was
Martindale was a big-time one.
The Giants' defensive coordinator?
No, that's how he got his nickname, though.
Okay.
But, yeah, Wink Martindale was High Rollers, I think, was the one he was on.
A lot of these guys turned out to be super toxic now.
Yeah, Howie Mandel.
A lot of these guys are super toxic.
Deal or No Deal, right?
Deal or No Deal.
Yeah. Howie Mandel was awesome, and I found out he had the big, he's got a phobia, right? Of
I don't mean that type of toxic, though. I mean, that's his own thing. They're just
Bob
hateful
Barker,
people.
Hey, Bob Barker, if you Google Bob Barker and stories, those the
Pat
Barker,
Sajak, the alcohol.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and he's gone off the
I think that's a
Reservation
well-known
a couple
story,
ways.
so I can say that.
Shout out to Bob, though.
If not, I apologize.
I think
Pat.
Bob had some inappropriate stuff going on.
$10 million per year and net worth of $70 million for Bob.
Well, hold on. Wow, that's incredible.
Crushed it.
Man, he did kill it, and he came up just one short of 100.
Yeah.
$1. So he won it. He won his own game in life. Good run there, Bob. Okay, and they didn't even replace him with a real host. I do want to point that out. I hate to hate on the guy, but I think it's kind of a sign of respect. You never want to be the guy that follows the guy.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, let's just take this schlub. And somehow it worked.
Yeah.
You know, like Drew, he should have never been able to touch that set.
Did anybody mention Monty Hall real quick? He's from
Monty Hall was honorable mention.
Okay, let's make a deal. Yeah.
And I got to give love to Mark Summers from Double Dare. That's being
Double
texted
Dare,
now,
yeah,
but that
yeah.
was fan. He was great.
All righty, let's hit the break because Chris Young, Rangers GM, joins you next year on 105.3 The Fan.
They poke fun out of mutual love and then get into fisticuffs behind the scenes. But that's an HR issue. G-Bag Nation's Boys in the Morning. It's Sean and RJ with Bobby Belt. Mornings 5:30 to 10 on 105. 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back, Nation. It's time for the Chris Young Show, brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and Cars for Kids. Rangers pregame is coming up in just over an hour at 5:30. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel. Free consultation. 214-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Yeah, Rangers are visiting the Mets for the first of three, and I believe Chris Young is in New York with the team. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys. I'm well. How are you all?
Oh, we're doing well. You know, the loss last night was tough for us, so we've been just talking about that. How are you guys doing? How's the team doing?
Well, I think everybody's trying to stay upbeat. Certainly, we don't want to. There's no panic in terms of the last week and a half has been tough, but it's also why you play 162. I think the key for us is now how we handle it moving forward and how we come out of this. As I look at it, we're still a really good baseball team, and we're in a great spot as we kind of wrap up August here and go into the month of September. And my hope is that we turn this around and our best baseball is still ahead of us.
How tough is it as a pitcher to have a walk-off walk and lose control like that? Did you have a chance to talk with Jonathan or check in on how he's doing there before the news today of sending him back?
Well, yeah, I was here. We met with Jonathan, and this was an issue we saw with Jonathan earlier in the season. He did a great job of making some corrections at AAA and pitching very well, especially in the last few weeks, the month of August, and his walk rate was down, his strike rate was up. But when he got the chance yesterday, obviously some regression back to the inability to throw strikes, and ultimately this is a performance-based game, and we need some length today. And I hate that we can't give Jonathan more runway. His stuff is so good, and he has such potential, but we need him to perform. And so that was why we made the move today. And our hope is that Jonathan goes back down and he throws strikes, and at some point earns the opportunity to come back.
Performance-based, and I think that's accurate, but it's also a sample size sport that you can't overreact to things, but I guess the question would be, and what fans are starting to wonder is the pressure of it, starting to affect your performance in a bad way, and is that contagious at all?
Well, you mean the pressure of performing at the big leagues?
The pressure of coming down the stretch here for the first time as a team and losing first place.
Oh, I'm not worried about our group in terms of that. We've got a veteran group. These guys have done it. Throughout their careers, they've performed in different scenarios and situations. Whether it's been here or elsewhere. And, it's some of it is the big leagues. When you play at the highest level, there's always some level of pressure. And I think the best players embrace that. And certainly I believe in the group that we have, that they're going to be able to embrace it as well. And again, every team goes through stretches like this, but I believe in the character of our group. And certainly I'm not worried about their ability to handle pressure.
It's Rangers GM Chris Young here with you on 105.3 The Fan. We were talking earlier about the best reasons to believe. And I think, amongst those is team's still not healthy. We saw Josh Young earlier on MLB Network, and then there's Evaldi. What kind of updates do you have, and what kind of an impact could those guys have when they return?
Well, obviously a huge impact. I mean, those are two critical pieces to our team. We lost time for a period of time there, and then Josh shortly thereafter, and Nate as well. And so those are, three big pieces to our group. That said, I believe we have the depth to sustain or withstand injuries like that and sustain our performance. And we're excited to get both those guys back. Josh is probably a little further behind, simply just based on the timeline with the surgery. I think we're looking at really the last, 10 days, maybe week of the season. And Nate is making progress. We thought we were pretty close with Nate. He had a little bit of a side tightness after his last live batting practice, and but that's calmed down in the last day or two. So we're going to continue to build him up, and hopefully he'll be back, here at the beginning of September or shortly thereafter. And those will be two huge additions for us, hopefully at a time where we need them most, and help propel us for a strong finish.
What's the latest with another potential addition in Nathan Evaldi?
Well, that was the update on Evaldi, is that he's he had the little side tightness, and he's coming back and hopefully be back here early in September.
That's on me. That's on me, CY. I heard Josh Young, and I thought that was a Josh Young focused question.
There was a day I would have called you out on that.
Nope. I'll call myself out.
I would have called you out on that.
That's
like,
on me. That's on me right there.
I think
That's
the pressure
my
got
fault.
to Zach a little bit.
Yeah,
The big interview for us.
Yeah.
It's been tough on all of us.
Don't send me back down just yet. I did want to ask about runners in scoring position. That was an area the team was just so darn good at for the majority of the season. And during this 10-game stretch, you've really kind of seen that taper off. What's your evaluation of that area of the club right now?
Well, it's obviously guys pressing slightly, just trying to do a little too much. And I think this is kind of the message to the group is let's just get back to the basics. Let's do the little things really well and not beat ourselves. And if we, we don't need a 3-run homer every time there's a runner in scoring position, sometimes a single, just even a walk. And I think the game on Saturday night was a perfect example. We won that game in the 9th inning with 2 hits, and the guys really had great ABs. They grinded out the opposing pitcher and led to a big inning there to help win the game. And so I think that's the character of our group. I think that's what we can't get too far away from. We need to remain patient. We're a group that will pass the baton and let the next guy drive in the run. So I think as we kind of get back to who we are, our identity, we do the little things really well. We run the bases well. We make the simple plays. And we play smart heads-up baseball. We're a talented team, and as long as we don't beat ourselves, I think we'll reverse course here and come out of this.
It's our guy Chris Young here, Rangers GM on the Fan. You've done so many great things, and we love how you've been so aggressive building a contender. I was wondering if you could go back to the trade deadline, if maybe you'd been more aggressive with the bullpen, reflecting on what's happened.
Some of that's dictated by the market, and so we felt like we had needs in the rotation. We added both Chapman and Stratton. We felt like by adding to the rotation and being able to get our guys healthy, that we would potentially make our bullpen better. And I think we saw a stretch where that really happened, where we pitched very well. We were pitching deeper in the games, and then as our starters don't pitch as deep in the games, we need to rely on the bullpen a little bit more. And really, the compound effect of that is that the next day you're not as fresh. You play back-to-back tight games, and you're relying on guys who have been used back-to-back nights, and it gets a little bit more challenging. So, the market was a tough market. I think we really identified starting pitching as the biggest area of need. We did our best to upgrade the bullpen, but we also feel very confident in the group we have. I mean, we have some arms in our bullpen that at times have performed very, very well. All of these guys would be in the bullpen for other organizations, other teams. And so can we put that together all at once? And that's where I have a real belief that our best baseball is still ahead of us, is that our guys all click from starting pitching to our bullpen to our offense here in this last month. Great things can happen.
CY, has bunting become a lost art?
Well, I'm not sure it's a lost art. I think it's probably gotten harder to bunt. Just if you just statistically look at really one that your players are asked to bunt less frequently, but secondly, pitchers' stuff has really increased over the last 5 to 7 years. I mean, it is dramatically different in terms of the velocity, the movement, the sharpness of pitches. And so, as a former pitcher in the National League, I know I had spent a lot of time bunting, and there's a technique, there's an art to it, but I do know that the harder a guy throws or the sharper his stuff is, the harder it is to bunt. So, perhaps it is a little bit of a lost art because we're not doing it as much, but I think it's also just a more challenging skill, just simply because pitchers are better now than they've ever been.
Chris Young here on 105 through the Fan. Is that the main reason why the Tommy Johns have been up? They're throwing it so hard and getting such action on the ball?
Yeah, look, I don't have the medical expertise to speak to it perfectly, but I think any doctor that's familiar with baseball will tell you that increased velocity, there's a correlation to increased stress in the arm. And so I would just logically say yes, that, you're throwing sliders and fastballs faster than ever. We've seen this in terms of the overall trends in the game, and breaking balls are being thrown more frequently than ever. There is more stress on the arm than ever, and I think that probably is a contributing factor to the number of injuries.
I mean, how fast that thing is moving and coming off of Chapman's arm. I'm like, I don't know how anybody hits that thing. But yesterday, yesterday with the 3 disengagements and the weird sequence of events with that whole deal, Chapman with his back turned, were you guys just like, are you kidding me? What else could possibly happen to take one of these games from us?
Yeah, but look, I think some of that's self-inflicted, and I think those are the little things that I talk about, getting back to the details and cleaning up some of the small things. And I think the way we run the bases, or the way we just are communicating with each other, and I think that was, really self-inflicted in terms of just if we communicate a little bit better. Chappie obviously was unaware that Jonah had called the timeout. I think he thought the hitter had called it. I think Jonah didn't realize that Chappie was unaware, and just I think there's just a little bit more communication that we could have in those moments, and that was, it's something we can improve. As long as we learn from it and it doesn't happen again, then it's going to serve us well. I hate that it had to happen and, potentially led to a loss. But that said, we're going to learn from it, and it's something that's correctable and fixable. And if we fix those things, the team is talented enough to win those games.
Maybe a little bit of an odd question, but I wonder your thoughts on the future of the robo-ump. I mean, we were talking earlier about some unfortunate ball and strike calls,
I hate
and
the
sometimes,
umps.
you get a strike zone that seems to change in the final 3 innings of the game,
squeezing you.
Has that
games.
been working in the minors, or what do you think about that in the future of the
Don't get in
sport?
trouble, CY. Let us get in trouble for you.
Well, you guys amuse me. I like your opinions on this stuff, and I think I share some of it, honestly. I think that we want to rely on technology, but technology isn't perfect. And so there are things that they're still ironing out. I think that as you talk to people who have experienced the automated strike zone in the minor leagues, there are some benefits and some levels of consistency that may be, improving the game. But I think there's other things that they still need to iron out. And I think the system that the players and the coaches have liked best has been a system in which there's umpires are still calling balls and strikes, but there's a challenge system similar to tennis where a hitter or a pitcher can challenge the call, and there'll be a quick review. And I think they even put it on the scoreboard to where there's some fan entertainment. You only get so many challenges per game, but nonetheless, that system seems to have worked the best. But the technology is very good. It's improved, but there's always a human element to this, and I'm not positive that the technology is better than our current umpires. But I no longer have to worry about that. When I was at the league, I worked on that stuff, and now I'm just focused on how do we get the Texas Rangers back on track.
CY, in football and other sports, I guess they when things are kind of going a little rough, we always hear about the players only meetings. Would position groups, would the pitchers get together and kind of talk about where they're at right now? Is that something that you would do, or is it baseball completely different from that way?
No, I think I've been in obviously basketball locker rooms and in a lot of major league clubhouses, and every team's a little bit different in terms of how they handle these. And I think that to some extent it needs to happen organically. I mean, I think from my perspective, I can't force it. As a front office, we can't force it. As a coaching staff, I know Boach has had a meeting and just reinforced to the guys how good we are. And, if we get back to playing our style of baseball, we'll be fine. But, those things happen organically amongst the team. And so it's really up to them to figure out the opportune time to have those meetings and to work through as a team what they need to support each other. But I have no doubt we've got a great group of guys. We have a lot of leaders in that clubhouse, and they're communicating daily, whether it's pitchers to position players to pitchers, or just amongst the respective groups, that these guys care. They're working their tails off, and I'm confident that they're going to be fine, given the level of care that they have.
Well, I love it. Chris Young, Rangers GM, unwavering, strident in his leadership. I think he convinced me. I needed that. And sorry about Wolchuk's double question there, CY.
Yeah, we'll work on that, CY. We'll work on that.
It's all good. Trust me, if my wife she gets mad at me every time I ask to repeat myself. It happened today, so I get it. I completely get it.
I'm embarrassed.
Give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Guys, thanks so much. I appreciate it, and thanks for hanging with us here.
Cheers. Okay, Chris Young with you here on 105.3 The Fan. Man, that is such a crazy spot to be in, but he's just,
he hasn't changed.
He's not making it up.
He hasn't. He's been consistent when they were winning all those games, and now they're going through some tough times, and you feel like you feel bad. I was asking questions about it, but I will give him credit. He has not wavered one time at all.
It's consistent leadership. I mean, I'm sure Bochy's doing the same thing, and if it doesn't work out, they've set themselves up to be a really good factor here in the American League for the foreseeable future. But dang it, I'm not ready for the ride to end.
No, me neither.
Chief, football's finest coming up next. I don't imagine you're talking about Messi's incredible goal over the weekend. What do you have in store?
That was pretty dang special,
what a
though.
pass to space.
What
Oh, my
was that a little
God.
give and go action,
Oh,
soccer
man,
style?
it's amazing he saw that and in the way he was able to just work that across.
It was gorgeous. All right, we'll get to the chaos, extra body parts, and dreams coming true.
All righty, I'd love to chat DNM.
Turn it on, leave it on. Your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
Hurry into Classic Chevrolet for once a year July 4th savings. Over 400 Silverados with their best offers. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Don't miss your chance to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find a new road.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. We're now 41 minutes away from Rangers pregame. They will visit the Mets tonight. Jared Sandler has the preview coming up in about 30. Mike McCarthy, talking with reporters, confirmed Trey Lance arrived yesterday, passed a physical. He's been here all day. He's been working. The timing isn't great, said Mike McCarthy, with the final cuts and the prep for the Giants. Was this just a front office move? We're getting this guy for you, and here you go. Make the most of it.
But Mike was part of the process a couple of years ago that put the grade of a 1.20 on that kid.
Said that he was part of the evaluation in terms of the interest of the team, but the other part when it comes to acquiring him, that's the business side. That's all up to Steven and Will and Jerry.
And there's also, let me tell you this, McCarthy seems like a guy to me that when moves are made, he kind of washes his hands of, well, that's their call. He's kind of like a deflector guy. Like if it doesn't work out, this isn't on me kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
He's I don't know. To me, I mean, he could have, you don't say it's bad timing and all that with all the cut down. You talk about, hey, we're glad to have the guy. We're going to do this. We're going to work with you. Trying to talk about, instead of kind of making excuses about, well, it's kind of bad timing right now and what we're dealing with. You know what? This kid, what they'll do with this guy, and they would be really, really, really smart to do this. Like every day after practice, the quarterback coach stays out there with him, and they have their own practice. They get some of the practice squad receivers. Maybe they can work, maybe pre-practice or after practice, and let him have his own practice and kind of work through some things. Just kind of take him and incorporate him, because he's not going to get a lot of work while they're getting ready for these games. So to me, I take practice squad guys, a couple of receivers, maybe a practice squad tight end, and I have my own little practice afterwards.
Yeah.
Like we're gonna learn the plays, we're gonna learn the checks, we're gonna learn the calls, we're gonna learn all that, and we're gonna develop. This year we're going to have practice every day, and we're going to develop. That's how he's going to be ready for 2024.
Mm-hmm.
That's how things are going to, because the backup quarterback's the one that runs the scout team.
Yeah.
It's not the third quarterback that runs the scout team.
Mm.
So to me, you've got to figure out ways to practice him while, everything else is, while you're prepping and all that. It's all about player development and acquisition, and they need to do that with this kid.
So the third string quarterback's usually just kind of sitting around during practice.
Kind of donging around.
Not really getting too much. Now, they can
donging.
Obviously decide that when they're playing Jalen Hurts on any given week that Trey Lance is going to be that scout team
he
guy.
could,
right?
or he could come in when they play San Francisco in week 5, week 6. He could be the quarterback that, runs the 49ers offense. He could be making checks. He could do, he could kind of do everything that you're thinking about, maybe game planning for.
Well, I know a lot of people are excited about this Trey Lance addition because it gives you a player to develop. It gives you a guy with a lot of talent, and he was a winner in college. He's got a lot of the traits that could spell success. Be a great time to have a football minor league right now, Brian. Get this guy some reps.
But that's what I'm saying. They have to create an environment where he could practice. and that if it means against air or whatever. But he needs every day for them to either have a practice after everybody's gone, take him into the Ford Center and practice him for 30 minutes a day and kind of say,
Can he get any reps during the season with the ones?
Well, if they want to plug him in and just say, okay, hey, jump in there and take a rep or two, But usually Cooper Rush is going to be the one running the scout team and running any extra reps that the one's going to get or for the ones because Cooper's the one that's going to go into the game.
Well, it's really interesting. I mean, it kind of reminds me of the Eagles adding Jalen Hurts when they had Carson Wentz. And at that time, people said, Jalen Hurts can't be a good NFL quarterback. He shouldn't have even been a second-round pick. Sure, he's got lots of traits, but how can he put this together? I think Trey Lance could have a lot of success, but I think that's got to start with what Jalen Hurts has. And right now, you don't have a good enough offensive line. So if we want to look at Trey Lance as, hey, let's see where he is in like 2 years. If Dak just wants to let this contract run out, let's see where Trey Lance is by the time we get to 2025 or something.
Somebody smarter than me on this show. What's Dak's number next year?
59.
Yeah, it's
59?
60 mil.
Okay,
they're going to have to restructure that.
But but where are we right now with the highest quarterback number? What's that number right now?
Well, so I think it's cap hit. I don't know if that's his.
Is it 55?
Yeah, 55 sounds right.
So are we going to have to redo it? I mean, what are we redoing it like? We're adding.
Yeah, that's
years?
where he's going to be looking like.
Yeah. So is that close enough to let this thing ride? If the cap goes up, do you let it ride?
No, because even the highest paid guy is not. That's not what his cap hit is. Like Herbert's making $55 million whatever per year, but his cap hit, it's not affecting the Chargers at $55 million a pop.
So his average annual is 52.5 for Herbert, and then Lamar Jackson's at 52. But yes, it's not the same as the cap hit for that. That's how much he's making per year.
So I mean, I was just wondering if the Cowboys let this thing ride. I guess they can't. Right?
Well, it's not that they can't per se, but you are pretty much punting on that upcoming season. Yeah. You know, I think some teams would be willing to do that. I mean, the Eagles ate a ton of Carson Wentz's contract to move on from him.
Right.
But they also knew, okay, this is going to affect us big time in the immediate, like right now, our roster, we're not going to be able to really do a whole lot here. Our team is going to suck. And what we know about Jerry and the Jones, they don't want to just punt on a year unless they think that Trey Lance is going to be good enough to compensate for that. But there's no way that's possible.
Could you punt though and thinking that I don't want to pay a quarterback $60 million?
Yes, as long as you're willing to eat it in the front end, big picture, it might be worth it to you.
Yeah.
But it's going to sting year one and even year two. Like next year it's $60 million. I think the year after that it's almost 40.
I mean, Trey Lance would have to make a lot of improvement behind closed doors out on that practice field before we even consider letting Dak go.
An insane amount of improvement.
But we've also said, would we pay a quarterback $55, $58 million if he was only the 8th or 10th best quarterback in the league, right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you got to be willing to do it if you're going to play the game right. I mean, the Cowboys' problem is they spend for everything except what you need to win it, and then they blame it on the quarterback.
Yeah.
You know, so I don't know. The Cowboys team building is off. I don't know how much they're prioritizing winning the Super Bowl or if they're prioritizing just making the playoffs. It's a road well traveled. I don't think Dak at 55 is the problem. The problem is you have a front office that thinks they can win the Super Bowl paying a top 10 quarterback and giving him a bad offensive line. If you want to make do with this so-so offensive line, you're going to need an incredible running game one way or the other, or one of the best offensive lines in all of football. And Dak had that when he came in. So maybe they'll get serious about rebuilding that, and that'll be Trey Lance's challenge. And I would think if they're going to be serious about handing the reins off to Trey Lance, they got to get back to rebuilding the offensive line in March in free agency, double down in the spring at the draft. And now you have a chance with Dak on the other side of 30 or a young quarterback to get the extra help that I think they need to have a lot of success.
If you were another NFL team, real quick, if you were another NFL team, how many starting offensive linemen would you take from the Cowboys?
Two.
Name them.
Tyler Smith and Zach Martin. Maybe
Biotish. And Biotish would be, Biotish is a top 10 center in my opinion.
Okay, nobody likes Steele at all then, right? Steele's
replacement level.
Steele's not going to get paid next year.
I like Steele. I'm out on being, super critical of him because he's improved. But I don't know that other teams are looking at Steele.
I think Steele's getting paid. Yeah,
I think Steele's getting paid too. I think I'd go Steele, Martin. I mean, just naming the guys. I think there's 3 guys. Your center was an Pro Bowl. Was a Pro Bowl guy. by some kind of manipulations and things. Tyron Smith might be your weakest link.
All right. We got to jump. We did tease football's finest. We just didn't have enough time for that. Plus, we had McCarthy talking and wanted to update that Trey Lance story for you. Plus, we just had Chris Young on, and he did a great job at maybe stemming the tide. Now I'm ready to go into this Mets series, hoping to take 2 of 3 and get a sweep and talk about rebuilding back from the bottom. Woolchuck's proper round trippers coming up next, though. Where are you taking us?
Hear what Josh Young has to say about the Rangers' recent skid. That's next.
Okay, I want to chat Twin Peaks.
studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation. Wow, Rangers pregame's coming up in 30 minutes. Jared Sandler's coming up in about 15 minutes here as they're going to take on the Mets this evening, and we're hoping they can get this thing back together. Yeah, I'm interested in this offensive line positivity. If that comes together, that could be a very fun talking point, and we're now less than 2 weeks away from the opening night.
If they could, if I just look at maybe other teams and who they would take off your team.
Your starting 5 on paper is good. It's at least solid.
You lose one of those guys, it's a little bit of a different story.
Everything's unproven, right?
Yeah.
You're hoping Awesome Richards and TJ Bass, who improved throughout the preseason, end up.
They played a ton,
and they did, and honestly, I thought played pretty darn well.
Yeah.
Especially both of them against the Raiders.
Alrighty, I'm sure we'll have a lot more time to talk about this, the Trey Lance story, but it's baseball time now, and here is Wolchuk with your proper round tripper.
All right, one news of note, if you missed it yesterday, Jack Leiter threw 3 innings for Frisco after he came off the developmental list, and he was solid yesterday. Not a bad outing through those 3 innings for Jack Leiter. The walks were he threw 32 strikes in a 47 pitch outing, his first since July 7th, and gave up just 1 run throughout the 3 innings. So all in all, a solid start back as he looks to continue to eventually get back up to the major leagues. And we got September call-ups right around the corner. ESPN actually ranked Evan Carter as the 3rd best odds to get called up among any of the minor leaguers in professional baseball. Also called him a possible 2024 Rookie of the Year favorite, which I think he would be.
Heck yeah, he would. Yeah, there's no reason. I mean, I say there's no reason, but from my perspective, there's no reason not to bring him up. Doesn't change anything about the control and stuff and what his status is as a rookie and everything like that. And with some of the lineup struggles and just needing to really throw a bunch of crap at the wall and see what sticks right now. That's the point of the season we're in. I mean, why not?
I think they need Josh Young back in a major way, and because it's 2.5, 3 weeks away still, I think that's a no-brainer. I'm kind of running out of patience with Duran, and now is not a time where you can just let the thing play out and come back around. If you think he's slumped and isn't coming back, and at third base he does regrettable things, then I think it's not too early to make a move.
Yeah, and the base running era yesterday was tough. But he came in the game, he knocked down a ball that could have got through, that could have been trouble. But overall, I agree with you, Gavin. I think the one thing that's happened to him is he was slumping, and now he's having to play too much. He's playing way too much, and the pitch selections. I mean, this team, when it comes to swinging at early pitches, getting outs, balls out of the strike zone, and just the plate discipline has been poor. And he's one of the most guilty of this.
Yeah, he'll chase a lot. There's no question about that. But speaking of Josh Young, he was on the MLB Network earlier today. He was talking about working on the range of motion right now. It'll be a pain tolerance thing as he tries to get back from the injury. They also asked him here, what has he noticed during the Rangers' current losing skid?
We have a lot of stuff just not go our way, which is just kind of unfortunate. And I think this is just a big learning curve for us, and we're fortunate to have it happen right now and not in a couple weeks from now when you get down to the crunch time for the playoffs. But really, it's just, I think it boils down to things just aren't going our way right now, which that's baseball.
It's the way baseball go, right? That's what Wash would say.
I trust Evan Grant. He wrote today that it's unmistakably the pressure's getting to them, and you can continue to talk about all these kinds of things that, hey, we're learning a valuable lesson. This is probably a group that has too much inexperience, as much as we say it's a veteran team because of some of their stars. A lot of these guys just haven't been through this. And what happens is after you go through these, it builds up scar tissue and it builds up anger. And in future years, you think of the trauma of these moments and you do everything in your power, even more as you get older, to make sure this doesn't happen. The idea from the manager when he says, hey, we can't get caught up in the ups and downs because the ups are a trap, First comes pride, then comes shame. It's actually biblical. You ride high, you're getting set up for a downfall, right? And the young players will get more tuned into it as a result of this experience.
Josh, also on what the message is for the team after a slump like this.
That's the message, I think, every day. It's like we're one win away from getting hot and making a run. And you look at our division, and the Mariners are hot. They're doing some really amazing things right now. Houston's been, breathing down our neck all year, so it's going to make for a really, really fun September.
Yeah, fun. It's a little bit stressful as a fan. There's no doubt, but it is fun.
I ain't having fun right now.
It's fun.
I'm not gonna lie.
Being in a pennant race, right? We'll take that at least. If you're looking glass half full, haven't been able to say that in a while. And then finally, on adversity and what the team and he personally has learned, not only from being out, but just watching the club.
One thing, my legs should be fresh when I come back. I guess that's probably the most baseball I've ever played up to that point. So I should have some fresh legs. But I mean, you learn a lot about your teammates when you're able to just sit there and watch and see how they go out and perform. Because when you're on the field with them, you might not see everything that kind of goes on. Because like when you're in your routine, you don't really see them going through theirs. So it's kind of cool to sit back and watch all these guys go through their routines and just see how they attack the day.
Yeah, learning a lot of what not to do right now, unless you're watching Seager.
Yeah, well. They need Josh back. I mean, we talked about 4 through 6 in that lineup right now. They've been struggling there, and they really, really started to struggle big when his bat left due to injury.
I mean, that was maybe the biggest reason that we went from hopeful to thinking, oh, wow, this team is damn good. It's because a rookie showed up and was just a total baller.
Yeah, he would have been Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, he would have. And now maybe Gunnar Henderson has gone ahead and stolen that from him. We do have, of course, tonight Rangers baseball at 5:30. Looking forward to that. John Gray. We're gonna need a big one from John Gray tonight.
Yeah,
he's either great or terrible,
and
he's due for great.
You'll know after that first inning, right?
He could give up like 3 or 4 runs, and then he won't give up any more runs. And you hope, but the problem is when it used to be when he gave up 3 or 4 runs, the Rangers would rally and pick up back those runs. You can't guarantee that now.
Yeah,
that's the issue. Yeah,
you'll probably get some guys on second base.
Oh yeah, there's no question. I mean, he might give up 2 or 3 runs in the first couple of innings. And then he completely settles down. But do you have a team that can rally from 3 runs? That's been an issue here.
Yep. Rangers and Houston both a game back of Seattle entering play tonight. So we'll be a scoreboard watching, that's for sure.
Where are the Astros? Who are they playing?
The Houston Astros, if I can pull this up, they are playing in Boston.
Okay. Cool.
Well, Boston did us some good work a couple of weeks back.
Yeah.
I believe they were blasting the crap out of them.
They did.
Thank you, Jared.
Yeah. We got Blue Jays Nationals as well. That game is going to get underway at 6 o'clock. So a lot of good scoreboard watching.
Come on, Nats.
Mariners A's. Mariners A's.
Yeah, the Mariners have a nice easy stretch.
38-93. Bro, how many games could Oakland lose? All righty. We got to jump because Jared Sandler said to join you here. Our Rangers insider, pre- and post-game show host and play-by-play man previews the pre-game show and everything that's important with this ball team. But, hey, if you need to get your edge back, I don't know. The Rangers can't go here.
September 9th, it's an awesome night out for an amazing cause. The Fan, along with the on-time experts, are proud to support the 22nd annual Guns N' Hoses boxing tournament. It's police versus fire going at it in the ring Saturday evening, September 9th at the Credit Union of Texas Center in Allen. Help us cheer and support our first responders. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com.
Welcome back, Nation. It's time to catch up with Jared Sandler. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel. Free consultation. 214-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. The preseason is over. Trey Lance is here. So much football stuff. And cut down day tomorrow. But, man, the Rangers are holding strong as the top story in DFW as their playoff chase continues here. Pregame coming up in 10 minutes. Sands, how the heck are you?
So the Rangers, they're the number one story, not Trey Lance?
I knew you would be disappointed by how Friday's segment ended, and I apologize for that. But, yeah, it was breaking news at the time.
No, I get it. Trey Lance is a big deal. He's one of the biggest busts in the last few years.
Yes. And the Rangers.
Is that the worst? On timeout, that's got to be one of the worst trades made in NFL history, right?
Oh, yeah. For
absolutely.
The pick. Yeah.
The Cowboys one, not the Niners one to trade up.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. No, hey, listen, the Rangers are. Rangers have not had a great road trip, and the Rangers have lost 9 of 10, and they're no longer in first place. I mean, it's kind of crazy, right? It's all happened really quickly, but I think talking to some guys earlier today, they recognize that, that there is a belief internally that they're going to turn things around. It seems like there's a lot of confidence that they will. And one of the things they've said is, hey, we've lost 9 of 10 and we're a game back, right? And specific to the Mariners, I think these guys are aware that they play them 7 times over the final 10 dates of the season. So, I think there's still strong feelings in the clubhouse about where the Rangers can go. Obviously, they're not pumped about where they are right now in terms of losing 9 of 10, but hopefully they can turn things around tonight.
Jared, am I making too much of a big deal about just simple fundamentals of baseball?
No.
I've been talking about, base running, bunting, things like that. Am I making too much of a big deal about that?
No, not at all. Yeah, you're right. Some bunt opportunities did not get executed, but the base running, as well. Ezekiel Duran yesterday should have tagged at second and gone to third when Marcus Semien hit a fly ball to left center field, and then you have Corey Seager up next. Corey hit a ball to the warning track in right field. Would it have happened that way if the runners were at first and third versus first and second?
Yeah,
it's possible, but you still feel really good about Corey Seager getting the guy in, right? So that makes it a 6-4 ball game, and who knows how that changes the complexion of yesterday. So, and was it 2 games before? I don't mean to pick on Ezekiel Duran, but 2 games before he should have gotten in a rundown on a double play that would have allowed a run to score, but he continued running through to second. And then the game on Saturday, the Rangers, was it Saturday, right? The Rangers won, but Leody Taveras stole third in a situation in which he just had no business running. And so, it's uncharacteristic. The Rangers, didn't make those mistakes the first 4.5 months, and it's going to happen, but it's obviously magnified because it's happening during a stretch in which it's not all rainbows and ice cream for the Rangers because they've lost 9 to 10.
Jared's preview is brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing, and I'm sorry, Jared, we got to cut you short. The Cowboys are trading for Brady Quinn.
Oh, there you go. I love it. If you were smart, you would have gone with like Cody Kessler or one of the several failed USC quarterbacks.
Oh, that would have been real good.
Would have been good. Yeah.
Oh, Barkley. That was the best I could come up with. I'm not smart enough, Jared. I appreciate you pointing that out. Are the Rangers doing any